Amber told her best friend Kayla. Kayla told her older sister Morgan. And Morgan happens to work at the coffee shop I go to every Tuesday morning. Morgan pulled me aside yesterday. Her hands were shaking. "Mrs. Patterson, I need to tell you something. You're going to hate me for this, but if I don't say anything, I'll hate myself more." That's how it started, with Morgan's trembling voice in the back room of a coffee shop that smelled like burnt espresso, and my entire life falling apart. Derek, my Derek, the man who cried at our wedding, who held my hand through 2 difficult pregnancies, who still left me notes in my lunch bag sometimes. And Amber, sweet Amber, who we'd known since she was 14, who started babysitting for us when she turned 16, who my daughter Lily adored, who Derek picked up and drove home every time she watched our kids because it was the responsible thing to do. I didn't go home right away. I sat in my car in the coffee shop parking lot for 2 hours, trying to breathe, trying to think. My phone kept buzzing with texts from Derek asking where I was, if I'd picked up his dry cleaning, normal mundane husband things that now felt like sandpaper against my skin. I needed proof, that's what I decided, because maybe Morgan was wrong, maybe it was a misunderstanding, maybe Amber was pregnant but it wasn't Derek's baby and somehow the story got twisted. But I knew, in that sick hollow way you know things before your brain catches up. I knew, so I went home. I kissed Derek hello. She lived 3 streets over with her mom Rebecca. I'd met Rebecca dozens of times. We chatted at school events, exchanged pleasantries when I dropped Amber off. She seemed nice, normal, like someone whose daughter wasn't sleeping with my husband. I parked down the block and waited. At 7:30, Rebecca left. I watched her car disappear around the corner, and then I walked up to the front door. Amber answered on the second knock. She was wearing pajama shorts and an oversized hoodie. When she saw me, all the color drained from her face. "Mrs. Patterson, hi. We weren't expecting. Can I come in?" My voice sounded calm, weirdly calm. She stepped back, let me inside. The house smelled like microwave popcorn. We stood in the hallway. Neither of us sat down. This wasn't that kind of conversation. "I know," I said. Her eyes filled with tears immediately. "Mrs. Patterson, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this to." "How long?" She wiped her eyes. 6 months. It started 6 months ago. 6 months. I did the math in my head. That was right after we got back from our family vacation to Maine. The trip where Derek seemed distracted, where he kept checking his phone and smiling at texts he wouldn't show me. "The baby is his?" She nodded, started crying harder. "I wanted to tell you so many times, but he said we had to be careful, that we needed to wait for the right moment, that he was going to leave you but he needed to do it the right way so he wouldn't lose the kids. The right way. As if there was a right way to blow up your family. Does your mom know?" "No. Nobody knows except Kayla and Derek. And now you." She wrapped her arms around herself. She looked so young, because she was young. 17, still in high school, still had pictures from prom on her Instagram. I felt sick. "What does he want you to do?" I asked. "About the baby." She hesitated. "He wants me to not have it. He said we can't have it right now because of the timing, that we need to wait until after the divorce, that we can have kids together later, when things are settled." And there it was. Derek wasn't leaving me for her. He was trying to make the problem disappear. "Amber, look at me." I waited until she met my eyes. "He's not gonna leave me. He's never planning to leave me. He's going to convince you to get rid of this baby, and then he's going to ghost you. Do you understand that?" "No." She shook her head. "No, he loves me. He tells me he loves me. We have plans. We're going to." "You're 17 years old. He's 41. He has a wife and 2 kids and a mortgage and a reputation. What exactly do you think those plans look like?" She was sobbing now, full body sobs. Part of me wanted to comfort her. She was just a kid. But the other part of me, the bigger part, wanted to shake her and scream. I didn't do either. "I'm going to ask you something," I said, "and I need you to really think about your answer." She nodded, wiping her face with her sleeve. "Do you want to keep this baby?" She stared at me. Yes. I think so. I mean, I'm scared, but yes. Then keep it. Don't let him pressure you into doing something you'll regret. Whatever happens next, whatever I do, you make your own choice about this, okay?" She whispered. I left, went back to my car, sat there in the dark trying to figure out what came next. I couldn't go to Derek. Not yet. He'd lie. He'd manipulate. He'd turn it around somehow and make me question my own reality. I'd seen him do it before with smaller things. Missing money from our account, suspicious text messages. He was good at making me feel crazy. I needed something he couldn't talk his way out of, so I went home, acted normal, put the kids to bed while Derek watched football in the living room. Then I took a shower and crawled into bed next to my husband and pretended to sleep. At 2 a.m., I snuck into his office. Derek kept everything on his laptop. I knew his password. It was Lily's birthday plus our anniversary year. Not exactly Fort Knox. I sat down in his chair, opened his computer, and started searching. The emails were archived in a folder labeled Client Files Anderson. Clever. Boring enough that I'd never click on it. But there they were. Hundreds of them. Starting 7 months ago. "Hey beautiful. Can't stop thinking about last night. You make me feel alive again." I wanted to throw up, but I kept reading. There were photos too. Amber in lingerie. Amber smiling at the camera in what I recognized as a hotel room. Amber with her hand on her still flat stomach, captioned "Our little little secret, and then I found the recent ones, from 2 weeks ago. Derek, we need to talk about options. Amber, what kind of options? Derek, I looked into clinics. There's one 2 towns over. I can drive you there on Saturday. Your mom won't have to know. Amber, I don't know if I want to do this. Derek, baby, we've talked about this. It's the only way. Once this is handled, we can be together. I'll tell Melissa everything, but not while you're pregnant. It's too complicated. Amber, you said that a month ago, and 2 months ago. When are you actually going to tell her? Derek, soon. I promise, but you need to trust me. This is what's best for everyone. Amber, what about what I want? A long pause. Derek, what you want? You're 17 years old. You don't know what you want. You think you do, but you don't. I'm the adult here. I'm making the responsible decision. Amber, I'm keeping it. I've decided. Derek, no, you're not. You're going to that clinic on Tuesday, and you're going to do what needs to be done. Because if you don't, if you keep this baby, I will deny everything. I will tell everyone you seduced me, that you've been obsessed with me for years, that you're lying about the baby being mine. Your reputation will be destroyed. No one will believe a word you say. I screenshot everything, sent it to my email, to my phone, to a cloud storage account Derek didn't know I had, but I kept digging, because if I was going to do this, I needed everything. I found more. Bank statements showing cash withdrawals I didn't know about, hotel receipts, charges to jewelry stores I'd never received gifts from. He'd bought her a necklace for her 17th birthday, $200, while telling me we needed to cut back on expenses. I found text messages he'd deleted from his phone but not from his laptop backup, messages from other numbers I didn't recognize, women I didn't know. This wasn't just about Amber. This was a pattern. How many others had there been? How many times had I believed his lies? I kept searching until almost 4 a.m. By the time I was done, I had enough evidence to bury him. Derek was still asleep when I crawled back into bed. The next morning, I called in sick to work, told Derek I had a stomach bug. He kissed my forehead, told me to rest, and left for his office downtown. As soon as his car pulled out of the driveway, I was on the phone. I need you to come over, I said to my sister Jennifer. Right now. She heard something in my voice. Didn't ask questions, just said she'd be there in 20 minutes. When she arrived, I showed her everything. The emails, the photos, the text messages, the financial records showing money spent on hotels and gifts. She sat on my couch with her hand over her mouth, crying. That son of a... She stopped herself, looked at me. What are you going to do? I don't know yet, but I need you to help me figure it out. We spent the next 3 hours planning. Jennifer was a paralegal. She knew things. She made phone calls to lawyers she'd worked with, got me consultations scheduled for later that week, helped me start documenting everything. Our assets, our accounts, Derek's income. You need to open a bank account in just your name, she said. Start moving money. Not a lot, just enough to cover a lawyer and living expenses for a few months. Do it slowly so he doesn't notice. Isn't that illegal? No, it's community property. You have every right to access it. You're just making sure you have resources when things get ugly, and they will get ugly. She was right. Over the next week, I moved small amounts of money into a new account. 500 here, 1,000 there. Nothing that would trigger alerts. I met with 3 lawyers, chose the best one. Her name was Victoria Chen. She was expensive, but she had a reputation for winning. This is going to be a fight, Victoria told me. Your husband will hire someone just as good, maybe better. You need to be prepared for him to get nasty. I'm prepared, but here's the thing. I didn't just want a divorce. I wanted Derek to face consequences, real ones, because Amber was 17, and in our state, that made Derek a criminal. The age of consent was 18. Derek knew that. He'd mentioned it once, years ago, when there was some case on the news. He'd been disgusted by it, called the guy a predator, said men like that deserve to be locked up, and now he was that man. I called the police that afternoon. The officer who took my statement was a woman named Detective Richards. She was probably in her 50s, with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She listened to everything without interrupting, took notes, asked clarifying questions. This is going to be difficult, she told me when I finished. These cases always are. The victim is often reluctant to cooperate. They think they're in love. They don't see themselves as victims. I know, I said, but she's pregnant, and he's pressuring her to terminate. She told me that herself. Detective Richards nodded. We'll need to talk to Amber, get her statement, and we'll need the evidence you've collected. I gave her everything. The screenshots, the emails, the timeline. What happens now? I asked. We investigate. We build a case, and then we decide whether to press charges. How long does that take? Could be weeks. Could be months. These things don't move quickly. I didn't have months. Amber was already 3 months pregnant. Derek was already pressuring her. Every day that passed was another day he could convince her to do something she didn't want to do. I need to speed this up, I said. Detective Richards looked at me carefully. Mrs. Patterson, I understand you're angry, but you need to let us do our job. Don't do anything that could jeopardize the investigation. I nodded, smiled, lied. Of course, I understand, but I had no intention of waiting. That night at dinner, I played the perfect wife. I asked Derek about his day, laughed at his jokes, refilled his wine glass. I was thinking, I said, cutting into my chicken. We should have Amber babysit this weekend. It's been a while. I think Lily misses her. Derek nearly choked on his water. Amber? I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? I heard she's been busy with school stuff. Probably doesn't have time. I'll text her and ask. I pulled out my phone. Melissa, don't. His voice was sharp. Too sharp. I looked at him. Is there a reason you don't want Amber to babysit anymore? He forced a smile. No, No, of course not. I just don't want you to be disappointed if she's busy. I'll risk it. I sent the text right there at the table. Derek watched me do it, his jaw tight. Amber responded within 5 minutes. I'd love to. What time Saturday? I showed Derek the screen. See, she's available. He didn't say anything, just stared at his plate. The rest of dinner was silent. Derek excused himself early, said he had work to do in his office. I heard him on the phone. His voice was low, angry. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew he was talking to Amber. After the kids went to bed, I knocked on his office door. Everything okay? I asked. You seemed stressed at dinner. Fine, just work stuff. You sure? You've been distant lately. He looked up at me. For a moment, I thought he might confess, might tell me everything, but he didn't. I'm fine, Mel. Just tired. Big project at work. I nodded, closed the door, went to our bedroom and cried into my pillow so the kids wouldn't hear. Saturday came. I told Derek I had made plans with Jennifer, a girls' day, shopping and lunch. He seemed relieved that I'd be out of the house. Amber arrived at noon. She looked nervous, kept glancing at Derek. Lily's so excited you're here, I said, hugging her. Then I whispered in her ear, we need to talk later. It's important. She nodded. I left, but I didn't go meet Jennifer. Instead, I parked 2 streets over and waited. At 12:30, I texted Amber. Is he still there? Yes, she replied. He sent the kids to play in the backyard. He wants to talk. Record it, I texted back. Turn on your voice memo app and put your phone in your pocket. Don't let him see. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Okay, she finally sent. I waited. Every minute felt like an hour. I kept checking my phone, imagining what was happening in my house. At 1:15, my phone rang. It was Amber, Mrs. Patterson. Her voice was shaking. You need to come back, now. I was there in 3 minutes. When I walked in, Amber was crying in the kitchen. Derek was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where is he? She handed me her phone. The voice memo app was still recording. She pressed stop, then play. Derek's voice filled the kitchen, so I made an appointment. Tuesday at 3. The clinic is 2 hours away, so we need to leave by 1. Derek, I don't want to do this. Amber, baby, we've talked about this. It's the only way. Once this is handled, we can be together. I'll tell Melissa everything, but not while you're pregnant. It's too complicated. You said that a month ago, and 2 months ago. When are you actually going to tell her? Soon, I promise. But you need to trust me. This is what's best for everyone. What about what I want? A long pause. What you want. Derek's voice changed, became cold. You're 17 years old. You don't know what you want. You think you do, but you don't. I'm the adult here. I'm making the responsible decision. I'm keeping it. I've decided. No, you're not. His voice was hard now, scary. You're going to that clinic on Tuesday, and you're going to do what needs to be done. Because if you don't, if you keep this baby, I will deny everything. I will tell everyone you seduced me, that you've been obsessed with me for years, that you're lying about the baby being mine. Your reputation will be destroyed. No one will believe a word you say. Amber was sobbing on the recording. You said you loved me. I do love you. That's why I'm protecting you from yourself. This is for your own good, Amber. Trust me. The recording ended there. I looked at Amber. She was pale, shaking. Where is he? I asked. He left. When you texted that you were coming back, he said he had to go. Told me to keep my mouth shut or he'd make sure I regretted it. I sat down at the kitchen table. My hands were shaking. I'm going to call the police, I said. Right now. Are you ready for that? Amber nodded. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep lying. I can't keep pretending this is normal. I grabbed my phone and called Detective Richards. I have him, I said when she answered. I have him on recording. She arrived within 30 minutes. Brought another officer with her. A younger man who introduced himself as Officer Martinez. They sat with us in my living room. Listened to the recording 3 times. Took Amber's statement. Took my statement too. Detective Richards was writing everything down when she looked up at Amber. I need to ask you some difficult questions, she said gently. About the relationship. About what happened. I know it's hard, but we need details. Amber nodded. Took a deep breath. When did it start? Detective Richards asked. July 15th. I remember because it was my birthday. I turned 17. Had there been inappropriate contact before that? He'd been flirty for a few months. Complimenting me. Texting me things that seemed innocent but also kind of weird. Like, you look beautiful today. Or I can't stop thinking about our conversation. Did you tell anyone? No. I thought I was imagining it. He was Mrs. Patterson's husband. A dad. I didn't think he'd actually, what happened on July 15th. Amber's voice got quieter. He said he needed to talk to me about something important. Asked if I could meet him. I thought it was about babysitting. But he took me to a hotel. Said he couldn't keep his feelings hidden anymore. That he'd been in love with me for months. That his marriage was over and he was just waiting for the right time to leave. What did you say? I said I didn't know. That it felt wrong. But he kept saying all these things. That I was mature for my age. That I made him feel alive. That we were meant to be together. And I wanted to believe him. He was the successful, attractive man who was paying attention to me. It made me feel special. My heart was breaking listening to her. She'd been manipulated, groomed, and she'd had no idea. Detective Richards asked more questions. How many times they'd been together, where they'd gone, whether anyone else knew. Then she turned to me. Mrs. Patterson, what made you suspect the affair? I explained about Morgan, about the emails I'd found, about the pattern of behavior I'd started noticing. When we were done, Detective Richards closed her notebook. This is coercion, she said, threatening a minor to force her to terminate a pregnancy. Combined with the statutory rape evidence you've provided, we have more than enough for an arrest warrant. How long? I asked. asked. We can have him picked up tonight. I looked at the clock. It was almost 2:30. He'll be home around 6, I said. You can arrest him here, in front of our house, in front of the neighbors, in front of everyone who thought he was such a great guy. Detective Richards nodded. We'll be ready. After the police left, I sat with Amber for a while. What happens now? She asked. Now you go home. You tell your mom everything, and you let the police do their job? My mom is going to be so angry. She might be angry at first, but she'll come around. You're her daughter. She loves you. Amber left around 3. I was alone in the house. I called Jennifer. Can you pick up the kids from school? I asked. Take them to your place for the night? What's happening? They're arresting Derek. Tonight. I don't want the kids to see it. Jennifer was silent for a moment. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I'll get them. Should I tell them anything? Tell them they're having a sleepover. That's it. Melissa, are you okay? I will be. I hung up, looked around the house. This was the last day things would be normal. Well, not normal, but the same. After tonight, everything would change. I sent Lily and Marcus to Jennifer's house with their overnight bags. Told them I had a special dinner planned with their dad, and they got to have fun with their cousins. They were excited. Didn't ask questions. At 5:45, I stood in my living room and waited. At 5:58, Derek's car pulled into the driveway. At 6:03, 2 police cars arrived. I watched from the window as Derek got out of his car, confused. Watched as the officers approached him. Watched as they told him he was under arrest for statutory rape and coercion of a minor. His face went white. He looked at the house, saw me standing in the window. Our eyes met. For a moment, I saw real fear in his face. Not the calculated fear of someone caught in a lie. The genuine fear of someone realizing their world was ending. I didn't wave, didn't smile, just stared at him as they put him in handcuffs and read him his rights. The neighbors came out to watch. Mrs. Chen from next door with her mouth hanging open. The college kids who rented the house across the street filming on their phones. The Johnsons with their perfectly manicured lawn, whispering to each other. Everyone saw. Derek was shouting now, saying it was a misunderstanding, that his wife was crazy, that he hadn't done anything wrong. Melissa, tell them this is insane. I didn't move, didn't respond. They put him in the police car anyway. As they drove away, I finally moved from the window, sat down on the couch, started shaking. My phone started ringing immediately. Numbers I didn't recognize, probably neighbors wanting to know what was happening. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I poured myself a glass of wine, the expensive stuff Derek saved for special occasions. I sat on the back porch and watched the sun set and thought about what came next. The divorce, the trial, telling my kids that their father wasn't coming home, rebuilding a life I thought I had secure. It was terrifying, but it was also freeing. My phone rang again. This time it was Amber. Is it true? She asked. Did they really arrest him? Yes. She was quiet for a moment. My mom knows now. I told her everything. She's really upset, but she says she's going to support me, whatever I decide about the baby. That's good. That's really good. Thank you for believing me, for helping me. You could have blamed me, could have been angry at me. You're 17, Amber. He's a 41-year-old man. There's only one person to blame here. We talked for a few more minutes. She told me Rebecca had already called a lawyer, that they were going to make sure she had options. After we hung up, I sat in the silence of my empty house. This was my life now. Single mom, married to a criminal, soon to be divorced. I didn't sleep that night, just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying everything in my head. The next morning, Derek's mother called me, screaming, "What have you done? You've destroyed him. Over what? Over nothing. You're vindictive and cruel, and I hope you're happy. Is that all?" I asked calmly. That girl is lying. She seduced him. She's been obsessed with him for years, and now she's trying to ruin his life. She's 17 years old. She was 16 when it started. Your son is a predator. How dare you? I hung up on her, blocked her number. Derek's lawyer called next, a man named Robert Brennan, who I knew had a reputation for defending wealthy men accused of bad things. "Mrs. Patterson, I'm representing your husband. He'd like to speak with you, to explain, to try to work this out." Work it out? He maintains his innocence. He believes there's been a misunderstanding. If you could just give me your email. I'm sorry, your email address. I'm going to send you the name and number of my attorney. All future communication goes through her. I hung up before he could respond. Then Jennifer showed up with coffee and bagels and a plan. "We're changing the locks today," she said. "And tomorrow we're opening a new bank account in just your name. And then we're getting you the best divorce attorney in the state. I already have one. Victoria Chen." Jennifer's eyes widened. Victoria Chen. She's expensive. Derek can afford it. His assets are about to become community property. And given what he's done, I'm guessing I'll get a pretty favorable settlement. She was right. By the end of the week, I had changed the locks, opened new accounts, started the process of separating my life from Derek's. Victoria filed for divorce on Monday. Emergency custody of the children, restraining order, temporary support. Derek's lawyer fought it all, said I was being vindictive, that I was using the arrest to gain an unfair advantage. But the judge wasn't buying it. "Mr. Patterson is currently in jail awaiting arraignment on serious charges involving a minor," the judge said. "Mrs. Patterson is currently in jail awaiting arraignment on serious charges involving a minor," the judge said. "Mrs. Patterson's request for full custody is not only reasonable, it's prudent." Derek made bail 2 days later. His parents posted it, $50,000. He wasn't allowed to contact me or Amber or come within 500 feet of our house. He tried anyway. The first time was a text from a new number. "Melissa, please, we need to talk. This is all a huge misunderstanding. misunderstanding. I forwarded it to Detective Richards and blocked the number. The second time was an email, long, rambling, claiming that Amber had pursued him, that he'd tried to resist but she wouldn't leave him alone, that yes, he'd made a mistake, but it wasn't what it looked like. I forwarded that to Detective Richards too. The third time was a letter delivered to the house, handwritten, begging me to reconsider, to think about the kids, to remember the life we'd built together. I gave that one to Victoria. He's violating the restraining order, she said. Each contact is a separate violation. Good. Let him dig his own grave. The story broke in the local news 2 weeks later. Local business owner arrested for statutory rape. They used Derek's professional headshot, the one where he's smiling in his expensive suit, looking respectable and trustworthy. The comment section was brutal. Some people defended him, said there must be more to the story, that Derek Patterson would never do something like that. But most didn't. Most saw it for what it was. Disgusting. I hope he rots in prison. That poor girl. His poor wife. Derek lost his job within days. The company didn't want the publicity, couldn't risk being associated with someone accused of what he was accused of. His business partner, a man named Tom who I'd known for years, called me. Melissa, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. If I'd known, I would've. It's not your fault. Still, if there's anything I can do, anything you need, for what it's worth, we're removing him from the company. He'll get his share of the business, but he won't be involved in operations anymore. Thank you for telling me. Derek's friends stopped calling. His golf buddies made excuses. The men he'd spent every Sunday watching football with suddenly had other plans. He was alone. Meanwhile, I was drowning in support. Friends I hadn't talked to in years reached out. Neighbors brought over casseroles. Jennifer was at my house almost every day. The hardest part was telling the kids. I waited a week, let them settle into their new routine. Then I sat them down. Marcus was only 6. He didn't really understand. Daddy did something bad, he asked. Yes, something very bad. Is he in timeout? I almost laughed. If only it were that simple. Something like that. He's going to be away for a while. When is he coming back? Old enough to know something was seriously wrong. Old enough to read the news on her iPad even though I'd tried to hide it from her. She cornered me that night after Marcus went to bed. Why did the police take Daddy? I'd been dreading this question, preparing for it. But nothing really prepares you. Daddy made some bad choices, I said carefully. He did things that hurt people. And when adults do that, sometimes they have to face consequences. What kind of bad choices? The kind I'll explain more when you're older. Right now, I just need you to know that none of this is your fault. Daddy loves you very much, and so do I. But things are going to be different for a while. Her eyes filled with tears. Are you and Daddy getting divorced? Yes. Because of what he did? Yes. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, good. That surprised me. Good. I heard you crying at night. For months. I heard you and Daddy fighting. I didn't know what it was about, but I knew something was wrong, and I was scared. So if him being gone means you stop crying, then good. I pulled her close, held her while she cried. While I cried. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I said, I'm sorry you've been scared. It's not your fault, Mom. It's Daddy's. The court ordered psychological evaluations for both of us to determine fitness for custody. I sat in a sterile office for 3 hours, answering questions about my childhood, my marriage, my mental health. The psychologist was neutral, clinical, took notes without expression. Tell me about your relationship with your husband. Which part? The part where I thought we were happy, or the part where I found out he'd been lying to me for months? Both. I talked about meeting Derek in college, about our wedding, about the early years when everything seemed perfect. When did things start to change? The psychologist asked. I don't know. Looking back, there were signs I missed or ignored. He'd stay late at work, be secretive about his phone, get defensive when I asked questions. I told myself I was being paranoid. Do you blame yourself for what happened? Sometimes. I wonder if I'd been a better wife. Maybe he wouldn't have. I stopped, but that's not fair. That's what he'd want me to think. The truth is, he made choices. I didn't make him have an affair with a teenager. The psychologist nodded, wrote something down. Derek had his evaluation the next week. I wasn't there, but Victoria told me he cried, played the victim, said he'd made a mistake, but didn't deserve to have his life destroyed. The psychologist's report came back 2 weeks later. It recommended I retain primary custody, said Derek showed signs of narcissistic personality traits and poor impulse control, that he lacked insight into his own behavior and tended to blame others for his mistakes. I felt vindicated and sad, because this was the man I'd married, the man I'd built a life with, and I'd never really seen him clearly until now. The divorce moved forward. Derek's lawyer tried to paint me as vengeful, as someone using the legal system to punish her husband for an affair. Victoria shut that down fast. Mr. Patterson had a physical relationship with a minor, she said in court. This isn't about punishing him for an affair. This is about protecting Mrs. Patterson and her children from a man who has shown extremely poor judgment and a pattern of deceptive behavior. The judge agreed. I got the house, primary custody, more than half of our assets. Derek got supervised visitation with the kids once a month and a court order to pay child support and alimony. His lawyer tried to argue the amounts were too high, that Derek had lost his job and couldn't afford it. Your client should have thought about that before engaging in criminal behavior, the judge said. The criminal trial was scheduled for November, 8 months away. way. In the meantime, life continued in a strange new normal. I went back to work. My boss had been understanding about everything, gave me flexible hours, let me work from home when I needed to. The kids started therapy. A woman named Dr. Patricia Reeves, who specialized in children of divorce. Marcus went once a week, played with toys while Dr. Reeves asked gentle questions about his feelings. Lily went once a week too. She was more resistant at first, didn't want to talk to a stranger about her family, but Dr. Reeves was patient. Eventually, Lily opened up, talked about feeling angry, confused, embarrassed. All my friends know, Lily told me one night. They saw it on the news, they asked me questions, and I don't know what to say. What do you want to say? I want to say my dad is a terrible person, that I hate him, but he's still my dad and I'm not supposed to hate him. You're allowed to feel however you feel. Anger, hate, love, confusion, all of it is okay. She nodded, but I could see she didn't quite believe me. The prosecutor assigned to Derek's case was a woman named Linda Harrison. She called me in for a meeting 3 weeks before the trial. I want you to be prepared, she said. Derek's lawyer is going to put Amber on trial. They're going to question her clothing choices, her social media posts, her past relationships. They're going to try to make the jury believe she knew exactly what she was doing. She was 16, I know, and we're going to hammer that point home, but juries can be unpredictable, especially in cases like this where the defendant is well-liked in the community. Derek's not well-liked anymore. Everyone knows what he did. Everyone knows what he's accused of doing. Until a jury convicts him, he's innocent in the eyes of the law. She walked me through what to expect, how long the trial would last, whether I'd need to testify. I might call you as a character witness, Linda said, to talk about Derek's relationship with Amber, what you observed, how he behaved around her. I never noticed anything inappropriate. That's actually helpful. It shows how careful he was, how he hid it even from you. The trial started on a cold November morning. I sat in the courtroom with Jennifer on one side and Rebecca, Amber's mom, on the other. Rebecca and I had become unlikely allies in all of this, united by our shared anger at Derek, our shared desire to protect Amber. Thank you for being here, Rebecca said as we waited for the trial to start. Amber was nervous about seeing him again. Is she ready? As ready as she'll ever be. Derek sat at the defense table in an expensive suit. His hair was cut. He looked respectable, trustworthy, like someone who definitely didn't have an affair with a teenager. The jury filed in. 8 women, 4 men, a mix of ages and backgrounds. I studied their faces, tried to guess what they were thinking. The prosecution went first. Linda Harrison stood up and addressed the jury. This case is about power and manipulation, she began. About a 41-year-old man who used his position of authority to groom and take advantage of a teenage girl. A girl who babysat his children. A girl who trusted him. A girl who was 16 years old when this began. She laid out the timeline, the emails, the text messages, the photos, the recording of Derek threatening Amber. The jury listened. Some took notes. Others just stared at Derek with expressions of disgust. Then Amber took the stand. She was visibly pregnant now, 6 months along, wearing a simple blue dress that her mom had bought for the trial. Linda walked her through everything. How she'd started babysitting for the Pattersons. How Derek had been friendly at first. How he'd started complimenting her, texting her, offering to drive her home even when I was available to do it. When did it become physical? Linda asked. Amber's voice was quiet. July 15th, last year, my 17th birthday. Tell us what happened that day. He texted me that morning, said happy birthday, asked if I had plans. I said not really, just dinner with my mom later. He said he wanted to give me a present, asked if I could meet him. Did you think that was strange? A little, but I thought maybe he and Mrs. Patterson had gotten me a birthday gift. It didn't seem weird at the time. What happened when you met him? He picked me up from school, said we were going somewhere special, but he drove to a hotel. I asked what we were doing there, and he said he couldn't keep his feelings hidden anymore, that he'd been in love with me for months, that his marriage was over, and he was just waiting for the right time to leave. How did you feel? Confused, scared, but also flattered? He was this successful, attractive man who was paying attention to me, telling me I was beautiful and special. I'd never felt that way before. What happened next? Amber's voice got even quieter. We went into the hotel room. He kissed me. I didn't really know what to do. I'd only kissed one boy before, a guy from my class, and it wasn't like this. Derek seemed so confident, like he knew what he was doing, and I just went along with it. Did you have physical relations that day? Yes. Did you want to? She hesitated. I don't know. I didn't say no, but I also didn't really feel like I could say no. He was telling me all these things, that we were meant to be together, that this was special, that I made him feel alive, and I believed him. Linda asked more questions about the pattern that developed. Weekly meetings at hotels, texts and emails Derek sent her, gifts he bought her. He gave me a necklace, Amber said, for my birthday. It was expensive. I wore it all the time. Thought it meant he really cared about me. When did you find out you were pregnant? Late September. I missed my period and felt sick all the time. I took 3 tests to be sure. What was your reaction? I was terrified. I'm 17. I'm still in high school. I don't have a job, but I thought maybe Derek would be happy, that this would make him finally leave Mrs. Patterson, that we could be a real family. What did Derek say when you told him? Amber's eyes filled with tears. He was angry, really angry, said I should have been more careful, that this complicated everything. Then he started looking into clinics where I could, terminate the pregnancy? Yes. Linda played the recording. Derek's voice filled the courtroom, cold and threatening. You're going to that clinic on Tuesday, and you're going to do what needs to be done. Because if you keep this baby, I will deny everything. I will tell everyone you seduced me, that you've been obsessed with me for for years, that you're lying about the baby being mine. Your reputation will be destroyed. No one will believe a word you say. Several jurors shifted in their seats. One woman shook her head in disgust. Another had tears in her eyes. Derek's lawyer stood up for cross-examination. Robert Brennan was probably in his 60s. Silver hair, expensive suit, the kind of lawyer who specialized in making juries doubt their own judgment. Miss Turner, he said smoothly, you say you were 17 when this relationship started, but you'd already had a boyfriend at that age, correct? Yes. I dated someone from school for a few months, so you weren't inexperienced with romantic relationships. Linda objected. Relevance. I'm establishing that Miss Turner was not as naive as the prosecution would have us believe. The judge allowed it. Robert continued. You pursued Derek, didn't you? You wore revealing clothing around him, flirted with him, made it clear you were interested. No, that's not true. You sent him photos of yourself. Provocative photos. He asked me to. I thought that's what people who loved each other did, but you sent them. Willingly. No one forced you. I was 16. He was 40. He should have known better. You're avoiding the question. Did anyone force you to send those photos? No, but he asked me to. He said he wanted to see me, that I was beautiful. I thought I was making him happy. Robert smiled, like he'd won something. No further questions. Linda did redirect, asked Amber to explain the power dynamic, how she'd felt unable to refuse Derek's requests, how he'd made her feel like she had to keep him happy or he'd lose interest. But I could see some of the jurors weren't convinced. They were looking at Amber like she'd made choices, like she bore some responsibility. The prosecution brought in expert witnesses next. A psychologist who specialized in grooming behaviors testified about how predators identify vulnerable targets and gradually break down their boundaries. It's not a sudden thing, she explained. It's a process. First comes friendship, making the victim feel special. Then come small boundary violations, a hand on the shoulder that lasts too long, comments that could be innocent or could be inappropriate, then bigger violations, until eventually the victim has been conditioned to accept things they would have rejected at the beginning. Does this pattern match what you've heard about Mr. Patterson and Miss Turner? Yes, absolutely. Mr. Patterson followed the classic grooming playbook almost perfectly. A pediatrician testified about adolescent brain development, how the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for judgment and decision-making, isn't fully developed until the mid-20s. A 17-year-old might look like an adult, she said, but neurologically they're not. They're particularly vulnerable to manipulation by authority figures because they lack the experience and brain development to recognize when they're being taken advantage of. The defense brought in their own experts, a psychologist who testified that some teenagers are more mature than others, that chronological age doesn't always match emotional age. They brought in character witnesses, people who'd known Derek for years. His business partner Tom testified that Derek was a good man, a dedicated father, that this was completely out of character. I've known Derek for 15 years, Tom said. He's always been professional, respectful. I never saw any behavior that would suggest he was capable of something like this. His college roommate testified, his former boss, people from his church, all saying the same thing. This wasn't Derek. He'd made a mistake, but he wasn't a predator. Then they called me. I hadn't been planning to testify, but Derek's lawyer had subpoenaed me as a defense witness. I walked to the stand on shaking legs. Robert Brennan smiled at me. Mrs. Patterson, thank you for being here. I didn't respond. You were married to Derek for how long? 12 years. And in those 12 years, did you ever see him behave inappropriately with a minor? No. Did you ever have concerns about his relationship with Amber? No. Not until I found out what was really happening. So from your perspective, their relationship seemed normal? Professional? Yes. He was her employer. I was her employer. It seemed like a normal babysitting arrangement. Did Derek ever mention having feelings for Amber? No. Did he ever say anything negative about your marriage? I paused. We had normal marital issues, arguments about money, about whose turn it was to do dishes, but nothing that seemed serious. So to your knowledge, Derek was a good husband? A good father? I looked at Derek. He was watching me with this hopeful expression, like I might save him. To my knowledge, yes, I said. But I've learned that what I knew was very different from what was actually happening. Robert Brennan tried to get me to say more, to paint Derek in a better light, but I wouldn't. I stuck to facts, things I'd observed, things I'd known. When I stepped down, Derek tried to catch my eye. I looked right through him. The trial lasted 2 weeks total. On the final day, both lawyers gave their closing arguments. Linda Harrison reminded the jury that Amber was a child when this started, that Derek was in a position of power, that he'd used that power to manipulate and control her, that the recordings proved his true character. Robert Brennan tried to paint Derek as a man who'd made a mistake, who'd fallen in love with the wrong person at the wrong time, who deserved a second chance. Is what Derek did wrong? Yes, Brennan said. Is it criminal? That's what you have to decide. Was Amber truly a victim, or was she a willing participant in a relationship that crossed boundaries? The jury deliberated for 6 hours. I sat in the hallway outside the courtroom, Jennifer on one side, Rebecca and Amber on the other. We didn't talk much, just waited. When the bailiff called us back in, my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. The jury filed in. None of them looked at Derek. That was a good sign, Jennifer whispered. The judge addressed the foreman. On the count of statutory rape, how do you find? Guilty. Amber started crying. Rebecca held her. On the count of coercion of a minor, how do you find? Guilty. Derek's mother let out a sob. His father sat stone-faced. Derek just stared straight ahead, like he couldn't believe this was really happening, like he'd actually thought he'd get away with it. The judge thanked the jury and scheduled sentencing for 3 weeks later. I walked out of the courthouse into cold November air. Reporters were everywhere. Mrs. Patterson, how do you feel about the verdict? Mrs. Patterson, will you reconcile with your husband? Mrs. Patterson, do you have anything to say? I stopped, looked directly at the cameras. I hope this sends a message that men in positions of power can't prey on teenage girls and get away with it, that justice matters, that survivors deserve to be believed. Then I got in my car and drove away. The sentencing hearing was 3 weeks later, right before Thanksgiving. Derek's lawyer brought in letters from friends and family, from Lily and Marcus's teachers who didn't know the full story, from people in the community who thought 4 years was too harsh. The judge read some of them aloud. Derek Patterson is a pillar of this community. He made a mistake, but he's not a monster. His children need their father. Then Linda Harrison presented letters from her side, from organizations that work with victims of grooming, from Amber's therapist, from me. I'd spent hours writing that letter, trying to explain what Derek had done, not just to Amber, but to our family, to our kids, to the trust that's supposed to exist between adults and children. The judge read it silently, then looked at Derek. Mr. Patterson, do you have anything to say? Derek stood. He lost weight, looked smaller somehow, diminished. Your Honor, I know I made mistakes. I know I hurt people, but I'm not the monster they're making me out to be. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have fallen in love with. That's all. I'm not a predator. I'm just a man who made bad choices. I have 2 children who need their father, a family that needs me. I'm asking for mercy. The judge stared at him for a long moment. Mr. Patterson, you didn't fall in love. You groomed a child. You used your position of trust and authority to manipulate a 16-year-old girl into a physical relationship. You got her pregnant and then threatened her when she wouldn't do what you wanted. You prioritized your own desires over her well-being, over your wife's well-being, over your children's well-being. Those aren't mistakes. Those are crimes, and they deserve to be punished accordingly. She sentenced him to 4 years, with the possibility of parole after 2 if he showed good behavior and completed treatment programs. Derek's mother screamed. His father had to physically restrain her from rushing the bench. Derek was led away in handcuffs. He looked back at me one more time. I looked away. Outside the courthouse, I stood with Amber and Rebecca. Thank you, Amber said, for everything, for believing me, for fighting for me. You did the hard part, I said. You told the truth. You testified. You were brave. I'm still scared about having the baby, about being a mom at 18. You're going to be fine. You have your mom. You have support, and you're stronger than you think. We hugged, and for the first time since this whole thing started, I felt like maybe everything would actually be okay. The holidays that year were strange. Christmas without Derek, just me and the kids and Jennifer's family. Lily helped me make cookies. Marcus helped decorate the tree. We watched movies and opened presents and pretended everything was normal, but it wasn't normal. Not really. Marcus asked about Derek a few times, when Daddy was coming home, if Daddy would be there for Christmas. I told him Daddy was away, that he'd made bad choices and had to stay where he was. Marcus seemed to accept that. He was young enough that the details didn't matter much. He just knew Daddy wasn't around anymore. Lily didn't ask about him at all. On Christmas night, after the kids were in bed, Jennifer and I sat on the couch drinking wine. How are you really doing? She asked. I don't know. Some days I'm fine. Other days I feel like I'm drowning. That's normal. You've been through trauma. I keep thinking about all the signs I missed, all the times I should have known something was wrong. You can't think like that. Derek was careful. He hid it well. But what if there's something wrong with me? What if I'm the kind of person who attracts men like that? Stop. Derek's behavior is not a reflection on you. He made choices. Bad choices. You were a good wife. A good mother. You did everything right. I wanted to believe her, but part of me still wondered. The new year came. I made resolutions. Take care of myself. Exercise more. Eat better. Go to therapy. I'd started seeing a therapist in December. A woman named Dr. Helen Morris, who specialized in betrayal trauma. You're going to have trust issues, she told me in our first session. That's normal. What Derek did wasn't just an affair. It was a fundamental betrayal of everything you believed about your relationship. So how do I move past it? You don't move past it. You move through it. You feel the feelings. You process the trauma. And eventually you come out the other side changed but whole. It sounded nice in theory, but in practice it was hard. I had nightmares, dreams where I'd find more evidence, more women, more lies. I had panic attacks, sudden overwhelming anxiety that would hit me at random times. In the grocery store, at work, driving the kids to school. Dr. Morris taught me breathing techniques, grounding exercises, ways to manage the anxiety when it hit. Slowly, I started to feel more stable. I started working out, joined a gym, found that I liked kickboxing, liked hitting things, liked feeling strong. I started eating better, cooking real meals instead of relying on takeout. I started sleeping through the night. Small victories, but they added up. Amber had her baby in March, a little girl she named Sophie. Rebecca called me from the hospital. She wants you to know. Thought you might like to see a picture. She texted me a photo. Sophie was tiny and perfect and completely innocent in all of this. Is Amber okay? I asked. She's okay. Scared, tired, exhausted, but okay. She's keeping the baby. My mom is helping. We're figuring it out. Tell her congratulations, and that I'm thinking of her. A week later, Amber sent me a friend request on Facebook. I accepted. Her posts were mostly about Sophie, baby milestones, late night feedings, first smiles. She looked happy, or at least as happy as an 18-year-old single mom could look. I sent her a message a few months after Sophie was born. How are you doing? Really? She responded immediately. Better than I thought I would be. Sophie is amazing. My mom is amazing. I'm taking online classes, and I think I'm going to be okay. How are you? Taking it day by day. The kids are doing better. I'm doing better. Can I ask you something? Of course. Why did you help me? After everything. After what I did with Derek. Why? I thought about it for a long time before responding. Because you were a kid, and he was an adult who should have known better. And because someone needed to protect you, even if it was from your own choices. Thank you. I think about that a lot. About what would have happened if you hadn't believed me. I thought about it too. Derek would have convinced her to terminate the pregnancy, would have ghosted her after. She'd be traumatized and alone and probably blaming herself. Instead, she had Sophie, had a future. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. Months passed. Life settled into a rhythm. I got promoted at work. My boss recognized the effort I'd been putting in, gave me more responsibility, better pay. The kids continued therapy. Marcus was doing well, seemed mostly unaffected by everything. Lily was struggling more. Dr. Reeves said that was normal. She was old enough to understand what had happened, old enough to be embarrassed and angry. She feels betrayed, Dr. Reeves told me, not just by Derek, but by the world. She thought adults were safe, that fathers protect their children, and Derek violated that trust. How do I help her? You keep being consistent, keep being honest, keep showing up. She needs to know that not all adults are like Derek. I tried, but it was hard when Lily wouldn't talk to me, when she'd lock herself in her room and refuse to come out. One night, I knocked on her door. Go away. Lily, please, let me in. I said go away. I sat down outside her door, leaned against the wall. I'm not going anywhere, I said. I'll sit here all night if I have to, but I'm not leaving you alone. Silence. Then the door opened a crack. Lily sat down on the other side. I could see her through the crack. I hate him, she said. I know. I hate that everyone knows. I hate that I can't just be normal. I hate that when people look at me, they think that's the girl whose dad went to prison. I hate that too. Do you really? Or do you just say that? I thought carefully about my answer. I hate what this has done to you, to Marcus, to our family. I hate that Derek's choices affected you in ways you didn't deserve. But I don't regret exposing him, because he needed to face consequences. Everyone at school talks about it. They whisper when I walk by. Some of them are nice about it, like they feel sorry for me. But some of them are mean. They say things. What kind of things? That maybe I should have noticed. That maybe I could have stopped it. That maybe it's partially my fault. My heart broke. Lily, listen to me. Nothing about this is your fault. Not one single thing. You were a child. You had no idea what was happening. Even I didn't know. And I was married to him. But what if I did know? What if there were signs and I ignored them? Did you know? I don't think so. But everyone's acting like it was so obvious. Like we all should have seen it. Hindsight is 20/20. It's easy for people to judge when they weren't living it. But you didn't know. I didn't know. Derek was very good at hiding who he really was. We talked for over an hour. Eventually, Lily came out of her room. We sat on the couch and watched a movie together. She fell asleep with her head on my shoulder. I didn't move, just sat there holding her, grateful that she still wanted to be near me. Derek's first parole hearing came up that summer. 2 years into his sentence, his lawyer argued that he'd been a model inmate, completed all required programs, shown genuine remorse. Linda Harrison opposed it, said 2 years wasn't enough, that Derek needed to serve his full sentence. I submitted a letter too, explaining how his actions had affected our family, how the kids were still in therapy, how I was still rebuilding. The parole board denied his request. Derek would serve at least another year. His mother called me afterward, screaming again. You did this. You're keeping him there. You won't be satisfied until you've completely destroyed him. I didn't do anything. The parole board made their decision based on the facts. You could have spoken in his favor, told them he deserves a second chance. Why would I do that? Because he's the father of your children. Because everyone makes mistakes. Because you're being vindictive. I hung up on her, blocked her number. I was done being yelled at by people who couldn't accept reality. Around that time, I started dating again. Nothing serious at first, just coffee dates here and there. Men from dating apps who seemed normal on paper. Most of them didn't work out. Either they had their own baggage, or they got weird when they found out about Derek. One guy actually said, "So you're the wife of that guy? The one who was all over the news." I left before the drinks even arrived. But then I met Andrew, a teacher at Lily's school. We chatted at parent-teacher conferences, and he'd asked me out. I said yes. We went to dinner, talked about our kids, our jobs, our lives. He was divorced too. Knew what it was like to rebuild. "Can I ask what happened?" he said over dessert. "With your marriage, I mean. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. My husband had an affair with our teenage babysitter, got her pregnant. He's currently serving time for it." Andrew's eyes widened. Wow. I'm sorry. Don't be. It wasn't your fault. Still, that's a lot to go through. It was, but I'm here now, and I'm okay. We dated for a few months. He was kind, patient, didn't pressure me for anything I wasn't ready for. The kids met him eventually. Marcus liked him right away. Thought it was cool that he was a teacher and knew things about dinosaurs. Lily was more cautious, but she warmed up eventually. "He's nice," she told me one night. "Not like Dad." "No," I agreed. agreed, not like Dad, but after 6 months, we decided we were better as friends. There was no drama, no big breakup, just a mutual recognition that while we liked each other, we weren't in love. I'm glad I met you, Andrew said, when we had our final conversation. You're an incredible person, strong, resilient. Whoever ends up with you will be lucky. You too, I said. Your ex-wife is an idiot for letting you go. He laughed. We hugged, stayed friends. Derek sent letters from prison. I didn't read most of them. They went straight into a box in my closet. But one day, about 2.5 years into his sentence, curiosity got the better of me. I opened one. It was dated 6 months after his sentencing. Melissa, I know you probably won't read this. I know you hate me. I understand why. I've had a lot of time to think in here about what I did, about the choices I made, about the people I hurt. You're right, about all of it. I was manipulative. I was selfish. I put my own desires above everything else. I tell myself I fell in love with Amber, but the truth is, I was in love with the way she made me feel. Young, desired, like I still had my whole life ahead of me, instead of being stuck in a marriage that had become routine. I know that's not an excuse. There is no excuse for what I did. I think about Lily and Marcus every day, about how I failed them as a father, about how they'll grow up knowing what I did, about the fact that I won't be there for their school plays, their graduations, their important moments. I think about you too, about the years we spent together, about the life we built. I destroyed all of that. I know I did. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I'm just asking you to know that I'm sorry, truly sorry, for everything. Derek. I read it twice, then put it back in the box. Maybe he was sorry. Maybe he wasn't. It didn't matter anymore. Sorry doesn't undo what happened, doesn't give me back the years I wasted, doesn't give our kids back their innocence. Sorry is just a word. Time kept moving. Amber graduated high school that spring, posted photos on Facebook wearing her cap and gown, holding Sophie, who was now a year old. She'd been accepted to college, community college, so she could stay close to home and help with Sophie. I want to study nursing, she told me when I sent her a congratulations message. I want to help people, want to do something good with my life. She started classes that fall. Rebecca watched Sophie during the day. It wasn't easy, but they made it work. I helped where I could, not because I wanted a relationship with Derek's child, but because Amber was trying to build a better life, and I wanted to support that. I sent money for diapers sometimes, or gave Amber hand-me-down clothes from when Marcus was a baby. Rebecca was grateful. You didn't have to do this, she said, after everything. I know, I said, but I want to. Derek's second parole hearing was scheduled for late fall, 3 years into his sentence. This time, Linda Harrison said there was a good chance he'd be released. He served 3 years, completed all programs. The board usually grants parole at this point, so he's just going to walk out, go back to his life? He'll have restrictions, probation, sex offender registration. It won't be easy for him. It still didn't feel like enough, but there was nothing I could do about it. The parole board granted his release in December, right before Christmas. Derek walked out of prison 3 days before the holiday. His parents picked him up. I only knew because Derek's father called to tell me. He's staying with us for now, he said, until he gets back on his feet. I thought you should know. Okay, he wants to see the kids for Christmas. No, Melissa, he's their father. He's a man who made choices that destroyed our family. The kids don't want to see him. I'm not gonna force them. Marcus asked about him just last week, asked when Daddy was coming home. And what did you tell him? Silence. Exactly. You told him nothing, because you don't know what to say either. I hung up. That Christmas was different than the previous years. Better, in some ways. I'd started dating someone new. Michael. We'd met through Jennifer. He was her husband's co-worker. Recently divorced with a daughter around Lily's age. We'd been seeing each other for a few months, taking things slow. He came over Christmas Eve, helped me finish decorating, played board games with the kids. Lily liked him, said he was funny. Marcus liked him too, especially when Michael taught him how to build a model rocket. It felt good, normal, like maybe we were building something real. On Christmas night, after the kids were asleep and Michael had gone home, my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. I'm out. I know you don't want to hear from me, but I needed you to know I'm going to do better. I'm going to prove I can change, for you, for the kids, for everyone I hurt. I stared at the message for a long time, then I blocked the number, because I didn't need Derek to prove he could change. I needed him to stay away. A few weeks later, Derek showed up at Marcus's school. He didn't try to take him, didn't approach him, just stood across the street and watched as the kids came out. A teacher noticed, recognized him from the news coverage, called the police. Derek was escorted away and given a warning. I filed for a restraining order the next day. The hearing was quick. I showed the judge the text, the school incident, the pattern of behavior. Derek's lawyer argued that Derek had a right to see his children, that I was being unreasonable. My lawyer countered with everything: the unwanted contact, the violation of boundaries, the fact that his presence traumatized the kids. The judge sided with me. Mr. Patterson, you have supervised visitation rights. You can arrange visits through the proper channels. Showing up at your son's school is not the proper channel. Do you understand? Derek nodded, left the courthouse with his parents. I didn't hear from him again for months. Life moved on. Michael and I got serious, started talking about the future, about what it might look like if we moved in together. The kids loved him, called him Mike, asked when he was coming over next. It felt right in a way my marriage to Derek never had. Easy, honest, no secrets, no lies. We got engaged that fall. Simple proposal at home with the kids present. Lily cried happy tears, said she'd been hoping he'd ask. Marcus high-fived him, said it was about time. We got married that winter. Small ceremony, close friends and family. Jennifer was my maid of honor. Derek found out through the grapevine. Sent me an email. I hope you'll be happy. I hope he treats you better than I did. I hope the kids like him. I hope one day you'll forgive me. I didn't respond because forgiveness wasn't something Derek got to ask for. It was something I gave if and when I was ready, and I wasn't ready. Might never be ready, and that was okay. Life with Michael was different, better. He was present, involved, showed up when he said he would. He went to Marcus's basketball games, helped Lily with her homework, cooked dinner when I worked late. He was what Derek had pretended to be, and the kids thrived. Marcus's grades improved. Lily smiled more, seemed lighter somehow. Dr. Reeves said it was because they finally felt safe again. That consistency and honesty had given them back something Derek had taken away. Amber finished her first year of nursing school, posted about it on Facebook, how hard it was balancing classes and being a mom, but how worth it felt. Sophie was 3 now, starting preschool, smart and happy and full of energy. Sometimes I'd see her photos and feel a pang. This child was technically my kid's half-sister, Derek's daughter, but mostly I just felt glad that Amber had chosen to keep her, that Sophie existed and was loved. Derek tried one more time to be part of our lives. Showed up at Lily's middle school graduation. She was in 8th grade, about to start high school. It was a big moment. I saw him in the crowd before Lily did. My heart stopped. He looked different, thinner, older. Prison had aged him. Security saw him too. He'd violated the restraining order by being there. They removed him before the ceremony even started. He went quietly, didn't make a scene, but Lily had seen. She came running over afterward, upset. Was that Dad? Was he here? He was, but he's gone now. Security took care of it. Why does he keep trying to see us? We don't want to see him. I don't know, honey. Maybe he thinks if he shows up enough times we'll change our minds. That's never going to happen. I know. Derek spent the night in jail, paid a fine, got another warning. His lawyer called me afterward. Mrs. Patterson, my client is desperate to see his children. He understands he made mistakes, but he's trying to make amends. Is there any way? No. If you could just consider. The answer is no. He had chances. Multiple chances. He violated the restraining order multiple times. He doesn't get to see them just because he wants to. What about supervised visitation? Through the courts. Marcus is 11. Lily is 14. They're old enough to decide if they want to see him, and they don't. If Derek wants to petition the court for supervised visits, he can, but I'm not going to force my children to spend time with someone who traumatized them. After that, Derek stopped trying. I heard through his father that he'd moved to another state, started over somewhere no one knew his name, got a job in construction. Good for him. I hoped he stayed there. Marcus graduated high school when he turned 18, got accepted to college on a basketball scholarship. It was a proud moment. My baby boy, all grown up. At the graduation party, he pulled me aside. I invited Dad, he said quietly. I hope that's okay. My heart sank. Why? I don't know. Closure, maybe? I haven't seen him in years. I barely remember him. I needed to see him, to know he's real, and not just this story everyone tells. Did he respond? Yeah, he's coming. He won't sit with us or anything. He'll stay in the back. But I wanted you to know. I nodded, tried to hide my anxiety. Derek came, sat in the very back row, didn't try to approach us. After the ceremony, Marcus went over to talk to him. They spoke for maybe 5 minutes. Michael stayed close to me, holding my hand. You okay? He asked. Yeah, I think so. When Marcus came back, I asked, how was it? Weird. He looks old, tired. What did you talk about? Nothing really. He said he was proud of me, asked about college. I told him where I was going, and he said that was great. Then we ran out of things to say. Are you glad you talked to him? Marcus thought about it. Yeah, I think I needed to see that he's just a person. Not this big scary thing in my head anymore. Just a guy who made bad choices and has to live with them. Pretty mature perspective. I learned from the best. He hugged me, and I realized that was it. That was the victory. Not Derek going to prison. Not winning the divorce. Not any of the external things. The victory was raising kids who understood nuance, who could see people as complicated, who could acknowledge pain without being consumed by it. That was what Derek couldn't take from us. Lily graduated high school 2 years later, got accepted to an art school in the city. She was talented, had always been good at drawing, but in high school she'd really blossomed. Her portfolio was full of powerful pieces, some about trauma, some about healing, some just beautiful for the sake of being beautiful. She didn't invite Derek to her graduation, didn't even consider it. When I asked if she wanted to, she said, no, he doesn't get to be part of my successes. He wasn't there for the hard parts. He doesn't get the good parts either. I understood, respected her choice. After she graduated, she came to me with something. I want to talk to Amber, she said, and Sophie, if that's okay. Why? Because Sophie is technically my half-sister, and I've been thinking about that, about how she's innocent in all of this, and maybe it would be good to know her, not as Dad's daughter, just as a person. We arranged a meeting at a coffee shop, neutral territory. Amber brought Sophie, who was now 7, a bright, chatty little girl who loved dinosaurs and art. Lily and Sophie hit it off immediately, talked about drawing, about favorite colors, about nothing and everything. Amber and I watched them together. Thank you for this, Amber said, for letting them meet. Thank Lily, it was her idea. Still, you could have said no. Yeah, Yeah, but holding on to anger forever doesn't help anyone, and Sophie deserves to know her siblings if they want to know her. Marcus met Sophie a few months later. Was awkward at first. He was 19 and had no idea how to talk to a 7-year-old, but Sophie broke the ice by asking if he could teach her to play basketball. They spent an afternoon in the park. Marcus teaching Sophie to dribble, Sophie laughing every time she missed a shot. It was strange and beautiful and healing in ways I hadn't expected. Now, 10 years after everything fell apart, I'm sitting in my kitchen drinking coffee. Michael is making breakfast. The smell of bacon fills the house. The kids are both off at college. Marcus is in his junior year. Lily is in her second year of art school. The house is quiet, peaceful. I still think about those days sometimes. The discovery, the confrontation, the arrest, the trial, but they don't hurt the way they used to. They're just part of my story now, part of what made me who I am. Stronger, wiser, less willing to accept less than I deserve. Jennifer still tells me I should write a book, that my story could help other women. Maybe someday I will. Amber is a nurse now, works at the Children's Hospital, engaged to a paramedic named Ryan, who treats Sophie like his own daughter. They're getting married next summer. I'm invited to the wedding. I'm going to go. Sophie is doing well. Smart kid. Wants to be a scientist when she grows up. She knows Derek is her father. Amber told her when she was old enough to understand, but she doesn't have a relationship with him. He sends cards sometimes, Amber told me recently. On her birthday, holidays, she reads them but doesn't respond. How does she feel about him? Curious, I think, but not ready to meet him. Maybe someday, or maybe not. It's her choice. Derek is still out there somewhere, living in another state, working, trying to rebuild. I don't wish him harm, but I don't wish him well either. He's just gone. A chapter that's closed, and I'm okay with that. More than okay. Last month, Marcus brought his girlfriend home for Thanksgiving. A sweet girl named Vanessa who's studying engineering. Lily came home too. Brought her portfolio to show us her latest work. We sat around the table. Me, Michael, the kids, Vanessa, Michael's daughter Emma who's become close with Lily, and I looked around at this family we'd built. Not the family I'd planned, but the family I had. And it was good. Better than good. It was real. Honest. Built on truth instead of lies. Sometimes people ask me if I regret how I handled things, if I wish I'd done it differently. The answer is no. I did what I had to do, what felt right. I protected Amber, protected my kids, protected myself, and in the end, that's what matters. Not revenge, not punishment, just protection, just survival, just building something new from the ashes of something broken. The house is mine now, really mine. I repainted the bedroom years ago, got rid of Derek's office, turned it into a reading room with big windows and comfortable chairs. Michael added bookshelves, made it cozy. Sometimes I sit in there with a cup of tea and look out the window and think about how different my life is now. Better different, harder different in some ways, but mine, all mine. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Lily. Love you, Mom. Thanks for always protecting us, even when it was hard. I smile. Type back. Love you too, baby. Always. And I mean it, because that's what this was all about. Not destroying Derek, not getting revenge. It was about protecting the people I loved, and I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. The sun is coming up. Michael hands me a plate of eggs and bacon. What are you thinking about? He asks. Just how far we've come. He kisses the top of my head. We've come pretty far. Yeah, I say, we really have. And that's my story. That's how I went from being the perfect wife to the woman who sent her husband to prison. I don't regret it, not even a little bit, because sometimes the bravest thing you can do is burn down everything you built and start over. And sometimes that's exactly what you need to do to survive.
My parents called me their bad luck. When I left, I took all my luck with me. I grew up being told I was the reason everything went wrong in my family. My parents had my older brother first, and he was perfect. Good grades, good behavior, good at sports. Then they had me 3 years later, and according to them, that's when their luck ran out. My dad lost his job 6 months after I was born. My mom got into a car accident when I was 2. My grandmother died when I was 4. The family dog ran away when I was 5. Every bad thing that happened got pinned on me like I had some kind of curse attached to my existence. My mom started saying it as a joke at first. She'd laugh and call me her little storm cloud. Then it stopped being a joke. By the time I was 10, my parents openly blamed me for their problems. If the bill was higher than expected, it was because I was in the house using too much electricity. If something broke, it was because my bad energy made things fall apart. If my dad didn't get a promotion, it was because he had the burden of raising an unlucky child. My brother picked up on it and started calling me Jinx. The name stuck all through middle school and high school. I believed them for a long time. I thought maybe I really was cursed. I apologized constantly for things that weren't my fault. I tried to make myself small and invisible so my bad luck wouldn't spread. I got good grades hoping that would prove I wasn't a burden. I got a job at 16 and paid for my own clothes and school supplies so they couldn't say I was draining their money. Nothing I did changed how they saw me. When I was 17, my brother got accepted to a good college. My parents threw him a huge party and invited all their friends. They bragged about how he was going to be successful and make them proud. When I got accepted to the same college a year later with a better scholarship, my mom said it probably wouldn't last because things always fell apart for me. My dad said I should go to community college instead and save them the embarrassment when I inevitably failed. I went anyway. I left home at 18 with 2 suitcases and a bank account I'd been secretly filling for years. My parents didn't help me move. My brother didn't say goodbye. My mom told me to call when I needed to come home because she knew I would. I didn't call. College was hard, but not because of bad luck. It was hard because I had to unlearn everything my parents taught me about myself. I made friends for the first time. Real friends who didn't treat me like a curse. I joined clubs and studied things I actually cared about. I failed a test once and my roommate said it was okay and we'd study harder next time. She didn't blame me for ruining anything. She just helped me do better. I graduated with honors. I got a job at an architecture firm in a city 4 hours from my hometown. I worked my way up for 5 years and became a project manager. I bought a small condo with my own money. I adopted a cat who didn't run away. I dated someone who actually liked being around me. Everything my parents said would fall apart stayed together because I built it myself without their voices in my head. Meanwhile, things got worse at home. My dad's drinking caught up with him and he lost another job. My mom's health declined because she refused to see doctors until problems became emergencies. My brother dropped out of college after 2 years and moved back home. He couldn't hold down a job and spent most of his time playing video games in his childhood bedroom. The golden child turned out to be fool's gold. They never connected the dots. They kept waiting for me to fail. My mom would call once a year on my birthday and ask how I was holding up. She said it like she expected me to be struggling. When I told her I got promoted, she said I shouldn't get too comfortable because good things don't last for people like me. When I told her I bought my condo, she asked how much debt I was in. When I told her I was happy, she laughed and said, "Give it time." I stopped telling her things. I stopped calling back. 3 years ago, my brother needed surgery and my parents couldn't afford it. My dad called me for the first time in years. He didn't ask how I was doing. He just said they needed money, and since I apparently had so much of it now, I should share with the family who raised me. I stare at my phone for 20 minutes after hanging up, my hands still shaking from hearing my father's voice demand money like I owe them something. The number 15,000 keeps repeating in my head like a broken record. 3 years of silence, and this is what breaks it. Not an apology or even a hello, just a dollar amount and the expectation that I'll pay it. My chest feels tight in a way I haven't experienced since I left home. That same crushing feeling of being blamed for existing. I set the phone down on the coffee table and watch it like it might ring again, like he might call back to say something worse. The living room gets darker as the sun sets and I don't bother turning on the lights. My cat jumps onto the couch next to me and I scratch behind her ears automatically, focusing on the soft fur instead of the anger building in my throat. Cillian comes home from work around 6:30 and finds me sitting in the same spot, still holding my phone even though I'd put it down earlier. I must have picked it back up without realizing. He drops his bag by the door and I watch his face change as he takes in the dark room and my expression. I tell him about the call and the words come out flat and mechanical, like I'm reading a grocery list instead of explaining how my father just demanded money after years of treating me like I was cursed. Cillian sits down next to me and his jaw tightens in that way it does when he's angry but trying not to show it. He asks what my dad said exactly, and I repeat the conversation word for word because it's burned into my memory already. His face shifts from concern to something harder, protective, and somehow that makes me feel less crazy for being this upset. He asks if I'm okay, and the question makes me pause because I don't actually know the answer. Part of me wants to scream, part of me feels guilty for even being angry, and another part just feels sad and tired. I tell him I'm not sure, and he nods like that makes perfect sense. We sit in silence for a few minutes, and I try to sort through what I'm feeling. The anger makes sense. They called after 3 years just to ask for money. But the guilt confuses me. This nagging voice saying maybe I should help because he's family. Maybe refusing makes me just as bad as them. Then there's the sadness underneath it all. This heavy realization that this is what our relationship has become. That they only reach out when they need something from me. I grab my phone and pull up my therapist's contact information. My hands shake a little as I dial and I get Milena's voicemail because it's after office hours. I leave a message asking if she has any emergency slots this week because I can feel old patterns trying to crawl back into my brain. The voice in my head sounds exactly like my mother, telling me I'm being selfish, that family helps family, that good daughters don't abandon their brothers when they need surgery. I hate that voice, and I hate that it still has power over me after all these years. I hang up and tell Cillian I called my therapist and he squeezes my hand, says that's a good idea. That night I lie in bed staring at the ceiling while Cillian sleeps next to me. My brain won't shut off, just keeps cycling through memories I thought I'd dealt with already. I remember being 6 years old and my dad losing another job, how my mom said it was because having me around made him stressed and distracted. I was 6 months old when he lost the first job, and somehow that was my fault too. I remember the car accident when I was 2. How my mom told the story for years about how she was distracted thinking about me in the back seat and didn't see the other car. I remember my grandmother dying of cancer when I was 4, and my parents talking about bad luck following our family, looking at me when they said it like I'd personally given her the disease. The memories keep coming, each one a little cut that never quite healed, and I realize I'm crying without making any sound. Milena's office calls back the next morning while I'm getting ready for work. Her receptionist says she had a cancellation at 2 in the afternoon if I can make it. I call in sick to work, something I never do, and spend the morning pacing around my condo trying to distract myself. I clean the kitchen that's already clean. I organize my bookshelf by color, then by author, then back to color. I start 3 different shows on streaming and can't focus on any of them. When it's finally time to leave, I get to her office 15 minutes early and sit in my car rehearsing what I want to say. I walk into her office feeling like I've gone backwards in time, like I'm the anxious 23-year-old who first started therapy instead of the 28-year-old who thought she had her life together. Milena gestures to the familiar chair and I sit down, already feeling tears building up. She asks what happened and I tell her about the call, about my father's voice after 3 years, about the money demand, about all of it. The words pour out for 15 minutes straight and she just listens, occasionally nodding, letting me get it all out. When I finally stop talking, she waits a moment, then asks what I actually want to do. Not what I think I should do or what would make me a good person, but what I genuinely want. I admit I've already looked up Curtis's condition online, spent an hour last night reading medical websites about the surgery he needs. It's real and it's necessary, and without it, he could have serious complications. But I also know my parents have let him live at home rent-free for years, playing video games in his childhood bedroom while they paid for everything. They never made him get a job with insurance, never pushed him to be independent like they pushed me out the door at 18. I paid for my own clothes and school supplies at 16 while he's 31 and they still do his laundry. Milena asks why Curtis doesn't have insurance, and the question makes me stop and think. I realize it's because he's never held a job long enough to qualify for benefits. He's worked maybe 6 months total in the last 5 years, always quitting or getting fired, always moving back home where my parents enable him. They let him stay dependent while they blamed me for being a burden when I was literally a child. The double standard sits heavy in my chest. I was paying my own way as a teenager, and he's in his 30s getting supported completely. But somehow I'm the one who gets the call demanding money. We spend the next 30 minutes talking about the difference between helping family in an actual crisis versus rewarding the same broken patterns that made me leave in the first place. Milena points out that giving them money without any conditions would just confirm their belief that I exist to solve their problems, that I'm responsible for fixing everything that goes wrong in their lives. She asks what message it sends if I hand over $15,000 after they spent years telling me I was the source of all their bad luck. I hadn't thought about it that way, but she's right. It would be like agreeing with them, like accepting that I do owe them something for the burden of raising their cursed daughter. I leave therapy with homework to write down exactly what I'm willing to offer and what my boundaries are before I respond to my father. The idea of setting terms instead of just saying yes or no feels strange and scary and maybe a little powerful. Milena reminds me that I get to decide what kind of relationship I have with them, that I don't have to accept the role they assigned me. I drive home thinking about what reasonable help might actually look like, something that doesn't make me feel like I'm betraying myself, but also doesn't completely abandon Curtis when he's sick. That night, Cillian gets home around 7 and finds me sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop open and a notebook covered in scribbled thoughts. He sets down his work bag and comes over to kiss the top of my head before asking what I want for dinner. I tell him I don't really care, and he suggests we order from the Thai place down the street since neither of us feels like cooking. While we wait for the food to arrive, he sits across from me and asks how I'm doing with everything. I close my laptop and admit I've been going in circles all day trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. He reaches across the table and takes my hand, reminding me there might not be a clear right answer, but that doesn't mean I can't set boundaries around what I'm willing to offer. The food arrives and we eat at the table instead of in front of the TV like we usually do. Between bites of pad thai, I tell him I keep thinking about Curtis actually needing the surgery, and how it feels wrong to just ignore that completely. Cillian nods and says he gets it, that wanting to help doesn't make me responsible for fixing everything my parents have messed up. He suggests maybe I could help Curtis directly with finding resources instead of just handing money to my parents who haven't managed their finances well in decades. The idea clicks something into place in my brain. I could research hospital payment plans and financial assistance programs, maybe even help Curtis apply for medical assistance if he qualifies. That feels different from writing a check to my father and pretending it will solve anything long-term. Cillian points out that way I'd be helping Curtis get the medical care he needs without enabling my parents to avoid taking any responsibility for how they got here. am willing to help Curtis research hospital financial assistance programs and payment plan options. I spend an hour rewording sentences and taking out anything that sounds defensive or like I'm justifying myself. By lunch, I have something that feels clear and firm without being mean. I save it as a draft instead of sending it right away because I want to read it again tomorrow with fresh eyes. Sunday, I read through it twice and make a few small changes. Cillian reads it over my shoulder and says it sounds reasonable and compassionate while still protecting my boundaries. I move my cursor to the send button and hesitate. Part of me knows sending this will probably make my parents angry. They want money with no strings attached, and I'm offering something different. But I also know that if I just give them what they want, I'll resent myself, and nothing will actually change. I take a breath and click send before I can second-guess myself again. Monday afternoon, my phone rings while I'm reviewing blueprints at work, and I see my mother's name on the screen. My stomach drops because I wasn't expecting her to call. I should let it go to voicemail, but some old instinct makes me answer. Before I can even say hello, she launches in about how she can't believe I would be so ungrateful after everything they did raising me. Her voice has that sharp edge that used to make me want to disappear when I was younger. She says they sacrificed so much for me and my brother, and this is how I repay them. I try to interrupt to explain that I offered to help, but she talks right over me. She brings up the email and says they don't need my charity, they need family loyalty. The word loyalty coming from her mouth almost makes me laugh, except it also makes my chest hurt. I spent my whole childhood being loyal to people who blamed me for existing. I managed to get a few words in about wanting to help Curtis find financial assistance, and she cuts me off again, saying that's not real help. Real help would be writing a check and trusting them to handle it. I can hear my father saying something in the background, but can't make out the words. My mother switches tactics and starts listing all the times I failed them growing up. She brings up the time I got a B in math in 6th grade like it was some massive disappointment instead of a normal grade. She mentions the school play I didn't get cast in 8th grade as evidence I wasn't trying hard enough. She twists every normal childhood moment into proof that I was defective somehow. I feel myself getting quieter on the phone. My response is getting shorter. It's like I'm 14 again, sitting at the kitchen table while she explains why the broken dishwasher is somehow connected to my bad energy. I hate that I'm falling into this pattern, but I can't seem to stop myself from shrinking. Then she says something that makes my whole body go still. She tells me I probably have plenty of money to spare since I don't have kids draining my resources like Curtis drained theirs. The casual way she blames a child for being born and needing things breaks something loose in my chest. I actually laugh out loud, and it surprises both of us. The laugh isn't happy, it's the sound of something finally snapping after being bent too far for too long. She asks what's so funny in this cold voice, and I tell her that's exactly the problem. She's still blaming other people for her own choices, and I'm done being part of that. My voice shakes, but I keep talking. I say I spent my whole life being blamed for things I couldn't control, and I'm not doing it anymore. She tries to interrupt like she always does, but this time I don't let her. I talk over her and explain that I'll help Curtis directly with finding resources and payment options, but I won't hand over money to enable them to keep refusing to take responsibility for their situation. I can hear my father yelling something in the background about disrespectful children and ungrateful daughters. My mother's voice shifts from angry to ice cold in a way that used to terrify me as a kid. She says fine, they'll figure it out themselves like they always have to. No thanks to me. She hangs up before I can say anything else, and I'm left standing in my office holding my phone with my hand shaking. I walk to the bathroom and lock myself in a stall for 10 minutes trying to get my breathing under control. My whole body feels like it's vibrating with adrenaline and anger and something that might be pride. I actually stood up to her. I said things I've thought for years, but never had the courage to say out loud. When I finally come out, I wash my face with cold water and go back to my desk. I can't focus on work for the rest of the afternoon. Cillian finds me that evening sitting on the couch staring at nothing. He sits down next to me, and I immediately start crying these angry, frustrated tears that I've been holding in since the phone call ended. He pulls me against his chest and just holds me while I cry. When I can finally talk, I tell him about the call, and how my mother brought up every childhood failing like I was on trial. I tell him about the comment about kids draining resources, and how something just broke in me, hearing her blame Curtis for existing the same way she blamed me. Cillian runs his hand through my hair and says, setting boundaries doesn't make me a bad person. He reminds me that they called asking for help, but the second I offered help that came with any conditions, they rejected it. They wanted me to fix their problem without them having to change anything about how they operate. I know he's right, but it still hurts. Some part of me kept hoping they might surprise me and actually hear what I was saying. Instead, they proved they're exactly who I've always known them to be. I spend the next day drafting an email to Curtis. I find his old address in my contacts from years ago and stare at the blank message for 20 minutes trying to figure out what to say. I delete 3 different versions before settling on something short and practical. I write that I want to help him directly with researching hospital payment plans and financial assistance programs. I list a few specific resources I found online and offer to help him apply for them. I don't mention our parents or the phone call or any of the family drama. I keep it focused on the actual problem instead of all the emotions around it. My finger hovers over the send button for another 5 minutes before I finally click it. The email disappears and I immediately wonder if the address even works anymore, or if it'll just bounce back. I check my email obsessively for the next 3 days. Every notification makes my stomach jump, even when it's just work stuff or spam. I keep my phone next to me constantly and wake up in the middle of the night to see if he responded. Cillian notices me checking my phone at dinner and asks if I'm expecting something important. I tell him about the email and he squeezes my hand across the table without saying anything. On the third day, I get a response. Curtis writes back with just a few sentences thanking me for offering, but saying our parents already found another solution. He doesn't explain what solution they found or where the money came from. I read the message 5 times looking for hidden meaning or subtext, but it's just straightforward and brief. I feel this weird mix of relief that I don't have to get more involved and guilt that maybe I should have just given them the money. I hate that I'm still second-guessing myself about people who have never second-guessed treating me badly. My therapy appointment with Milena is 2 days later, and I bring up the phone call immediately. She listens while I recount the whole conversation, including the part where my mother listed all my childhood failures like evidence in a trial. Milena asks me to notice how I responded during different parts of the call, and I realize I got quieter and quieter as my mother talked. I fell right back into that pattern of just accepting whatever she said and getting smaller. I apologized for things that weren't my fault, just like I did when I was 10 years old. Milena points out that I also broke the pattern by speaking up at the end. She says the fact that I regressed initially doesn't erase the fact that I found my voice and set a boundary. I tell her it doesn't feel like enough because I still let her talk to me that way for most of the call. Milena reminds me that changing patterns takes time, and I shouldn't expect myself to be perfect at it immediately. She asks what I learned from the interaction, and I say, I learned my mother will never see me differently, no matter what I accomplish. Milena nods and says, that's actually important information, because now I can stop trying to prove myself to someone who refuses to see the proof. I spend the rest of the week checking my phone constantly, even though Curtis already responded. I keep expecting my parents to call back with more demands or anger, but there's nothing. The silence feels almost worse than another fight because it confirms what I already suspected. They were interested in my money, not in having any kind of relationship with me. If they actually cared about me as a person, they would have followed up or at least pretended to care how I was doing. Instead, they got told no and just disappeared again. I tell Milena about this in our next session, and she asks how that makes me feel. I say it makes me sad but also kind of free because now I don't have to wonder anymore if they might change. Work becomes the place where I can stop thinking about all of it. I throw myself into a new project designing a community center and spend hours at my desk working through details. I stay late 3 nights in a row and come in early twice. Joachim stops by my office on Friday afternoon and comments that I've been putting in a lot of extra hours lately. He asks if everything is okay and suggests I take a day off next week. I realize I've been using work to avoid dealing with my feelings about the whole family situation. I thank him and promise to take Monday off, even though the idea of having a whole day with nothing to distract me sounds awful. Alyssa catches me in the break room that afternoon and asks if I want to grab lunch. We go to a place down the street and order salads that we both barely touch while I tell her everything. I explain about being the family scapegoat and my brother's surgery and my father's call demanding money. I tell her about the phone call with my mother and how I finally stood up to her but still feel guilty. Alyssa listens without interrupting, and when I finish, she tells me she's been no contact with her father for 6 years. She says the guilt never completely goes away, but it does get easier over time. She explains that her father was controlling and manipulative and cutting him off was the healthiest thing she ever did for herself. Hearing someone I respect professionally talk about having similar family problems makes me feel less alone. Alyssa says something that really sticks with me. She tells me that choosing yourself isn't selfish when the alternative is setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. I know it's kind of a common saying, but hearing it from her makes it feel more real. She's successful and respected and clearly has her life together, and she made the same choice I'm making. That makes me feel like maybe I'm not broken or wrong for protecting myself from my parents. We finish lunch and go back to work, but I keep thinking about what she said. Maybe taking care of myself isn't the same thing as being a bad daughter. Maybe my parents made it impossible to do both. That night, I dig out an old journal from college that my therapist back then had me keep. I haven't written in it for years, but something makes me want to start again. I sit down with a pen and start writing out the whole pattern of blame from when I was born until now. I list specific incidents and see how they all connect into this system where nothing was ever my parents' fault. Every job loss and money problem and family issue got blamed on me or later on Curtis. I write write about how they never took responsibility for their drinking, or their refusal to see doctors, or their poor financial choices. Seeing it all laid out on paper helps me understand it as a pattern, instead of just random bad moments. It wasn't about me being unlucky or cursed. It was about them needing someone to blame so they didn't have to look at themselves. Cillian suggests we take a weekend trip to get away from everything. He finds a tiny cottage on the coast and books it for the following weekend. We drive out Friday after work, and I feel some of the tension leave my shoulders as we get further from the city. The cottage is small and old, but right on the beach. I spend Saturday morning walking along the sand by myself while Cillian sleeps in. The ocean is cold and gray, and the wind whips my hair around, but I keep walking. I think about how the physical distance from my hometown mirrors the emotional distance I'm trying to keep. Being 4 hours away isn't enough sometimes. I need to be here where they can't reach me and where I can hear myself think. Walking on the beach, I have this moment of clarity that feels obvious but also new. My parents' whole narrative about me being bad luck was never actually about me. I was 6 months old when my dad lost his job. I was 2 when my mom got in a car accident. I didn't cause those things. But it was easier for them to blame a baby than admit my dad got fired for performance issues, or my mom was driving distracted. Every bad thing that happened after that got added to the story because they needed the story to be true. If I was the problem, then they didn't have to change anything about themselves. They could keep making poor financial decisions and refusing to deal with their health and blaming it all on their unlucky daughter. The realization doesn't make it hurt less, but it does make it make sense. It was never about me. It was always about them. I get back to my condo and dig through my contacts until I find Hallie's number. We haven't talked in months because life got busy and we both kept meaning to call but never did. She answers on the third ring, sounding surprised and happy to hear from me. We spend the first 10 minutes catching up on basic stuff like her new job and my promotion and how her cat is doing. Then I tell her about the whole situation with my parents calling for money and Curtis's surgery and how I'm trying to figure out what I owe them after everything. Hallie listens without interrupting, and when I finish, she reminds me of freshman year when I apologized to our dorm neighbor for breathing too loud. She says I used to apologize for existing, and now I'm setting boundaries with people who spent 18 years making me feel worthless. She tells me she's proud of how far I've come, and I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that until the words hit me. We talk for another hour about everything and nothing, and it feels good to just exist with someone who knew me when I was still learning how to be a person. Near the end of the call, Hallie mentions she's getting engaged next month and planning a spring wedding. She asks if I'll be in the wedding party, and I say yes immediately without thinking about it. The request fills me with this pure joy that has nothing to do with my family drama. This is my life now. These are the people who chose me, and I chose them back. After we hang up, I sit on my couch feeling lighter than I have in weeks. The next day, I'm cleaning out my closet looking for a jacket I haven't worn in years when I find a cardboard box shoved in the back corner. Inside are old family photos my mom gave me when I moved out. Pictures from childhood I never looked at because they made me feel weird. I pull them out one by one and spread them across my bed. There's me at 5 years old at a birthday party looking at the camera with this sad expression, even though everyone around me is smiling. Me at 8 in a school photo with my shoulders hunched like I'm trying to disappear. Me at 12 standing next to Curtis at some family gathering while he grins and I look at the ground. In every single photo I can see it now. The sadness in my eyes even during supposedly happy moments. I was carrying their blame before I even understood what it meant. I sort through the whole box and keep only 3 photos. Ones where I'm alone or with friends from high school who actually liked me. The rest go into a donation bag because I don't need physical reminders of a childhood I've spent years trying to unlearn. At my next session with Milena, she asks what I want my relationship with my family to look like going forward. The question catches me off guard because I've been so focused on what I don't want that I haven't thought about what I do want. I sit there for a full minute trying to figure out how to answer. Finally, I tell her I don't want no contact forever, because that feels like letting them win in a different way. But I also can't go back to accepting their version of reality where everything wrong in their lives is somehow my fault. Milena nods and suggests we practice potential future interactions, so I can maintain boundaries without getting defensive or trying to change their minds. We spend the rest of the session role-playing different scenarios. Milena plays my mother accusing me of abandoning the family, and I practice responding calmly without explaining myself or arguing. It's way harder than I expected. Every time Milena throws an accusation at me in my mother's voice, I feel myself getting smaller and quieter like I'm 15 again. We run through the same conversation 5 times before I can get through it without either shutting down or getting angry. Milena tells me that's normal, that years of conditioning don't disappear just because I understand them now. That night, I sit down with my laptop and start writing a letter I don't plan to send. I write out everything I wish I could say to my parents about the damage their scapegoating caused. I write about about being 10 years old and believing I was cursed, about paying for my own school supplies at 16 because I didn't want to be a burden, about graduating college with honors and still waiting for them to be proud of me, about building a whole life 4 hours away because I couldn't breathe in their house anymore. The letter ends up being 4 pages long, and when I finish writing it, I feel this pressure release in my chest that I didn't know I was holding. I save it in a folder on my computer and close the laptop. A month passes with no contact from my parents, and I almost forget about the whole thing. Then Curtis emails me out of nowhere with a brief update that his surgery went well, and he's recovering at home. The email is only 3 sentences long, but at the end he adds this awkward line thanking me for offering to help, even though they ended up not needing it. It's the closest thing to an apology I've ever gotten from him, and I read it 5 times trying to figure out if I'm reading too much into it. I wait a day before responding so I don't seem too eager. I write back saying I'm glad he's okay, and that I'm here if he ever wants to talk. No pressure. I keep it short and leave the door open for future contact without pushing him. Building some kind of relationship with Curtis separate from our parents feels possible in a way reconciling with them doesn't. He's starting to see things differently, and maybe that's enough for now. At work the following week, Joachim calls me into his office, and I spend the whole walk there wondering what I did wrong. Instead, he tells me I'm being assigned to lead a major project designing a new public library downtown. It's the biggest project of my career so far, and I just stand there staring at him trying to process the information. Joachim says I earned it through 5 years of consistent, excellent work, and he trusts me to handle it. I actually let myself believe him instead of waiting for the other shoe to drop, or for him to realize he made a mistake. The project consumes my focus for the next few weeks in the best way possible. I'm using skills I've developed over years of pushing myself to prove I wasn't cursed or unlucky or whatever my parents called me. I work late most nights sketching ideas and meeting with the design team and presenting concepts to the client. Halfway through a presentation, I catch myself thinking my parents would probably say, "This success won't last," that something will fall apart because that's what happens to me. Then I consciously choose to ignore that voice and keep talking about load-bearing walls and natural light optimization. The client loves the design. Joachim walks me back to my desk after the presentation and mentions that the team wants to grab drinks Friday to celebrate landing the project. I tell him I'll be there, feeling this weird mix of pride and disbelief that I'm leading something this big. Cillian texts me that afternoon asking how the presentation went, and I send back 3 celebration emojis because I don't trust myself to put it into words without sounding too excited. He responds immediately saying we should do something special this weekend. 2 days later, he tells me he made reservations at that Italian place downtown and invited Alyssa plus a few people from my office. I spend 20 minutes staring at my closet trying to figure out what to wear to a celebration dinner for my own success, which feels ridiculous but also kind of nice. We meet at the restaurant Friday night, and there's this moment when I walk in and see everyone already sitting at a table waiting for me. Alyssa waves me over and Cillian pulls out my chair like this is some kind of formal event. Joachim ordered appetizers for the table and keeps talking about how impressed the client was with my presentation. I sit there listening to people I work with every day say genuinely nice things about my work, and it hits me that this is what normal feels like. Nobody's waiting for me to fail. Nobody's making jokes about how long my luck will last. These people actually like having me around and think I'm good at what I do. Alyssa raises her glass and says something about how she knew I'd be running projects within a year of mentoring me. The whole table toasts, and I have to blink back tears because I've never had people celebrate me like this. My parents threw my brother a huge party when he got into college, but told me not to make a big deal about my scholarship. This dinner with work friends means more to me than any family gathering ever did. The next week, my phone reminds me it's my mother's birthday. I stare at the notification for a solid minute before swiping it away. Every single year since I left home, I've called her on her birthday, even when she barely acknowledged mine. This year, I don't pick up the phone. I feel guilty for about an hour, that old familiar knot in my stomach that says I'm being a bad daughter. Then I remember she didn't call on my last birthday, breaking her yearly pattern of checking in to see if I'd failed yet. She couldn't even bother with her usual concerned voice asking how I was holding up. The guilt fades pretty quick after that. I spend the rest of the day working on project plans, and don't think about her again until Cillian asks that evening if I talk to my family. I tell him no, and he just nods, squeezes my hand, doesn't push me to explain. My next session with Milena happens 2 weeks later instead of our usual weekly schedule. She suggested spacing them out since I've been doing better, and I agreed, even though part of me still wants that weekly check-in. We spend the first few minutes catching up on the project and the dinner and my mother's birthday. Milena leans back in her chair and says something that catches me off guard. She tells me I'm not just surviving anymore, I'm actually doing well, building a life based on what I value instead of just reacting to my family's rejection. I sit with that for a minute because she's right. The condo, the job, the relationship with Cillian, the of it happened because I was running away from my parents. It happened because I chose it. I built it on purpose. Milena asks how that feels, and I tell her it feels weird and good and sometimes scary because there's this voice in my head that still expects it all to fall apart. She reminds me that voice belongs to my mother, not to me, and I get to decide whether to listen to it. 3 weeks after that, I get a text from an unknown number. I almost delete it thinking it's spam, but something makes me open it. The message says it's Curtis and asks if we could meet for coffee when he's in my city next week for a follow-up appointment. My immediate reaction is this spike of anxiety that surprises me. I thought I was past caring what my brother thought. I stare at the message for 10 minutes trying to figure out what he wants. Part of me wants to ignore it, but another part is curious about why he's reaching out now. I text back saying, sure, we can meet at a coffee shop near the hospital, somewhere public where I can leave if it gets weird. He responds with a thumbs up emoji and a time. I spend the next week wondering if I made a mistake agreeing to this. Curtis shows up looking healthier than I've seen him in years. He's gained some weight back and doesn't have that gray, exhausted look he had when I saw him at the hospital. We order coffee and sit at a corner table, and the first 10 minutes are so awkward I almost regret coming. He asks about work, and I give short answers. I ask about his recovery, and he does the same. We're dancing around whatever he actually wants to say. Then he puts his cup down and looks at me directly for the first time. He tells me he's been thinking a lot during recovery about how our family worked, how things went down when we were kids. He says he's starting to see things differently now that he's had time away from the house. I don't say anything, just wait for him to keep talking. He mentions how our parents freaked out when he needed surgery, how they couldn't handle the stress of actually having to take care of someone. He watched them scramble and panic and blame everyone but themselves for not having money saved. It made him realize some things he didn't want to see before. He doesn't give me a full apology, and I don't expect one. What he does say is that he knows he benefited from being the golden child while I got blamed for everything. He admits he went along with it because it was easier than questioning them. He says watching our parents scramble for money and fall apart over his medical bills made him realize they're not actually good at taking care of anyone, including themselves. They just needed someone to blame, and I was convenient. I appreciate his honesty more than I expected to. I don't need him to completely reject our parents or validate every single thing I went through. Just hearing him acknowledge that the family dynamic was messed up and he played a role in it feels like enough. We end up talking for almost 2 hours, way longer than I planned. We talk about college and how he dropped out, about the years he spent in their house playing video games because he didn't know what else to do. He asks about my life now and actually listens when I tell him about the architecture firm and Cillian and my condo. Before we leave, we agree to stay in touch. Maybe build something new instead of trying to fix a sibling relationship that never really existed in the first place. Near the end of our conversation, Curtis mentions he's finally looking for a real job. He's been applying to places and has a few interviews lined up. He says our parents are upset about him wanting to move out, that they keep telling him he's not ready or he should save money first. I realize sitting there listening to him that they need someone to manage and control. When I left, they still had Curtis, but now that he's getting healthier and wanting independence, they're losing their grip. Without me there to blame, Curtis became the target in different ways. Not the scapegoat exactly, but the project, the person they could hover over and make decisions for. He's starting to see it now and wants out. After Curtis leaves, I sit in my car for a few minutes before driving home. Then I call Milena, even though it's not our session day. She answers and I tell her about the meeting, about everything Curtis said. I'm surprised by how much lighter I feel. Having Curtis acknowledge even part of the family dysfunction makes me feel less crazy about my decision to distance myself. Milena says that makes sense, that sometimes having one person validate your experience can shift everything. She asks how I feel about staying in touch with him, and I tell her cautiously hopeful. I don't expect him to become my best friend or anything, but having one family member who's willing to be honest feels like something worth keeping. That night, Cillian asks if I think my parents will ever change. We're sitting on the couch with my cat curled up between us, and he's asking the question carefully like he's not sure if I want to talk about it. I think about it for a real minute before answering. I tell him I've stopped needing them to change. Whether they grow or learn or stay exactly the same doesn't have to determine my peace anymore. I built a life without them, and it's good. If they want to be part of it someday, they'll have to meet me where I am instead of expecting me to shrink back into the role they assigned me. Cillian nods and pulls me closer, and we sit there in comfortable silence. The cat stretches and digs her claws into my leg, and I don't even mind. Because this moment right here, this quiet evening in my own home with someone who loves me, and a pet who didn't run away, this is the life I chose, and it's enough. The holidays sneak up faster than I expect. November arrives with cold mornings and early darkness, and suddenly everyone at work is talking about Thanksgiving plans. Cillian asks what I want want to do, and I realize for the first time in my life, I don't have to dread the obligatory phone call home or feel guilty for not showing up. I tell him I want to host something at our place, invite people who actually want to be around us. He grins and starts making a list of friends to invite. We spend a week planning the menu and cleaning the condo, and I catch myself actually excited instead of anxious. Alyssa brings wine and homemade rolls. 2 of Cillian's co-workers show up with desserts. My cat hides under the bed for the first hour, then slowly creeps out to investigate all the new people. We crowd around my small dining table that barely fits everyone, and pass dishes family style, and it feels warm and real in a way holidays at my parents' house never did. Halfway through dinner, Alyssa refills her wine glass and asks how I'm doing with all this, gesturing at the table like she means more than just the food. I take a minute to think about my answer because she deserves honesty. I tell her I'm sad about what could have been, about the family I should have had but didn't. But I'm not willing to sacrifice my well-being anymore for people who refuse to see me clearly. She raises her glass and says, that's the healthiest thing she's heard all year. Everyone else raises their glasses too, and we toast to chosen family and new traditions. And I feel something settle in my chest that's been unsettled for years. My phone buzzes during dessert and I almost ignore it, but something makes me check. It's a text from Curtis. Just a few words saying he's thinking of me and hopes I'm having a good day. Nothing elaborate or emotional, just brief and genuine. I stare at the message for a long moment, then save it to a folder I've started keeping of the few good family moments I have. It's not much, but it's real, and that matters more than I expected it to. I text back a simple thanks and same to you, then put my phone away and rejoin the conversation. Cillian catches my eye across the table and I smile at him, feeling hopeful about having at least one family connection that isn't built on blame and dysfunction. Work picks up the week after Thanksgiving as we push toward the project launch deadline. I spend long hours at the office finalizing details and coordinating with contractors, and somehow it all comes together better than I imagined. The community center opens in early December, and the local architecture magazine sends someone to photograph it and interview me about the design process. When the article comes out 2 weeks later, Joachim frames it and hangs it in my office without asking. He just walks in one morning with the framed magazine page and a drill and puts it on the wall across from my desk. I stare at it for a solid minute, reading my own name in print next to photos of something I created. Joachim tells me to let myself feel proud without qualifying it with worry about what might go wrong next. I nod and actually try to do that, sitting with the accomplishment instead of immediately looking for ways it might fall apart. My next session with Milena happens a few days before Christmas. We've been meeting every other week since the whole Curtis surgery situation, but she opens this session by asking if I think I'm ready to reduce to monthly check-ins. The question catches me off guard. I think about the past few months and realize the family crisis didn't destroy the stability I've built. I handled it without falling apart, or reverting to old patterns for more than brief moments. I tell Milena yes, I think I'm ready, and she smiles like she already knew my answer. We spend the rest of the session talking about what monthly check-ins will look like, and what warning signs to watch for that might mean I need more frequent support again. Walking out of her office, I feel proud in a different way than the magazine article. This pride is quieter and deeper, about emotional work nobody sees, but that matters just as much. Cillian and I are washing dishes one night when he brings up the future in a way that feels different from our usual vague planning. He asks if I've thought about getting engaged, and my immediate reaction is to check myself for panic about cursing our relationship. But the panic doesn't come. I dry a plate and tell him honestly that I have thought about it and I don't feel scared anymore. I've learned my presence in people's lives isn't a burden but a gift. He stops washing and looks at me with this expression I can't quite name, and says we should talk seriously about it then. We spend the next hour on the couch mapping out what we want our lives to look like, and it's easy and exciting instead of heavy with dread about inevitable failure. I write the letter to my parents on a Saturday morning while Cillian is at the gym. I've written versions of this letter before but never sent them, always talking myself out of it or deciding silence was safer. This time I keep it brief and clear. I explain I'm open to contact if they can respect me as an adult with my own life, but I won't accept blame or manipulation anymore. I outline specific boundaries about what kind of relationship I'm willing to have and what behaviors I won't tolerate. I read it 3 times, checking for anything that sounds like I'm asking for their approval or trying to convince them I'm worthy. Then I address an envelope and walk to the mailbox before I can change my mind. The letter drops through the slot with a soft thud, and I stand there for a moment feeling lighter and heavier at the same time. 3 weeks pass with no response. I check the mail every day even though I told myself I wouldn't. Cillian asks if I'm okay and I realize I actually am. Their silence is an answer in itself. Some people aren't capable of the relationship I deserve, and that's about them, not me. I stop checking the mail obsessively and focus on the life I'm building instead of the one I'll never have with them. Curtis calls in mid-January and I answer on the third ring. He sounds different, more energetic than I've heard him in years. He tells me he got a job offer at a tech support company and he's moving into his own apartment next month. His voice shakes a little when he talks about it, nervous but excited, and I encourage him genuinely. I tell him I'm happy he's building his own independence, and I mean it. We talk for 20 minutes about his apartment search and his new job, and it's the most normal sibling conversation we've ever had. Before we hang up, he thanks me again for meeting with him back in November, and says it helped him see things more clearly. I tell him he did the hard work himself, I just listened. After the call, I sit in my home office looking at the framed magazine article on my wall. My cat jumps into my lap and starts purring, and I pet her absently while thinking about how far I've come. I realized somewhere along the way I stopped thinking of myself as the family scapegoat and started seeing myself as someone who survived a difficult childhood and built something beautiful anyway. The shift in identity feels huge, like stepping into a version of myself I always wanted to be but didn't think I deserved. I'm not the cursed daughter or the bad luck charm or the burden they tried to make me believe I was. I'm just someone who refused to accept their story about who I had to be and wrote a better one instead. I'm sitting on the couch Tuesday night with my feet tucked under me, watching Cillian rinse dinner plates at the sink. He turns around and wipes his hands on a dish towel, then walks over and sits next to me without saying anything at first. My cat jumps down from the armrest and disappears into the bedroom. Cillian takes my hand and his palm feels warm against mine. He tells me he doesn't want to wait for some perfect moment because our regular life together is already perfect. He asks if I'll marry him, and his voice is steady, but his hand trembles slightly in mine. I say yes before he finishes the question, tears already sliding down my cheeks. He pulls a simple silver ring from his pocket and slides it onto my finger. We sit there crying and laughing at the same time, and I think about how this moment isn't cursed or doomed or temporary. It's just real and good and mine. We spend the next hour calling people to share the news. Hallie answers on the first ring, and I barely get the words out before she screams so loud I have to hold the phone away from my ear. She's already talking about engagement party colors and venue options before I can tell her we haven't planned anything yet. Alyssa congratulates us and says she knew it was coming because she's never seen two people fit together so naturally. Each call feels easy and happy without any weight of family drama or waiting for someone to tell me it won't last. I text Curtis because calling feels too formal for where we are in rebuilding our relationship. He responds within minutes saying he's happy for me and asking if he can meet Cillian sometime. I type back yes immediately and mean it completely. Having one family member who's genuinely trying to show up differently feels like more than I expected to have. Over the next few weeks, planning the wedding becomes something I actually enjoy instead of a source of stress about who to invite or who might ruin things. Cillian and I look at venues with Hallie and laugh at her increasingly elaborate ideas. We pick a small garden space that feels intimate and warm. I make a guest list of people who actually want to celebrate with us, not people I'm obligated to include. Curtis texts occasionally asking about details and offering to help with setup. I add him to the list without hesitation. The whole process feels light and joyful because I'm surrounded by people who chose me and I chose them back. I realize one night while addressing invitations that this is the family I needed all along. Not the one I was born into that treated me like a burden, but the one I built myself from friends and partners, and the one brother who decided to do better. That's not bad luck or a curse finally breaking. That's just the best thing I ever did for myself.
I'm 26 now, but when I turned 18, my parents kicked me out with nothing. Nearly a decade later, they came crawling back. I should have seen it coming. Looking back, there were signs everywhere. My parents were the kind of people who thought struggle made you stronger, as long as it wasn't their struggle. They bragged about how they worked for everything they had, even though my grandparents helped them with a house down payment and free childcare. But when it was my turn, suddenly tough love was the rule. I came home from my shift at the grocery store on my 18th birthday, expecting the usual half-hearted happy birthday from my mom and a nod from my dad. Instead, I found my things packed in garbage bags on the porch. My parents stood in the doorway like bouncers at a club I wasn't allowed into. Dad's exact words, "You're an adult now. Time to be one." Mom didn't even meet my eyes. "It'll build character," she added, as if she was doing me a favor. They told me they had to make their own way at my age a lie, and that I needed to learn responsibility another lie, considering I'd been working and paying my own expenses for 2 years already. They gave me nothing. No money. No offer to stay until I found a place. Not even a meal. Just a bag of clothes, my phone, and a good luck. I stood there in shock, but they were done. The door shut. The locks clicked. That was it. I didn't have anywhere to go. My first thought was my aunt, but when I called, she sighed like I was inconveniencing her and said, "You know how your parents are. They just want you to learn." My uncle laughed and told me to figure it out. Every relative I reached out to either ignored me or fed me the same line about how my parents were teaching me responsibility. I ended up in my car. I had about $200 to my name and no plan. I parked in the back of a Walmart lot at night, cracked the window open, and tried to sleep. The first week, I kept thinking this was temporary, that any second, my mom would call and say they changed their minds, that they were just testing me. That call never came. The money ran out fast. Gas, cheap fast food, occasional showers at the gym, every dollar vanished. I learned which gas stations had the cleanest bathrooms. I learned how to make a single meal last an entire day. I learned that when people see a young girl sleeping in a car, they either pity you or pretend you don't exist. I applied everywhere. Grocery stores, fast food, retail, nothing stuck. I wasn't the only desperate person looking for work, and without an actual address, I was even lower on the list. The worst part wasn't hunger or exhaustion. It was knowing I had parents, family, a home, but none of it was mine anymore. A month later, I got lucky. A diner downtown needed a dishwasher. It was minimum wage, barely enough to survive, but it was something. The manager, an older woman named Karen, didn't ask too many questions. She let me take extra shifts, paid me under the table at first, and turned a blind eye when I used the employee bathroom to clean up. I worked until my hands bled. I showered at the gym. I saved every dollar. Slowly, I crawled out of the hole. I missed my high school graduation because I couldn't afford to take time off work. Not that my parents cared, they made it clear I wasn't their problem. I heard through a friend that my name was called, but my seat was empty. That stung more than I expected. But the worst moment came later. I'd saved up enough to rent a tiny room in a shared house, thanks to a coworker who introduced me to a friend renting cheap. I had a bed again, a door that locked, a place to breathe. It wasn't much, but after months of sleeping in my car, it felt like a mansion. One night, I got curious and called my parents, not because I wanted to make up, just to see if they regretted it. The call went straight to voicemail. When I tried again, I realized they had blocked me. I stared at my phone, not sure whether to laugh or throw it. They had thrown me out with nothing, let me struggle, ignored me for months, then blocked me, just in case I dared to reach out. Fine, I deleted their numbers. The years blurred together after that. I worked 2 jobs, barely slept, and saved every penny. College wasn't an option, so I found a trade school instead. I became an electrician, got certified, and finally started making real money. My parents had no idea. I didn't try to reconnect. They made their choice, and I made mine. For a long time, I didn't even think about them, until they reached out. I still remember the moment. I was 25, sitting in my own apartment, scrolling through emails after work. There it was, a message from my mother. "Hey sweetie, it's been too long. We miss you. Let's catch up." No mention of the years of silence. No acknowledgement of what they did. It's just a casual, friendly message like nothing had happened. I almost deleted it, almost ignored it. Then I hesitated, because if they were reaching out now, after all these years, that meant only one thing. They needed something. And for the first time in my life, I was the one in control. Update 1, the email sat in my inbox for a full day before I touched it. It wasn't long, just a few lines from my mother saying she missed me, and that she regretted losing touch. No mention of the fact that she and my father chose to cut me off. No mention of how they blocked me after throwing me out like trash. Just a casual, almost cheerful message, as if we were long-lost friends catching up. I read it 3 times waiting for something, an apology, an acknowledgement, anything. But there was nothing. So I played along. I responded with a short, polite reply, asked how they'd been, waited. The reply came fast. They were doing okay, but things had been rough. No details, just vague hints that something was wrong. My mother's wording was careful, like she was trying to reel me in without scaring me off. That told me everything I needed to know. I didn't ask questions right away. I let the conversation stretch out, kept it light, let them believe I was genuinely happy to reconnect. Over the next week, we exchanged a few emails. My mother kept steering things toward the past, how they'd thought of me often and how they wished things had been different. Not once did she mention why things were the way they were. Then came the real reason. She finally admitted they were having a hard time financially. The business my father had owned for years had collapsed. Bad investments, poor decisions, a little too much arrogance, whatever the cause, it was gone. And without it, they were drowning in debt. Still, she didn't ask for anything. Not yet, just laid the groundwork, waiting for me to offer. A few days later, my father called. His number had been blocked for years, so they must have gotten a new one. The moment I answered, I knew something was different. Gone was the man who called me useless and said I'd never make it. He sounded warm, friendly. He asked about my life, my job, how things were going for me. The same man who blocked me for existing was suddenly the doting father. I played my part, told him I was doing well, that work was steady. I made sure to keep details vague, but I could hear it in his voice. The realization that I wasn't struggling, that I was actually successful. That's when it really hit him. I had a good paying career, I had money, and they needed money. It didn't take long. My mother called again a few days later, slipping it into conversation. The house, the mortgage, the unpaid bills. My father had miscalculated, and now they were months behind. If they didn't come up with the money soon, they would lose everything. There was no question in her voice, no asking, just an assumption that of course I would step in. That I, the daughter they discarded without a second thought, would swoop in and save them. I let the silence stretch. Then I told her I'd think about it. I could almost hear the relief in her voice. That was enough for them. They latched onto it like it was a lifeline. Over the next few weeks, I let them believe they had a chance. I visited for the first time in years. Sat in the same living room where they had once locked me out. Let them feed me the story, piece by piece. I asked about their finances, pretending I wanted to understand the full picture. They spilled everything. Mortgage payments behind by months. Credit card debt stacked high. My father's business loans were in default. They were running out of time, and they had no one else to turn to. The more they saw of me, the more they realized how much they had underestimated me. My car wasn't brand new, but it was nice. My clothes weren't designer, but they were high quality. I wasn't barely scraping by. I was thriving. That's when the guilt trip started. My mother started talking about family, how hard it was for them to reach out, how she regretted the past but knew we could move forward. My father, once too proud to admit failure, now sat in front of me talking about second chances. I nodded, listened, pretended to care, and told them I needed more time. One night, while I was visiting, I noticed a folder on the kitchen table. Overdue bills, credit card statements, a foreclosure notice stamped in red. That's when I knew. They were completely screwed. No safety net, no backup plan. If I didn't help them, no one would. And that's exactly what I wanted. I left that night with a smile on my face and told them I'd figure things out and see what I could do. They thanked me like I had already handed them a check. They had no idea. This time I was the one in control. Update 2. Weeks passed, and my parents grew more desperate. At first they played it cool, dropping casual mentions of their tight situation, hoping I'd jump in with an offer. When I didn't, the messages became more frequent. Then, the calls started. My mother's voice carried a forced lightness, but the cracks were showing. My father barely spoke. The silence from him said more than words ever could. I let them wait. Every time they brought up the mortgage, I told them I was thinking about it, that I needed to figure things out. Each delay sent them spiraling further. The due dates crept closer. Their polite hints turned into outright pleas. I still gave them nothing. I made a point to visit again. Sat in the same house where they abandoned me and let them pour their misery out. I nodded, sighed at the right moments, even reached out like I cared. Let them believe I was considering stepping in to save them. You've already been through so much, my mother whispered, her eyes glassy. I know we weren't perfect, but we're still family. I just nodded, looking around the house. The furniture was the same, the decor unchanged. Everything still screamed of the life they were so sure I would never have. I just need to know the full picture before I do anything. I told them. I need to know exactly what you owe. They didn't hesitate. I let them believe I was seriously considering bailing them out. I told them I needed to see everything. Credit cards, mortgage statements, loans, so I could calculate what they needed. They handed it all over. Everything. I sat at their kitchen table, flipping through papers, taking mental notes. The mortgage was months behind. The auction date was already set. If they didn't pay soon, the bank would take the house. The credit cards were maxed. My father's name was attached to a failed business loan that had completely tanked. There was no saving them. They had burned every bridge, spent every last favor, and they had no idea I wasn't going to help them. My father, once too proud to even look at me, sat across the table with his hands folded. His leg bounced under the table, a nervous tick I'd never seen before. For years, this was the man who told me to figure it out, who threw me out without a second thought. Now, he was practically begging. The shift was almost pathetic. We never wanted this, he muttered. We thought we were doing what was best for you. I leaned back. Did you ever regret it? The silence stretched too long. That's not the point now, my mother cut in. We just need to move forward. That was all the confirmation I needed. I finally gave them what they were waiting for. I told them I would help, but only under strict conditions. I played it carefully, making it seem like I was doing this for their own good. I can't just hand over the money, I said. It needs to be structured, secure. I talked about financial responsibility, learning from mistakes, and how this was the only way to keep their house. They nodded along, clung to every word. Desperate people don't ask questions. They just say yes. So when I pulled out a contract, they barely skimmed it before signing. I had already spoken to a lawyer. The contract transferred the house deed to me, officially. Completely. It was written in a way that made it seem temporary, like I was just holding it as loan security. But in reality, once they signed, they no longer owned their own home. They signed without hesitation. My mother even thanked me. My father shook my hand. They thanked me. They truly believed they had won. The moment I had the signed papers, I started moving. I contacted real estate agents, started quietly preparing to flip the house. It was still valuable, even with their financial mess attached to it. All I had to do was wait for their deadline. And then it came. They called, expecting the money. I told them there was a problem, that I couldn't come through with the payments after all. I told them I was so sorry. The bank was moving forward with the foreclosure, but of course it wasn't their house anymore. It was mine. The knock on their door came the next morning, official eviction papers. The moment they opened them, I watched the blood drain from my mother's face. My father actually stumbled back, gripping the counter. They read the documents over and over, flipping through the pages like the words would change. They didn't. I stood there calm, just watching. We have nowhere to go. My mother's voice cracked. We trusted you. I shrugged. So did I. My mother collapsed onto the couch, sobbing. My father, who had spent years calling me weak, had no words left. Just silence. They begged, offered to work something out, pleaded for anything. I reminded them of the day they locked me out at 18. No warning, no support, just a garbage bag of my things on the porch and a locked door. Then I repeated exactly what my father had said to me that day. You're an adult now, time to be one, and I walked out. Update 3. Public shame. The eviction wasn't just a private humiliation, it was public. Word spread fast. Their friends, neighbors, even distant family members all found out. My parents tried to spin the story, claiming it was some kind of misunderstanding, but the truth always finds a way out. They turned to relatives, hoping someone would step in, but the response was underwhelming. Everyone they contacted already knew how they had treated me. The same family members who once told them that kicking me out was teaching me responsibility now had nothing to offer them. Some ignored their calls entirely. Others just told them, "You made your bed." They had spent years burning bridges, and now when they needed one the most, they found themselves stranded. With no help coming, they had to downsize fast. Their once proud home was gone, and now they were crammed into a tiny, run-down apartment. The kind of place where the walls were thin, the neighbors were loud, and the smell of cheap cleaning products never quite masked the scent of old cigarette smoke. It was a far cry from the house they used to own. The house that was now mine. They weren't adjusting well. The complaints started almost immediately. The place was too small, the landlord was unfair, the city was too expensive. But complaining didn't change the fact that they were barely scraping by. My father, once the man who prided himself on being the provider, was now jobless, and my mother's salary alone wasn't enough to keep up. Desperation crept in. They started reaching out to anyone who would listen. Friends, co-workers, distant relatives, anyone they hadn't already alienated. No one stepped up. They tried asking for loans, promising to pay them back as soon as they got back on their feet. But no one believed them anymore. The same people who had once admired them now avoided their calls. The doors they used to walk through so confidently were now closed. They had expected me to be their safety net, but once that option was gone, they realized something they never thought possible. They were on their own. The stress hit my father hard. The weight loss was visible. His hair thinned out. The proud man who used to carry himself with an air of untouchability now moved like a shadow of his former self. Then came the hospital visits. At first, they were minor checkups, tests. Then, it got worse. His blood pressure was through the roof. He had trouble breathing. Doctors warned him to take it easy. But taking it easy wasn't an option when there was no money left. The hospital bills piled up fast. Too fast. Without proper insurance, they had to choose what to pay. Rent or medical bills. Groceries or medication. Nothing was enough. That's when my mother reached out again. The first message was casual. A simple, "Hey, can we talk?" I ignored it. Then, the call started. First, once a day. Then multiple times. Then a voicemail. Her voice cracked, desperate. I finally listened. She needed help. Not the kind where she wanted advice or emotional support. She needed money. Just a little? Just enough to get through the month. I knew what was coming. When I finally answered, she launched into the speech she had probably rehearsed 100 times. My father was sick. They were struggling. The apartment was too expensive. They just needed a little help. I told her I could help. Then I Venmo'd her exactly $100, the same amount she had thrown at me the day she kicked me out. She rejects it. The response was instant. Another call. Another voicemail, this time with rage behind it. She accused me of being heartless, of being cruel, of abandoning my own parents. But she didn't say anything about when they abandoned me. I didn't respond. I didn't think about them after that. I had my own life, my own home, my own peace. For the first time in years, I felt free. New home, new life with the money I had made from selling their old house. I upgraded. Bought a place far away. A house that was mine and mine alone. No ghosts of the past. No bad memories. Just a fresh start. Months passed. Then a year. I never heard from them again. Not directly, at least. But people talk. A childhood friend reached out, not realizing we weren't in contact. She mentioned my parents in passing, talking about how badly things had gone for them. They lost everything, she said. They've been moving from place to place. No one wants to take them in. I just nodded, not offering anything in return. One day, I drove by the house that used to be mine. New owners had moved in. The yard looked better. The paint was fresh. It looked like a home again. I didn't stop. Didn't feel the need to. That chapter of my life was closed. I had no regrets. No guilt. Just peace. They had made their choices, and now they had to live with them, just like I had to. Update 4. A final plea months after the eviction, things had been silent. I figured my parents had finally given up, that they had found some way to survive without me. Then, one evening, a message popped up in my inbox. My mother. There was no manipulation this time. No guilt tripping. Just pure desperation. She said they had lost everything, that they had tried, but it was impossible, that she had no one left to turn to. She begged. Not for money. Not for help with bills. She begged for a place to stay. For the first time, she didn't pretend to be strong. For the first time, she admitted they had nowhere else to go. She mentioned my father's health had gotten worse, that he was too weak to work, that hospital bills had piled up faster than they could handle. He had stopped eating properly, stopped taking his medication. The stress had destroyed him, but even in the email it was clear. She wasn't asking for help because she regretted what they had done to me. She was asking because they had no other choice. On top of everything else, my mother had lost her job. Too many missed shifts. Too much stress. Too many things piling up at once. With no income from either of them, they had no way to survive. They were drowning, and every attempt to grab onto something just pulled them down further. They had downgraded again. The tiny apartment they had barely been able to afford was gone. Now they were somewhere worse. A rundown one-bedroom in a bad part of town, the kind of place with roaches in the walls and broken locks on the doors. They had gone from homeowners to homeless in a matter of months. And now they were reaching out to the daughter they abandoned for a lifeline. The same relatives who once praised them for teaching me responsibility had turned their backs on them. They had asked for help. No one offered. People remembered what they had done. Some ignored them. Some told them, "You made your bed, now lie in it." There was no sympathy left. My mother's final plea was simple. "Can we stay with you? Just for a little while. No money, no handouts, just a roof." She didn't even pretend to believe it would be temporary. They had nowhere else to go. I didn't hesitate. I refused. Not because I wanted revenge. Not because I wanted them to suffer, but because I had spent years pulling myself out of the hole they threw me into. I wasn't about to let them drag me back down. She broke down. The sobs started over the phone. Then the begging. She swore she never meant to hurt me, that she had thought of me every day, that she had prayed for a second chance. that families stick together. She didn't mention the years they ignored me. She didn't mention the nights I went hungry. She didn't mention the car I slept in. I didn't let her twist the narrative. I reminded her exactly what they did to me. I told her about the nights I sat alone in my car, trying to figure out if I would even survive the next week. How I had to beg for shifts just to afford food. How I had missed my own graduation, because I wasn't even allowed in my own home. I reminded her that when I reached out for help, they blocked my number. I asked her if she ever cared about what happened to me. She had no answer. She tried to justify it. They thought I had it under control. They wanted to teach me resilience. They didn't think it would be that bad. They thought I would be fine. I reminded her of the words she threw at me when she locked the door behind me at 18, that I was an adult now, that I had to figure it out. That struggling builds character. I told her she should use that same resilience now. She sobbed harder, but I didn't waver. She realized I wasn't going to change my mind. There were no more second chances. She hung up in defeat. That was the last time we ever spoke. My father never reached out, not once. Maybe pride stopped him. Maybe shame did. Or maybe he just knew it wouldn't change anything. That night, I blocked the number, blocked the email, blocked everything. There would be no more messages, no more last chances, no more ghosts from the past. There was no lingering resentment, no anger, no sadness, just peace. They were finally gone, and for the first time in my life, I was truly free. Update 5. Months passed without a word from my mother. I figured she had finally given up, that she had learned to survive the way she expected me to. Then one afternoon, she showed up at my workplace. The front desk receptionist called me, voice hesitant, saying there was a woman outside asking for me. She looked rough, disheveled clothes, messy hair, eyes red like she'd been crying for hours. She had no appointment, no reason to be there, just desperation written all over her face. The security cameras outside the building showed her pacing, checking her phone, wiping her face. She looked like someone who had nothing left. She waited. She wasn't leaving without talking to me. She started causing a disturbance when the receptionist refused to call me down immediately. Her voice rose, attracting attention. A few coworkers had gathered near the windows, whispering. No one knew who she was, but they could tell it wasn't good. It didn't take long before someone came to get me. One of my colleagues walked into my office, looking uneasy. There's a woman outside, they said. She's asking for you. It's not subtle. I already knew who it was. I could have ignored her, let security handle it. But instead, I walked downstairs. I stepped outside and saw her immediately. She froze when she saw me. For a moment, she just stared, like she didn't recognize me. Or maybe she did, but she hadn't expected this version of me, the one who had built a life without her. Then she burst into tears. She started talking fast, words tumbling over each other. How much she missed me, how she had made mistakes, how she was struggling and didn't know what else to do. She stood there, crying in the middle of my workplace parking lot, pouring out regrets she had never spoken before. But even now, she never fully owned it. She said things could have been different, that she wasn't in the right place back then, that she didn't know what she was doing. But she never actually apologized for throwing me out, never admitted how she ruined my life before it even started. She just cried, repeating how much she needed me now. Then came the real reason she was there. She had nowhere to go. She had lost everything. No savings, no home, no one left to help her. She begged for a place to stay. Just for a little while, just until she could get back on her feet. She looked at me like she was sure I would say yes, like I was still the child she had once controlled. I didn't yell, didn't argue, didn't waste time. I just looked her in the eye and repeated the exact words she told me when she kicked me out at 18. You're an adult. You'll figure it out. She blinked. For the first time, she understood. She never expected me to be indifferent. Not like this. Not after everything. She had built up this version of me in her head, one where I was still desperate for her approval, still craving a family that had never truly existed. That version of me was dead. She collapsed to the ground, not physically, but emotionally, wailing, pleading, clutching at my arm like she could make me change my mind. I turned my back and walked away. She didn't stop. She kept crying, kept begging, even as I walked back into the building. The receptionist was already on the phone. A few minutes later, security stepped in. They asked her to leave. When she refused, they made her. She left with nothing, just like I had, all those years ago. That night, I blocked everything. Her number, her email, any possible way she could reach me. Gone. She had played her last card, and she had lost. I didn't check in on her, didn't ask how she was doing, but word still reached me. She was living in a shelter now. She couldn't hold a job for long. Too much baggage, too much instability. Every bridge was burned. She had no one left. I didn't feel happy about it. There was no joy in seeing her fall. No triumph in watching her suffer. Just finality. She had gotten exactly what she gave.
My mom held me down while my dad arranged my wedding to a dangerous older man, so I ran away and exposed them all. Now, years later, she's sick and begging me to come back because I'm family. In my family, girls were married off the moment they got their first period. Didn't matter if you were 12, 13, or 14. The blood meant you were ready for a husband at least 3 times your age. I grew up with this idea, so in my head it didn't seem that bad, until I turned 11. Because that's when I watched my cousin Miriam get promised to a 43-year-old man, just 3 days after her first period. His previous 2 wives had died before turning 20. That was the first night I decided to stop eating enough food. Not because I was fat, and not because I hated food, but because I noticed the skinnier girls in my family would be the last ones to get their period, and I knew it was my only option. I later learned that your body actually needs to have enough fat before starting puberty, LOL. The other girls called me skeleton, but I didn't care. Other girls my age were already promised to men who had children older than them. That didn't mean they stopped prepping me to be a wife, though. Every Friday from 1 a.m. to 10 a.m., I was made to serve meals to male family members for hours without speaking. And of course, if I made eye contact or noise while serving, then I would receive 10 lashes of of the belt. I was forced to hold burning pots without oven mitts to toughen up soft hands for kitchen work, and every night my mom put skin whitening cream all over my face so I could be beautiful. And other than the secret starvation, I was the perfect daughter. I played the part with zero complaints, and always talked about how excited I was to have kids. But when I was 14 and still periodless, I found something that changed everything. For context, we were in the USA the whole time, LOL. My mom had just convinced us that all of this was normal, and that any girl who didn't do this was bound to die alone, as well as being ugly and useless. Until one teacher forced me to have a meeting with her, because I had accidentally worn a t-shirt to school, and she saw how skinny I was. When she walked out to go to the bathroom, she had forgotten to lock her drawer. Inside were books about marriage laws, pamphlets with titles like Your Rights as a Young Teenager and When Culture Becomes Crime. As I read, my jaw dropped. It was the first time I had been introduced to the idea that marriage under 18 was wrong. No cultural exceptions, no parental consent loopholes. I stole the thinnest pamphlet, hiding it in my waistband. Over the next few weeks, when my parents thought I was asleep, I memorized every page. Phone numbers for CPS, shelter addresses, the exact words that would trigger a mandatory report. I learned that teachers, counselors, and doctors had to report suspected abuse by law. So I started a wife skills group in my uncle's tool shed. 6 younger cousins who hadn't bled yet, all desperate to avoid their fate. There, I taught them what I'd learned. Which teachers were mandated reporters, how to say the words that would trigger an investigation. We practiced in whispers. They're forcing me to marry. I'm only 13. Please help. And at 15, my body betrayed me. The blood came during morning food prep, soaking through my white dress. My mother's scream of joy brought every woman in the house running. They were practically beaming with joy, kissed my cheeks, told me I was lucky. By nightfall, my father had already chosen my husband, Hamoud Habibi, a construction mogul who'd buried 2 of his wives once they turned 23. Kidney failure, the death certificate said. The women whispered it was from too many pregnancies too young. 2 days later, my cousin Anya, a girl from the shed, got her period too. Within hours, she was promised to a 51-year-old who collected wives like trophies, who had 8 children older than her. I watched the light drain from her eyes as they discussed her bride price like she was livestock. That night, I slipped her my notebook. Every shelter number, every legal fact, every escape route I'd memorized. Tomorrow, I whispered, tell the science teacher. Use the exact words I taught you. Her hands shook as she took it. What about you? My wedding's not for 2 weeks. I'll figure something out, I responded, voice shaking. But I was wrong, because that night, there was a knock at the door. It was CPS. My father's face went from confusion to fury as they asked about Anya, about underage brides, about forced marriages. They needed to speak to all the girls in the family under 18. The moment they left, the family circled like wolves. In their eyes, someone had been teaching the girls lies. Someone had poisoned their innocent minds with Western propaganda. They turned the house upside down, looking for the culprit. Well, my journal was found hidden in the tool shed within an hour, and it was filled with phone numbers and legal statutes. My father burned it in front of everyone while calling me diseased, contaminated, and, my personal favorite, a cancer that needed to be cut out. The wedding is tomorrow, he announced, before she destroys anyone else. Dawn came too fast. In an hour, they would come to dress me in red and gold, to deliver me to a man who'd unalived 2 girls already. My stomach churned as footsteps approached my door. I grabbed the plastic bag I'd hidden days ago, stuffed with only the essentials, a change of clothes, the shelter addresses I'd memorized and rewritten, and the $20 I'd stolen from my mother's purse over months, $1 at a time. The door handle turned. I clutched my stomach and doubled over, letting out a groan that wasn't entirely fake. My mother entered, already dressed in her finest clothes for my wedding day. Get up, she commanded. The beautician arrives in 30 minutes. I groaned louder, pressing my hands against my abdomen. Mama, something's wrong. My stomach, she frowned, approaching cautiously. In our culture, a sick bride was a bad omen. What did you eat? Nothing, I gasped, stumbling toward the door. I need the bathroom, now. She grabbed my arm. You went 20 minutes ago. Please, I begged, letting tears stream down my face. The fear made it easy. It hurts so bad. She released me with disgust. 5 minutes. The aunties are waiting. I stumbled down the hall, clutching the hidden bag under my loose nightgown. Once inside the bathroom, I locked the door and immediately stood on the toilet seat. The ceiling tile I'd loosened weeks ago shifted easily. I shoved the bag inside, then actually used the toilet to make the sounds convincing. 3 minutes passed. I flushed, ran water, then groaned loudly again. Mama, I can't stop. My stomach. Her fist pounded the door. Open this door. I can't, I cried, standing on the toilet again. The small window above it had been painted shut years ago, but I'd been working at it with a butter knife stolen from the kitchen. Please, just another minute. More pounding. Multiple voices now. My aunts had joined her. I pushed the window frame with all my strength. The paint cracked, then gave way. Cool morning air rushed in. The opening was tiny, meant for ventilation, not escape. But months of starvation had made me small enough. She's taking too long, my father's voice boomed. Break it down. I grabbed my bag from the ceiling and shoved it through the window first. Then I pulled myself up, shoulders scraping against the frame. The door shook as bodies slammed against it. My hips stuck. I bit my tongue to keep from crying out, twisting sideways. The lock splintered just as my legs cleared the window. I dropped 6 feet onto wet grass, ankle twisting but not breaking. Behind me, shouts erupted from the bathroom. I ran, barefoot, nightgown flapping. I sprinted across our backyard and into the neighbors. Dogs barked. Motion lights flickered on. I kept running. Our neighborhood was a maze of identical houses filled with families from our community. Any of them would return me without question. I cut through the Hassan's yard, past the Mahmoud's pool, around the Saleh's garden shed. A car engine roared to life behind me, then another. They'd mobilized fast. I ducked behind the Abdullah's garbage bins as headlights swept past. My cousin Omar's voice carried through the morning air. Check every street. She couldn't have gone far. The main road was 3 blocks away. The bus stop 4. I'd mapped this route 100 times in my head, but never barefoot. Never with my heart hammering so hard I thought it might explode. I darted between houses, using parked cars as cover. My feet left bloody prints on the concrete. A piece of glass embedded itself in my heel, but I couldn't stop to remove it. There! My cousin Kareem's shout came from the left. A car screeched around the corner. I dove through Mrs. Chen's rose bushes, thorns tearing at my nightgown and skin. She wasn't from our community. Maybe she wouldn't recognize me. I limped across her backyard and into the alley behind. The bus stop came into view just as the morning bus pulled up. I burst from between buildings, waving frantically. The driver, an older black woman, took one look at my bloody feet and torn nightgown and held the door. I climbed the steps and froze. No money. In my panic, I'd left the $20 in the bag. Please, I whispered. I just need to get downtown. I'll pay you back, I promise. An elderly woman in the front seat stood up, pressing exact change into the machine. Sit down, child, she said softly. She didn't ask questions, just guided me to the seat beside her and handed me tissues from her purse. The bus pulled away just as Omar's car skidded into the parking lot. I ducked below the window, but not before seeing his face twisted with rage. The woman beside me shifted slightly, blocking me from view. We rode in silence until downtown, where she pressed a $10 bill into my hand before getting off. Whatever you're running from, she whispered, don't go back. The courthouse was a massive building I'd only seen from car windows. I limped through the metal detectors, leaving bloody footprints on the marble floor. Security guards exchanged glances but didn't stop me. The family court clerk, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, took one look at me and came around the counter. Honey, do you need medical attention? Emergency protective order. I gasped out the words I'd memorized. I'm 15. They're forcing me to marry. Today, please. She guided me to a chair and brought forms. Where are you staying? We need an address for the order. I recited the shelter address from memory, praying they'd have space when I got there. My phone, forgotten in my bag, began ringing. Mom, then Dad, then Omar, then numbers I didn't recognize. The voicemails piled up without me listening. I knew what they'd say. Dishonor, shame, curse, cancer. The clerk helped me fill out the paperwork, her face growing grimmer with each detail. Previous wives dead at 23. Kidney failure from too many pregnancies. Forced marriage ceremony scheduled for today. Wait here, she said, disappearing into a back office. She returned with a judge who read my petition right there in the lobby. Granted, he said. Emergency order effective immediately. The full hearing will be in 2 weeks. I clutched the paper like a lifeline and limped back outside. The shelter was 12 blocks away. I made it 3 before remembering they might not have beds. The phone call confirmed my fear. We're completely full, the voice said. We can put you on a wait list for Thursday. Thursday, 3 days away. I had nowhere to go for 3 days. That's when I remembered Ms. Rodriguez, my teacher who'd shown me those pamphlets, who'd forgotten to lock her drawer that day. Maybe she hadn't forgotten at all. 3 buses and 2 hours later, I stood outside Jefferson High School. Saturday meant it should be empty, but her car was in the parking lot. I'd noticed she came in on weekends sometimes, grading papers in the quiet. I found her in her classroom, red pen in hand, stack of essays beside her. She looked up and dropped the pen. Oh my God. She was around the desk in seconds, taking in my bloody feet, torn nightgown, the protective order clutched in my fist. Sit, don't move. She returned with the school nurse's first aid kit and began cleaning my feet. Only then did I start crying. Real tears this time, not the fake ones from the bathroom. They were going to make me marry him today, I sobbed. He unalived 2 wives already. I got the order, but the shelter's full and I have nowhere to go and they're looking for me. She pulled out her phone. CPS emergency line. They have to place you somewhere safe. But the voice on the other end wasn't encouraging. 15, we need more evidence of immediate danger. A protective order based on claims isn't enough. Has she been physically harmed? Ms. Rodriguez's face darkened. She has glass in her feet from running barefoot. She's covered in cuts. Self-inflicted during escape doesn't count. We need evidence of abuse from the family. My phone rang again. This time Ms. Rodriguez answered it. Hello? Her face went pale. Mr. Habibi? No, your daughter isn't. What? No. I heard my father's voice through the speaker, calm and reasonable. His business voice. The one he used to convince people he was a respectable man. She's sick, he was saying. Mental problems. She needs her medication. We're very worried. Ms. Rodriguez hung up. How did he know you were here? My phone. Of course. They were tracking my location. Delete everything, she said. Factory reset. Now. As I wiped my phone, she made more calls. CPS supervisors, social workers, legal aid. Each one said the same thing. Without immediate physical danger or better evidence, their hands were tied. That's when we heard car doors slamming in the parking lot. Ms. Rodriguez locked the classroom door and pulled the blinds. Stay quiet. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Multiple sets. Male voices speaking in Arabic, then English. We know she's here, my father called out. Her phone showed this location. She's sick. She needs help. They tried the door handle, knocked politely at first, then harder. I'm calling 911, Ms. Rodriguez whispered, but I grabbed her hand. Wait, let me try something first. I rolled up my sleeves, showing her the circular scars from the pot training, the bruises from this morning's struggle when my mother had tried to force me into the wedding dress. Then I lifted my nightgown just enough to show the belt marks across my back from years of Friday morning service training. Her hands shook as she took photos with her phone. Why didn't you show anyone before? I thought it was normal, I whispered, until I read your pamphlets. She called 911. There are multiple men trying to break into my classroom. I have a student with me who's in danger. Please hurry. The pounding on the door intensified. Then my uncle's voice. We have her medication. She's bipolar, schizophrenic. She makes up stories. Check the parking lot cameras, I told Ms. Rodriguez urgently. I came alone. If they have medication, they brought it with them. She called the school security office, explaining rapidly. The security guard, Mr. Williams, said he was pulling up the footage. Police sirens wailed in the distance. The pounding stopped. Footsteps retreated quickly. By the time officers arrived, my father had transformed. Gone was the angry man beating down doors. In his place stood a concerned parent in an expensive suit, holding prescription bottles with my name on them. Thank God you're here, he told the officers. My daughter is very sick. She has delusions, makes up terrible stories about our family. The officers separated us for questioning. One stayed with me and Ms. Rodriguez, while two others spoke with my father and uncles in the hallway. She's never been on medication, Ms. Rodriguez insisted. I've been her teacher for 2 years. Look at these injuries. The officer looked at my feet, the cuts, the bruises. Could be self-inflicted, he said slowly. If she was having an episode, check when those prescriptions were filled, I said suddenly. If I'm so sick, why am I not in the system? Why no doctor visits? No therapy? Ms. Rodriguez pulled out her laptop. I have essays she wrote, months of them, about family traditions, cultural expectations. They document everything subtly. She'd kept them. Every essay where I'd hidden truths between the lines, writing about traditional cooking lessons when I meant burning my hands, describing preparing for marriage when I meant beatings for making eye contact. The officer read them, frowning deeper with each page. Meanwhile, Mr. Williams arrived with security footage on his phone. It clearly showed my father and uncles arriving with the prescription bottles already in hand. Anya, I said suddenly, call Anya Mansour. She made a report yesterday. She knows everything. But when Ms. Rodriguez searched for Anya's family, she found they'd moved out of state that very morning. No forwarding address. Phone disconnected. My father must have sensed the tide turning because his calm facade cracked. He began speaking rapidly in Arabic to my uncles, gesturing angrily. What's he saying? The officer asked. He's telling them to call the family lawyer, I translated, and saying something about the dowry being non-refundable. That was his mistake, mentioning the dowry. The officer's expression hardened. Sir, what dowry? My father's face went still. I misspoke. My English. Your English seemed fine 5 minutes ago, the officer noted. The next hour blurred together. More police arrived. A CPS emergency supervisor, someone from the district attorney's office. My father alternated between threats of lawsuits and pleas about family honor. My uncles invoked religious freedom and parental rights, but the evidence was mounting. The essays, the injuries, the fake prescriptions, the security footage, the emergency protective order I'd filed that morning. She's a minor who's made credible allegations of abuse and forced marriage, the CPS supervisor finally declared. We're placing her in emergency protective custody. My father erupted. He lunged toward me, screaming in Arabic about dishonor and curses. Two officers restrained him while he spat threats about what happened to girls who betrayed their families. Ms. Rodriguez held my hand as they led him away. The emergency placement coordinator arrived within 20 minutes, a tired-looking woman named Margaret who'd clearly been pulled from her weekend. She took one look at my feet and immediately called for medical transport. We need to get those cuts cleaned properly, she said, helping me into a wheelchair. The glass needs to come out before infection sets in. Ms. Rodriguez squeezed my shoulder. I'll follow you to the hospital. You're not alone. The emergency room was chaos. Saturday afternoon meant sports injuries and accidents filled every bed. A nurse triaged me quickly, noting the glass embedded in my heel and the various cuts that needed attention. As she worked, Margaret made phone calls trying to find placement. Yes, I understand you're full, she said into her phone. This is an emergency removal, cultural marriage situation. No, she can't go to regular foster. Yes, she needs specialized placement. Each call ended the same way. No beds, no space, no availability for high-risk cultural cases. Ms. Rodriguez paced the small curtained area. There has to be somewhere. What about safe houses? Women's shelters? All full, Margaret sighed. Weekend placements are always difficult, and cases like this, she lowered her voice. Families often try to retrieve the girls. We need somewhere secure. The doctor arrived to remove the glass, injecting local anesthetic before beginning the delicate work. I bit my lip, less from pain and more from fear. Every minute without placement was another minute my family had to find me. Wait, Mrs. Rodriguez said suddenly. I know someone, a retired nurse who used to work with the district. She's done emergency placements before. Margaret perked up. Is she certified? Let me call. Ms. Rodriguez stepped outside, returning minutes later with a small smile. Theodora Whitman. She's certified for emergency placement and has experience with cultural transition cases. She can take her tonight. Relief flooded through me as Margaret began the paperwork. The doctor finished bandaging my feet, prescribing antibiotics to prevent infection. As we prepared to leave, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You have dishonored us all. This is not over. I showed it to Margaret, who documented it immediately. We'll need to change your number, and you'll need to be careful about social media. Any way they might track you. The ride to Theodora's house took 40 minutes, winding through unfamiliar neighborhoods far from my community. Ms. Rodriguez followed in her car, refusing to leave until she knew I was safe. The house was modest but well kept, with security cameras visible at every corner and a tall fence surrounding the property. Theodora met us at the door, a sturdy woman in her 60s with sharp eyes and gentle hands. She took in my bandaged feet and exhausted face with the practiced assessment of a nurse. Come in, dear. Let's get you settled. The inside was warm and comfortable, nothing like the cold marble and gold fixtures of my family's house. She showed me to a small bedroom with a lock on the inside of the door. For your peace of mind, she said simply. The windows have alarms, and I have motion sensors around the property. You're safe here. Margaret finished the paperwork while Ms. Rodriguez helped me unpack my meager belongings. Before leaving, my teacher pressed a card into my hand. My personal number. Call anytime, day or night. That first night, I barely slept. Every car passing made me tense. Every shadow could be an uncle or cousin coming to drag me back. Theodora found me sitting by the window at 3 a.m. watching the street. They came for the last girl too, she said quietly, settling into the chair beside me. 3 brothers and a father stood right at that gate, demanding I return their property. She smiled grimly. The police response time to this address is under 2 minutes. I made sure of that. Sunday passed in a blur of safety planning. Theodora helped me set up a new phone with a number known only to her, Margaret, and Ms. Rodriguez. We went through scenarios. What to do if someone approached me, how to vary my routes, which neighbors could be trusted in an emergency. Tomorrow we'll need to register you for school in this district, she said. Under a protective order, you can't return to Jefferson High. The thought of starting over was terrifying, but staying hidden was more important than familiar hallways. Monday morning brought the first test. Theodora's doorbell rang at 6 a.m., the security monitor showing my aunt and 2 female cousins. They carried containers of food and wore concerned expressions. We know she's here, my aunt called through the intercom. We just want to talk. Her grandmother is sick with worry. Theodora didn't even respond, just called the police non-emergency line. Yes, the subjects from the protective order are at my property. Thank you. They left before the patrol car arrived, but not before my cousin held up a sign to the camera. We love you. Come home. The manipulation had begun. That afternoon, Margaret called with updates. Your father has hired a lawyer. They're claiming parental alienation and demanding your return. Can they do that? They can try. But with the protective order and CPS involvement, it's unlikely. Still, you need to be prepared for a fight. Tuesday brought flowers. An enormous bouquet appeared on the doorstep with a card. Our hearts are broken. Please forgive us. Love, Mama. Theodora photographed everything before disposing of them. Document everything, she reminded me. Every contact, every attempt. I started at the new school Wednesday, enrolled under special circumstances that kept my records sealed. The counselor, informed of my situation, assigned me a buddy and arranged for me to eat lunch in the library if needed. We've had similar cases, she assured me. Your safety is our priority. But safety felt fragile when I saw a familiar car in the parking lot after school. Not my father's. He was too smart for that. But one of my uncle's work trucks, parked where anyone leaving would have to pass. I ducked back inside, calling Theodora from the counselor's office. She arrived within minutes, parking directly in front of the truck and walking me to her car while recording everything on her phone. Let them know we see them, she said. Let them know we're not afraid. Thursday's mail brought legal documents. My father was petitioning for my return, claiming I'd been brainwashed by outside influences and was in danger of losing my cultural identity. Margaret connected me with a lawyer from Legal Aid, a fierce woman named Patricia who specialized in these cases. Standard tactics, Patricia said, reviewing the papers. They'll claim religious freedom, parental rights, cultural preservation. We'll counter with child welfare, documented abuse, and your own testimony. Will I have to see them in court? Not if I can help it, but you need to be prepared for that possibility. Friday morning, the real escalation began. Theodora woke me early, her face grim. Check your social media. Don't log in, just look. On a borrowed laptop, she showed me my father's public Facebook post. My photo, alongside a desperate plea, please help us find our daughter. She is mentally ill and needs medication. She was taken by people filling her head with lies. We fear for her safety. The comments were already pouring in. Family friends offering prayers, community members sharing the post. Some even offered rewards for information. This is witness intimidation, Patricia said when we called her. He's trying to control the narrative. We need to respond carefully, but the damage was spreading. By afternoon, the post had been shared hundreds of times. My photo was circulating in community WhatsApp groups with warnings about the sick girl who needs help. Then came the first real betrayal. One of the girls from my wife's skills group, my younger cousin Margie, who I'd tried to protect, posted a video response. In it, she sat primly beside her mother, reciting clearly rehearsed lines. She told us terrible lies about our family, said our parents wanted to hurt us. She made us scared of our own culture. Please, if you see her, help bring her home so she can get help. My heart shattered watching her vacant eyes, knowing the pressure she must have faced to record those words. Theodora held me while I cried. They're using everything you love against you, but that doesn't make what you did wrong. Saturday brought an unexpected visitor. The doorbell camera showed a young woman I didn't recognize, holding an envelope. I'm from the law office, she called. I have documents for the minor child. Theodora was suspicious. Leave them in the mailbox. I'll retrieve them. But as the woman turned to go, I caught her profile and gasped. It was my cousin Sarah, 3 years older than me, wearing a wig and business clothes. Don't go out there, Theodora warned, but I was already at the window. Sarah looked up, meeting my eyes. For a moment, her mask slipped and I saw tears. Then she composed herself, placed the envelope in the mailbox, and walked away quickly. The envelope contained photos. My grandmother, looking frail. My little sister at her birthday party. My chair conspicuously empty. My mother crying while cooking my favorite dish. Each image carefully chosen to maximize guilt. But the last photo made my blood run cold. It was Anya, back from wherever they'd hidden her. She stood between her parents, wearing an engagement ring, her eyes dead. On the back, someone had written, "She came home. She's happy now. You could be too." They brought her back, I whispered. They're going to make her marry him anyway. Patricia cursed when we called her. This complicates things. If Anya recants her statement, she won't, I said firmly. Look at her eyes. She's terrified. Fear doesn't matter if she won't testify to it. Sunday's attack was more direct. Theodora's neighbor called to report men photographing the house from across the street. By the time police arrived, they were gone, but the message was clear. We know where you are. Maybe we should move you, Margaret suggested during an emergency meeting, but Theodora shook her head. Running tells them they're winning. morning, we stay, we document, we fight. Monday morning brought the court hearing for the permanent protective order. Patricia had prepared me carefully, but nothing could have prepared me for walking into that courtroom. My entire extended family filled one side. Aunts, uncles, cousins, community leaders, all in their finest clothes, all staring at me with mixtures of pity and disgust. My parents sat in the front row, my mother dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. I took my seat beside Patricia, trying not to shake. My father's lawyer went first, painting a picture of a loving family torn apart by Western corruption. He presented character witnesses, the imam from our mosque, family friends, even my old pediatrician who testified I'd never shown signs of abuse during checkups. Because I was never allowed to be alone with him, I whispered to Patricia. My mother always answered for me. When our turn came, Patricia presented the evidence methodically, the photos of my injuries, the essays documenting years of preparation for forced marriage, the security footage of my father arriving with fake prescriptions. Then she called Ms. Rodriguez to testify. My teacher took the stand calmly, but I could see her hands shaking slightly. She described finding me reading the pamphlets, my weight loss over the years, the essays that had concerned her. Did you ever report these concerns? My father's lawyer asked on cross-examination. I tried to build trust first. I thought if she felt safe, so you didn't report. You didn't follow mandatory reporting laws. I reported when I had concrete evidence. After allegedly influencing her with anti-cultural propaganda, Patricia objected, but the damage was done. They were painting Ms. Rodriguez as the manipulator, the one who'd planted these ideas. When it was my turn to testify, Patricia had me focus on facts, the burn scars, the beatings, the men my cousins had been promised to, Hamoud Habibi's dead wives. These are serious allegations, the judge said. Do you have proof of these deaths? The death certificates are public record, Patricia responded. Both women died of kidney failure before age 23. Both had multiple pregnancies. My father's lawyer stood. Kidney failure is a medical condition, unless you're alleging my client murdered these women. I'm alleging a pattern, Patricia countered. Young brides, multiple pregnancies, early deaths, and now they want to give him another child too. Objection, my father's lawyer shouted. Counsel is making inflammatory statements without evidence. The judge called for order, but I could see doubt creeping into his expression. Without Anya's testimony, without concrete proof of forced marriage beyond my word. That's when the courtroom doors opened. A woman entered, followed by a CPS worker. She was young, maybe 25, wearing a hijab and walking with a slight limp. Your Honor, the CPS worker said, this witness has information relevant to the case. My father went rigid. My mother gasped. The woman took the stand, stating her name as Fatima Habibi. I was Hamoud Habibi's first wife, she said quietly. I didn't die. The courtroom erupted. My father's lawyer objected frantically while my family whispered furiously among themselves. I was 15 when I married him, Fatima continued once order was restored. By 20, I'd had 4 children and my kidneys were failing. My family told everyone I died, but a nurse at the hospital helped me escape. I've been in hiding for 5 years. She looked directly at me. When I saw the Facebook posts about you, I knew I had to come forward. I couldn't let him do to another girl what he did to me. Her testimony was devastating. The pregnancies forced too close together. The beatings when she couldn't conceive fast enough. The way her family had known but prioritized reputation over her life. They would rather tell people I died than admit their daughter left her husband, she said. That's what awaits girls who try to escape, death or erasure. My father's lawyer tried to discredit her, but she'd brought medical records, proof of her injuries, documentation of her kidney damage from multiple pregnancies, even photos of the fake grave her family had created. When the judge finally ruled, his decision was clear. The protective order would be permanent. My parents would have no contact. Any violation would result in criminal charges. My father stood as we prepared to leave. You are no daughter of mine, he said in Arabic. You are dead to us. Sit down, sir, the judge warned. But my mother was standing too, removing her hijab in a gesture of ultimate rejection. We have no daughter, she announced. She died today. The walk out of that courtroom felt like walking through fire. Family members turned their backs as I passed. Some spat at the ground, others muttered curses. But Fatima caught my arm gently. You're not alone, she whispered. There are more of us than they want to admit. Outside, Theodora waited with the car running. As we drove away, I saw my family gathering on the courthouse steps, my father gesturing angrily while on his phone. It's not over, Patricia warned. They'll try other tactics. Stay vigilant. She was right. Within days, the harassment evolved. Since they couldn't contact me directly, they found other ways. My old social media accounts, which I'd deactivated, were hacked and reactivated with posts about mental illness and cries for help. Photos of me were edited to look unstable and shared widely. Community businesses where Theodora shopped began refusing her service. We don't want trouble, one shop owner told her apologetically. Your foster girl. Her family is powerful. Then came the lawyers. Not criminal this time. Civil. Lawsuits for defamation, for emotional distress, for alienation of affection. Each one baseless but expensive to fight. They're trying to bankrupt us into submission, Patricia explained. It's a common tactic. But the worst came through other girls. Videos began appearing online. Cousins and family friends describing how I'd corrupted them with dangerous ideas. Each testimony carefully crafted to paint me as a predator who targeted young girls. She told us our parents wanted to sell us, one cousin said to the camera, made us afraid of our own families. I recognized the coaching in their stilted words, the fear behind their eyes. These were girls girls I'd tried to save, now being used as weapons against me. Theodora increased security after we found footprints in the garden one morning. The police couldn't prove anything, but we knew someone had been watching the house. Maybe you should consider the witness protection program, Margaret suggested during a particularly bad week. But I thought of Fatima, hiding for 5 years. Of all the other girls still trapped, running meant abandoning them. No, I decided. I stay. I fight. I show them it's possible. The next challenge came from an unexpected source. A woman appeared at Theodora's door claiming to be from a cultural mediation service. We specialize in family reconciliation, she said smoothly. Perhaps we could arrange a supervised meeting. Theodora shut the door in her face, but the woman left pamphlets about the tragedy of cultural disconnection and the importance of family unity. Similar approaches followed. A therapist who specialized in cultural reintegration, a religious leader offering to mediate, even a distant relative I barely knew, claiming my grandmother was dying and begging for one last visit. Each attempt was documented, reported, and rejected, but they were wearing us down. Then Patricia called with unexpected news. Anya wants to meet with you. My heart leaped, then sank. Is it a trap? I don't know. She contacted me through her own lawyer. Says she has information you need to hear. The meeting was arranged at Patricia's office with security present. When Anya walked in, I barely recognized her. She'd lost weight, her eyes were dull, and she moved like something was broken inside her. They made me come back, she whispered once we were alone. Said they'd hurt my little sister if I didn't. Anya, I'm so sorry. Listen, she interrupted urgently. There's something you need to know. They're planning something. I heard my father talking. They've given up on getting you back. That's good. No, her eyes filled with tears. Now they want to make an example of you, to show other girls what happens when you betray the family. What do you mean? I don't know exactly, but I heard them mention your new school, and something about sending a message that everyone will understand. My blood went cold. When? Soon. Maybe this week. I'm sorry. I don't know more. They don't trust me now. She gripped my hands. Be careful. Change everything. Don't follow patterns. They've been watching, learning your routines. Security escorted her out quickly, but not before she pressed a small piece of paper into my palm, an address. Other girls, she mouthed silently, help them. That night, Theodora and I made plans. I would take a few days off school, vary my schedule, never be alone. But we underestimated their determination. Wednesday morning, I was in the kitchen when Theodora's security alarm triggered. Not the perimeter alarm, the window sensor in my bedroom. Lock yourself in the bathroom, Theodora commanded, already on the phone with 911. I ran, hearing glass breaking behind me, male voices shouting in Arabic. Not my father or uncles, they were too smart to come themselves. These were hired men, distant relatives or community members willing to do the dirty work. The bathroom door was solid wood with a good lock, but it wouldn't hold forever. I could hear them searching, calling my name, promising they just wanted to talk. Police are 3 minutes out, Theodora called through the door. Hold on, the doorknob rattled, then harder pounding. They'd found me. Come out, girl. Don't make this harder. Your family misses you. I pressed myself against the far wall, looking for anything to defend myself with. A can of hairspray, scissors in the drawer, not much against grown men. The door frame began to splinter. One more hit and they'd be through. Then sirens. Beautiful, blessed sirens screaming down our street. The pounding stopped. Footsteps running, doors slamming. By the time police entered, the men were gone, leaving only broken glass and muddy footprints. We need to move you tonight, Margaret said, arriving within the hour. This placement is compromised. As I packed my few belongings, I thought about Anya's warning, about the address she'd given me, about all the girls still trapped, still believing they had no choice. I want to do something first, I told Theodora. Before we go, I need to make a call. I dialed Ms. Rodriguez's number. Remember those pamphlets? I think it's time we made more, a lot more, because they could move me, threaten me, hunt me, but they couldn't silence the knowledge I'd spread. Every girl who learned her rights was a victory they couldn't undo. The war for my freedom wasn't over, but as we drove away from Theodora's compromised safe house toward another placement, I carried with me something more powerful than fear, the certainty that I'd already won the battle that mattered most. I'd proven it was possible to say no, to choose differently, to survive their rejection and build a new life. And that message, that hope, would spread to other girls whether my family wanted it to or not. The new safe house was 40 miles away, a small apartment above a retired police officer's garage. Margaret explained he'd done this before, housing girls whose families wouldn't stop hunting them. The security was even tighter than Theodora's. Motion sensors, cameras, panic buttons in every room. I spent the first night staring at the address Anya had given me, a house number in a neighborhood I recognized, where another cluster of our community lived. More girls who needed to know their options. Ms. Rodriguez visited the next morning with boxes of supplies. We decided to create information packets, not just pamphlets, but detailed guides hidden inside school notebooks, phone numbers written as math problems, legal information disguised as history homework. We'll distribute them through the school nurses, she explained. They're mandatory reporters and can identify at-risk students. While we worked, Patricia called with updates. The men who'd broken into Theodora's house had been identified through fingerprints, distant cousins from my father's side. Warrants were issued, but they'd already fled the state. Your family's also filed an appeal on the protective order, she added. They're claiming religious discrimination. The packets took 3 days to prepare. Each one contained a hidden pocket with emergency numbers, legal rights information, and step-by-step escape plans. We made 50, knowing most would be thrown away by suspicious parents. But if even one reached a girl who needed it. Thursday brought a new development. A social worker arrived with a teenage girl, her eyes wide with fear. She was from a different family in our community, but her story was familiar, promised to a 47-year-old man. Her period had come last week. I found your notebook, she whispered to me, hidden in my cousin's room, the one with the math problems that were really phone numbers. My heart soared. The information was already spreading beyond my reach. Margaret arranged arranged for her emergency placement while I sat with her, explaining what would happen next. The fear in her eyes slowly shifted to determination as she realized she had options. That night, my new phone rang with an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "Don't hang up," a young voice said quickly. "I'm calling from a friend's phone. We're 6 girls. We found your information. We need help." I grabbed a pen, writing down everything as she spoke in rushed whispers. 6 girls, ages 12 to 16. 3 already promised to older men. They met in secret, sharing the notebook pages they'd found. "Can you get to teachers? Counselors?" I asked. "We're trying, but our parents watch us constantly now. After what you did, they're all scared." I gave her specific phrases to use, teachers' names at different schools who would respond, made her repeat the emergency numbers back to me, told her about the security cameras at the courthouse, how to file emergency orders. "What if they catch us?" she asked, voice trembling. "Then you try again," I said firmly, "and again, until you're free." Friday morning, Patricia called with urgent news. "Your father's lawyer filed an emergency motion. They're claiming you're recruiting minors into dangerous situations. They want criminal charges filed for teaching girls their legal rights. They're calling it corruption of minors, interference with parental rights. It won't stick, but it's meant to scare you into silence." But I was done being scared into silence. That afternoon, I met with a journalist Ms. Rodriguez knew, someone who specialized in human rights stories. She'd agreed to write about the underground network of girls sharing information, protecting their identities while exposing the practice. "No photos, no real names," she promised, "but people need to know this is happening here, in America." The article wouldn't run for weeks, but just knowing it would exist felt like victory. Saturday's mail brought a surprise, a package with no return address, postmarked from another state. Inside were photos and a letter in shaky handwriting. The photos showed a young woman in nursing scrubs, smiling at a graduation ceremony. The letter was from Fatima. "I wanted you to see what's possible," she wrote. "5 years of hiding, but I built a life, became a nurse, found love with someone who sees my worth beyond being someone's property. Stay strong." I cried holding those photos, seeing proof that survival could lead to more than just survival. Sunday was quiet until evening, when Margaret called. 3 more girls came forward today, different families all citing the information packets. CPS is opening investigations. The backlash was swift. Monday morning, my father's lawyer held a press conference on the courthouse steps. He painted me as a troubled teen destroying families, corrupting innocent children with Western ideology. Several community leaders stood behind him, nodding gravely. "She targets vulnerable young girls," he said to the cameras, "fills their heads with lies about loving families who only want to preserve their culture." Patricia was ready with our own response. She'd gathered statements from teachers, social workers, and counselors who'd seen the pattern for years but hadn't known how to help. The retired officer I was staying with even agreed to speak, describing the lengths families went to retrieve girls. But the real blow came Tuesday. A video surfaced online, Margie again, but this time she wasn't alone. 4 other girls from my wife's skills group sat with her, all reciting how I'd tried to turn them against their families. "She said our parents were evil," one girl stated flatly, "said our culture was wrong, made us hate who we are." I recognized the coaching, the careful word choices, but to outsiders, it looked damning. "Don't watch anymore," the retired officer advised, closing the laptop. "They're trying to break you." Wednesday, everything accelerated. Patricia called early. The journalist's editor had received legal threats about the article. My father's lawyer was claiming defamation, threatening massive lawsuits. Then Margaret arrived with news that made my blood run cold. "One of the girls who called you last week. Her family found out. They're moving her out of state tomorrow." "Which one?" I asked, though I already knew. It would be the oldest, the bravest, the one most likely to run. Samira, 16. She was supposed to meet with a counselor today. I thought fast. The courthouse. If she can get there before they leave. Margaret was already calling, alerting authorities. But we all knew the statistics. Once girls were moved across state lines, they rarely resurfaced. That afternoon, I made a decision. Despite everyone's protests, I insisted on going to the courthouse. Not inside, that was too dangerous, but nearby, where Samira might see me if she managed to escape. The retired officer drove, parking where we could watch the building. For 2 hours, nothing. Then a van pulled up, and I saw her. Samira, pressed between 2 ants, being walked toward the entrance. Not for protection, for passport documentation. They were taking her out of the country. She saw me through the car window. Our eyes met for just a moment. I pressed my hand against the glass, mouthing one word, "Run." She didn't run, couldn't, with her aunts gripping her arms, but as they passed the security checkpoint, she did something else. Dropped to the ground, screaming about stomach pain. Classic move from my playbook. Security responded, calling for medical help. In the chaos, Samira managed to grab an officer's arm. I couldn't hear what she said, but I saw his expression change. He spoke into his radio, and suddenly more officers appeared. Her aunts tried to pull her up, insisting she was fine, but Samira kept screaming, kept holding the officer's arm. Within minutes, CPS workers arrived. "We need to go," the officer said, starting the engine. "Now." As we drove away, I saw my uncle emerging from the van, phone pressed to his ear, gesturing furiously. They'd lost another one. Thursday was a blur of legal meetings. Patricia was building a case against the intimidation tactics, documenting every threat, every harassment attempt. The journalist had found a publisher willing to risk the lawsuits. And more girls were coming forward, not just from my community, but from others who'd heard whispers of the network. "You started something," Patricia said, "something they can't stop." Friday morning, I woke to sirens. Not unusual in this neighborhood, but these stopped close. Too close. The retired officer was already up checking cameras. "Stay back," he ordered, hand on his service weapon. Through the window, I saw flames. A car in the parking lot was burning. Not his car, one that hadn't been there last night. As firefighters worked, police found something in the trunk. Dolls dressed in white wedding dresses, burned beyond recognition. The message was clear. "We're moving you again," Margaret said when she arrived. "Today." But I was tired of running. "No, they want me scared, hidden. I'm done giving them what they want." The argument lasted hours. Finally, we compromised. I'd stay, but with increased security. Off-duty officers would rotate shifts. Panic buttons linked directly to 911, and I'd vary my location, never sleeping in the same place twice. Saturday's news brought unexpected hope. The article had been published online early, going viral within hours. Comments poured in from women who'd escaped similar situations, offering support and resources. Organizations I'd never heard of reached out, wanting to help expand the information network. But the best message came from Anya, a single text from an unknown number. 12 girls in 3 states now have the notebooks. They're making copies. You did it. Sunday was quiet, but I knew it was the calm before something. My family wouldn't accept this level of defiance without a final move. It came Monday morning. Not violence this time, but something worse in their eyes. A formal announcement in the community newsletter. I had been officially disowned, not just by my parents, but by the entire extended family. My name was to be erased from family trees, my photos removed from homes. Anyone who spoke to me would face the same fate. In their world, it was worse than death. It was complete erasure. But as I read the announcement, I felt something unexpected. Relief. They'd played their final card, and I was still standing. Tuesday brought a flood of responses. Girls who'd been watching, waiting, saw that the worst punishment hadn't destroyed me. 3 more emergency orders were filed that day. 2 girls made it to shelters. One was caught, but managed to tell teachers before her family could move her. Wednesday, I met with the organization leaders who'd reached out. They wanted to formalize the network, create a proper support system with legal backing and safe houses specifically for these situations. "We'll call it the Freedom Network," one woman said, "hidden in plain sight like your notebooks." Thursday was my court date for the Permanent Protective Order renewal. I walked in to find the courtroom packed. Not with my family this time, they'd given up that fight, but with girls and women who'd escaped, social workers who'd helped them, teachers who'd noticed the signs. My father's lawyer made one last attempt, arguing that the disownment proved the family wanted no contact. The judge shut him down quickly. "Disownment doesn't erase threats made or crimes committed," she stated firmly. "The order stands." As we left court, Fatima was waiting outside. She'd driven 3 hours to be there, to show me I wasn't alone. We didn't need words, just hugged while photographers captured the moment. 2 girls who'd refused to disappear. Friday, the Freedom Network held its first official meeting. 15 volunteers, including Ms. Rodriguez and Theodora. We planned distribution routes for information packets, safe house locations, emergency response protocols. What had started with stolen pamphlets was becoming something real. That night, my phone rang. Another unknown number. Another girl, voice shaking with fear and hope. "I found your notebook," she whispered. "Can you help me?" "Yes," I said, grabbing my pen. "Tell me everything." As she spoke, I thought about all the girls still trapped, still believing they had no choice. The network would grow, the information would spread. Some would escape, others wouldn't. But every girl who learned her rights was a victory. My family had erased me, but I'd become something they couldn't erase. Proof that their daughters could choose differently. That knowledge would spread through whispered conversations and hidden notebooks, through brave girls who risked everything for freedom. The war wasn't over. It might never be truly over. But as I gave another terrified girl the words that could save her life, I knew we'd already won the battle that mattered most. We'd proven it was possible to say no.
What was the scariest "we need to leave now" gut feeling that you've ever experienced? Me and my little sister went camping in the woods very close to our house when we were kids. We'd seen this bald guy with a blue shirt and a dog walking around, which isn't unusual for the area. You'll often see people walking and say hello. For some reason though, I just got this tight feeling in my chest, and my sister must have too, because we both just gave each other this look. I don't know what it was that made me do it. This is very out of character for me, but I took a photo of the back of him as he was walking away. A while later, we see the same guy again near the lake. He comes over and asks about the tent we're carrying, where we'll be setting up, and are we camping with our dad? We say yes, a lie. We must have had the same moment of psychicness, because we walked off up a fork in the path until we were out of view, then looked at each other and jumped down a path hidden by the bushes, and waited behind them on the parallel trail for a bit. The guy watched us walk off, pretended to play with his dog until he couldn't see us, then turned around and ran up the path after us. Thankfully, he didn't see us hidden and carried on up straight where he thought we'd gone.
I laughed while my ex-husband's new wife threw a tantrum. My ex and I share 3 teens, 16, 15, and 14. We divorced when our youngest was still a baby, and we've followed a strict custody plan ever since, mostly to avoid drama. No, his wife wasn't the reason we split, but he did cheat on me during my high-risk pregnancy. He thought that was okay because I couldn't have sex. I didn't. Things got messy, and co-parenting's been tough ever since. His wife has always been rocky with the kids. One minute she's cold and snappy. The next, she's begging them to call her mom. She even shared details details about her infertility and IVF like it was their responsibility to fill her emotional gaps. The kids didn't ask for that. Therapists helped, but the damage was done. After years of court battles, parenting classes, and warnings from the judge, the kids were finally allowed to decide how often they'd see their dad. They all chose one weekend a month. His wife hated it. Yesterday, they planned a Disney trip for Mother's Day. He asked if our kids wanted to come. I asked them. They said no, loud and clear. Later, his wife called me sobbing, saying they were her kids too. I couldn't help it, so I laughed and hung up. Now they're blowing up my phone, calling me heartless. But I never stopped the kids from loving her. I just wouldn't force them to love someone who treated them like emotional support animals.
What was your family's cruelest rule? Every night, my dad made us vote on which family member deserved to sleep in a real bed, and who had to sleep in the metal shed outside. And if you refused to rank your own mother and siblings from best to worst, you automatically got the shed. Dad sat at the head of the table with his stupid clipboard, reading out our names like some sick game show host. "Time for rankings," he'd say, smiling while the rest of us stared at our plates. He was always exempt because he managed the system, which meant he slept in the master bedroom every night while we tore each other apart for the remaining spots. The best bed went to whoever got ranked highest, which meant an actual mattress, soft pillows, warm blankets, and your own room with a door that locked. Second place got the couch in the living room, while third got a sleeping bag on the basement floor. Fourth place got the garage with just a yoga mat, and dead last slept in the shed. By the time I was 12, I'd spent dozens of nights in that shed. We all had, except for Dad. One night when I was 13, all my siblings ranked me last because they were pissed I'd lost my shoe and made them late for school that morning. The metal floor burned cold through the gasoline-soaked blanket while rain hammered the roof like gunshots. Spiders dropped from the ceiling onto my face and mice ran over my legs while I shivered until my bones hurt. The rankings destroyed us in exactly the ways Dad wanted. My brother Yutef sabotaged everyone else constantly to look better by comparison. He'd hide homework, break things and blame others, start fights right before dinner to make someone look bad. Once he put sugar in Mom's gas tank so she'd miss work and look irresponsible to Dad. She spent 3 nights in the shed while her car got fixed, and Yutef slept soundly on the couch. Playing nice never worked because someone always needed a scapegoat to avoid last place. Good grades and finished chores meant nothing when the alternative was freezing on metal flooring. Every dinner became a silent calculation of who you could sacrifice tonight, which family member you loved least in that moment, whose suffering would hurt you least to cause. My sister Yasmin had perfected crying on command, and would sob during dinner about her previous nights in the shed, instantly earning sympathy votes. Yusef made deals and promises, trading future high rankings for votes now. Mom tried staying neutral, but that just meant everyone ranked her low for not having allies, so she spent more nights in the shed than anyone. After years of this, we barely spoke except to negotiate votes. Family dinner was just Dad reading rankings while we glared at each other across the table, calculating betrayals and planning revenge. I kept a notebook tracking voting patterns, looking for alliances to exploit or weaknesses to target. Trust between us had died long ago, and love followed shortly after. Then Yasmin got sick during a week of storms, running a fever so high she couldn't sit up at dinner. Dad's rule was absolute because no vote meant automatic shed placement. She lay there shaking and delirious, too weak to even point at names on his list. "Rules are rules," Dad said, marking her down for the shed before carrying her out there himself, while rain poured through the rust holes. By morning, she had pneumonia and was coughing up blood on the metal floor. Still too sick to vote the next night meant another automatic shed placement. I tried sneaking her extra blankets, but Dad caught me and called it tampering with rankings, which earned me 5 nights in the shed as punishment. I spent those nights listening to my baby sister dying 10 feet away, while Dad made notes about maintaining system integrity. Mom finally defied Dad and took Yasmin to the hospital, but by then something in Yutef had permanently broken. He'd do anything to avoid the shed, including recording conversations for blackmail material and putting laxatives in food before ranking day. He spread lies about Mom that made Dad scream at her for hours, guaranteeing she'd get sympathy votes from us. The doctors asked about Yasmin's frostbitten toes and the rust marks on her skin, but Mom lied and said she'd been camping. They didn't believe her, but couldn't prove anything without Yasmin talking, and she hadn't said a word since getting sick. Dad punished Mom with 2 weeks straight in the shed, and she came back thinner and quieter. One night, Dad announced a new development in his system. The shed wasn't the bottom anymore because he'd dug a pit behind it with just dirt walls and a tarp on top. "For whoever ranks last starting now," he explained, visibly excited about his innovation, "the shed will be for second to last. Progress." Yusef immediately volunteered to dig it deeper in exchange for immunity from last place for a week, and I knew we were completely lost. My brother was literally digging a grave for his family members to sleep in just to avoid it himself. Mom had given up entirely, automatically ranking herself last every night with a defeated smile. Yasmin remained too weak to vote properly, which guaranteed more shed nights. The pit was almost finished, and tonight someone would sleep in dirt. I stare at the hole behind the shed. Dirt walls packed tight and the blue tarp stretched across the top like some kind of twisted camping setup. My stomach twists into knots as Dad walks out the back door with his clipboard. that sick smile spreading across his face when he sees us all looking. He taps the clipboard against his palm and announces that tonight marks a special occasion because someone gets to be first in the pit. Yasmin sits slumped at the kitchen table inside, barely able to hold her head up, and I know if she can't vote again, she'll end up down there in the cold dirt. I make myself a promise right then that I'll take her place no matter what it costs me, even if Dad adds extra punishment nights or makes up new rules to hurt me worse. The sun is setting and the temperature is already dropping, frost starting to form on the grass around the pit's edges. Dad calls us inside for dinner and we file in silently, taking our usual spots around the table while he sits at the head with his clipboard ready. He's smiling that awful smile again, the one that says he's enjoying every second of this, and we all stare down at our plates to avoid making eye contact with him or each other. Mom speaks first in this flat, empty voice that sounds like all the life got sucked out of her, ranking herself last the way she always does now with that defeated little smile. Yusef leans over and whispers that he'll rank me second to last if I support him for the couch, his eyes cold and calculating like he's working out some business deal instead of deciding where his family members sleep tonight. I want to punch him in the face, but I need allies if I'm going to keep Yasmin safe. So I nod slightly and watch Dad making notes on his clipboard. Yusef starts his usual performance, reminding everyone in this cheerful voice how he helped with dishes and took out the trash today, conveniently leaving out the part where he broke the bathroom faucet this morning and told Dad I did it. Yasmin tries her crying routine, but she's too weak to make it work, tears just sliding down her pale cheeks without the dramatic sobs that usually get her sympathy votes. She's shaking from fever or cold or both, and I can see her trying so hard to participate but failing. The whole ritual makes me physically sick, but I force myself to go through the motions anyway, ranking people in my head, and calculating who I can sacrifice tonight, because refusing to vote means automatic pit placement, and I can't help Yasmin if I'm the one down there. Dad reads through each name slowly, savoring the moment, while we call out our rankings one by one. When Dad finishes counting the votes, he looks almost disappointed for a second, then announces that Mom gets the pit and Yasmin gets the shed. Something about his tone makes it clear he was hoping Yasmin would end up in the pit for the big debut, but the numbers worked out different. I feel this tiny moment of relief until I look at Mom's face and watch it go completely blank, all expression draining away like someone pulled a plug. She doesn't protest or argue or even look upset, just stands up slowly and walks toward the back door like a ghost floating across the room. I want to scream that this isn't normal, that families don't do this to each other, that we should all refuse together and let Dad sleep in his own stupid pit. But the words get stuck in my throat and won't come out. Yusef is already heading for the living room to claim the couch, and Yasmin shuffles toward the back door, coughing wetly into her hand. That night, I lie on my sleeping bag in the basement and can't stop thinking about the storm week when Yasmin got pneumonia. I can still hear her coughing up blood on the metal shed floor, this awful wet sound that went on for hours while I shivered through my own punishment nights for trying to sneak her blankets. Dad had called it tampering with rankings and added 5 extra nights to my sentence, standing there with his clipboard taking notes about maintaining system integrity, while his daughter was literally dying 10 feet away from him. The memory makes my hands shake with rage, and I have to press them flat against the concrete floor to make them stop. Mom is in the pit right now, lying in cold dirt with just a tarp between her and the night sky, and I'm down here safe and warm by comparison. The guilt sits heavy in my chest, but I remind myself that being in the basement means I can still help, still plan, still figure out how to stop this. I can't sleep knowing Mom is out there, so I sneak over to the tiny basement window and look out at the backyard. It's almost midnight and getting colder, frost forming thick on the grass around the edges of the pit. The tarp sags slightly in the middle where Mom must be lying underneath, and I can see her shape moving occasionally, trying to find a position that doesn't hurt as much. Dad's bedroom light is still on upstairs, and I can see his shadow moving around behind the curtains, probably reviewing his precious clipboard and making notes about tonight's rankings, planning new ways to torture us tomorrow. He's probably excited about how well the pit is working, already thinking about improvements he could make or new rules he could add to the system. I pull out my phone that I've been hiding in my sleeping bag, wrapped in an old sock so Dad won't find it if he searches down here. I look at the photos I took weeks ago of Yasmin's frostbitten toes, the skin black and dead looking at the tips and the rust marks on her back from the shed floor that look like someone beat her. My hands shake as I scroll through the images and realize I have to do something bigger than just taking pictures, something that might actually stop this before someone dies in that pit. Even if it means Dad punishes me worse than ever, even if he adds weeks to my shed time or invents some new horrible consequence, I can't let Yasmin end up down there in the dirt. The photos are evidence, but they're not enough. Not when Dad can smile and charm his way through any conversation, making everyone believe we're just dramatic kids exaggerating normal discipline. The next morning, I wait until I hear the shower running upstairs, then creep into the kitchen where Mom is standing at the sink. I whisper about maybe calling someone for help, a teacher or a neighbor or even the police, keeping my voice low so Dad won't hear through the bathroom door. Mom grabs my arm hard enough to leave marks, her fingers digging into my skin, and warns me in this urgent whisper that Dad always finds out about everything we do. She says he has ways of knowing, that he checks checks our phones and reads our notebooks, and listens to our conversations, and anyone who tries to get outside help just ends up punished worse. Her eyes look hollow and scared, like all the fight got beaten out of her years ago, and I realize she's been broken so completely that she can't even imagine escape anymore. She actually believes we're stuck in this system forever, that there's no way out except to survive it one night at a time. At breakfast, Yusef is practically bouncing in his chair, bragging to Dad about how he made the pit 6 inches deeper yesterday afternoon. He holds up his hands to show off the blisters on his palms like they're trophies he won, going on about how the extra depth will provide better insulation or some garbage like that. Dad actually smiles at him, this genuine proud father smile I haven't seen in years, and promises Yusef immunity from last place for the next week as a reward for his hard work. I feel physically sick watching my brother volunteer to dig what's basically a grave for his own family members, doing it eagerly just to save himself from ending up down there. Yusef meets my eyes across the table, and there's no guilt or shame in his expression. Just this cold satisfaction that he's secured his safety for another week. He's turned into exactly what Dad wanted him to be. I spend the rest of the morning trying to understand why Dad does this, what he actually gets from watching us destroy each other every single night. It's not just about control, though that's part of it. He genuinely enjoys the rankings. I can see it in his face when he reads the results, the way his eyes light up when we have to calculate who we love least in that moment. He likes the fear in our eyes when we realize we might be going to the pit, the desperate negotiations we make with each other, the way trust between us died years ago and got replaced with survival calculations. He calls it system integrity and talks about fairness and rules, but really it's just cruelty disguised as some kind of reasonable family structure. And he's the only one who never suffers, never spends a single night cold or scared or hurt, just sleeps in his comfortable bed every night while we tear each other apart for the remaining spots. At the school the next day, I can barely keep my eyes open during first period, my head nodding forward every few minutes until I jerk awake again. The teacher's voice sounds like it's coming from underwater, and the words on the board blur together into meaningless shapes. I dig my fingernails into my palm hard enough to leave marks, because falling asleep means I won't be able to think clearly tonight, and if I can't participate in rankings, I get the pit automatically. During math class, I start doing calculations that have nothing to do with the lesson, figuring out how to protect Yasmin tonight. If I can convince Yusef to rank Mom second to last and I volunteer for last place myself, at least Yasmin gets the couch. It's not much protection, but it's something, and keeping her safe is the only thing that still matters in this destroyed family. The bell rings for lunch, and instead of going to the cafeteria, I head straight for the bathroom on the second floor that nobody uses. I lock myself in the far stall and pull out my phone with shaking hands, rolling up my sleeves to photograph the bruises on my arms from 3 nights ago, when Dad grabbed me during a ranking argument. The marks have faded to yellow and green, but they're still visible, proof that this isn't normal discipline. I take 5 photos from different angles, making sure the bruises show up clearly in the bathroom's harsh lighting. Then I open my voice recorder app and start explaining the system in a low whisper, keeping my voice factual and calm even though my hands won't stop trembling. I describe the shed, the pit, the nightly votes, how Dad exempts himself while forcing us to rank each other. My mouth goes dry halfway through and I have to stop and swallow before continuing, terrified that someone will walk in and hear me, that Dad will somehow find out what I'm doing. The whole recording is maybe 90 seconds long, but it feels like hours. And when I'm done, my heart is pounding so hard I feel sick. I delete the recording from the recent files list and stuff my phone back in my pocket, then sit on the toilet lid trying to calm down enough to go to class. The rest of the school day passes in a blur of exhaustion and planning. I keep thinking about Miss Ann McCann, how she's always been kind when I've fallen asleep in her class, the way she looks at me sometimes like she knows something is wrong. If I can just get her to really listen, maybe she'll help us. I practice the words in my head during every class, trying to figure out how to explain the shed and pit without sounding crazy or dramatic. It has to sound believable, factual, like I'm reporting something that happened rather than making up stories for attention. By the time the final bell rings, I've rehearsed it 20 times, and the words almost sound normal instead of completely insane. After school, I go to the library instead of heading straight home, finding a computer in the back corner where nobody can see my screen. I create a new email account with a random username that has nothing to do with my real name, then upload all the photos and audio files to a hidden folder in the cloud. It takes forever because the library Wi-Fi is slow, and I keep checking over my shoulder to make sure nobody is watching. Once everything is uploaded, I delete the files from my phone's camera roll and recent items, going through every folder twice to make sure Dad won't find anything if he checks. The hidden cloud folder is password protected, and the password is something Dad would never guess. A line from a book Yasmin used to read before she got too sick to care about stories. I get home right before dinner and Dad is already at the table with his clipboard, that sick smile on his face like he's about to host a game show. Mom is setting out plates with mechanical movements, her face blank and empty. Yasmin sits hunched in her chair, coughing into her elbow, and Yusef is watching everyone with calculating eyes. I slide into my seat and immediately lean toward Yusef, keeping my voice barely above a whisper. I tell him I'll rank him high tonight if he helps keep Yasmin off the bottom, promising him the couch if he ranks Mom second to last. His eyes narrow as he considers the deal, weighing the benefits against the risks. Dad's gaze shifts toward us, and I can see him noticing the whispered conversation, but Yusef gives me a tiny nod of agreement. When the voting starts, I rank Yusef second and myself last, and Yusef follows through on our deal. The final results give Yasmin the couch, Yusef the sleeping bag in the basement, Mom the shed, and me the garage. It feels like a victory for about 30 seconds, until I notice Dad making notes on his clipboard with that cold, calculating expression he gets when he's planning something new. After dinner, Dad stands up and announces a new rule in his calm, reasonable voice. He explains that any collusion or vote trading will result in automatic pit placement for both parties involved, effective immediately. His eyes are locked on me and Yusef as he speaks, and my stomach drops as I realize he saw everything. Our whispered deal, the coordinated votes, all of it. He's always one step ahead, always finding new ways to isolate us from each other and prevent any kind of alliance. My small victory turns to ashes in my mouth as I understand that protecting Yasmin just got infinitely harder. Yusef won't risk helping me again now that Dad has made it a punishable offense, and I'll be on my own trying to keep her safe. That night, I lie on the yoga mat in the garage, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the house settling. The concrete floor is cold through the thin mat, and my back already hurts from the hard surface. I think about Yasmin getting weaker every day, Mom giving up completely, Yusef turning into a monster just to survive. If I don't speak up now, someone is going to die in that pit. Maybe Yasmin from another bout of pneumonia, maybe Mom from the cold and starvation, maybe even me if Dad decides to make an example. I have to risk outside help no matter what Dad does to punish me, because living with the guilt of staying silent would be worse than any night in the pit. The next morning at the school, Mrs. McCann pulls me aside after I turn in an essay that I can barely remember writing. The words on the page are a mess, sentences trailing off mid-thought and paragraphs that don't connect to each other. She holds the paper carefully and asks if everything is okay at home, her voice gentle and concerned. I want to tell her everything right there in the hallway, want to describe the pit and the shed and the nightly rankings, but the words stick in my throat like they're glued there. Instead, I just say things are complicated and stressful, giving her enough to worry about without fully explaining. She studies my face for a long moment, and I can see real concern in her eyes, not just teacher concern, but actual worry about my safety. She doesn't push for more details, but asks if I'd be willing to talk more after class tomorrow. I agree immediately because I need an ally, even though I'm terrified of what Dad will do if he finds out I've been talking to teachers. Mrs. McCann writes her email address on a piece of paper and tells me I can reach out anytime, even on weekends, and something about her quiet kindness makes my eyes burn with tears I refuse to let fall. That afternoon, I'm in the kitchen doing homework when the phone rings and Dad answers it in the living room. I can hear his voice shift into that pleasant, concerned father tone he uses with outsiders, thanking someone for caring and promising to make sure I get more rest. When he hangs up, he walks into the kitchen and just stares at me, his expression cold and full of barely contained rage. I don't have to ask who called because I already know it was Miss McCann, expressing concern about my academic performance and general well-being. Dad doesn't say anything, just looks at me with those calculating eyes while I pretend to focus on my homework. But I know what that look means. Tonight's ranking is going to be bad, and whatever protection I thought I'd built by documenting evidence just became worthless in the face of Dad's immediate retaliation. At dinner, Dad sits at the head of the table with his clipboard, but this time he doesn't even bother with the normal ranking ceremony. He just announces that I'm being moved to the garage as a pre-penalty for involving teachers in family business, which means I don't get to participate in rankings anymore. His voice is calm and reasonable, like he's explaining a simple consequence for bad behavior, instead of punishing me for trying to get help. He talks about how teachers need to stay out of family matters, and how my poor judgment has forced him to take protective measures. Yusef smirks from across the table, clearly happy that someone else is getting punished, and that he's safe for tonight. Mom won't meet my eyes, just stares at her plate while Dad explains the new arrangement. I realize this is exactly what happens when you try to reach out. You get punished while everyone else stays quiet to protect themselves from becoming the next target. The garage floor is cold concrete with just a thin yoga mat, and I know I'll be there for days or maybe weeks depending on how long Dad decides to drag this out. After dinner, I gather my sleeping bag and pillow, walking past my siblings without saying anything because there's nothing to say anymore. Yusef heads to the couch looking satisfied. Mom shuffles toward the shed with her usual defeated expression, and Yasmin coughs her way to the basement. Dad watches me walk to the garage with this small smile, like he's won something important by isolating me further from any chance of outside help. That night, I lie awake on the yoga mat, the cold seeping through the thin material and into my back. Around 2 a.m., I hear coughing coming from the backyard, wet and painful. Probably Yasmin in the shed struggling to breathe. Then there's this metallic banging sound, like someone shifting around trying to find a position that doesn't hurt. I press my ear against the garage wall, but I can't tell if it's Mom in the pit or just the shed settling in the cold. Next door, our neighbor Fergus stands at his fence in his bathrobe, listening to the sounds of suffering coming from our property. He's an older man who lives alone and keeps odd hours, and I've seen him out in his yard late at night before. The coughing gets worse for a few minutes, then quieter, then starts again. The banging continues on and off, irregular and desperate. Fergus stands there for almost 10 minutes just listening, his face troubled in the darkness. I can see him through the small garage window, his silhouette against his porch light. He finally goes back inside, but he keeps looking back at our yard, like he knows something is wrong, but doesn't know what to do about it. Early the next morning before Dad wakes up, I sneak out of the garage while it's still dark outside. My hands shake as I tear a page from my school notebook and write 3 words, "Please help us," along with our address. The note is vague and desperate, but I'm running out of options, and Fergus is the only neighbor close enough to hear what happens at night. I fold the paper twice and creep across our yard to the fence line, then slip through the gap between the boards into Fergus's property. His mailbox is by his front door, and I shove the note inside, then run back before anyone sees me. I don't know if he'll do anything or just think I'm being dramatic. Some kid making up stories for attention. But I have to try something because Dad has cut off every other path to help. Back in the garage, I lie down and pretend to sleep, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. If Dad finds out I contacted Fergus, I don't know what he'll do, but it will definitely be worse than the garage. That afternoon, there's a knock on our front door, and Dad answers it with his usual charming smile. Fergus stands there holding a small package, making some excuse about how it was delivered to his house by mistake. I hover in the hallway behind Dad, trying to make eye contact with Fergus without being obvious. They chat pleasantly about the weather, about how cold it's been getting at night, about normal neighbor things. Dad deflects every subtle question about the family with practiced ease, talking about how busy we all are with school and work. Fergus asks if everyone's feeling okay since he heard some coughing last night, and Dad laughs it off, saying Yasmin has a little cold but nothing serious. I try to catch Fergus's eye, but Dad shifts his position to block me from view, still smiling and making small talk. Fergus looks frustrated and uncertain, like he wants to say more but doesn't know how without being rude or intrusive. After a few more minutes, he leaves with the package, glancing back at our house with this worried expression. Dad closes the door and turns to look at me, his eyes cold and calculating, and I know he suspects something even if he doesn't have proof yet. At the school, Mrs. McCann sits at her desk after class filing paperwork, her face serious and concerned. She's been thinking about me all day, about the exhaustion and the essay I wrote about feeling trapped, about my visible anxiety when she mentioned calling home. She opens the mandated reporter form on her computer and starts typing, listing specific observations that have worried her over the past few weeks. Falling asleep in class multiple times, flinching when touched, difficulty concentrating, references in my writing to sleeping in uncomfortable places. She describes how I seem scared of going home, how I avoid talking about my family, how I look thinner and more tired every day. It's not proof of anything concrete, nothing she can point to and say this is definitely abuse. But it's enough to trigger an investigation, enough to get someone official to look at our family situation. She submits the report and sends a copy to the school counselor, then sits back feeling both relieved and worried about what might happen next. 2 days later, a CPS social worker named Imani Mendez schedules an unannounced home visit for the following afternoon. She doesn't tell our family directly, just coordinates with Miss Ed McCann to confirm the address and best time to find everyone home. I don't know this is happening yet, sitting in class trying to stay awake and wondering if my note to Fergus did anything. Miss Ed McCann sends me an email during lunch saying she's thinking of me and hopes things get better soon, which feels like a tiny lifeline in the middle of drowning. I read it 3 times on the school library computer, looking for hidden meaning or promises she can't actually make. The words are simple and kind, and something about them makes my chest hurt because I'm not used to adults caring without wanting something in return. I delete the email immediately in case Dad checks the school system somehow, but I memorize the words first. The next morning, Dad seems different, tense and alert, like he senses something coming. Maybe he notices me acting different, or maybe he's just paranoid after Fergus's visit and Mr. McCann's phone call. He spends the morning preparing, moving through the house with cold efficiency. He puts boards over the pit to make it look like a garden project, throwing some seed packets on top for decoration. He goes to the shed and throws clean blankets over the dirty ones, arranging everything to look normal and temporary instead of like a regular sleeping space. Then he calls us all into the kitchen and coaches us on what to say if anyone asks questions. Tell them we're a normal family. Tell them the shed is for camping equipment. Tell them we sometimes sleep outside for fun during good weather. Uchef absorbs the instructions eagerly, nodding and asking clarifying questions like he's studying for a test. Mom nods mechanically, her face blank and obedient. I realize they're all going to lie perfectly because they're too scared to do anything else, too broken to imagine that telling the truth might actually help instead of making things worse. When Imani arrives that afternoon with her clipboard and kind smile, we perform exactly as Dad scripted. She's a black woman in her 30s with tired eyes and a gentle voice, and she sits in our living room asking questions while Dad hovers nearby. Uchef enthusiastically describes our loving family, even volunteering stories about camping trips that never happened. He talks about family game nights and weekend activities, painting this picture of normal suburban life. Mom speaks in a quiet, controlled voice about normal family stress and teenage drama, explaining that I've been going through a difficult phase lately. I want to scream the truth, want to grab Imani and show her the pit and the shed and make her understand what really happens here. But Dad's hand is on my shoulder, heavy and threatening, and the words die in my throat before they can form. I just nod along with whatever Mom says, my voice small and careful. Imani notices things anyway, her trained eyes catching details we can't hide completely. She sees the way we all defer to Dad, how we look to him before answering any question. She notices how Mom's hands shake slightly when she talks, how she keeps smoothing her shirt over and over. She sees the dark circles under my eyes and Yasmin's pale, sickly appearance, the way Yasmin can barely sit up straight on the couch. Imani asks to speak with Yasmin privately and requests permission to schedule a medical evaluation, citing concerns about her visible weight loss and chronic cough. Dad agrees smoothly, playing the concerned father who just wants the best for his daughter. He talks about how worried he's been, how he's been meaning to take her to the doctor but work has been so busy. But I can feel his rage building beneath the performance, can sense the punishment that's coming once Imani leaves. His hand tightens on my shoulder just slightly, a warning that only I can feel. After Imani leaves, Dad moves through the house like a storm, confiscating every phone and device he can find. He searches through our rooms with cold efficiency, opening drawers and checking hiding spots with the thoroughness of someone who's done this before. He takes my diary from under my mattress, Utef's laptop from his desk, even Mom's old tablet that barely works anymore. He piles everything on the kitchen table while we watch in silence, then announces that outside contact is now forbidden except for school, and anyone caught talking to teachers, neighbors, or social workers about family business will spend a week straight in the pit. His voice is calm, but his eyes are cold with fury, and we all know he means every word. I think about my hidden phone in the garage insulation, and pray he doesn't find it. Pray that my one remaining link to the outside world stays secret. Dad looks at each of us in turn, making sure we understand the new rules, making sure we know that the consequences for breaking them will be severe. That night, after everyone goes to their assigned sleeping spots, I wait until I hear Dad's bedroom door close before sneaking into the garage. My hands shake as I pull the notebook from where I hid it under my sleeping bag earlier. The notebook is small and worn, filled with months of data tracking every ranking, every vote, every pattern in Dad's system. I feel along the garage wall until I find a gap in the insulation between the wall studs. The pink fiberglass scratches my fingers as I push the notebook deep into the gap, stuffing it as far back as my arm can reach. It's not much, but it's evidence that this has been going on for years, showing how Dad manipulates everything while pretending the system is fair. I pull my hand out and arrange the insulation to look undisturbed, then step back to check if anything looks different. The wall looks normal, and I let myself breathe a little easier, knowing Dad can't find this one piece of proof. I go back to my yoga mat and lie down, listening to the house settle into its usual nighttime sounds. That's when I hear it through the thin walls. Mom's voice comes from Yasmin's room, barely more than a whisper, but I can make out the words. She's talking about maybe taking Yasmin to the clinic tomorrow without telling Dad, and her voice shakes but sounds determined in a way I haven't heard in months. For just a second, I let myself hope that Mom might actually do something, might finally stand up and protect Yasmin instead of just accepting whatever Dad decides. Then Yasmin coughs in response, that wet, painful cough that's been getting worse for weeks, and she's too weak to even answer Mom's question. I hear Mom's brief spark of courage die in the silence, replaced by quiet crying that she tries to muffle with her pillow. I close my eyes and force myself not to cry too, because crying doesn't change anything, and I need to stay focused on what I can actually do. The next morning, I'm eating cereal at the kitchen table when Dad announces he'll drive Mom and Yasmin to the clinic himself. His voice is cheerful and concerned, playing the caring father role perfectly. Mom's face goes blank as she realizes he heard her whispering last night, that he's taking over her plan before she can act on it. Dad explains that he's been worried about Yasmin too, and wants to make sure she gets proper care, completely stealing Mom's idea and making it his own. At the clinic, Dad stays with them the entire time, sitting right next to Yasmin during the examination. He answers all the doctor's questions before Mom can speak, describing Yasmin's symptoms in careful detail that makes him sound attentive and responsible. The doctor prescribes basic cold medicine and tells them to come back if the cough doesn't improve in a week. Dad thanks the doctor warmly and herds Mom and Yasmin straight back to the car, not giving Mom a single moment alone to say anything different. When they get home, Mom's face is completely blank again, that empty, defeated look that means she's given up. She realizes escape isn't possible, that Dad controls even her small attempts at independence, that there's no way out of his system. At dinner that night, I take a huge risk and slip my phone into my hoodie pocket before coming to the table. Dad's earlier search missed it because I'd hidden it in the bathroom ceiling tiles, and now it's my only remaining link to the outside world. I position the phone carefully in my pocket with the microphone facing out, then press record as Dad starts reading through his clipboard. The audio captures everything in muffled but clear quality. Dad's voice announcing it's time for rankings, the scrape of chairs as we all shift nervously, his explanations of how the system works and why it's fair. Mom's quiet voice ranking herself last like always. Yuchev's manipulation tactics as he reminds everyone about favors they owe him. The phone picks up all of it, proof that this is real, that we're not making it up or being dramatic. My hands sweat under the table, but I keep them still, terrified Dad will notice the slight bulge in my pocket or hear the faint electronic hum. After Dad finishes announcing the rankings, he stands up with barely contained excitement. His eyes actually light up as he declares the pit is now live for tonight's placement. He describes it like he's unveiling some amazing new feature, explaining that storms are coming this week and the tarp will keep rain out while the dirt walls provide natural insulation. He talks about drainage and temperature regulation, genuinely proud of his engineering. His enthusiasm for our suffering is so obvious it makes my stomach twist, and I have to look down at my plate to keep from showing my disgust. Dad asks if anyone has questions about the new system, and we all stay silent, knowing that speaking up just makes things worse. Then Yuchev suddenly sits up straighter and points at Mom. He accuses her of tampering with the voting by trying to signal to Yasmin during the ranking, which is completely made up but gives him a perfect excuse. Dad's eyes narrow as he looks at Mom, asking if this is true. Mom shakes her head, but her denial is weak and unconvincing because she's too defeated to fight back. Dad seizes on Yuchev's accusation immediately, praising him for maintaining system integrity and being vigilant about rule violations. He confirms that Mom will take the pit tonight as punishment for attempting to manipulate the voting process. I watch my brother sacrifice our mother without any hesitation, selling her out to protect his own ranking, and something inside me breaks permanently. The part of me that still believed family meant something, that still hoped we could somehow come together against Dad, just dies right there at the dinner table. Yusef won't meet my eyes as Dad writes Mom's name next to the pit assignment, and I realize my brother is completely lost to Dad's system now. After dinner, I go to the garage and lie down on my yoga mat, listening to the sound of rain starting to fall outside. Each drop hits the roof like a tiny hammer, and I know Mom is in that pit right now with only a tarp between her and the storm. The guilt and rage mix together until I can barely breathe, my chest tight with the weight of knowing I could have ranked her higher but didn't. But the anger also makes my resolve harder and clearer. Tomorrow I'm calling 911 no matter what happens to me afterward, no matter how Dad punishes me or what threats he makes. Someone has to break the silence even if it means Dad punishes me until I break too, because staying quiet isn't protecting anyone anymore. I lie there for hours listening to the rain get heavier, imagining Mom in that dirt hole getting colder and wetter, and I promise myself that this ends tomorrow. At the school the next morning, Mrs. McCann pulls me aside before class starts. She asks directly about the uncomfortable sleeping places I mentioned in my essay last week, her voice gentle but firm. I'm so exhausted and scared that the words just come out before I can stop them. I tell her about the shed, about how it's metal and cold and full of spiders, about how we take turns sleeping there based on rankings. Mrs. McCann goes very still as I talk, her face getting paler with each detail. She asks careful questions about how often this happens and who decides the sleeping arrangements, and I can see her mentally filing a mandated report even as we speak. Her hand shakes slightly as she writes notes, and when I finish talking, she tells me she's going to make sure I get help. By lunch, Mr. McCann has updated her CPS report with explicit concerns about inadequate shelter and potential hypothermia risk. She includes my direct statement about the metal shed, detailed notes about Yasmin's declining health that she's observed during school pickup, and her observations of our family's fear-based dynamics. The report gets flagged as high priority because it involves young children and dangerous living conditions, and CPS assigns it to Imani for immediate follow-up. That afternoon, Imani returns to our house with 2 police officers, their expressions serious and concerned. Dad's performance is absolutely flawless as he invites them inside with a warm smile. He shows them the shed, which he's filled with camping equipment and clean blankets, making it look like a fun outdoor adventure spot rather than a punishment cell. Dad explains calmly that I've been telling stories because I'm angry about normal discipline, that I have a vivid imagination and sometimes exaggerate to get attention. He suggests I might need counseling for my tendency to dramatize regular family situations. The officers look uncertain as they compare Dad's reasonable explanations to what they were told to investigate. One officer asks me directly if anyone forces me to sleep outside, and Dad's hand lands on my shoulder, heavy and threatening. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out because I can feel Dad's fingers pressing into my shoulder blade, a silent reminder of what happens if I speak up. The officers exchange glances and tell Dad they'll file a report, but everything seems fine for now. Just make sure proper supervision is maintained. They leave with just a warning about keeping better communication with the school, and my heart sinks into my stomach as I watch their car pull away. Dad closes the door and turns to look at me, and the pleasant expression drops from his face like a mask being removed. He doesn't yell or scream like I expected, which somehow makes everything worse. Dad just stands there looking at me with this calm, cold expression, and announces that I'll be sleeping in the pit tonight regardless of the rankings, as a consequence for lying to authorities. Mom's head snaps up and she opens her mouth to protest, but Dad turns that same cold look on her, and she shrinks back into her chair without making a sound. I watch this happen, and something clicks in my brain about what seeking help actually costs. How the punishment for speaking up is immediate, and everyone else just watches it happen because they're too scared to intervene. Dad doesn't need to hit anyone or break things when he can control us with just a look and the threat of that hole in the ground. The rest of dinner passes in complete silence while Dad finishes his meal like nothing happened, and I sit there knowing that in a few hours I'll be climbing down into actual dirt with only a tarp between me and the sky. When dinner ends, Dad dismisses everyone except me and explains very calmly that this is what happens when family business gets shared with outsiders, that I brought this on myself by exaggerating normal discipline to teachers who don't understand how families work. His voice never rises above normal conversation level, but every word lands like a physical blow. That night, I climb down into the pit, and the reality of it hits me harder than I thought possible. The dirt is cold and damp under my hands, seeping through my clothes immediately and making everything feel wet and heavy. The tarp above me drips rain through small tears, cold drops hitting my face and neck in random patterns that I can't predict or avoid. The walls are so close I can touch both sides if I stretch my arms out, and the feeling of being trapped makes my chest tight and my breathing shallow. I try to find a position that doesn't hurt, but every way I sit or lie down just presses more cold mud against my skin. Above me, I can hear normal house sounds, footsteps and doors closing, and I know Dad is up there getting ready for bed in his warm room with his soft mattress and locked door. Through the fence, I can hear Yasmin coughing in the shed, that wet, painful sound that means her lungs still haven't recovered from the pneumonia. She's only 10 feet away, but it might as well be miles, because we're both trapped in our separate punishments, suffering alone while Dad sleeps soundly, knowing his system is working exactly like he designed it to. I spend hours shivering in the mud while rain hammers the tarp above me, and I force myself to stay calm even though the walls feel like they're closing in. Spiders crawl across my arms and I can't see them in the darkness, but I feel every leg touching my skin, and something with too many legs runs over my ankle, making me jerk away and hit my elbow on the dirt wall. The cold seeps into my bones until I can't stop shaking, but I make myself focus on tomorrow instead of right now, on what I'll do next, and how I'll make someone believe me this time. I think about Mrs. McCann's concerned face and the way the police looked uncertain, about how Dad's performance was so perfect they couldn't see past it to the truth. My body is freezing and scared, but something in my mind gets harder and clearer with each hour in this hole. I will not let Dad win. I will not let him bury me and Yasmin and Mom in his sick system. I will find a way to make someone see what's really happening here. Through the fence, Fergus hears the sounds again. Louder this time because the rain has stopped and everything is quiet except for the suffering in our backyard. He stands at his window in his dark house and listens to the wet, painful coughing coming from the shed and softer sounds of distress from somewhere else in the yard. He can't see anything because of the fence and the darkness, but he pulls out his phone and starts recording, capturing the audio evidence of whatever is happening over there. The recording picks up Yasmin's coughing clearly, each sound harsh and concerning, and underneath it there are other noises that might be crying or just someone trying to stay quiet while they're in pain. Fergus doesn't know exactly what to do with this recording yet, but something tells him to keep it, to save it as evidence of something wrong happening in that house. He records for 5 full minutes before the sounds quiet down, then saves the file with the date and timestamp showing it was recorded at 2 in the morning. The next morning at the school, I go to the bathroom before PE class and pull out a permanent marker from my backpack. My hands shake as I write, "We sleep in a pit" on my left forearm in big clear letters, making sure it's dark enough to be visible and placed where people will see it when we change for gym. I don't write anything else. Don't add explanations or details, just those 5 words that tell the simple truth. In the locker room, other students notice immediately and start whispering to each other, pointing at my arm and asking what it means. I don't elaborate or try to make it sound worse than it is. Just repeat the same thing when people ask. Sometimes we sleep in a pit in the backyard. That's it. That's the truth. The PE teacher sees it when she's walking through, checking that everyone is dressed for class, and her face goes pale as she reads the words. She tells me to come with her right now and walks me straight to the counselor's office without explaining anything to the other students. I let her lead me there, and I feel both scared and relieved, because at least someone is taking it seriously this time. The school counselor sits me down in her small office and asks very careful questions about what I mean by pit and how often this happens. I stay calm and factual, describing the dimensions of the hole, about 4 feet deep and maybe 3 feet wide, with dirt walls and a tarp stretched over the top. I explain about the mud and the rain dripping through and how the walls are close enough to touch both sides at once. I avoid any dramatic language that might make them think I'm exaggerating or being emotional. Just stick to describing the physical reality of what exists in my backyard. The counselor's face gets paler with each detail, and she writes everything down carefully. Then Mr. McCann comes in and interviews me separately, asking her own questions about the pit and the shed and how the whole ranking system works. I describe it all the same way, factual and specific, giving them measurements and details they can verify. Both their faces show the exact moment they realize I'm telling the literal truth, not speaking in metaphors or acting out for attention. This is real. This is actually happening. Their expressions shift from concerned to horrified, and I know this time they believe me. Mrs. McCann excuses herself and goes straight to her office to call Imani, her voice urgent even though she's trying to stay professional. She explicitly names the pit in her update, explaining that I've now made consistent disclosures across multiple days and different contexts. She emphasizes that this isn't teenage drama or attention-seeking behavior, that I'm describing specific verifiable conditions that pose immediate danger to multiple children. She mentions the writing on my arm, the interview details, the way I stayed calm and factual instead of emotional or exaggerated. Imani's voice goes tight with controlled anger as she realizes the previous wellness check completely missed the real situation, that Dad's performance fooled them while actual abuse was happening in the backyard. Missy McCann can hear the shift in Imani's tone from professional concern to personal outrage, the sound of someone who knows they failed to protect children and is now determined to fix it. Imani hangs up and immediately begins coordinating with medical services to get authorization for a full evaluation of Yasmin. She's seriously concerned that the chronic cough and visible getting worse indicates real neglect that needs medical documentation. She calls Dr. Romano at the Children's Hospital and explains the situation, arranging for Yasmin to be brought in for a complete assessment as soon as possible. Imani knows that medical evidence will be harder for Dad to deflect or charm his way out of, that doctors documenting actual physical harm creates a case that courts take seriously. She starts building a file with all the reports and evidence, preparing for the possibility of emergency removal if the medical evaluation confirms what she suspects. Dr. Romano agrees to prioritize the evaluation and asks specific questions about symptoms and duration that Imani answers based on multiple observer reports. When Dad gets called by the school about the arm writing and the counselor interview, he comes home in a cold rage that makes the air feel dangerous. He walks through the door and announces that we're all being pulled from the school effective immediately, that he won't allow interference in family matters from people who don't understand proper discipline. He says anyone who tries to visit will be denied access, that he's within his rights to control who speaks to his children and when. The control is slipping from his grasp, and he's tightening his grip in response, making everything more dangerous for all of us. Mom sits frozen at the kitchen table while Dad paces and talks about his rights and privacy, and how teachers are overstepping their authority. Utef nods along with everything Dad says, already calculating how to use this situation to his advantage in tonight's rankings. I watch Dad's performance and realize I'm running out of time before he completely isolates us from anyone who might help. I know I have to act fast before Dad makes good on his threat to pull us from the school. So after the final bell, I tell Mr. McCann I need to stay late to work on a project, and instead I go to the public library 3 blocks away. I use one of their computers to create a fake email account with a name that doesn't connect to me. Then I set up a cloud storage account using that email. My hands shake as I upload all the photos from my phone, the pictures of Yasmin's frostbitten toes and the rust marks on her skin and the shed from outside. I upload the audio files I recorded of dinner rankings and Dad's voice explaining his system. Then I write an email to Miss McCann's school address explaining what each file shows, labeling them clearly so she'll understand the context. It's my last play, putting all the evidence somewhere Dad can't confiscate or destroy even if he takes my phone tonight. I feel both terrified and calm as I hit send, knowing I've just done something I can't take back, but also knowing it's the only option left. The email confirmation pops up and I log out of everything, clear the browser history, and walk out of the library into the afternoon sun, feeling like I just set something huge in motion that I can't control anymore. I walk home from the library with my phone feeling heavy in my pocket, even though I deleted everything from it after sending that email. The sun is setting and I know dinner rankings are coming soon, but for once I'm not worried about where I'll sleep tonight because bigger things are in motion now. When I get home, Dad is in his office and doesn't notice me slip in through the back door. I go straight to my room and wait for whatever happens next. That evening, after a silent dinner where nobody looks at each other, I'm lying on the yoga mat in the garage when Utef appears in the doorway. His face is red and his hands are shaking as he walks toward me. He knows I've been talking to teachers and he's scared because my snitching puts him at risk too. He starts listing everything I've done like he's reading charges in court, talking about the counselor meetings and the arm writing and how I'm destroying the family. His voice gets louder as he threatens to tell Dad every detail, promising I'll spend weeks in the pit once Dad finds out. But then he mentions the pit and something breaks in his voice. For just a second, his eyes show pure fear instead of the calculating look he usually has. He's terrified too, I realize. He's just been dealing with it by siding with Dad instead of fighting back like me. Before I can say anything, he turns and walks out, leaving me alone in the garage with the smell of gasoline and motor oil. Hours pass and I can't sleep because my mind keeps spinning through what might happen tomorrow. Around 2 a.m., I hear a crash from inside the house, followed by Yasmin's scared voice calling for help. I run inside and find Mom on the kitchen floor, her body crumpled like someone cut her strings. She's breathing, but her eyes are closed and she won't respond when I shake her shoulder. Yasmin stands in the doorway in her pajamas, coughing and crying at the same time. Dad appears from upstairs, still half asleep, and starts saying something about Mom being dramatic. I don't wait to hear the rest. I run out the back door in my bare feet, across the cold grass to Fergus's house. I bang on his door so hard my knuckles hurt. not caring that it's the middle of the night or that I'm in my pajamas. When he opens the door, I'm crying and begging him to call 911 because mom needs help and I don't trust dad to do it. Fergus takes one look at my face and doesn't ask questions, just grabs his phone and makes the call while I stand shivering on his porch. The ambulance arrives in less than 10 minutes with lights flashing red and blue across the neighborhood. 2 EMS workers rush inside with their equipment while Fergus stays with me on his porch, his hand on my shoulder. Through the window, I can see them working on mom while dad stands nearby talking and gesturing. One of the EMS workers keeps looking around the house, noticing things. Our scared faces, Yasmin's pale skin, and the way she can't stop coughing. The strange setup visible through the back window where the shed and the tarp-covered pit sit in the yard. She writes things down on her clipboard between checking mom's blood pressure and heart rate. Dad tries his usual charming routine, explaining that mom has been stressed lately, and probably just fainted from standing up too fast. But the EMS worker's expression doesn't change as she documents Dad's defensive responses and the obvious fear in all our faces. When she's helping mom onto the stretcher, she makes direct eye contact with me and I see recognition there. She knows something is very wrong in this house. Less than an hour after the EMS workers leave, a car pulls up and Imani gets out along with 2 police officers. She's carrying folders and official-looking papers and her face is harder than I've ever seen it. One of the officers stays by the door while Imani walks straight to Dad and hands him documents. She explains in a calm, professional voice that she has an emergency removal order for Yasmin based on immediate danger. The order cites medical concerns from Dr. Romano's notes, the documented inadequate shelter that multiple sources have reported, and all the evidence that's been building from my reports, and Ms. McCann's observations and the EMS documentation from tonight. My case is under review too, she says, but Yasmin is being removed right now. Dad's face goes from confused to angry to scared in about 3 seconds. His control is finally cracking as he realizes his perfect system is being taken apart by people he can't manipulate or charm his way around. Dad starts talking fast about his rights as a parent and false accusations, and how this is government overreach. His voice gets louder as he threatens to call his lawyer and sue everyone involved. But the police officers just stand there with their arms crossed, completely unmoved by his performance. Imani's expression stays hard as granite while she explains exactly what the law allows her to do in cases of immediate danger to children. She's seen enough cases like this to recognize the signs, she says, and the evidence is too consistent across too many sources to dismiss. Dad can either comply right now or the officers will arrest him for obstruction, and Yasmin will still be removed. His choice. Watching him forced into helplessness makes my stomach twist with both fear and satisfaction. For the first time in years, Dad has no power over what happens next. They take Yasmin first, wrapping her in a blanket from the ambulance because she's shivering even though it's not that cold. She looks back at me with scared eyes as they help her into Imani's car. Then Imani tells me to pack a bag because I'm going to a safe intake facility while they finish their assessment. Mom sits on the couch looking lost and confused while Imani gives her a card for a domestic violence advocate. The drive away from the house feels like I'm watching someone else's life happen. I keep staring out the window expecting Dad to somehow chase us down and drag us back, even though I know that's not possible with the police there. The city lights blur past and Yasmin coughs in the front seat while Imani drives carefully through the empty streets. At the hospital, Dr. Romano examines Yasmin under bright lights that make her skin look even paler. He takes photos of her frostbitten toes where the tissue is damaged and discolored. He documents the signs of chronic malnutrition in her weight and the way her ribs show through her thin pajama top. He listens to her lungs and notes the respiratory issues from all those nights of cold exposure in the shed and the pit. He finds bruises in different stages of healing on her arms and legs. Each finding goes into his report with medical terminology that makes everything sound official and real. This isn't normal discipline, he writes. This isn't tough parenting. This is systematic neglect and abuse documented through objective medical evidence. Every line he writes strengthens the case for keeping us away from Dad permanently. A judge reviews everything that same night because it's an emergency situation. She reads Dr. Romano's medical report and the EMS documentation, and all the evidence from my disclosures and Ms. McCann's observations. She issues a temporary protective order for Yasmin immediately. My case is still pending more investigation because I'm older, and the immediate medical danger isn't as clear. Yuchef stays with Dad for now because he's 16 and hasn't made any disclosures about wanting help. That feels wrong, but I'm too tired to argue about it. The order says Dad can't contact me or Yasmin except through supervised channels approved by the court. Just knowing there's a legal barrier between us and him helps me breathe easier, even though everything still feels uncertain and scary. The emergency shelter processes our intake with forms about medical history and education, and family dynamics and trauma symptoms. A woman with kind eyes asks questions and writes down my answers without judging or seeming shocked. Yasmin and I have to go to different rooms because of space limitations, and that makes my chest tight with worry. But a staff member promises I can see her first thing tomorrow morning. Everything feels temporary and uncertain, like we're just waiting for the next bad thing to happen. But at least we're not in the pit tonight. At least we're not in the shed listening to rain hammer the metal roof. At least we're somewhere warm with real beds and people who are supposed to keep us safe. The next morning, Imani comes back and explains the safety plan in detail. Dad cannot reach us without going through official channels, she says. Any contact has to be supervised and approved by the court. If he tries to contact us directly, he'll be arrested for violating the protective order. She offers Mom the same protections if she wants them. Mom sits across from us looking small and scared, caught between her fear of Dad and her fear of losing her home and everything familiar. I can see her struggling with the decision, wanting to leave but not knowing how to function without Dad's structure telling her what to do every day. Even though that structure was destroying us, it's all she knows anymore. Imani gives her time to think about it and promises to check in again tomorrow. For now, Yasmin and I are safe. For now, that has to be enough. The next morning, a woman from the shelter knocks on my door and explains they have a therapist who works with kids in situations like mine. I agree to meet with her even though the idea of talking to a stranger about the rankings and the pit makes my stomach hurt. The therapist is younger than I expected, with kind eyes that don't push or demand anything from me. She sits across from me in a small office and explains that weekly sessions are available whenever I'm ready to talk, that there's no pressure or timeline, that this is my space to use however I need. It feels strange having someone care about how I'm doing without expecting anything back, without ranking me or punishing me for existing. She gives me a card with her contact information and tells me the shelter staff can schedule appointments anytime, then lets me leave after just 10 minutes because she can see I'm not ready yet. That afternoon, Miss I. McCann shows up at the shelter carrying a stack of my schoolwork and 3 books she thought I'd like, her eyes wet with tears when she sees me sitting in the common area. She doesn't ask for details about what happened or make me relive any of it, just pulls up a chair and tells me she's proud of me for speaking up. She explains that I can return to the school whenever I feel ready, that she'll help me catch up on assignments, that my teachers all know I'm dealing with family stuff and they're being understanding. Having one adult who believed me and fought for me makes the whole nightmare feel slightly less lonely, like maybe I wasn't crazy for thinking the rankings were wrong. She stays for an hour helping me organize the schoolwork and talking about normal things like upcoming assignments and a book she thinks I'll love, treating me like a regular student instead of a victim. 2 days later, my phone rings from a blocked number and I almost don't answer, but something makes me pick up. Dad's voice comes through smooth and calm, using his reasonable tone that always means he's trying to manipulate someone. He tells me this whole situation is just a big misunderstanding, that if I explain to the judge how the system really worked, they'll understand it was fair, that I'm being dramatic and ruining the family over normal discipline. My hands start shaking as he talks, his words trying to worm into my brain and make me doubt what I know is true. Instead of listening or arguing, I hang up and immediately walk to find Imani. My voice shakes as I report the violation, but I do it anyway, explaining about the blocked number and what he said, and how he's not supposed to contact me at all. Imani's face goes hard, and she makes notes on her tablet, thanking me for reporting it right away, and promising this will be documented. For the first time, I feel like I have some power instead of just being a victim of Dad's system, like my voice actually matters and people will listen. The emergency court hearing happens 3 days later with the judge reviewing everything in a small courtroom that smells like old wood and cleaning products. Dad's lawyer stands up and argues that this is government overreach, that normal parenting is being treated like a crime, that the protective order is too strict for what amounts to family discipline. The judge listens with a neutral expression, then asks to see Dr. Romano's medical report and the documentation of Dad's phone call violation. She reads through the pages slowly, her face getting more serious with each paragraph, then announces she's extending the protective order for another 90 days while the investigation continues. Dad's lawyer objects, but the evidence is too clear to dismiss. Too many reports and medical findings and documented violations piling up into something he can't explain away. The judge makes it clear that Yasmin and I are legally protected from Dad's control for now, that any further contact violations will result in immediate arrest. Mom finally agrees to meet with the domestic violence advocate at the shelter, sitting in a private office with her hands twisted together in her lap. The advocate is patient and gentle, walking Mom through separation paperwork and explaining her options for housing assistance and legal support. Mom's hands shake as she signs the forms, her signature wobbly and uncertain, changing everything about her life with each page. She's scared about money, and where she'll live and how she'll survive without Dad telling her what to do every day, even though his control was destroying all of us. The advocate lists resources and support groups and programs that can help, but I can see Mom struggling to believe any of it is real. It's hard watching her realize how trapped she's been, how the rankings killed her ability to imagine any path forward without Dad's system. That same day, I get a text from Yusef that starts hostile and angry, calling me a snitch and blaming me for destroying the family. He lists all the ways I've ruined everything, how I should have just followed the rules, how now he's stuck alone with Dad and it's all my fault. But then the tone shifts, and his next message admits he's scared living in the house with just Dad, now that the system is falling apart. He asks if I think he could join us in foster care, if there's a way out for him too, his words uncertain and almost vulnerable. I stare at the messages not knowing how to respond, because part of me is still mad at him for all the sabotage and the way he dug the pit deeper just to save himself. But I also recognize he's a victim too, just one who chose survival through helping Dad instead of fighting back like I did. I text back that I don't know what's possible, but he should talk to Imani, giving him her contact information even though I'm not sure I've forgiven him yet. Imani calls me into her office the next morning to explain that she's been working with Fergus to arrange something called fictive kin placement, which means I could stay with him instead of going to a regular foster home while the case is investigated. She explains that fictive kin is for people who aren't related by blood but have an existing relationship with the family, and Fergus has agreed to be considered after everything he witnessed. Fergus told Imani he's been worried about us for months and wishes he'd acted sooner, that he has a spare bedroom and wants to help if the placement gets approved. The arrangement still needs background checks and home inspections and official approval, but having a familiar option instead of strangers feels like an unexpected gift. 2 weeks later, after all the checks clear, Fergus picks me up from the shelter with my few belongings in a plastic bag. He drives us to his house next door to where I used to live, but I don't look at Dad's place as we pull into the driveway. Inside, Fergus shows me a small bedroom he's set up with simple furniture and clean sheets, explaining his house rules in a quiet voice. Be respectful of the space, help with basic chores like dishes and trash, keep up with schoolwork and talk to him if I need anything. He's not trying to be a replacement parent or act like everything is fine, just offering steady support while things get sorted out. That night, I lie in an actual bed with soft blankets and a door that locks from the inside, and I cry for an hour from the pure relief of feeling safe. The mattress is comfortable and the room is warm, and nobody is going to announce rankings or send me to the shed or the pit, and my body doesn't know how to process that level of safety after years of the system. Dr. Romano schedules a meeting with me and Imani to outline Yasmin's care plan going forward. He explains she needs continued treatment for the breathing problems from the pneumonia, physical therapy to help with the frostbite damage to her toes, and regular checkups to make sure she's gaining weight properly. The healing will be slow and some effects might be permanent, which is scary to hear, but at least now she's getting real medical attention instead of being left to suffer in a metal shed. He gives us a schedule of appointments and prescriptions and therapy sessions, making Yasmin's recovery feel organized and possible instead of hopeless. When I return to the school 2 weeks later, everything feels both familiar and completely different. Mrs. McCann welcomes me back with a warm smile and gives me time to catch up on missed work without pressure. For her next essay assignment about personal growth, I write about the power of silence, not describing the pit or the rankings directly, but exploring how keeping quiet protects people who hurt others. I write about how speaking up, even when you're scared of what might happen, is the only way to break cycles of abuse and control. My voice feels stronger on the page than it ever did at Dad's dinner table, each word chosen carefully to express what I've learned. Writing the truth without fear of punishment feels like taking back something Dad stole from me, like proving that his system didn't completely destroy my ability to think and feel and resist. A week later, Imani calls to tell me they've scheduled a case plan meeting for next month, where they'll interview Dad separately and figure out what happens next with family reunification or keeping us apart permanently. The not knowing is hard because nothing is actually solved yet. Yushef is still living with Dad. Mom hasn't decided if she's really leaving for good, and the legal stuff moves so slowly, it feels like nothing is changing. I want everything fixed right now, want guarantees that we're safe forever. But Imani reminds me that progress doesn't always happen in a straight line. She says safety comes in stages, not all at once, and that I've already done the hardest part by speaking up in the first place. Her words help a little, but I still feel stuck in this weird in-between place where I'm safe, but my family isn't completely free yet. Tonight, I'm lying in a real bed at Fergus's house, warm and safe under an actual blanket, and the strangeness of it almost hurts. I keep waiting for Dad to announce rankings, for Yuchef to sabotage me, for the expected punishment that always came before. But it doesn't come. The house is quiet except for Fergus watching TV downstairs, and I realize this is what normal feels like. Boring, peaceful, without constant fear. My body doesn't know how to relax because for years it was always ready for the next bad thing, always calculating who to sacrifice, always preparing for cold metal or dirt walls. Now there's just soft pillows and warm blankets and nobody is going to hurt me tonight. I don't know what happens next with the investigation or the court case, or whether Mom will finally leave Dad for good, but I know I'll keep telling the truth no matter how long it takes, because silence is what allowed the pit to exist in the first place, and I'm done being quiet. And that's everything for now. I like turning small, everyday moments into something we can actually take away from. If it gave you a new thought or a bit of clarity, that's what counts. Subscribe so you can catch the next story lesson.
I was in chemistry class when the announcement came over the intercom. Active threat. This is not a drill. Initiate lockdown. Everyone froze for a second, then we dove under desks as our teacher ran to lock the door and shut off the lights. I ended up crammed next to Anne, who was already crying. Oh God, she kept saying, her whole body shaking against mine. 3 pops echoed from somewhere in the building, unmistakable for what they were, and Anne grabbed my arm so hard her nails drew blood. My best friend Josh had gym this period in the building where the shots came from, but I couldn't think about that now with 32 of us trapped in this dark classroom. That's real, someone whispered. That's actually real. Anne was texting her mom, her hands shaking, telling her she loved her. I needed to do that. More pops, definitely from inside the building, maybe the first floor. Our classroom was on the second floor with only one exit and nowhere to hide if someone got through that door. My sister says there's a shooter in the gym, the kid next to me whispered, showing his phone screen. She's hiding in the equipment closet. The gym. I texted Josh quickly. Are you okay? But the message didn't deliver. We'd had a stupid fight at lunch about him borrowing my car, and I'd called him pathetic in front of everyone. What if those were the last words I ever said to him? 20 minutes in and we heard footsteps running past our door. Everyone held their breath. The handle rattled and someone let out a sob before we heard, "Police! Stay locked down!" And the footsteps continued. "They'll get him," Anne whispered. "They'll stop him." But the girl in front of us turned around and said, "My boyfriend's in the office. He says the shooter knows the building. He's using service hallways and backstairs the cops don't know about." More shots, closer this time, maybe our floor. The walls were so thin we could hear everything, every door being tried, every piece of glass breaking. Someone down the hall was screaming, then suddenly stopped, and the silence was worse than the screaming. "Someone's dead," the girl by the window whispered, reading her phone. "Multiple people shot." "Don't say that," I said, but my voice cracked because the shots kept getting closer, and we had nowhere to run. Antonio messaged our group chat. "Has anyone heard from Josh?" "No," 3 people responded. Josh, please be okay." 45 minutes and the sirens were constant, but the shooting hadn't stopped. We could hear it moving through the building like thunder, sometimes distant, sometimes so close we could hear shell casings hit the floor. The fire alarm started blaring, then cut off abruptly, like someone had ripped it from the wall. "He's on the 3rd floor now," someone whispered, reading updates. "Science wing, going room by room." "That's directly above us," Anne said. "He's going to come back down." We could hear movement through the ceiling tiles, deliberate footsteps directly above us, and bits of dust drifted down as the footsteps stopped. It was like he was mapping out the rooms below, planning his route. The girl with the boyfriend kept giving updates. "They're saying he has a list. He's looking for specific people." We heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy and fast, then slow and deliberate. Our hallway. Everyone went completely silent. The footsteps stopped right outside our door. The handle turned, testing it. Someone made a muffled crying sound. The handle turned again, harder, rattling in its frame. Then the footsteps continued, and we all exhaled at once. "We're going to die in here," Anne whispered. But after an hour, we were still alive, still in total darkness. My legs were cramping from crouching under the desk, but moving seemed more dangerous than pain. Someone said the shooter was wearing a black hoodie and jeans, which described half the school. "He's in the main hallway," the girl with the boyfriend said, moving toward the math wing connected to ours. He was coming back. "Turn off your phones," our teacher whispered. "No light, no sound." Complete darkness. I could hear my heartbeat, Anne's ragged breathing, someone praying under their breath, then footsteps getting closer. They stopped at the room next door. A door handle rattled, then breaking glass. We could hear him stepping through, glass crunching under his feet, desks being overturned like he was looking for someone specific. Anne grabbed my hand and squeezed so hard I thought bones might break. The footsteps came closer, stopped right outside our door. The handle turned, locked. A pause. Then 3 loud bangs as something hit the door. The frosted glass window cracked but didn't shatter. We could see a shadow through it, just standing there, waiting. He knew we were in here. He was taking his time. More bangs on the door, harder this time. The glass spiderwebbed. One more hit and he'd be through. The shadow was the right height for a student, not an adult, and something about the posture seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it through the fractured glass. The shadow shifted, raised something toward the glass. This was it. We were going to die in this chemistry classroom. My phone I thought I'd turned off lit up with a text, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the silence. Everyone whispered at me to shut up, but I just stared down at the screen. From Josh. "You shouldn't have said those things at lunch." I looked up at the shadow in the window, at the familiar height, the way the shoulders curved, and realized the black hoodie was the one I'd gotten Josh for his birthday. I stare at the text on my screen, the words blurring as my brain tries to make sense of what I'm seeing. Anne notices the phone light on my face and leans closer, whispering what's wrong, but I can't make my mouth form the words that my best friend since 3rd grade is the person standing outside our door with a gun. My fingers shake so badly I almost dropped the phone twice before I managed to type back to Josh, telling him this isn't him. Please, this isn't who he is, even though the shadow outside the cracked glass proves that's exactly who he became. The 3 dots appear immediately like he was waiting for my response, then disappear, then appear again, and I hold my breath waiting to see what he'll say back to me. The shadow shifts and I hear his footsteps moving away from our door, the sound getting quieter as he heads toward the math wing. And I know from eating lunch with him every day for 6 years that we have maybe 2 minutes before he circles back through the service hallway that connects all the buildings. I make a choice without thinking it through and text Antonio in our group chat, typing as fast as my shaking hands allow that it's Josh. He's wearing a black hoodie. He's moving toward the math wing right now. Forward this to 911 immediately. Antonio replies within seconds with just 2 words, then another message saying he's sending it, and I watch the little status under my message change from delivered to read. Mr. Navarro crawls across the floor toward me, probably ready to take my phone away for having it on during lockdown. But I turn the screen toward him and show him the text exchange with Josh. His face goes completely white in the glow of the screen, all the color draining out like someone pulled a plug. And he looks at me for a long moment before nodding once and whispering that I should keep Josh talking if I can, try to buy time for the police. The fact that my chemistry teacher just told me to negotiate with someone actively shooting people makes me want to throw up right there under the desk. But I swallow hard and type another message asking Josh where he's going, asking him to talk to me. The 3 dots appear and disappear 4 separate times over the next 30 seconds, each time making my heart beat faster because I don't know if he's deciding what to say or deciding whether to come back and shoot through our door. Finally, a message comes through, and I read it 3 times before the words actually make sense in my brain. Coach Henderson is first on his list, then Tyler, who laughed at lunch, then maybe he'll decide about me depending on how he feels. The casual way he lists people like he's telling me his schedule for the day makes him feel like a complete stranger. Someone wearing Josh's face, but not actually Josh at all. I remember Tyler laughing the loudest when I called Josh pathetic in front of everyone at our lunch table. Remember him making jokes about it for the rest of the period. I remember Coach Henderson cutting Josh from JV basketball last month and making some comment about his soft hands in front of the whole team during tryouts. The list makes horrible sense in a way that makes everything worse, because I understand why he picked those names. But that doesn't make it any less scary that my friend spent time writing down who he wanted to hurt, and then brought a gun to the school. More shots echo through the building from the direction Josh was heading, and someone in our classroom starts crying loudly enough that Mr. Navarro has to crawl over and cover their mouth with his hand to keep them quiet. I text Josh again, typing that I'm sorry about lunch, that I was being a jerk and Tyler was worse and I should have stood up for him instead of joining in. I tell him please don't hurt anyone else, please just stop, because maybe if I give him what he wants, then he'll put the gun down. The dots appear again, and I hold my breath so hard my chest starts to hurt, waiting for his response and hoping it means he's not shooting anyone right this second. His next message comes through and it's longer than the others, asking if I really think sorry fixes everything, asking if one apology makes up for 3 years of me getting cooler while he stayed the loser everyone made fun of. I read it twice and realized with a sick feeling in my stomach that this isn't about lunch at all. This is about me making varsity soccer. While he got cut from every team he tried out for, about me dating Emma while he couldn't get anyone to go to homecoming with him, about me having a whole group of friends while he ate lunch alone more days than I ever noticed. I'd been so focused on my own life and my own friends that I never saw Josh drowning right next to me, never noticed him disappearing a little more each day. Police radios crackle somewhere close to our hallway, and I hear someone shout that the suspect is heading toward the athletics offices, which means they got Antonio's message and they're tracking where Josh is going. I text him again asking where he is right now, asking if he's safe, trying to keep him talking like Mr. Navarro said. Josh responds asking since when I care about whether he's safe, and the bitterness in those words hits harder than any of the mean things I said at lunch. I hear footsteps running in the hallway outside, heavy boots that sound like cops or SWAT, and then a single gunshot followed by someone screaming that an officer is down. My whole body goes cold because Josh just shot a cop, which means this doesn't end with him getting help or going to therapy. This ends with him dead or in prison for the rest of his life. Anne grabs my arm again, her nails digging into my skin, and whispers asking if he's really going to kill us. I don't know how to answer because the Josh I knew wouldn't hurt anyone, but that Josh apparently stopped existing somewhere between freshman year and today, replaced by whoever is out in that hallway with a gun. I text him to please just stop, to turn himself in, that this doesn't have to get worse, even though we both know it's already as bad as it possibly gets. The dots appear and disappear over and over for almost a full minute, the longest minute of my entire life, before Josh finally responds asking if I'm still in Mr. Navarro's room, asking if I'm in the second-floor chemistry lab. My blood turns to ice because he's confirming exactly where I am, which means he's still thinking about coming back for me, still deciding whether I'm on his list or not. Mr. Navarro sees the message over my shoulder and immediately starts moving students toward the supply closet in the back corner, the only spot in the whole classroom that doesn't have windows or a direct line from the door. I type back yes, but please don't come here. The cops are everywhere now. He can't win this. Josh's response comes through almost immediately, saying he's not trying to win. He's just trying to make people feel what he felt. I finally understand that this was never about escape or having some master plan. This is about making us hurt the way he's been hurting, about forcing everyone to see him, even if it's the last thing any of us ever see. I forward his last 3 messages to Antonio with a note saying to send them to the police, saying Josh is talking about coming to the chemistry lab. Antonio confirms he's already on a call with 911 dispatch, and they're sending units to our floor right now. Heavy boots pound up the stairwell right outside our classroom, and I hear someone shout into a radio about SWAT moving to the 2nd floor. That means they're setting up around where Josh last sent his location, which means they know he's close to us. Navarro waves frantically at students still under desks and points toward the supply closet in the back corner. He's already got 15 people crammed in there, and he's trying to fit more when we hear glass breaking in the classroom next door. Josh is back on our floor. We can hear him breathing hard between the sounds of desks being shoved across tile, like he's searching for someone specific and getting more angry with each empty space. My phone buzzes in my hand, and I look down to see a new text from Josh. It's a photo taken from inside our dark hallway, showing our classroom door with its spider web of cracks spreading across the frosted glass. The caption reads, "I can see your teacher's desk from here. The periodic table poster is crooked, and my stomach drops because he's proving he's right outside, proving he knows exactly where we are and what we can see." I type back with shaking fingers, "That poster's been crooked since September. You helped me hang it for Navarro during lunch detention, remember?" I'm trying to remind him we were friends once, that we used to help each other with stupid stuff like hanging posters and covering for each other when we were late. The 3 dots appear at the bottom of my screen, and they stay there for what feels like forever. Anne is watching my phone over my shoulder, and she whispers asking what he's saying, but I just shake my head because I don't know yet. Finally, Josh's response comes through and it says, "You got detention for spray painting the parking lot." I got detention for being in the wrong place. We were never the same, and he's completely right about that. I was the one who actually broke the rules, who thought it would be funny to paint our class year in huge numbers across 3 parking spaces. Josh just happened to be standing there when the principal came out. I took detention for a week, but Josh took it too because he wouldn't rat me out, and I never thought about how unfair that was until right now. I text back, "You're right. I got away with stuff and you took the blame. That wasn't fair. But this won't fix it." And I watch the message change from sending to delivered. Before Josh can respond, something explodes somewhere close, a sound so loud my ears ring and Anne screams. I hear someone yelling, "Suspect spotted south stairwell," followed by boots running fast and radios crackling with overlapping voices. Josh texts, "Gotta go." Cops finally figured out the back stairs, and the tone is almost joking, like this is just a game of hide and seek instead of him killing people. I type as fast as I can, "Please just give up. I'll visit you. I'll testify you were bullied. I'll do whatever helps. Because maybe if he knows someone will stand up for him in court, he'll stop this." The message shows delivered, but it never changes to read. 3 more gunshots ring out from the direction of the south stairwell, followed by someone screaming, "Shots fired! Officer needs medical." And then a heavy sound like something big hitting the floor. The radio chatter becomes crazy with multiple voices talking over each other about securing a suspect and calling for paramedics and setting up a perimeter. My phone stays completely silent. No new messages from Josh. I don't know if that means they caught him or shot him, or if he's just done talking to me. Anne is crying again next to me, and Navarro is trying to keep everyone quiet in the supply closet. We wait in total darkness for another 10 minutes that feel like 10 hours. Then someone pounds on our door and shouts, "Police! We have the suspect in custody. Prepare for evacuation." But Navarro makes us wait. He crawls to the door and looks through the broken glass, checking for badges and uniforms before he finally unlocks it. 2 SWAT officers in full gear with rifles come in and sweep the room, checking every corner and under every desk before one of them gives us the all-clear signal. They tell us to line up single file for evacuation and to keep our hands visible at all times. We file out into a hallway that looks like a war zone. There's broken glass everywhere crunching under our feet, bullet holes in the walls, dark stains on the floor that I force myself not to look at too closely because I don't want to know if they're blood or something worse. The SWAT team guides us toward the main stairwell, keeping us away from whatever's happening at the south stairs where they caught Josh. Anne grabs my hand and squeezes so tight my fingers go numb, but I don't pull away because I need something to hold on to as much as she does. As we turn the corner toward the stairs, I see them. 4 officers surrounding someone on the ground in a black hoodie with their hands cuffed behind their back. Josh's face is pressed against the tile, and there's blood on his temple, but his eyes are open. They're scanning the hallway like he's still looking for someone. For just a second, our eyes meet across the distance, and I see my best friend looking back at me. He looks scared and broken and so impossibly young lying there in handcuffs. Then an officer steps in front of me and pushes our line forward, blocking my view. The walk down the stairs and through the main hallway feels like it takes forever, even though it's probably only 3 minutes. We pass Coach Henderson's office and I can see paramedics working on someone inside. I force myself not to look because I don't want to know if Josh got the first name on his list. The front doors have been propped open, and sunlight streams in so bright after being in the dark that several students stumble and have to shield their eyes. The parking lot has been completely transformed into a command center. There are ambulances everywhere with their lights flashing. Fire trucks, police cars forming a perimeter around the whole school, news vans with satellite dishes already set up along the street. They guide us to a specific area where crisis counselors in bright yellow vests are waiting with blankets and bottles of water. Anne spots her mom in the crowd of parents behind the police tape and starts crying again, but this time it's different. This time it's relief. I pull out my phone and the screen lights up with 17 missed calls from my mom. The texts start with, "Are you okay?" Around the time the lockdown began, and get more frantic with each one. "Please answer," and "Where are you?" and finally, "Please answer. Please be alive." My hands shake as I hit call. She answers before the first ring finishes, and I hear her sobbing so hard she can't form words. I tell her I'm okay, and I'm outside, and I'm safe. My dad's voice cuts in from the background asking if it's really me. I repeat that I'm fine, and they say they're coming to get me, but the police checkpoints are backed up for miles. While I wait, I watch ambulances pull away from the main entrance with their sirens blaring. I count 4 of them before I force myself to stop counting, because each one means someone didn't make it out walking. The girl who was sitting by the window in our classroom stands near the police tape talking to a news reporter. I hear her say we thought we were all going to die before a police officer steps between them and pushes the camera crew back behind the barrier. The parking lot feels like chaos, with parents crying and students wrapped in blankets and reporters shouting questions at anyone who will listen. Antonio finds me in the crowd and pulls me into a hug without saying anything. We just stand there holding on to each other because there aren't words for what we just survived. A detective in a dark suit approaches us with a female officer beside him. He introduces himself as Detective Jared Morgan and asks if I'm injured. I shake my head, and he asks if I'm willing to answer some questions about my communications with the suspect. I nod because what else am I going to say? He leads me away from the crisis counselor area toward a big white mobile command unit parked near the fire trucks. Inside, they've set up a temporary interview space with folding chairs and recording equipment on a small table. Detective Morgan gestures for me to sit, and the female officer stands by the door. He asks me to walk through every text exchange with Josh from the moment I realized it was him. My hands shake as I unlock my phone and show him the messages. He photographs each one with his own phone before asking me to email the full thread to an evidence account he writes on a card. He explains that my texts might have saved lives by keeping Josh engaged and helping police track his location through the cell towers. That makes me feel worse instead of better because I was just trying to save myself and everyone in that classroom. I wasn't thinking about being a hero or helping the police. I was terrified and texting the person who was trying to kill us. Detective Morgan asks about my relationship with Josh, and I tell him everything. The lunch fight where I called him pathetic in front of everyone. The years of us drifting apart as I made varsity soccer and got other friends while he ate lunch alone. Coach Henderson cutting him from JV basketball and making that joke about his soft hands. The social isolation I'd been too self-absorbed to notice until it was way too late. He takes notes in a small notebook without any judgment on his face. When I start crying, talking about calling Josh pathetic, he hands me a tissue box and just waits patiently for me to pull myself together. Finally, he asks if Josh ever talked about violence or showed me weapons. I say no, which is the truth, but it feels like a lie because I should have seen something. There should have been warning signs I missed. After the interview, Detective Morgan asks if I consent to having my phone imaged for evidence. I agree because what choice do I have? A tech in a police uniform takes my phone to a van full of computer equipment. He returns it 20 minutes later with instructions not to delete anything. The detective gives me his card and tells me I'll probably need to testify eventually. He thanks me for my cooperation and lets me go find my parents. My mom and dad are waiting right outside the command unit. My mom grabs me so hard I can barely breathe, and my dad keeps touching my face like he's checking I'm real and solid. They ask if I'm hurt, and I say no, even though I don't think I'll ever feel not hurt again. We walk to their car past news cameras and other parents still waiting for their kids. I wonder how many students won't be walking out. How many parents will drive home with empty car seats? The drive home is silent except for my mom's occasional sobs from the passenger seat. My dad keeps looking at me in the rearview mirror like I might disappear if he looks away. When we pull into our driveway, I see our neighbors standing on their porch watching us. I realize this is going to be my life now. Being the kid who was in the shooting. Being the kid whose best friend did it. My phone buzzes constantly with texts from people I haven't talked to in months, all asking if I'm okay. Inside the house, I head straight for my room, but my parents stop me. They say they want me where they can see me. We sit in the living room with the TV on mute showing aerial footage of our school surrounded by emergency vehicles. The news banner scrolls names of confirmed casualties at the bottom of the screen. I see Coach Henderson listed as deceased. Then Tyler Morrison, who sat 2 rows behind me in English. Josh got 2 people on his list before they stopped him. My phone rings and it's Antonio asking if I've seen the group chat. I open it to find complete chaos. People arguing about whether we should have fought back. People sharing videos they took during the lockdown. People blaming Josh's parents and the school and bullying and gun laws and everything except Josh himself. Someone posts asking if anyone else knew Josh was planning this. 3 people respond tagging me and asking if I knew since we were best friends. I stare at their messages and feel sick because now everyone thinks I might have known. Like I could have stopped this if I'd just paid more attention or been a better friend or done literally anything different. I opened the group chat again and my fingers shook as I typed back. I didn't know anything. I'm as shocked as everyone else. But even as I hit send, the words felt wrong, like I was defending myself when two people were dead. Someone named Clark, who I barely knew from gym class, responded immediately. But you were texting him during the shooting. What did he say? 3 more people jumped in asking the same thing, and I watched the messages pile up faster than I could read them. Sarah from English asked if Josh had seemed different lately, and Miguel wanted to know if I'd seen warning signs, and suddenly everyone was treating me like I should have known, like I could have stopped this if I'd just paid better attention. My phone buzzed with notification after notification, and I couldn't breathe looking at all those questions and accusations. I closed the group chat without responding again and held down the power button until my phone went black. The silence in the living room felt heavy after all that buzzing, and I realized my hands were still shaking. My mom was watching me from across the room, and I could see she wanted to ask what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. An hour later, my mom called us to dinner, even though none of us wanted to eat. We sat at the kitchen table with plates of pasta that my mom had made on autopilot, the same meal she always made when she didn't know what else to do. I pushed a meatball around my plate and watched the red sauce make patterns on the white ceramic. My dad cut his spaghetti into smaller and smaller pieces, but never actually put any in his mouth. My mom took one bite and then just held her fork in the air like she'd forgotten what to do with it. The clock on the wall ticked so loud I wanted to rip it down, and the refrigerator hummed, and outside I could hear a car drive past our house. Finally, my dad put down his fork and looked at me. Do you want to talk about it? I shook my head because how could I explain any of this? How do I tell my parents that my best friend killed Coach Henderson, who used to give me rides home from practice? How do I explain that Tyler Morrison is dead, and I'd just seen him in English class yesterday complaining about the homework? How do I make them understand that part of me keeps seeing Josh as the kid who helped me build a treehouse in 5th grade, the kid who came to my birthday parties, and knew all my secrets, instead of the person who brought a gun to the school and shot people? I couldn't find words for any of it, so I just shook my head again, and my dad nodded like he understood, even though nobody could understand this. That night, I lay in bed staring at my ceiling, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw Josh's face pressed against the hallway floor, with his hands cuffed behind his back. I heard the gunshots echoing through the building, and Anne's panicked breathing next to me under the desk, and the sound of glass breaking as Josh moved through the classrooms looking for people on his list. My brain kept replaying the moment our eyes met when the police were leading me past him, and I saw my best friend looking back at me scared and broken and so young. I rolled over and checked my clock, and it was only 11:30, even though it felt like I'd been lying there for hours. I tried counting backwards from 100 like my mom taught me when I was little, and couldn't sleep, but I kept losing count around 70. At midnight, I heard my parents talking in low voices down the hall, and then their door closing. At 1:15, I heard a siren go past our house, and my whole body tensed up thinking about ambulances and police cars surrounding the school. At 2 a.m., I gave up on sleeping and went downstairs as quietly as I could. My dad was sitting on the couch in the dark living room with the TV on mute showing news coverage of the shooting. Aerial shots of our school surrounded by emergency vehicles and crime scene tape. Photos of Coach Henderson and Tyler that their families must have given to the news stations. My dad looked up when I came down the stairs, and he didn't seem surprised to see me. He patted the couch next to him, and I sat down, and we both stared at the TV without saying anything. A reporter was standing in front of the school talking into a microphone, and the caption said something about the suspect being held without bail. They showed a picture of Josh from the yearbook, from before everything went wrong, when he still smiled in photos. My dad reached over and muted the TV completely, so we sat in total silence watching the images flash across the screen. The sun started coming up around 6 a.m., turning the sky outside our window from black to gray to pale orange. My dad finally spoke and asked if I wanted breakfast, but I shook my head. We just sat there together as the morning light filled the room and the news coverage continued on the silent TV. The next morning, my mom came downstairs and found us both still on the couch. She'd been crying again. I could tell from her red eyes and the tissue she was holding. She turned on her phone and read something, and then told us the school district had announced classes were canceled for the rest of the week. Crisis counselors would be available at the community center starting this afternoon for any students who needed to talk. She looked at me and said she thought I should go, even though I really didn't want to face anyone from the school. I started to argue, but she just shook her head and said it wasn't up for discussion. She said I needed to talk to someone professional about what I'd been through, and she was right even if I didn't want to admit it. My dad offered to drive me, and I nodded because I didn't trust myself to drive after not sleeping. We got in the car around noon, and the community center parking lot was already packed with cars and news vans when we arrived. I saw students from the school walking in with their parents, and everyone had the same shell-shocked look on their faces. Some kids were crying, and some just stared straight ahead like zombies. I recognized Emma from my English class walking in with her mom, and Antonio's car was parked near the entrance. Inside the community center, they'd transformed the gymnasium into a crisis counseling area with folding tables set up as stations and different counselors sitting at each one. Someone gave my dad a clipboard with forms to fill out, and we sat in plastic chairs against the wall waiting our turn. The room smelled like industrial cleaner, and there were too many people talking in low voices. A woman called my name after about 20 minutes and introduced herself as Cecilia Roberts. She had kind eyes and gray hair pulled back in a ponytail, and she didn't look at me with pity or suspicion, just patience. She led me to a private office down the hall away from all the noise and gestured for me to sit in a comfortable chair while she sat across from me. She didn't push me to talk right away, just waited while I stared at my hands. Finally, she asked me to tell her what I was feeling, and I said guilty because that was the only word that made sense. She asked what I felt guilty about, and I started listing everything. The fight at lunch where I called Josh pathetic in front of everyone. Not noticing that Josh was in pain and planning something terrible. Texting him during the shooting instead of just staying silent. Surviving when Coach Henderson and Tyler didn't. Being Josh's friend all these years and never seeing this coming. The list kept growing and I realized I felt guilty about basically everything. Cecilia listened to my whole story without interrupting once. I told her about growing up with Josh and how we'd been best friends since elementary school. I told her about how we drifted apart in high school when I made varsity soccer and started dating Emma and had other friends while Josh got more and more isolated. I told her about the lunch fight and calling him pathetic and how Tyler had laughed the loudest. I told her about being under the desk in chemistry class and getting Josh's text and realizing my best friend was the shooter. I told her about texting him trying to keep him talking and forwarding messages to Antonio, who sent them to 911. I told her about seeing Josh on the floor in handcuffs and the look in his eyes. When I finally stopped talking, Cecilia was quiet for a minute, and then she said something that surprised me. You didn't pull the trigger. Josh made his own choices. Your words at lunch were unkind, but they didn't cause this. She explained that school shooters plan their actions over time, sometimes for weeks or months. They look for justifications and excuses, but the decision to bring a gun and hurt people is entirely their own. She said if it wasn't my insult at lunch, it would have been something else because Josh was already on that path. I wanted to believe her, but the guilt still sat in my chest like a heavy stone that wouldn't move. We spent the next 30 minutes working on grounding techniques for when I started panicking. Cecilia taught me to focus on 5 things I could see, 4 things I could touch, 3 things I could hear, 2 things I could smell, and 1 thing I could taste. She said this would help pull me back to the present when my brain started replaying the shooting. She gave me a journal and told me to write down thoughts I couldn't say out loud, especially the scary or confusing ones. She explained that trauma responses were completely normal, and I shouldn't be surprised if I had nightmares or trouble concentrating or sudden crying spells or anger outbursts. She said healing wasn't linear, and some days would be harder than others. Before I left, she scheduled me for twice-weekly sessions on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and gave me her emergency number in case I needed to talk between appointments. She walked me back to the waiting room where my dad was filling out insurance paperwork, and she shook his hand and told him I was very brave. Outside the community center, a reporter spotted me and started walking over with a cameraman following behind. She had perfectly styled blonde hair and too much makeup, and a microphone with a news station logo on it. She called out asking if I could comment on my friendship with the shooter. My dad immediately stepped between us and told her to back off, but she kept calling out questions. Did you have any warning signs? Do you feel responsible for not stopping him? My dad put his arm around my shoulders and guided me toward our car, while the reporter kept shouting questions. I kept my head down and walked faster and tried not to cry, because I didn't want to give them footage of me breaking down. We got in the car, and my dad locked the doors, and I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. My phone buzzed with a text from Antonio. Don't talk to reporters. They're trying to make us look bad for not stopping him. I texted back that I hadn't said anything, and he sent a thumbs-up emoji. That evening, my parents asked if I wanted to go to the vigil at the town park for Coach Henderson and Tyler. I said yes because it felt like something I should do, even though I was scared of facing their families. We drove to the park around 7 p.m., and it was already packed with students holding candles and photos of the victims. Someone had set up a table with flowers and teddy bears and cards. Tyler's girlfriend Jessica was standing near the front, sobbing so hard she could barely stand, and 2 of her friends were holding her up. Coach Henderson's wife was sitting in a wheelchair looking completely broken, and their adult daughter stood behind her with her hands on her mother's shoulders. The principal gave a speech about loss and community and healing, but I couldn't really focus on the words. People were crying everywhere I looked, and the candles created little pools of light in the growing darkness. I stood at the back of the crowd trying to be invisible, but I saw people pointing at me and whispering. A woman I didn't know walked over, and I could see anger in her eyes before she even opened her mouth. Are you the one who was texting with him? When I nodded, she asked if I tried to stop him. I said yes because I had tried. I'd texted him and kept him talking and forwarded messages to the police. But she just shook her head and walked away like my answer wasn't good enough, like I should have done more somehow. I realized standing there in the park that some people would always blame me for not stopping Josh. They would always wonder if I could have prevented this if I'd just been a better friend, or noticed the warning signs, or said the right thing at lunch. I would probably always wonder the same thing. Crowd and candles created this weird moving light that made everyone's faces look strange and unfamiliar. I left before the speeches ended because I couldn't handle another person asking me questions or looking at me like I was either a hero or a failure. My parents drove me home in silence, and I went straight to my room and stayed there for the rest of the weekend. On Monday morning, Detective Morgan called to remind me about the preliminary hearing on Wednesday. He said I needed to wear something nice and be at the courthouse by 9. My mom took me shopping for dress pants and a button-up shirt that felt wrong on my body, like I was playing dress-up for something serious. Tuesday night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept thinking about facing Josh in court and having to read our texts out loud and explaining to a room full of strangers why I didn't stop my best friend from killing people. Wednesday morning arrived too fast. My dad drove me to the courthouse, and the parking lot was already packed with news vans and protesters holding signs. Some signs said things like justice for the victims, and others said mental health, not jail time. We had to push through a crowd of reporters shouting questions at us. My dad kept his hand on my back, guiding me toward the entrance. Inside the courthouse, Detective Morgan met us and walked us to a witness waiting room. He explained that I would be called to testify after they established the basic facts of the case. The room had uncomfortable chairs and old magazines and a water cooler that made weird gurgling sounds. We waited for almost 2 hours before someone came to get me. The bailiff led me down a long hallway to the courtroom doors. He told me to wait until they called my name. I could hear muffled voices inside, and my hands started shaking, so badly I had to shove them in my pockets. Then the door opened and the bailiff nodded at me. I walked into a courtroom packed with people. Josh's parents sat in the front row on one side. Coach Henderson's wife was in a wheelchair on the other side with Tyler's parents next to her. I recognized students from the school scattered throughout the gallery. Reporters filled the back rows with notebooks and recording devices. Josh sat at the defense table wearing an orange jumpsuit that made him look small and young, and nothing like the person who shot up our school. His lawyer sat next to him in an expensive-looking suit. Josh's eyes found mine as I walked down the aisle, and I saw fear in them. The bailiff directed me to the witness stand. I put my hand on the Bible and swore to tell the truth. Sitting down, I could feel everyone staring at me. Some people looked sympathetic. Others looked angry. I couldn't tell which reaction was worse. The prosecutor stood up and introduced herself. She asked me to state my name for the record. Then she asked how I knew Josh. I explained we had been best friends since elementary school. We used to build forts in my backyard and ride bikes to the convenience store and play video games until late at night. But in high school, we drifted apart. I made the soccer team. Josh got cut from basketball. I started dating and going to parties. Josh ate lunch alone most days. The prosecutor asked me to describe our relationship on the day of the shooting. I told her about the fight at lunch. Josh wanted to borrow my car. I said no because he still owed me money from last time. He got upset and I called him pathetic in front of everyone. Tyler and some other guys laughed. Josh just walked away without saying anything. The prosecutor pulled out printed copies of our text messages. She asked me to read them out loud. I read Josh's first text. "You shouldn't have said those things at lunch." Then my response. "Josh, please, this isn't you." His next message. "Coach Henderson, then that jerk Tyler from lunch, then maybe I'll decide about you." The courtroom was completely silent as I read. My voice cracked on some of the words. The prosecutor asked what I was thinking when I sent my responses. I said I was terrified and trying to keep him talking. I thought if I could keep him on his phone, then maybe he wouldn't hurt more people. I forwarded his messages to Antonio, who sent them to the police. I was hoping they could use the information to find him faster. The prosecutor asked if I thought my texts helped. I said I didn't know. Maybe they bought some time. Maybe they helped the police track his location. Or maybe I should have said something different that would have made him stop. She told me I did the right thing and thanked me for my testimony. Then the defense attorney stood up. He was older, with gray hair and a kind face that didn't match what he was about to do. He asked if Josh had ever been violent before that day. I said no. He asked if Josh had ever threatened anyone. I said no. He asked if Josh had been bullied. I said yes. By who, he asked. I listed names including Tyler Morrison and some guys on the basketball team. He asked if I had ever bullied Josh. I wanted to say no, but I was under oath. I said yes at lunch the day of the shooting. He asked what I said. I repeated the word pathetic and watched Josh's mom start crying in the gallery. The defense attorney asked if I knew about Josh's mental health struggles. I said I knew he seemed sad lately, but I didn't know the details. He asked if I thought Josh was mentally stable on the day of the shooting. The prosecutor jumped up and objected. The judge sustained the objection. The defense attorney smiled like he had made his point anyway. He thanked me and sat down. The judge told me I could step down. My legs shook so badly walking back to my seat that I almost tripped. My dad grabbed my arm to steady me. The rest of the hearing continued with other witnesses and evidence, but I couldn't focus on any of it. After about an hour, the judge called a recess. Everyone stood as the judge left. I walked out into the hallway needing air. Olive Nolan was standing near the water fountain. When she saw me, she walked over. She thanked me for being honest up there. She said I didn't try to make Josh look worse than he was. She explained that the lawyer was building a case that Josh had a mental break and wasn't in control of his actions. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me wanted to believe it was true. The Josh I grew up with wouldn't have done this if he was thinking clearly. But another part of me knew he had planned it. He made a list. He brought a gun. He knew exactly what he was doing, even if he was in pain. Olive touched my arm gently and said she didn't blame me for testifying. Then she walked back into the courtroom. After the recess, the judge returned and announced his ruling. There was enough evidence for trial. He set a court date for 3 months away. Josh was denied bail. He would stay in juvenile detention until he turned 18 in 2 months, then transfer to county jail. The bailiff told Josh to stand. They put handcuffs on him right there in the courtroom. As they led him toward the side door, he looked back at me one more time. His lips moved, forming the words, "I'm sorry," but no sound came out. I didn't know if he meant sorry for the shooting or sorry for dragging me into this, or sorry for our friendship ending this way. Then he was gone through the door. The next day back at the school, everything felt different. Some kids came up to me in the hallway saying I was brave for testifying. Others whispered and pointed and turned away when I looked at them. By lunch, someone had spray-painted the word snitch across my locker in red paint. The principal called me to the office. She said they were reviewing security footage to find who did it. She asked if I felt safe at the school. I said I didn't know. She assigned me a different locker and said to report any threats immediately. Antonio and Anne found me after school. They said people were choosing sides about whether Josh deserved sympathy or punishment. Some students thought I betrayed him by helping the prosecution. Others thought I did what I had to do. Antonio said to ignore all of it. Anne said she was proud of me for telling the truth. But I could feel friendships cracking apart around me. People I used to eat lunch with suddenly had other plans. Kids I studied with stopped texting back. The shooting had divided our school into camps, and I was stuck in the middle. That week in therapy, Cecilia asked how I felt about testifying. I said guilty. She asked why. I explained that I helped prosecute my former best friend. I read his texts out loud in court. I admitted I bullied him. Now he was going to prison, partly because of my testimony. Cecilia leaned forward and said something that surprised me. She said I could acknowledge Josh's pain and mental health struggles while still holding him accountable for his choices. Both things could be true at the same time. He was suffering and he killed people. He was bullied and he made a choice to bring a gun to the school. My words at lunch were cruel, and they didn't cause the shooting. She said I needed to separate what I was responsible for from what Josh was responsible for. I was responsible for being a bad friend sometimes. Josh was responsible for murder. Over the next few weeks, Detective Morgan called several times to prepare me for the actual trial. He said the defense would argue Josh was bullied into a mental breakdown. My testimony about our friendship and the lunch fight would be important. The prosecutor wanted me to emphasize that Josh planned the attack. He had a list of targets. He used service hallways the police didn't know about. He texted me about his plans. All of that showed thinking ahead, not a spontaneous break. Detective Morgan said I needed to be ready for hard questions from both sides. 2 days before the trial started, Josh's lawyer called my house. My dad answered, and I could hear him getting angry. The lawyer was asking if I would testify for the defense about Josh's mental state and the bullying he experienced. My dad said absolutely not and hung up. But I thought about it. Part of me wanted people to understand that Josh wasn't a monster. He was a broken kid who made terrible, unforgivable choices. He was my best friend who I watched slowly fall apart while I was too busy with my own life to notice. But I also knew he killed Coach Henderson and Tyler Morrison. He shot at police. He traumatized hundreds of students. In the end, I decided I could only testify to what I saw and let the lawyers argue about what it meant. The trial started on a Monday and lasted 3 days. The courtroom was even more packed than the preliminary hearing. I testified on the second day for almost 4 hours. The prosecutor asked detailed questions about Josh's behavior leading up to the shooting. Did he seem depressed? Yes. Did he talk about weapons? Number. Did he mention the people he targeted? Not directly, but I knew he was angry at them. The defense attorney asked about the bullying in detail. He made me describe every mean thing I said to Josh over the years, every time I chose other friends over him, every party I went to without inviting him. He asked if I thought Josh felt invisible at the school. I said probably yes. He asked if I thought Josh felt like he had no other way to be seen. The prosecutor objected. The judge allowed it. I said I didn't know what Josh was thinking. I only knew what he did. Then they had me read the text again. This time, the prosecutor asked me to explain what each message revealed about Josh's planning. I pointed out that he knew where I was. He knew the building layout. He had specific targets. He was tracking police movements. All of that required thinking ahead. The defense attorney asked if fear and trauma could cause someone to think ahead while still being in a mental health crisis. I said I didn't know. I wasn't a doctor. The jury listened to everything carefully. Some of them took notes. Others just stared at Josh or at me. I couldn't tell what they were thinking. When I finally stepped down, my shirt was soaked with sweat, and my throat hurt from talking so much. My dad drove me home, and I slept for 12 hours straight. The next morning, my dad drove me back to the courthouse for the verdict. The jury had been out for 6 hours, and everyone said that was a bad sign for Josh because quick verdicts usually mean not guilty, and long ones mean the jury is convinced but working through the details. We sat in the same courtroom as before with Josh at the defense table in his orange jumpsuit, looking smaller than I remembered. The judge came in and asked if the jury had reached a verdict, and the foreman stood up and said yes, they had. The clerk read the charges one by one, and after each one, the foreman said guilty. Guilty of first-degree murder for Coach Henderson, guilty of first-degree murder for Tyler Morrison, guilty of attempted murder of a police officer, guilty on all the other charges too, every single one. Josh didn't move or react at all, just stared straight ahead like he was watching something far away that nobody else could see. But behind him in the gallery, Olive Nolan made a sound like all the air got punched out of her lungs and collapsed forward, sobbing, so hard the bailiff had to help her stay in her seat. The judge thanked the jury and dismissed them, then set a sentencing hearing for 2 weeks later. He said Josh was facing life in prison with possibility of parole after 25 years, and since he'd be 18 by then, he'd go to adult prison, not juvenile. My mom squeezed my hand so hard it hurt, but I barely felt it because I was watching Josh get led out in handcuffs while his mom cried, and the victims' families sat stone-faced in their row. 2 weeks later, we were back for sentencing, and this time the courtroom was even more packed. Coach Henderson's wife went first for the victim impact statements. She talked about their 30 years of marriage, and how he'd coached hundreds of kids, and how she had to plan his funeral instead of their retirement. She cried the whole time, but kept reading from her paper in this shaky voice that made everyone in the room cry with her. Then Tyler's parents got up, and his dad could barely speak, so his mom did most of the talking. She said Tyler wanted to be a teacher and work with kids, and he'd never get that chance now. She said they had to bury their son at 17, and that pain would never go away no matter what happened to Josh. The prosecutor stood up after them and asked for the maximum sentence. He said Josh planned the attack, targeted specific people, and showed no remorse until after he got caught. Josh's lawyer argued for leniency because of Josh's age and mental health issues. He said Josh had been bullied and isolated and reached a breaking point, and that he deserved a chance at rehabilitation someday. Then the judge looked at Josh and asked if he wanted to speak. Josh stood up slowly and pulled out a piece of paper that shook in his hands. He read from it in this quiet voice that barely carried to the back of the room. He said he was sorry to the victims' families, and he thought about what he did every single day. He said he was in a dark place and made terrible choices, but he knew that didn't excuse anything. He said he hoped someday he could do something meaningful with his life to honor the people he hurt. His voice cracked multiple times while he read, and by the end he was crying, so hard he could barely get the words out. The judge let him finish and sit down, then took a few minutes to review his notes before speaking. He sentenced Josh to 40 years in prison with possibility of parole after 25 years. Josh didn't react to that either, just nodded once like he'd been expecting it. They let him out, and this time he looked at me as he passed and mouthed something I couldn't understand. After the sentencing, I sat in my dad's car in the courthouse parking lot, feeling this weird mix of relief and sadness. Justice had been served like everyone kept saying, but Coach Henderson and Tyler were still dead. Josh would spend most of his life in prison, but that didn't erase the trauma for me or Anne or anyone else who survived. Detective Morgan found me before we left and told me I did the right thing by testifying. He said my cooperation helped ensure accountability, and I should be proud of that. I thanked him, but I didn't feel proud or like a hero. I just felt tired and sad and ready for everything to be over, even though I knew it never really would be. In the weeks after the trial, I tried to focus on moving forward. I went back to my twice-weekly sessions with Cecilia, and we worked on accepting that I did everything I could during the shooting and afterward. She kept saying I couldn't have prevented Josh's choices no matter what I did or said. I helped minimize the harm by keeping him engaged and sharing information with police. She made me repeat this thing about how carrying appropriate responsibility is different from carrying crushing guilt. The guilt wanted me to believe I caused the shooting by calling Josh pathetic at lunch. The responsibility meant acknowledging I said something mean, but understanding Josh made his own choice to bring a gun to the school. Some days I believed her, and some days the guilt won. Anne and I ended up growing closer through everything we'd been through together. We started studying together after school and talking about our fears and triggers. She was seeing her own therapist, and sometimes we'd compare notes about coping strategies that worked or didn't work. The weird thing was we'd barely known each other before the shooting, and now she was one of the only people who really understood what it felt like. Sometimes we'd go sit in the chemistry lab after school just to prove to ourselves we could be in that room without panicking. Mr. Navarro would let us stay as long as we needed and never ask questions or made it weird. He'd just work at his desk grading papers while we sat there breathing through the anxiety until it got manageable. Antonio organized this group of survivors who started meeting weekly at the community center. There were 12 of us total who'd been in the lockdown or directly affected by the shooting. We didn't have any formal agenda or structure, just showed up and shared how we were doing and supported each other through the hard days. Some days we talked about the shooting and processed what happened. Other days we deliberately talked about anything else, movies or sports or college plans, because we needed to remember we were more than just survivors. The group became this lifeline for all of us, the one place we could be completely honest about struggling without people telling us to move on or get over it. 6 weeks after the sentencing, the school held a memorial dedication ceremony. They'd installed this garden in the courtyard with 2 benches that had Coach Henderson's and Tyler's names engraved on them. The principal gave a speech about resilience and community and honoring their memory by being kind to each other. Tyler's sister planted a tree in the garden and could barely get through it without breaking down. A few days after the ceremony, I got a letter forwarded through Detective Morgan from Josh in prison. He wrote that he understood if I never wanted to speak to him again, but he wanted me to know he was getting mental health treatment and working on understanding why he did what he did. He said he thought about our friendship often and wished he had talked to me about his pain instead of letting it build into rage. He didn't ask for forgiveness or anything like that, just said he hoped someday I could remember the good times we had without them being poisoned by what he became. I read the letter 3 times sitting on my bed trying to figure out how I felt about it. I ended up filing it away in my desk drawer, not ready to respond but not ready to throw it away either. As the school year finally ended, I realized I'd survived something I never thought I could survive. I still had hard days where loud noises made me panic, or I'd dream about being trapped under that desk listening to gunshots. But I also had good days where I laughed with friends and focused on homework and actually thought about the future without it feeling impossible. Cecilia said this is what healing looks like, not forgetting what happened or being unchanged by it, but learning to carry the experience without letting it crush you. I didn't know if I believed that yet, but I was trying. Anne and I filled out college applications together at the library, both of us picking schools within an hour of each other, because neither of us wanted to be alone after everything. Antonio got accepted to a state school 3 hours away, but we made him promise to visit and stay in the group chat no matter what. The survivors group met one last time before summer, and we talked about starting chapters at our colleges to help other students dealing with trauma. Someone suggested we could do presentations about what helped us heal and what didn't. Turn our experience into something that might prevent other people from suffering alone like Josh did. Cecilia sat in on that meeting and told us she was proud of how we were channeling our pain into helping others, that this kind of purpose-driven healing was powerful and lasting. On the last day of school, I got there early and walked through the empty hallways before anyone else arrived. The memorial garden in the courtyard had flowers blooming around Coach Henderson's and Tyler's benches, their names etched in metal that would last longer than any of us. The bullet holes in the hallway walls had been patched and painted over, but I could still see exactly where they were, could still hear the sounds that made them. I stopped outside the chemistry lab and looked through the window at the desks arranged differently than they were that day, at Mr. Navarro setting up for his first period class like it was any normal morning. I thought about Josh sitting in a prison cell, and Coach Henderson who never got to retire, and Tyler who never got to graduate, and all of us survivors carrying scars nobody could see. I couldn't change what happened or take back the fight at lunch or erase Josh's choices or bring back the people he killed. But I could choose how I moved forward from here. I could remember that I tried to help during the lockdown, that I told the truth in court, that I was working on healing even when it felt impossible. I could believe that someday the weight would feel lighter and the nightmares would come less often, and I could think about building tree houses with Josh without it being poisoned by what he became. Standing in that hallway, I chose hope even though it was hard, because the alternative was letting one terrible day define the rest of my life, and I refused to give it that power. When I returned from the war, my family exclaimed, "You survived!" I placed my military hat on the counter, confused. Yes, I've been due to come home for months. My mom stumbled back and grabbed the doorframe. My dad held my sister's hand while her face went ghost white. I locked eyes with each of them, and that's when I saw it. Disappointment. Clear as day. They'd always seen me as the family regret, but I was hoping deployment would change that. I was just about to surprise them with my promotion of 300,000 when my dad butted in. "Son, maybe you should extend your deployment." Suddenly, all of my family's heads turned up in anticipation of my response. I can't. I was exposed to the burn pit, and it gave me a rare form of cancer. I only have 8 months left to live. As soon as the lie left my lips, I watched their reaction like a hawk. For a split second, I caught the sight of a smirk on every single one of their faces. "That's so sad," my sister blurted out, burying her face in her hands. "They better provide good death benefits at least," my mom said, rubbing my arm. "I think they give $400K to grieving families." That night, I pretended to sleep on the couch. From the kitchen, Mom, Dad, Cecilia, and her boyfriend Pender were talking. "His insurance pays out $400,000 when he goes," Mom said. "Pender, you can finally start your business," Cecilia added. "Cecilia's wedding will be fully funded," Pender responded. I smiled silently. You see, I'd heard dozens of horror stories in the military, and I knew that the best revenge was feeding into their delusions and letting them destroy themselves. Over the next few days, I played my part perfectly. I'd stumble into walls, I'd cough blood into tissues. When Pender mentioned wanting a new truck, I made sure to wheeze. I wish I could help, but that's when Dad's eyes lit up. "Actually, son, could you sign something for us?" "Just family paperwork." I pretended my hands were too weak to read it properly, but it was a $100,000 loan against my life insurance policy. Whatever helps the family, Dad. What they didn't realize was they'd just committed a federal crime. The real game began when Pender quit his job. He walked in carrying a cardboard box from his office. "Why work when we're rich in 5 months?" he announced, not knowing I was home. I listened as he replayed the phone call with his boss. "You lazy sack of shit. You didn't even bother checking my CV, and I faked half my degree and certifications." "Pender!" Cecilia fake scolded, giggling like a maniac. A few nights later at dinner, I decided to twist the knife. "You know," I said casually, pushing food around my plate, "the doctor said something strange today. My white blood cell count is improving. He said the cancer might not be as aggressive as—" Cecilia's fork clattered onto her plate. "What?" She cleared her throat, forcing a smile. "I mean, doctors can be wrong. Let's not get our hopes up." "Yeah," Pender added quickly. "False hope is cruel. We should prepare for the worst." I nodded slowly, but in the back of my mind I thought about how I'd already spent my $300,000 bonus. The Mercedes AMG in storage. The downtown penthouse already furnished. Every day they thought I was at treatment. I was living my actual life. It almost made me feel guilty, until it was time for the funeral planning. Mom pulled out a literal binder. "We've picked your casket," she said, showing me the cheapest option. "And Cecilia's giving your eulogy." "We told the funeral home payment in full comes from life insurance," Dad explained. He'd also cashed out his entire 401k with a 40% penalty, losing the $80,000 he'd saved for 30 years. "Smart thinking," I wheezed. Cecilia had dropped out of college in her final semester, forfeiting her degree and $60,000 in tuition. My mom had broken the apartment lease, owing $15,000 in penalties, and told her landlord to sue her because I'll be rich soon. That night I heard them on a conference call with a voice I didn't recognize. "We need another $100,000, Dad was saying. "The insurance pays out in 2 months maximum." "You understand what happens if you don't pay?" The accent was thick, and there was casino music in the background. "We'll have your money," Pender promised. His organs are failing. My life had been reduced to collateral. The next morning, Mom handed me a coffee with shaking hands. It tasted bitter. Wrong. I pretended to drink it while she watched, then poured it out later. The residue at the bottom looked grainy. They were trying to speed things up. The next morning, I scheduled a family meeting for Sunday, saying the doctors wanted to discuss hospice options. They practically celebrated. They had no idea the funeral they'd planned wasn't mine. It was theirs. I lay on that couch for hours, staring at the ceiling and replaying every word from the kitchen. The way Mom calculated the insurance payout like she was shopping for groceries. How Pender mapped out his business plans using my death as startup capital. Cecilia giggling about wedding funds while I supposedly rotted from cancer in the next room. When morning light started filtering through the curtains, I knew I couldn't just pack my bags and disappear. They'd committed crimes, real federal offenses, and if I walked away, they'd just find another mark or keep spiraling into worse decisions. But I also knew I needed to be smart about this, not emotional. Tristan always said the difference between a good soldier and a dead one was knowing when to call for backup. I grabbed my phone and stepped outside to the back porch, dialing his number before I could talk myself out of it. He picked up on the second ring, his voice rough with sleep but instantly alert when I said I needed help. I told him everything in a rush: the fake cancer diagnosis, the insurance fraud, the loan against my policy, the way they celebrated my impending death. He didn't interrupt once, just listened to the whole story, and when I finished there was a long silence before he spoke. "Document everything," he said. "Every conversation, every text, every piece of paper they make you sign. Stay calm. Don't let them see you're onto them, and for God's sake, don't do anything that makes you as bad as they are." His voice had that same steady quality from overseas, the tone that kept me grounded during the worst firefights. I spent the rest of the morning at the library 2 towns over, setting up a secure cloud storage account under an email they didn't know about. I uploaded every recording I'd made so far, the audio from the kitchen where they divided up my death benefits, the video of Pender bragging about his fake credentials, screenshots of text messages where Cecilia talked about wedding venues. I created folders for each family member and added timestamps and context notes for everything, making sure a prosecutor could follow the timeline without any gaps. The librarian gave me a weird look when I asked about their privacy policy for public computers, but I just smiled and said I was working on a research project. By the time I got back to the house around 1 in the afternoon, I felt like I had some control back, like I wasn't just a victim waiting for them to finish me off. Dad was waiting in the kitchen with more paperwork spread across the table, his reading glasses perched on his nose like he was doing something legitimate instead of plotting. He waved me over with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and explained he needed me to sign a medical power of attorney, just standard stuff for someone in my condition. I pulled out my phone like I was checking messages but actually started recording video, angling it so the camera caught both of us and the documents. My hands shook a little as I picked up the pen, but I made it look like weakness from my fake illness instead of rage. Dad explained the form would let them make healthcare decisions if I couldn't communicate near the end, his voice so caring and paternal that I almost believed he meant it. I watched his face as I signed, saw the little flash of satisfaction he tried to hide, the way his shoulders relaxed once my signature was on the page. He patted my arm and said he was proud of how brave I was being, then carefully filed the document in a folder labeled with my name. That evening, I heard voices from the garage and moved closer to the door, pressing my ear against the wood. Pender was on the phone with someone, his voice loud and boastful in that way drunk people get when they think they're being clever. He was talking about the new truck he'd already picked out, laughing about how he told his boss where to shove his job because his girlfriend's brother was about to make them all rich. The worst part was what came next, when he said the dumb bastard didn't even know they'd been planning this for months, that they'd talked about it before I even came home from deployment. My stomach turned as I realized this wasn't opportunistic greed, it was premeditated. They'd been hoping I'd die overseas, and when I survived, they just adjusted their timeline. I backed away from the door before he could hear me and went to my room, sitting on the bed and trying to process what I'd just learned. The next morning, I decided to test them, to see how committed they were to this timeline of my death. At breakfast, I mentioned casually that my doctor said something weird yesterday, that my latest blood work showed improvement in my white blood cell count. I watched Mom's coffee cup freeze halfway to her lips, saw the flash of panic cross her face before she forced it into concern. She set the cup down carefully and said, "Doctors could be wrong. That false hope was the cruelest thing, and I shouldn't get my expectations up." Cecilia jumped in quickly, agreeing that I should prepare for the worst instead of counting on some miracle that probably wouldn't happen. Their eagerness to keep me dying was so obvious it would have been funny if it wasn't terrifying. Later that afternoon, I found Mom's funeral planning binder sitting open on the kitchen table, like she'd been reviewing it and got distracted. I flipped through the pages and felt my jaw clench with each new detail. She'd picked the absolute cheapest casket option, the kind that's basically particle board with a thin veneer. The funeral home she'd chosen advertised budget packages for families on fixed incomes. There was a handwritten note in her careful script about how the life insurance would pay the funeral home directly, so they wouldn't have to front any money themselves. She'd even calculated how much they'd have left over after funeral costs, with neat columns showing the split between her, Dad, and Cecilia. That night, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I heard voices in the living room, someone on speakerphone with an accent I couldn't quite place. I cracked the door open and heard Dad talking about needing more time, about how the insurance would pay out in 2 months maximum. The voice on the phone was thick and rough, maybe Eastern European, asking when they'd have the rest of the payment. There was casino noise in the background, slot machines and crowd sounds, and the voice said something about understanding what happens if they don't pay. Dad promised they'd have the money, his voice shaking in a way I'd never heard before. Pender chimed in saying my organs were failing, that it wouldn't be much longer, and I realized Dad had borrowed from someone way more dangerous than a bank. The next morning, Mom did something she'd never done in the entire time I'd been home. She made me coffee and brought it to me on the couch. She hovered while I took the first sip, watching my face with an intensity that set off every alarm bell in my head. The coffee tasted wrong, bitter in a way that had nothing to do with how it was brewed. I pretended to drink it while she stood there, making small talk about the weather and asking how I slept. The second she left the room, I got up and poured the whole cup down the kitchen sink, rinsing it carefully. At the bottom of the cup was a grainy residue that definitely wasn't coffee grounds, something that had only partially dissolved. I took a photo of it with my phone, then used a plastic bag to collect some of the residue before washing the cup. My hands were shaking as I sealed the bag and hid it in my room. I grabbed my phone and texted Tristan, my fingers fumbling on the screen. I told him I thought they were trying to speed things up, that Mom had put something in my coffee that morning. His response came back in seconds, all caps telling me to get out of that house right now and call the cops. But I texted back that I needed to see this through, needed them to incriminate themselves completely, so there was no way they could talk their way out of it when this all came crashing down. That afternoon, I drove to the public library 3 towns over where nobody would recognize me. I found a quiet corner in the legal reference section and started pulling books on criminal law. The insurance fraud statutes were clear as glass. What Dad did by taking out that loan against my policy using forged access to my account was a federal crime carrying 5 to 10 years. The attempted poisoning fell under aggravated assault in our state, prosecutable even if the victim didn't actually ingest the full dose. What really caught my attention was the conspiracy section. Everyone who knew about the plan and participated in any way could be charged as co-conspirators, which meant Mom, Dad, Cecilia, and Pender were all potentially facing serious time. I took photos of the relevant pages with my phone and made notes about which statutes applied to which actions. By the time I left the library, I had a clear picture of just how much trouble they'd created for themselves. The next morning, I drove to a hardware store 2 towns in the opposite direction. I bought 3 small recording devices that looked like normal everyday objects. One was a pen that actually wrote but had a microphone and memory card inside. Another was a phone charger that plugged into the wall and recorded everything within 15 feet. The third was a small desk clock that looked cheap, but captured both audio and video. The guy at the checkout didn't ask any questions. just rang up my purchases and wished me a good day. Back at the house, I waited until everyone was out. Dad had gone to meet with someone about money, Mom was at her sister's place, and Cecilia and Pender were apartment hunting even though they had no income. I set up the pen on the kitchen counter where they always gathered to talk. The phone charger went into an outlet in the living room behind the couch. The clock I placed on the dining room shelf where it had a clear view of the table. I tested each one with my phone app to make sure the coverage overlapped, and I wasn't leaving any blind spots in the main areas where they plotted. When I got back from testing the devices, I called a hospice organization I found online. A woman with a kind voice answered, and I explained that I'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer and wanted to discuss end-of-life planning with my family present. She connected me with a social worker named Marguerite, who asked some basic questions about my diagnosis and timeline. I told her the doctors said I had maybe 2 months left and my family was struggling with the reality of it. She said she understood, and these conversations were never easy, but having a neutral professional present often helped families communicate better. We scheduled her to come to the house Sunday at 2 in the afternoon. I made sure to mention I wanted my whole family there so we could all hear the same information and make decisions together. She said that was actually ideal and she'd bring intake forms and information packets. After I hung up, I felt the first real sense of control I'd had since this whole thing started. Sunday was going to be the day everything came out, and now I'd have a credible witness there when it happened. That night, alone in my room, I sat on the edge of my bed and stared at my hands. They looked like my hands, but I didn't quite recognize what they'd been doing lately. Setting traps, gathering evidence, manipulating my own family even if they deserved it. I wondered if I was becoming just like them, calculating and cold and willing to hurt people to get what I wanted. The thought made my stomach turn. But then I remembered their faces when I told them I was dying. Those smirks that flashed for just a second before they covered them with fake sadness. I remembered Mom's voice talking about death benefits like she was discussing a lottery win. I remembered Dad borrowing money from criminals using my life as collateral. The difference was clear when I really looked at it. They were trying to profit from my death. I was trying to stop people who wanted me dead. That wasn't the same thing at all. I waited until mid-morning when the house was busy with everyone moving around to make my anonymous call. I used a burner phone I'd picked up at a convenience store and dialed the insurance company's fraud hotline. A man answered, and I told him I had information about a potentially fraudulent claim on a life insurance policy. I gave him my policy number and suggested he might want to audit the account for irregularities. I mentioned that someone had taken out a loan against the policy, and there might be misrepresentation on the application about the insured person's medical condition. He started asking for my name and contact information, but I told him I was just a concerned party who thought they should look into it. Then I hung up before he could press me further. It wasn't much, but it would get them looking at Dad's paperwork, and once they started digging, they'd find all the forged documents and false statements. The next day, I walked into the police station and asked the officer at the front desk if I could speak with a detective about a potential crime. She made a phone call, and 10 minutes later, a man in his 40s came out to the lobby. He introduced himself as Detective Morris and led me back to a small interview room with a table and 4 chairs. I sat down and told him everything. The fake cancer diagnosis, my family's reaction, the insurance fraud, the loan from dangerous people, and the coffee Mom gave me that tasted wrong. I showed him the photos of the grainy residue and explained I'd saved a sample in a sealed container. He listened without interrupting, taking notes on a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and studied me for a long moment. Then he said he could help, but I'd need to understand this wasn't going to be simple. I'd need to wear a wire and document everything in real time. The case would be stronger if we caught them in the act of planning or attempting something, rather than just relying on past evidence. I told him I was ready to do whatever it took. That evening, I rented a storage unit across town under a fake name I'd used for my penthouse lease. I loaded my car with everything that mattered. The title to my Mercedes that was sitting in a different storage facility. My military medals in their presentation case. My actual medical records from the base hospital showing I was healthy with no cancer diagnosis. My discharge papers and promotion documentation. The folder with my real bank statement showing the $300,000 bonus. I drove it all to the storage unit and locked it away where my family couldn't get to it if things went bad. On the drive back, I memorized 3 different routes away from the house in case I needed to leave in a hurry. I programmed Detective Morris's direct number into my phone under a fake name. I mapped out where the nearest police station was and how long it would take to get there from different locations. I wasn't taking any chances that they might try something before Sunday. The next morning, the hospice intake call happened right on schedule. I gathered everyone in the living room and put Marguerite on speakerphone. She introduced herself and explained she'd be coming by Sunday to do a full assessment and discuss care options. She asked some questions about my current condition and symptoms. Mom's voice broke at exactly the right moment when she described how hard it was watching me decline. Cecilia talked about wanting to cherish our remaining time together and make sure I was comfortable. Dad asked practical questions about pain management that made him sound like a caring father instead of someone counting down days until a payout. Pender even chimed in about how the whole family was committed to supporting me through this difficult time. They performed grief so perfectly, it would have fooled anyone who didn't know the truth. Marguerite said she was impressed by how involved and supportive they all were, that many families struggled to face these conversations. After the call ended, they all looked relieved, like they'd passed some kind of test. I waited until everyone dispersed to different parts of the house before I made my move. I'd printed out forms from a legal template website the night before, official-looking documents with the header, Accelerated Death Benefit Application, across the top. These were real forms that some insurance companies use to let terminally ill people access part of their death benefit early. I filled in most of the fields but left the signature line blank. Then I put everything in a folder and left it on the dining room table where someone would definitely find it. I positioned one of my hidden cameras to capture the table from the perfect angle. If anyone tried to forge my signature, I'd have it on video. The bait was set. That afternoon, Mom came to me with a concerned expression and said she wanted to help organize my medications since I had so many bottles, and it must be confusing to keep track of everything. I watched her hands carefully as she lined up all the pill bottles on the kitchen counter. She sorted them by type and time of day, making neat little rows and explaining her system. When she stepped away to get a notepad, I quickly pulled out my phone and photographed everything. The bottle labels, the dosages, the pill counts. I zoomed in on each bottle to get clear images of exactly how many pills were inside. If any went missing or got swapped with something else, I'd have proof of what they were supposed to be. Mom came back and finished her organizing, writing out a schedule for when I should take each medication. She seemed genuinely pleased with herself, like she was doing something helpful. I thanked her and told her it really did make things easier. She squeezed my shoulder and said that's what family does. They take care of each other. The words would have been touching if I didn't know what she'd already tried to put in my coffee. 2 days later, I was in the kitchen making breakfast when I heard Dad get the mail. He came back inside holding a thick envelope with the insurance company logo on it. I watched from around the corner as he opened it and started reading. His face went from confused to pale to red in about 10 seconds. He called for Mom and Cecilia, and they gathered around the dining table while I stayed back where they couldn't see me. Dad read the letter out loud and his voice was shaking. The insurance company was flagging the policy for audit. All benefit access was frozen pending investigation. They had questions about the loan application and needed to verify medical information. The explosion was instant and beautiful. Dad started yelling about timing and how this was going to ruin everything. Mom was crying and saying they'd already spent money they didn't have. Cecilia turned on Pender and blamed him for pushing Dad to take out the loan so fast. Pender fired back that it was her idea to speed things up in the first place. They went back and forth for 20 minutes, each one blaming someone else, while I stood there recording every word on my phone. When they finally calmed down enough to think straight, Dad said he'd call the insurance company and straighten it out. Mom said they needed to be careful what they said, because audits meant they were looking for fraud. That night at dinner, everyone was tense and quiet. Dad kept checking his phone like he was waiting for something important. We were halfway through the meal when his phone rang. He looked at the number and his whole body went stiff. He put it on speaker and set it on the table. I was in the living room, but I could hear everything perfectly. The voice on the other end had a thick accent, and there was casino noise in the background. The man asked where his money was. Dad tried to explain about the insurance audit and how it was just a delay. The voice cut him off and said he wanted $50,000 by next week. Dad stammered something about needing more time. The man's voice got cold and said if he didn't have the money by next Friday, they would start taking payment in other ways. Dad promised the insurance money was coming soon, just a small delay. Everything would be fine. The man hung up without saying goodbye. I watched Dad's hands shake as he picked up his phone. Mom asked who that was, and Dad just shook his head. The next morning, I came downstairs and found everyone at the breakfast table. I sat down and mentioned casually that I had a doctor appointment yesterday. They all looked up at me. I said my oncologist mentioned something interesting about a new clinical trial. The trial was for my type of cancer, and it might extend my timeline by 6 months or more. Maybe even a year if it worked really well. I watched their faces carefully. Mom was the first to speak. She said clinical trials were risky and often gave false hope. Dad agreed and said experimental treatment might make my remaining time miserable instead of peaceful. Cecilia jumped in saying I should focus on quality of life, not quantity. Pender added that trials were just guinea pig experiments and most of them failed anyway. They all talked over each other trying to convince me not to do it. I let them go on for a few minutes before I said I'd think about it. The relief on their faces was obvious. After breakfast, I grabbed the sealed container with the coffee residue and drove across town to a medical lab. I explained to the technician that I suspected someone was drugging me and needed the residue tested. She looked concerned and asked if I was in immediate danger. I told her I was safe for now, but needed proof of what was in the coffee. She said they could run a full toxicology screen. I mentioned that Detective Morris had sent over a chain of custody form. She pulled it up on her computer and nodded. The form would make sure the results could be used as evidence if this went to court. She labeled the container and gave me a receipt. She said results would take 3 to 5 business days. That afternoon, my phone rang and it was Tristan. He didn't waste time with small talk. He said I needed to hire a lawyer before this went any further. I started to argue, but he cut me off. He said even though I was the victim here, my own lying about being sick could create legal problems. I might need someone protecting my interests too. I told him I'd think about it, but hiring a lawyer now might tip off the family that something was wrong. He said I was being stupid and stubborn. We argued for a few more minutes before he made me promise to at least look up some names. I agreed just to get him off my back. That evening, Mom found me in my room and said she wanted to help me keep track of my medications. She said it must be confusing with so many different pills and schedules. I told her that would be really helpful. We went to the kitchen and she started going through all the bottles. She organized them by time of day and wrote out a detailed schedule. Before she touched anything, I pulled out my phone and took pictures of every single bottle. I zoomed in on the labels and made sure I could see the pill counts clearly. When Mom stepped away to get a pen, I took more pictures. After she finished organizing everything, I thanked her and said it really did make things easier. When she left the room, I took another complete set of pictures. I checked each bottle against images online to make sure the pills inside matched what the labels said. Everything looked normal so far, but I wasn't taking any chances. The next day, Detective Morris called while I was out getting groceries. He said the insurance investigator Evelyn had finished reviewing Dad's loan application. She confirmed that Dad had lied about my medical condition and forged access to my online insurance portal. The application had false information about my prognosis and treatment timeline. It was enough for fraud charges, but they wanted more evidence of the broader conspiracy before moving forward. The detective said they were building a case that would stick to everyone involved, not just Dad. He asked if I'd noticed anything else suspicious. I told him about the loan shark call and how scared Dad looked. He said that was good information and to keep documenting everything. He explained they'd logged the coffee sample and were tracking whether anyone in my family had purchased sedatives or other substances. He wanted to know if I'd seen anyone going to pharmacies or making suspicious purchases. I realized I hadn't been paying close enough attention to their daily movements. I'd been so focused on recording their conversations that I missed the physical evidence trail. He told me to start watching where they went and what they bought. 2 days before Sunday, a black car pulled up outside our house. A man in an expensive suit got out and walked toward the door. Dad was in the living room, and when he looked out the window, his face went completely white. He told us all to stay inside and went out to the porch. I moved to a window where I could see without being obvious. The man was talking, and Dad was nodding and pulling out his wallet. Dad handed over some cash, but based on the man's angry hand gestures, it wasn't enough. The conversation got heated, and the man poked Dad in the chest a few times. After the man left, Dad stood on the porch for a long time just staring at nothing. When he came back inside, he looked like he'd aged 10 years. His hands were shaking and there was sweat on his forehead even though it wasn't hot outside. That afternoon, I decided to push things further. I was in the kitchen getting water when I let my knees buckle and fell to the floor. I made sure to gasp like I couldn't breathe properly. I kept my eyes half closed so I could see their reactions. The family rushed over and surrounded me. Through my eyelashes, I watched their faces. Pender muttered something under his breath that sounded like finally. Cecilia hissed at him to shut up. Mom's voice was cold and calculating when she asked if they should call for help or just wait and see. Dad said to give it a minute and see if I came around on my own. They stood there watching me struggle to breathe for what felt like forever. Finally, Mom told Cecilia to get me some water. I let my breathing slowly return to normal and opened my eyes fully. They all rushed to help me up and asked what happened. I said I just felt dizzy all of a sudden. Mom said it was probably the cancer progressing and I should rest more. They helped me to the couch and brought me water and pillows. The whole time they were playing concerned family, I was thinking about what I'd just heard them say when they thought I was unconscious. The next morning, my phone rang early, and I saw Detective Morris's number on the screen. I stepped outside to the back porch where nobody could hear me. He got straight to the point about the coffee sample I'd given him. The lab found crushed sleeping pills in the residue, enough to cause serious problems if I'd been taking other medications, or if my body was actually weak from illness like they thought. He said it was solid evidence of attempted poisoning, and combined with the insurance fraud, they were building a strong case against the whole family. But he needed Sunday's meeting to happen so they could catch everyone together with witnesses present who could testify about what they saw and heard. I told him I understood and asked what I should do until then. He said to act normal, keep documenting anything suspicious, and stay safe. By midday, I got a call from Evelyn at the insurance company. She'd been digging through their systems and found the access logs for my policy portal. Dad's laptop showed up in the records with timestamps proving he logged in pretending to be me. He'd submitted the loan application himself and attached forged medical papers that made my condition sound worse than I'd even claimed it was. She said the fraud was clear as day, and she was working with Detective Morris to have everything ready for Sunday's confrontation. I thanked her and hung up feeling this weird mix of victory and sadness that my own father had done this. Later that afternoon, I was checking my phone when I walked past the family computer in the den. Cecilia had left herself logged in, and I could see her text messages right there on the screen. My stomach dropped as I read through a conversation with Pender from 2 days ago. She was asking about ways to shorten the wait and whether his cousin, who works as a nurse, could get access to something stronger than sleeping pills. Pender had responded asking what she meant by stronger, and Cecilia wrote back that she meant something that would look natural, like a heart attack or stroke. I felt sick reading my own sister actively plotting to kill me. I grabbed my phone and took screenshots of everything, then sent them straight to Detective Morris with shaking hands. He texted back within minutes saying this was exactly the kind of evidence they needed and to be extra careful around the family. I spent the rest of the afternoon working with Detective Morris on setting up a trap for Saturday. We arranged for a delivery company to bring an official-looking envelope addressed to me containing a fake accelerated benefit payout check. The check looked real enough to fool someone who wasn't looking too close, and it required my signature to deposit. Detective Morris said we were betting that someone would try to forge my signature, and we'd have it on camera when they did. I positioned my phone in the living room bookshelf with the camera aimed at the front door and mail table, making sure the angle would catch everything. Friday morning, I called the hospice organization and asked to speak with Marguerite. I confirmed she'd be arriving Sunday at 2 in the afternoon for the consultation. She asked if there was anything specific she should know beforehand, and I explained there was some family tension around my illness. I said I wanted a neutral professional present to help guide difficult conversations about end-of-life planning. It was true enough that she didn't question it, and she told me she'd worked with plenty of complicated family situations before. She sounded kind and professional, and I almost felt bad about what she was walking into. Saturday morning arrived, and I made a big show of being tired and needing to nap in my room. I pulled up the camera feed on my phone and watched the living room from under my blankets. Right on schedule, the delivery person knocked and left the envelope on the front porch. I watched Pender answer the door and bring the envelope inside. He looked at the return address and his eyes got wide. He called for Cecilia, and they opened it together right there at the mail table. I watched Pender read the fake check and saw his face light up with greed. He grabbed a pen and some scratch paper from the drawer and started practicing my signature over and over. After about 10 tries, he carefully signed the endorsement line on the back of the check. The whole thing was caught in perfect high-definition video. I saved the file immediately and sent a copy to Detective Morris. He responded with a thumbs up and told me that was textbook forgery. That afternoon, Dad found me in the kitchen and said he needed to talk. He sat me down at the table with another form and explained it was a DNR order. He said it would tell doctors not to try to bring me back if my heart stopped, that it would prevent me from suffering through painful procedures that probably wouldn't work anyway. His voice was so gentle and caring that if I didn't know better, I might have believed he actually gave a damn about my comfort. I signed the form, but it wasn't the one he thought it was. I'd prepared my own version that looked identical, but included hidden language that logged any changes or alterations to the document. I watched Dad's shoulders relax once my signature was on the page, and he patted my hand like a loving father. That evening, I was in the bathroom when I heard Dad on the phone in the hallway. He was talking to someone about finalizing a payment arrangement and asking them to come by Sunday afternoon around 2:30. My stomach dropped hard as I realized what this meant. Dad had scheduled a meeting with the loan shark at the exact same time as the hospice consultation. These were dangerous people who'd already threatened him, and now they'd be showing up right when the police were planning to move in. I waited until Dad went to bed, then called Tristan in a panic. I told him I was thinking about just posting everything online and exposing the whole situation publicly instead of waiting for Sunday. He listened to me freak out for a few minutes, then talked me down in that calm way he has. He pointed out that going public now would warn the family and give them time to destroy evidence. He said I needed to trust the legal process, even though it was scary, and even though it felt like things were spinning out of control. He reminded me that Detective Morris knew what he was doing and had handled situations way more complicated than this. By the time we hung up, I felt steadier, but I still barely slept that night. Sunday morning, I got up early and drove to a notary office across town. I brought documents I'd prepared for a proper living will with an independent executor who wasn't family. The notary witnessed my signature and asked questions to make sure I understood what I was signing. I explained that previous documents I'd signed were done under pressure, and I wanted to make sure my actual wishes were legally clear. She notarized everything and gave me certified copies. I drove straight to my storage unit and locked the originals in my safe, then sent scanned copies to Detective Morris, creating a paper trail that would protect me no matter what happened later today. Back at the house, I found myself alone in the living room, staring at the bookshelf where Mom kept the family photo albums. I pulled down the oldest one and opened it on the coffee table. Birthday parties from when I was 7 with a homemade cake and paper decorations. Christmas mornings with all of us in matching pajamas that Mom insisted we wear for photos. A trip to the beach where Dad taught me to build sandcastles, and Cecilia buried my feet in the sand while laughing. I turned the pages slowly and studied each picture, looking for signs of what they would become. But the smiles looked real. The hugs looked genuine. Dad's hand on my shoulder at my high school graduation seemed proud, not disappointed. I let myself feel the loss of it, the grief for people who either never existed or died so gradually I didn't notice when they stopped being my family. The photos showed strangers wearing familiar faces. I closed the album and put it back on the shelf, accepting that whatever we had been was gone long before I came home from deployment. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I saw Detective Morris calling. I answered, and he got straight to the point without any greeting. He said even though I was cooperating and clearly the victim of their crimes, my own lie about being sick could create legal problems for me. The insurance company might come after me for fraud, The prosecutor might want to charge me with filing a false report if any medical claims got submitted. He couldn't promise complete immunity, and I needed to understand I might face consequences too. I told him I understood, and I was willing to accept that exposing them was worth whatever happened to me legally. He said okay, and reminded me that everything was set for this afternoon, that I should stay calm and let things play out. I hung up and checked the time. It was almost 1 in the afternoon. The doorbell rang and I heard Mom answer it. A delivery person asked her to sign for a certified letter. I walked into the hallway and watched Mom's face go white as she read the return address. She ripped open the envelope right there in the doorway, and I saw her hand start shaking as she read. The letter was from the insurance company formally notifying the family that my policy was under criminal investigation for fraud and all benefit access was frozen pending the outcome. Mom stumbled backward, and Dad came running from the kitchen asking what was wrong. She handed him the letter without speaking. His face went from confused to angry to scared in about 5 seconds. Cecilia came down the stairs asking what all the noise was about, and Pender followed behind her. Dad read the letter out loud in a voice that kept breaking. Criminal investigation, fraud, frozen benefits, possible prosecution. The words hung in the air like smoke. Then the explosion started. Dad turned on Mom and started screaming that this was her fault for pushing him to take out that loan, that he never would have done it if she hadn't kept talking about how much money we'd have. Mom screamed back that Cecilia was the one who kept making plans and spending money they didn't have yet, that she encouraged all of this. Cecilia started crying and yelling that Pender was the one who quit his job, that he was the one who kept saying I'd be dead soon anyway, so why wait? Pender got in Dad's face and said it was Dad who borrowed from dangerous people, who forged my signature, who got them into this mess. They went around and around, blaming each other, voices getting louder and meaner. I stood in the doorway watching them tear each other apart, and nobody even looked at me. They were so busy attacking each other they forgot I was there. The fighting went on for maybe 10 minutes before it started to slow down. Everyone was breathing hard and red in the face. Cecilia was crying for real now, not the fake tears she'd been doing for weeks. Mom had her head in her hands. Dad looked like he aged about 20 years. I heard myself say that maybe I could sell my car to help with some of the debts. The words just came out, and I wasn't sure if I meant them or if I was still playing the game. For just a second, everyone's faces changed. They looked at me like I was actually their family member instead of a walking paycheck. Cecilia came over and hugged me tight, and for a moment she felt like my real sister, the one who used to braid my hair when I was little, and she was practicing for beauty school. But then Dad asked how much the car was worth. I said maybe $30,000. I watched him do the math in his head, calculating whether that was enough to cover what they owed. His face fell when he realized it wasn't even close. Mom asked if I had anything else to sell. Pender suggested I could cash out my military retirement early. The moment died as fast as it came, and they were back to seeing me as an asset to liquidate. I said I needed to go lie down before the hospice person arrived at 2. I told them I was feeling weak and needed to rest. They barely acknowledged me as I walked toward my room. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the dresser and slipped out the back door while they were still in the living room, arguing in lower voices. I drove across town to my penthouse and let myself in, making sure nobody followed me. I spent the next hour installing extra security locks on the door and windows. I set up my actual living space properly with my clothes in the closet and my personal items on the shelves. I made the bed with real sheets instead of the temporary setup I'd been using. This was my real home now, and I needed it to feel that way. Before I left, I grabbed a pill organizer from the bathroom and filled it with vitamins. I used a label maker to print out fake medication names that sounded like cancer drugs. I drove back to the family house and snuck the pill organizer into my room, leaving it on the nightstand where they'd see it. Let them think I was still taking my medication. Let them think everything was normal. Back at my penthouse, I opened my laptop and checked my secure email. Detective Morris had forwarded me a text message he'd intercepted from the loan shark's phone. It said Sunday, 2:30 p.m., bring cash or collateral. The timing collision was confirmed. The loan shark would be showing up right in the middle of the hospice meeting and the insurance audit. Detective Morris added a note at the bottom saying they'd have units ready to handle multiple situations at the same time, that I shouldn't worry about the dangerous people showing up because they'd be dealt with. I closed the laptop and felt my heart pounding. This was really happening. Everything was coming together in a few hours. I picked up my phone and called the hospice social worker. She answered on the second ring, and I told her my name and reminded her about the 2 o'clock appointment. I said I wanted to give her a heads up that the family meeting might be tense, that there were some financial problems adding stress to everything. She said she appreciated the warning and that she'd worked with families in crisis before. She said her job was to keep the conversation helpful and make sure everyone felt heard. I thanked her and hung up feeling slightly better knowing she was prepared. My phone rang again almost immediately. It was the insurance investigator calling to confirm her arrival time. She said she'd be at the house at 2:15 to conduct her audit interview with Dad, which meant she'd walk in right when the hospice meeting was starting. I told her that was fine and gave her the address again to make sure she had it right. She said she was looking forward to getting to the bottom of this situation and that fraud cases like this were taken very seriously by her company. I could hear the steel in her voice, and I knew Dad was in for a rough time. She hung up, and I sat there in my penthouse looking out the window at the city below. The convergence of official witnesses was coming together exactly as planned. Detective Morris and his team watching from outside, the hospice social worker asking questions, the insurance investigator conducting her audit, the loan shark showing up demanding payment, all of it happening at the same time in the same place with my family at the center. That evening, I set up my phone on a tripod and started recording a video. I looked at the camera and began talking, explaining everything from the beginning. I said I lied about being sick because I saw disappointment on their faces when I came home alive. I described overhearing them plan how to spend my death benefits. I talked about the loan Dad took out, and the fake credentials Pender bragged about, and the college degree Cecilia threw away. I explained about the coffee Mom tried to poison me with, and the funeral they planned with the cheapest casket. I was honest about my own lies and manipulation, about how I fed into their plans and documented everything. I said I wasn't trying to paint myself as a perfect victim or some kind of hero. I admitted the moral complexity of what I'd done, how I'd deceived them even though they were trying to kill me. I talked about the gray areas and the questions I still had about whether I'd become as bad as they were. The video ran for almost 30 minutes, and by the end my voice was rough and my eyes were burning. I stopped recording and saved the file to 3 different locations. If something went wrong tomorrow, if the loan sharks people hurt me, or if my family tried something desperate, at least there would be a record of the truth. I saved the video file to 3 different cloud accounts and locked my phone. My hands were still shaking from talking through everything out loud. I stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the city lights below. Tomorrow, at this time, it would all be over, one way or another. I went to my bedroom and pulled out a notebook, the kind with cheap lined paper that I used to use in high school. At the top of the first page, I wrote down the first question I wanted to ask. Something casual about their plans for after I was gone. I crossed it out because it sounded too obvious, like I was fishing for information. I tried again, making it sound more like a dying man wanting to know his family would be okay. I wrote down 5 different versions before I found one that felt natural. Then I moved on to questions about the money. How to bring up the loan without making it sound like I knew it was fraud. How to reference the insurance payout in ways that would get them talking. I filled 4 pages with different approaches, different phrasings, different ways to create openings for them to incriminate themselves. By the time I finished, it was almost midnight and my hand hurt from writing. I read through everything twice, memorizing the questions that felt most natural. Then I tore the pages out of the notebook and fed them through my paper shredder. I couldn't risk anyone finding my practice notes. I set 3 alarms on my phone for 6 a.m. and tried to sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, running through scenarios in my head. What if they realized it was a trap before the police arrived? What if the loan shark showed up early and things got violent? What if Mom had put something worse than sleeping pills in my coffee, and I'd actually been poisoned with something dangerous? My brain wouldn't shut off, and I kept checking my phone every 20 minutes. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off for a few hours. The first alarm went off at 6, and I woke up with my heart already racing. My hands were shaking, so bad I could barely hold my phone to turn off the alarm. I sat up in bed and felt like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. My chest was tight, and my vision was getting fuzzy around the edges. I grabbed my phone and called Tristan with trembling fingers. He answered on the second ring, his voice alert even though it was early. I tried to tell him I couldn't do this, but the words came out in gasps. He told me to breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. I followed his instructions, and after a few minutes, my vision cleared. He reminded me that I was doing this to protect myself, that my family had tried to poison me, that their choices created this situation. He said I was brave for standing up to them instead of just running away. He told me to take a shower and get dressed and call him back if I needed to. I thanked him and hung up. I sat on the edge of my bed for another 10 minutes, just breathing slowly. Then I got up and took the longest shower of my life, letting the hot water run over me until I felt almost normal again. At 9:30, I drove to a notary office on the other side of town. The woman behind the desk was in her 60s with reading glasses on a chain around her neck. I told her I needed to revoke some legal documents I'd signed. She pulled out the proper forms and asked me which documents I was revoking. I explained about the power of attorney papers my dad had me sign, the medical decision-making authority, all of it. She typed up the revocation paperwork and had me sign in 3 places while she watched. Then she stamped everything with her official seal and made certified copies. I asked for 5 copies and she ran them through her machine. I paid her in cash and she handed me the documents in a manila folder. I thanked her and walked out to my car. I sat in the parking lot and used my phone to scan all the documents, then emailed them to Detective Morris. Then I texted him that the originals were on their way. I drove to the post office and sent the folder by certified mail with signature required. Now there was a legal record that my family no longer had authority over my medical decisions or anything else. I got back to the family house at 11:45. My stomach was doing flips, but I walked through the front door like everything was normal. Mom was in the kitchen making lunch and asked if I wanted anything. I told her I wasn't hungry. Dad was in the living room watching television. Cecilia and Pender were upstairs. I went to my room and waited. At exactly noon, I heard a car pull up outside. I looked through the window and saw Detective Morris getting out of an unmarked sedan. He was wearing jeans and a polo shirt, looking like he could be anyone. I went to the front door and let him in before anyone else noticed. He followed me to my room and closed the door quietly. He pulled a small device out of his jacket pocket. It looked like a thick button with a wire attached. He had me take off my shirt, and he taped the microphone to my chest, running the wire down to a small transmitter that clipped to my belt. He showed me how to turn it on and off. Then he went over the safety rules. If I said the word hospital, they would come in right away. If things got physical, they were positioned outside and could be through the door in seconds. He told me to try to stay in the main living room where they had the best sight lines through the windows. He asked if I understood, and I nodded. He tested the microphone by having me count to 10 while he listened on his earpiece. Then he put his hand on my shoulder and told me I was doing the right thing. He left through the back door, and I watched him walk casually down the alley to where his team was set up. At 1:30, I told my family that the hospice worker would be here at 2. Mom immediately started tidying up the living room. Dad changed into a nicer shirt. Cecilia came downstairs with red eyes like she'd been crying on purpose. Pender was wearing a tie which I'd never seen before. They were all playing their parts. At exactly 2 o'clock, the doorbell rang and I answered it. Marguerite stood on the porch with a leather folder and a kind smile. She was maybe 50 with gray streaks in her dark hair. I introduced her to everyone and she shook hands with each family member. She sat down in the armchair and pulled out her intake forms. She started asking questions about my diagnosis, when I was diagnosed, what symptoms I was experiencing. I described the fake cancer symptoms I'd been performing. She asked about my care needs and my family jumped in, talking over each other about how devoted they were to helping me. Mom described the medication schedule she'd set up. Dad talked about taking time off work to be with me. Cecilia's voice broke as she talked about wanting to make my last months meaningful. I watched them lie smoothly to this woman's face and felt sick. Marguerite was writing everything down in her folder, nodding along, asking follow-up questions about pain management and mobility issues. The whole time I was thinking about the wire taped to my chest, recording every word. At 2:15, the doorbell rang again. Everyone's heads turned toward the door. I got up to answer it, and standing on the porch was a woman in a business suit holding a large folder. She introduced herself as Evelyn from the insurance company. I saw the color drain from Dad's face. I invited her in and explained that she was here to review some paperwork with Dad. The energy in the room changed completely. Mom's smile froze on her face. Cecilia grabbed Pender's hand. Marguerite looked confused but kept her professional expression. Evelyn sat down on the couch and opened her audit folder. She pulled out a stack of documents and looked at Dad. She said she needed to discuss some irregularities with his recent insurance transactions. Dad tried to act calm, but sweat was already forming on his forehead. His hands shook as he pulled out his own paperwork. Evelyn asked him to explain how he accessed my insurance portal. Dad started talking about how I was too sick to handle it myself, so he was helping me. His voice was shaking. Evelyn pointed to something on one of the forms and asked about the timestamps. She said the login records showed someone accessing the portal at 2 in the morning multiple times. Dad stumbled over his words, trying to explain. Then Cecilia suddenly blurted out that he had to do it because they needed the money, and I was dying anyway. The room went silent. Marguerite stopped writing and looked up sharply. Evelyn made a note on her form. Mom hissed at Cecilia to be quiet. Dad's face went red and he started explaining that it wasn't fraud because the money was going to come to them anyway. Evelyn asked him to clarify what he meant by that. Dad kept digging himself deeper, talking about the death benefit and how he just borrowed against it early. Pender had been drinking since morning and I could smell it from across the room. He suddenly laughed and said they'd all been so smart about this. He started listing everything they'd bought with the borrowed money. The new furniture, Cecilia's wedding dress, his truck down payment. He talked about quitting his job and how his boss had been too stupid to check his fake credentials anyway. He said they'd been planning this for months, just waiting for me to die so they could finally be rich. He described their plans for after I was gone like I wasn't sitting right there listening. Mom was trying to get him to shut up, but he kept talking. Cecilia was crying now, but not in the fake way from before. Real tears because she knew something was wrong. Pender kept going, talking about how they'd already spent the money in their heads, how they'd divided it up, how they'd even joked about ways to speed things along. Marguerite asked Mom about my medication management. Her voice was careful now, professional but cold. Mom got defensive immediately. She said she was just trying to help me rest. She said she'd been putting something in my coffee to help me sleep through the pain. She said it was just to make me comfortable. Marguerite's face went completely still. She wrote something on her form with very precise handwriting. She asked what specifically Mom had been putting in the coffee. Mom said just some sleeping pills, nothing dangerous. Marguerite asked how many pills and how often. Mom's voice got higher as she tried to explain that it was fine, that she was just being a good mother. Evelyn was writing everything down now, too. The whole room felt like it was holding its breath. The front door opened and Detective Morris walked in with 3 uniformed officers behind him. They moved with calm authority, spreading out into the room. One officer went to Dad. Another went to Mom. The third stood by Pender. Detective Morris identified himself and said they were separating everyone for questioning. Mom started crying and asking what was happening. Dad's face went gray. Cecilia looked at me, and I saw the exact moment she understood. Her eyes went wide and her mouth opened. She said my name like a question. Pender tried to stand up, but the officer put a hand on his shoulder. Detective Morris explained that they were investigating insurance fraud, identity theft, and attempted poisoning. He said everyone needed to come down to the station. Mom screamed that this was a mistake. Dad just sat there staring at nothing. Cecilia kept looking at me with this expression of complete shock. Then her face changed. The shock turned to anger, and then to something like hate. She realized I'd set this up, that I'd planned this whole thing, that the dying son they'd been celebrating was never actually sick. Pender started yelling about his rights. Mom was sobbing. Dad finally looked at me and I saw everything in his eyes. Confusion, fear, and underneath it all, the same disappointment I'd seen when I first came home from deployment. The officers moved Dad to the kitchen and Pender to the hallway while Mom stayed in the living room with a female officer standing next to her. Cecilia sat frozen on the couch, her face blank like she'd stopped processing what was happening. I stayed in my chair while Detective Morris explained that everyone would be questioned separately and transported to the station for formal statements. At exactly 2:30, the sound of tires on gravel made everyone's heads turn toward the front window. A black SUV pulled up to the curb, and two men in expensive suits got out, moving toward the house with the kind of walk that said they were used to people getting out of their way. The uniformed officers at the door intercepted them at the end of the driveway before they could reach the porch. I watched through the window as one officer asked for identification, and the taller man in the dark suit pulled out a wallet. The officer's posture changed immediately, and he reached for his radio. Within seconds, the shorter man was turned around and handcuffed, while the taller one started arguing and pointing at the house. Detective Morris went outside, and I could see him talking to the men, his hand resting casually on his belt near his weapon. The loan sharks my family owed money to were being arrested right there in front of the house, one of them apparently having an outstanding warrant that showed up when they ran his information. The dangerous creditor problem that had been hanging over everything was suddenly being handled by the legal system instead of threatening my family anymore. Mom started crying harder when she saw the men in handcuffs, probably realizing that her escape plan of using insurance money to pay off the debt was completely gone now. Over the next 2 hours, the house transformed into something that looked like a crime scene from a TV show. Evidence technicians arrived with cameras and collection kits, photographing everything and bagging items in clear plastic with labels and tags. They took the pill bottles from the kitchen counter, documenting each one with photos before sealing them. The coffee cup I'd saved with the grainy residue got special attention, carefully packaged with chain of custody forms that Detective Morris explained would track it all the way to the lab and back. They found my hidden recording devices, the pen and phone charger and clock that had been capturing conversations for days, and instead of being mad about it, the detective actually nodded approvingly and said it showed good thinking. The forged insurance documents that Dad had gotten me to sign were photographed in place and then collected as evidence of fraud. My fake medical records that I'd created to support the cancer lie were also taken, which made my stomach twist, because those proved I'd been lying too. Marguerite sat at the dining room table with an officer, giving her statement about what she'd witnessed during the intake meeting. She described Mom's admission about putting something in my coffee and how defensive she'd gotten when questioned about medication management. Evelyn was in Dad's home office with another officer, going through the computer and pointing out the fraudulent insurance portal access and forged documents she'd discovered during her audit. Both women had gone from being neutral professionals doing their jobs to being key witnesses in a criminal case, and I felt bad that my family drama had pulled them into this mess. Detective Morris drove me to the police station in his unmarked car while the evidence technicians finished processing the house. The station was busy with afternoon shift change, officers coming and going and people sitting in plastic chairs waiting to file reports or see someone in custody. He took me to a small interview room with a table and chairs and a camera mounted in the corner, the kind of room I'd seen in every cop show but never thought I'd actually be sitting in. I gave my full statement starting from the moment I came home from deployment and saw the disappointment on their faces. I explained the lie about having terminal cancer and how I'd watched them celebrate the news and start spending money they didn't have. I described the loan Dad took out against my life insurance and how Pender quit his job and Cecilia dropped out of school. I admitted to faking symptoms and stumbling into walls and coughing fake blood into tissues to make them believe I was getting sicker. I told him about the coffee that tasted wrong and the grainy residue I'd saved and how I'd heard them planning to speed things up. I explained setting up the Sunday meeting with the hospice worker and the insurance investigator as a trap to expose them with witnesses present. Detective Morris listened without interrupting, taking notes and occasionally asking clarifying questions about dates and times. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and told me I needed to get my own lawyer because even though I was clearly the victim of attempted poisoning and fraud, my own deception about being terminally ill could create legal complications. The insurance company might come after me for fraud too, or my family's lawyers might try to use my lie to make me look like the bad guy. He gave me the name of a defense attorney who handled complex cases and said to call him first thing Monday morning. By evening, the arrests started happening in waves as the investigation moved forward. Mom was booked on attempted poisoning charges, and the judge denied bail because the prosecutor argued she was a flight risk and potentially dangerous. She'd tried to kill her own son for insurance money, and the evidence of the drugged coffee plus her recorded statements made it a strong case. Dad got charged with insurance fraud and identity theft for the forged documents and illegal portal access, but he made bail with a bond that he somehow arranged through his brother. Cecilia and Pender were brought in for questioning about conspiracy. Both of them asked what they knew about the plans to speed up my death and whether they'd participated in any way. The text messages Cecilia had sent about finding ways to shorten the wait were shown to her during the interview. Pender's recorded statements about me being a dumb bastard who was about to make them rich were played back to him. Neither of them got arrested that night, but they were told not to leave town and to expect charges to be filed. Restraining orders were issued keeping all four of them away from me, with specific instructions that they couldn't contact me directly or through other people or even through social media. I was given copies of the protective orders, and Detective Morris explained that if any of them violated the terms, they'd be arrested immediately. Walking out of the police station that night, I felt strange and empty, like I'd been carrying something heavy for so long that now without it, I didn't know how to stand up straight. Over the next few days, my phone became unusable from all the calls and texts coming in from extended family members. Aunts and uncles and cousins I barely talked to were suddenly demanding to know what happened and why my parents were being arrested. Some of them had heard from Mom's side that I was a liar who faked cancer to set up my own family. Others had heard from Dad's brother that my parents were monsters who tried to kill me for money. Most of them were just confused and angry that private family business had turned into a criminal case with lawyers and courts involved. My phone buzzed constantly with messages asking for my side of the story, or telling me I was wrong, or saying they always knew something was off about our family. A few cousins sent supportive messages saying they believed me and asking if I needed anything. My dad's sister called me a manipulative psychopath who destroyed the family for attention. My mom's brother said he always knew my parents were capable of something like this. The family group chat that usually shared holiday photos and birthday wishes turned into a war zone of accusations and defenses and people taking sides. I stopped reading the messages after the first day because every notification made my chest tight and my hands shake. I turned off my phone and left it in a drawer, checking it once a day for messages from Detective Morris or my new lawyer, but ignoring everything else. The bail and arraignment hearings happened over the following week, and I had to attend some of them as a witness and victim. Dad made bail with money borrowed from his brother, walking out of the courthouse in the same clothes he'd been wearing when they arrested him. Mom's hearing was different because the prosecutor brought photos of the drugged coffee residue and played recordings of her talking about helping me rest through the pain. The judge looked at the evidence and listened to the prosecutor explain that Mom had access to medications and had already tried once to poison me. He denied bail and remanded her to custody pending trial, which meant she'd stay in jail until the case was resolved. Mom cried and her public defender argued that she wasn't a danger, but the judge said attempted murder of a family member showed a willingness to harm that made her too risky to release. Watching her be led away in handcuffs made me feel sick, even though I knew she'd literally tried to kill me. Cecilia's arraignment came a few days later, and she was charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and conspiracy to commit assault. Pender got similar charges plus his own fraud charges related to the fake credentials he'd bragged about. Both of them made bail and walked out looking smaller and older than they had a week ago. The judge issued protective orders preventing any of them from contacting me directly or through intermediaries and warned them that violation would result in immediate arrest and bail revocation. The insurance company froze the entire policy and sent a letter saying all claims were suspended pending the outcome of the criminal investigation. My new lawyer met with their legal team to discuss my cooperation in the fraud case against Dad. They were willing to offer me limited immunity for my false statements about being terminally ill in exchange for my testimony about how Dad forged my signature and accessed my account illegally. The deal meant I wouldn't face criminal charges for lying about having cancer, but I'd have to pay back the $100,000 loan amount plus penalties and interest. My lawyer explained this was actually a good deal because technically I had committed fraud by making false statements to get sympathy, even though my family had used those statements to commit worse crimes. I'd have to pay back around $120,000 total over a payment plan, which would eat up a big chunk of my military bonus, but was better than going to jail. I signed the agreement and gave a detailed statement about everything I knew regarding the insurance fraud. The insurance investigator thanked me for my cooperation and said my testimony would be crucial in their case against Dad. 2 weeks after everything exploded, I got a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. A man with a thick accent told me that my father still owed money and the debt didn't go away just because some of the collection people got arrested. He said I could help the family by paying what was owed, and when I said I wasn't paying anything, he told me I should think carefully about my decision. I recorded the call and sent it immediately to Detective Morris, who called me back within an hour. No, he said they were building a case against the entire lending operation, and these kinds of threats were actually helpful evidence. But in the meantime, the danger hadn't completely disappeared. He advised me to vary my routes and times, to be aware of my surroundings, and to call 911 immediately if I saw anything suspicious. I asked if I should get a gun, and he said that was my choice, but I should get proper training first if I did. The threat hung over me for days, making me check over my shoulder constantly and avoid going out after dark. I installed extra locks on my penthouse door and got a security camera for the hallway. Every unexpected sound made me jump, and every unknown car on my street made me nervous. I started moving my stuff fully into the penthouse, making it feel like an actual home instead of the secret hideout it had been. I bought real furniture instead of the minimal setup I'd had before, hung pictures on the walls, stocked the kitchen with actual food instead of just beer and takeout containers. I set up my military awards in the living room and put photos of my unit on the bookshelf, the guys who'd actually had my back when things got hard. The place slowly transformed from a crash pad into somewhere I could actually live, and working on it gave me something to focus on besides the legal case and the family drama. I found a therapist who specialized in family trauma and betrayal, a woman in her 50s who'd heard every terrible family story and didn't seem shocked by mine. In our first session, I sat on her couch trying to explain how I felt and kept coming back to the same thing, that I didn't know how to feel about any of this. Relief that I'd exposed them before they could actually kill me. Guilt that I'd lied and manipulated them even though they'd been planning worse. Anger at what they'd done and what they'd been willing to do. Grief for the family I'd thought I had, for the people I'd hoped they were but apparently never existed. All of it mixed together in ways I couldn't untangle, leaving me feeling numb some days and overwhelmed others. She told me that was completely normal, that trauma doesn't come in neat packages with clear emotions attached. She said we'd work on processing everything piece by piece, and that healing wasn't about making the feelings go away, but about learning to live with them, without being controlled by them. Tristan visited one weekend, and we sat on my balcony drinking beer and watching the city lights come on as the sun went down. For once, we didn't talk about the case or the family or any of it, just sat there like we used to do on base after long days. Eventually, I told him I kept having dreams where my family actually loved me, and the whole thing was a misunderstanding, where I'd wake up and they'd be happy I was alive instead of disappointed. He took a long drink of his beer and said that was normal, that wanting them to be different people didn't make me weak or stupid. He said everybody wants their family to love them. It's hardwired into humans, and just because they didn't doesn't mean something's wrong with me. He told me about his own dad who'd been a mean drunk, and how even now, years later, he sometimes caught himself hoping the old man had changed, even though he knew better. We sat there in comfortable silence, and I felt grateful that at least one person from my life had turned out to be exactly who I thought they were. The insurance company's legal team called 2 weeks later with their settlement offer. They wanted $40,000 paid back over 5 years, plus my full cooperation testifying against Dad in their fraud prosecution. My lawyer walked me through the terms over the phone, explaining that it wasn't perfect, but it was fair, given that I'd lied to them first about being terminally ill. He said taking the deal was smarter than risking criminal charges of my own, that judges don't like it when people file false insurance claims, even if they had good reasons. I signed the paperwork at his office the next morning, agreeing to monthly payments of $667 starting in 90 days. It felt like getting off easy considering everything that happened, and the lawyer said the insurance company just wanted their money back, and a prosecution witness more than they wanted to punish me. 3 months later, I'd settled into what passed for a new normal. Therapy happened twice a week with the trauma specialist, where we worked through trust issues and family dysfunction without trying to rush past the hard parts. Tristan called every Sunday to check in, sometimes just to talk about nothing, sometimes to make sure I was actually going to therapy and not isolating myself in the penthouse. I found a part-time job at a veterans support center, doing intake paperwork and resource coordination, something that got me out of the house and around people who understood deployment without needing explanations. The wire recorder Detective Morris gave me stayed in my desk drawer as a reminder that trust wasn't something you just gave away anymore. It was something you verified first and earned over time. I wasn't happy exactly, not the way people mean when they talk about happiness, but I was safe. Some days that felt like enough. Like maybe safety was the foundation you built everything else on top of, and I was still learning how to lay those first stones without my hands shaking.
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where an entitled mother expects someone to quit their job to be their full-time slave nanny. Our next Reddit post is from Amraf. My sister-in-law, that is my brother's wife, is a real piece of work. She's high maintenance and demanding to the extreme. She'll demand things from my parents. When they say no, she gets mad, refuses to talk to them, and then takes it out on my brother until he calls up my parents to ask them to apologize because she's making his life a living hell. Years ago, when my brother and my sister-in-law had their first kid, my parents were elated to have their first grandchild. My sister-in-law's mom isn't in the picture, so my mom was very attentive to my sister-in-law. She helped her shop for the baby, she was a supportive shoulder to cry on, even offering advice and insight into pregnancy, labor, and birth. My sister-in-law lavished in the attention and things were golden, until my sister-in-law went back to work. I was at my parents' house visiting when the phone rings. My dad answers. He listens for a few minutes and then simply says, "I am not getting in the middle of them. Talk to your mother." Then he handed the phone to my mom. My mom listened for a bit and then said, "Well, I'm sorry, but I'm just not okay with her plan. I'm not going to apologize, and I'm not going to quit my job. That's the end of it." And she hung up. Of course, I had to demand details. My sister-in-law was going back to her job, and she called my mom up to discuss childcare. She told my mom about the daycare she had checked out, how expensive they all were, and what a struggle it was going to be. But then my sister-in-law had a brilliant idea. My mom should just become a full-time nanny for my niece. Of course, she would have to quit her job, but since she's only 5 years from retirement, it was no big deal. My mom graciously informed my sister-in-law that while she loves watching my niece, she wasn't going to quit her job. Cue a hissy fit. The only other person who could babysit for my sister-in-law was my 90-year-old grandma. But she could only watch my niece at her house because she's 90 and doesn't drive. And my grandma already has too many pets, 3 of which used to be my sister-in-law's until she dumped them on my grandma. "Daycare is so expensive. Why don't you want to spend quality time with your granddaughter?" My mom suggested that maybe my sister-in-law should find a cheaper daycare. "No, Montessori daycares are the absolute best." My mom pointed out that she had never even heard of Montessori daycare, so there's no way that her childcare would be the same as a Montessori childcare. My mom suggested that my sister-in-law go back to work part-time. Then daycare would only have to be part-time and thus cheaper. "No, if I want to stay on track for my retirement goals, then I have to go back to work full-time." My mom just ran out of advice and finally said, "Well then, I think you're going to need to just lower your standards or find another option because I am not quitting my job and that's final." Then my mom hung up on her. My mom was not happy at how hard I was laughing. And of course, a few years later when I had my kid, I jokingly asked my mom how close she was to retirement because I needed a free nanny. Oh my god, the hypocrisy here. Apparently, it's okay for OP's mom to quit early and ruin her retirement. But it's not okay for the sister-in-law to quit early because it'll mess up her retirement. Down in the comments, we have this story from Ivan Haversham, which isn't exactly related, but it's too good not to share. OP, is your sister-in-law my ex? My ex insisted that we should get married, and she pushed me to propose. When I explained that I wasn't ready yet, she bought her own ring, bought a dress, planned a wedding, and told me the date. We broke up a few days later, and she threatened suicide. Now she's married to a guy who was once my best friend, and they had a kid. And then, amazingly, OP replied, "Oh my god, I know that my sister-in-law picked her ring far in advance of the proposal. She also purchased 3 separate wedding dresses. Then she booked a golf course venue and a pricey caterer, only to decide that she didn't want to be in the spotlight. In the end, they got married on their back deck with only my parents, her dad, and her grandma present and had a backyard party that night. She lost the deposits on everything because she started booking things without thinking them through." Our next Reddit post is from Frosty Cackaman. "For a while now, my parents have been pretty big fans of breaking our stuff to discipline us if we misbehaved. But as time went on, their discipline didn't affect me because I had just become used to it. I wouldn't show them a reaction like they wanted, so they would resort to taking or breaking my belongings. They would always use the same phrase. 'There isn't democracy in this household. It's a dictatorship. And you do what we tell you when we tell you.' So many times I wanted to say, every single country that tried a dictatorship has failed. But I'm just trying to get this whole situation over with and not be called a moron by my dad, lol. So my brother and I got into an argument that was completely unrelated to my PS4. My mom got mad and said, 'Since you guys always want to argue, I'm throwing your PlayStation 4 away.' My brother and I were obviously still mad at each other, but then I realized what she said and I asked why is she throwing out the PS4 that I paid for. My mom went on to say, 'This is my house and you'll do what I say. And this PS4 is a demon.' and then she literally threw my PS4 about 5 feet into the air and onto the grass. I was just in disbelief that she broke my PS4 over a fight that had nothing to do with my PS4. So I bought another PS4, and obviously I lost trust in my family. So instead of buying a new PS4, I bought a used one for $180. The first thing my mom said to me when I got the PS4 inside the house was, "I can break this one just like the others." I was annoyed, so I responded, "I'll just break your TV then," and she laughed it off. Obviously, I wasn't going to break the TV because I don't like getting beat by my dad, lol. Fast forward a couple of months, and I get in an argument with my mom because I said that I would do a chore right after this match. And for some reason, my mom unplugged my PS4, grabbed a bat, and in front of the neighbors broke my PS4. She believes that I'm emotionally attached to the PS4 and it's a demon, but I'm not attached to it at all. I'm just annoyed that my money's been wasted again. When it was over, I said, "If you're gonna make me watch, at least do it inside without the neighbors watching." My mom once again said, "You do what I say when I say. You should be thankful for all this." At this point, my payback was simple, to just stop communicating. I started becoming a lot quieter and just not telling them my thoughts and just overall being a quiet kid. Eventually, I bought another PS4 for cheap, and I kid you not, I got that same, "I'll break that one also." I've still got this PS4, and I haven't been using it at all with my mom inside the house, which clearly shows that I don't trust her at all. My mom realized this and asked, "Why aren't you playing?" And I happily responded, "Because you might break it." I didn't look at her face because I was on my phone, but I heard her leave my room, which actually felt great to finally let them know that I don't trust them at all with my belongings. If my new PS4 gets broken, I'll make sure to update this forum, but as for now, I'm grounded from using my PS4, which is new. They grounded me because I was watching TV during class. OP, I hate to say this, but I do actually think that you should stop buying PS4s. Not because I agree with your mom, but because you have to save every single penny you can get your hands on so you can move out as soon as possible. OP, you may not be aware of this because often when someone is being abused, they're not aware that it's abused because they just see it as normal. But make no mistake here, you are absolutely being abused by your parents. Your father has no business laying hands on you, and your mother is literally stealing from you. OP, let me give you a few tips. Step 1, get a bank account in your name and your name only. Step 2, freeze your credit because a lot of parents will take out loans in their kids' names. Step 3, start collecting all of your important documents now, like social security card, passport, tax documents, etc. I know this advice probably seems silly, but trust me, based on how your parents sound, when you turn 18, you're gonna really wish you'd followed my advice. Our next Reddit post is from Lady in Black. So, my grandma gave me this cookbook that's been passed down 4 generations in my family, making me the 5th person to have it. She gave it to me when I got a house and started university 10 years ago. My aunt was in the same room when my grandma gave it to me. My one cousin was jealous because she thought that she deserved it because I didn't spend as much time with my grandma living so far away. If Hitler, Stalin, and Martha Stewart had a threesome, my aunt is the product. She's the most emotionally abusive person I've ever met. And she hates my mom for finding real love and remarrying after she got divorced. She expected my mom to never even date again like her. Well, in December, my grandma passed away on my birthday. She was my idol and role model, and she loved me, and I loved her so dearly. I was the last person that she remembered before her Alzheimer's took over completely. Well, not even 3 days later, I found out my auntie is looking for my cookbook, and she demanded to have it so she can make copies for the entire family. My oldest cousin thinks that it's her birthright. And my other girl cousin just had a baby, so she thinks that she deserves it so she can pass it down to her little girl because I can't have kids. I'm having a hysterectomy next month. I've told them all to F off. Grandma gave me this book 10 years ago, before she got sick, before I got sick, not that that matters. She gave it to me, and I don't have to give it over to anyone for any reason. Not even roommates were allowed to touch this book. None of them are speaking to me now, and I'm really effing mad. I'm so disappointed over their entitled feelings and throwing it at me that I can't have kids. I turned 27 the day that my grandma died. I want to have kids, I just can't medically have them. No one is getting this book. She gave it to me, and she was the only person to ever accept me as family. I miss my grandma. I wish that I understood the meaning of family, because when I hear people talk about family, it sounds bizarre to me, and I just want to feel those good feelings myself. OP, the fact that your aunt wanted the original book so she could make copies is a huge red flag. If she wanted copies, then she could just ask you to make copies. But the fact that she wants you to give her the original so she can make copies suggests that if you gave her that book, you would never see it again. I think you made the right call to shut her down. Our next Reddit post is from Thrown in Deep Water. At the beginning of lockdown here in Germany, my mother came to me saying that I should let her live with me in my house because, wait for it, I am your mother. Well, I let my mom move into my granny apartment. It has a separate entrance and it has one bedroom, one bathroom, a kitchen/dining room, and a living room. She did sleep in the bedroom of that apartment, but she used my main kitchen to cook her meals, but she refused to cook shared meals. Also, she used my living room to watch TV, basically acting as if she owned my house. And whenever I complained, she would say, I am your mother. It all came to a head when I was working on a computer in the living room. There was a lull while the system was doing its thing, so I went to the kitchen to brew tea and have a snack. During this time, my mother went to the living room to watch TV. I'd been listening to music, so she started pulling power plugs in an attempt to shut off the music. But one of the first plugs she pulled was, of course, the computer that I'd been working on. When I came back from the kitchen, she rejected any fault for it. According to her, it was clearly my fault because she had to shut off the music to watch TV. And why would she feel entitled to shut off music in my house? Well, because I am your mother. I countered, and my mother is a guest in my house, so until you behave like a guest, you better go to your apartment. My mother didn't like being treated like that one bit. After she went to her apartment, I went to the hardware store to buy new locks. Up until then, my main house and her granny apartment were connected through a door that didn't have a lock, so I installed a lock. And then the phone call started. My mom started calling my siblings to get them to take her in, and after they refused, my brother called to warn me that my mother was up to something. So a few days later while running errands, I got a call from the hardware store that I had gone to buy new locks. They told me the police had called them to send someone to open up my house. It turns out my mother called the police for help because my son has locked me out of my house. When I arrived home and the officers confronted me, I simply told them to try her key on the back door. Obviously, they hadn't tried that. Then they wanted proof that I was the actual owner of the house. Oddly enough, I couldn't find the copies to my deed anywhere. So I called my attorney and he sent one of his partners with new copies. He also brought eviction papers telling me to consider it. I simply asked for a pen. A couple of days later, my mother moved in with my brother. The cops are pressing charges against my mom for falsely reporting a crime. Every single person in my family has called me to take back the charges. Tell the police that it's all just a misunderstanding, or at least put in a good word for her. Why? Because she's your mother, of course. My name is Karen, and my precious baby deserves the absolute best sound quality in earbuds. That's why my family and I only uses Raycon earbuds. After all, I wouldn't want my baby's precious ears to be hurt by substandard audio quality. When I put my Raycons in to listen to the latest mommy podcast, it's so easy to tune out all those stupid employees who try to let me know that my order is ready. I'll get my order when I'm ready to get my order. Thank you. And since Raycon earbuds last for over 6 hours, you could be waiting for quite a while. My absolute favorite thing about Raycons is it doesn't matter how angry I get when I scream at minimum wage employees. They never fall out of my ear. They're just so snug and comfy. So that's why I would like each of you to buy my precious baby a pair of Raycon earbuds. But don't worry, it won't be too expensive for you. If you go to buyraycon.com/r/YT, whoever that is, you can get 15% off the order. So you can definitely afford buying Raycons for my precious baby. And I suppose that you could buy yourself a pair too, but honestly, who cares about you? That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my Patreon where I publish extra episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Int helped me and my wife get a home loan. The process was easy, and the people were nice. Like, really nice.
I got it, Bo.
Be careful with that, please.
Got you a housewarming gift.
Ah.
Oh, upstairs, right, Bo?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh.
Waffles?
At Ant Credit Union, we go all in for all our members.
Hey, team! Carol's planting hydrangeas. Garden up.
Welcome to r/entitled parents, where OP's mother steals $160,000 from her. Our next Reddit post is from Please Insert Disc 2. I'm a 24-year-old woman, and I found out earlier this year that I was supposed to receive around $160,000 in inheritance money when my father passed away. I found out by looking into a random cabinet in our house. I was compelled to do so because my mother acts rich or poor whenever it suits her, plus other strange behavior. I found a letter that was addressed specifically to me from the life insurance company that had my inheritance. All I had to do was submit some paperwork and they'd give me a check. I'm not sure how, but my mother somehow submitted documents for me and even cashed the check that was in my name. I'm also not sure why she felt entitled to it when she got $500,000 in inheritance herself. When I confronted her about it, she obviously didn't take it well. She was very adamant that it was her money until I told her that after I found the documents, I called the life insurance company, and I received photocopies of the check, the submitted documents, etc. After I told her that, she tried negotiating with me, stating that she can give me $10,000 to start with and then $2,000 every month. I said no. I said that if we go that route, she's just going to guilt me into delaying her payments. She told me that she'll be homeless if I get all the money at once. Eventually, I forced her to show me her bank statements. As far as I know, she has around $330,000. In addition, she's been making six figures with her job for the past 3 years. Homeless? Yeah, right. I told her I need to have a good amount of money if I want to have any chance of moving out. I wanted to move out with my friend, but my mom took way too long to give me any money. I received $50,000 from her. Then, like a week or so later, she started asking if she could borrow $20,000 for just 1 month. She said that she needs the money in her bank account so the lender can approve of the condo or house she wants to buy. She asked if I'd be okay, and I stupidly told her that I'd be getting grants from school too. She then asked to borrow the $20K on top of the grant money by passively aggressively mentioning it whenever she could. A few weeks later, she forced me to go with her to the bank to withdraw $20,000. This was on October 3rd. On November 23rd, I asked her to give me $2,000. I told her it's been almost 2 months and I want a portion of the money back. She gave me the silent treatment, both in text and in person. The next day, I tried calling her, and she was crying hysterically, saying, "I knew that I shouldn't have trusted you with money. What are you doing? Drugs? Are you gambling? Why are you so mean? You ruined my holiday. You ruined my life. You're abnormal. You're just doing this because you're behind in your life and you're desperate. You don't have utilities to pay for. I spend so much money on food the past month." I am not exaggerating when I say that I've never told her to buy me food or make me food, but she always uses that as some kind of guilt. A couple of days later, we had a 4-hour argument. During this argument, I was so disgusted with her behavior that I told her that I want nothing to do with her. A couple of days after that, to my surprise, she comes into my room and asks me to hug her. She starts crying and says that she just suppresses her thoughts and feelings. She said that she'll give me $500 now and then another $500 later in December. What the heck? I swallowed my anger for a couple of days, but I could no longer hold it in. I wasn't giving her the silent treatment, but I wasn't looking at her or initiating any form of talking. She noticed this and starts asking what's wrong. She says, "It's the money, isn't it?" And then repeats the same thing she did last time. "Are you gambling? You have no utilities," etc. And again, she made it very clear that she wants to buy a condo or a house or something. I told her that I'm mad at her because you told me that you needed $20K for 1 month, and it's been over 2 months and you're still not giving it back, so you lied. After this, she started acting like she was about to cry and she left the house. She then transferred another $500. I haven't talked to her since. It infuriates me that she thinks she's entitled to this money. Why do you need a house? You're getting old and you're single. Secondly, not only was this money only in your account in the first place because you committed fraud, but now that I let you borrow money, you're gonna treat it like it's an allowance? It's my money, legally. Get over it. You've already got $500,000 before you took my money, and since I was 18, I've been working minimum wage jobs. She's made it as clear as day that she thinks that her needs are way above mine. That since I don't have utilities and since I don't have a career yet, I'm less important. Even if that's factually true, I'm your child and that money is legally mine. Also, I just remembered this one example. When I was 19, I was working at a tutoring place in addition to a restaurant while taking 16 units in college with no car. I was leaving the house one day to get a haircut and my mom asked me, "Where are you going?" I told her that I was going to get a haircut. She then said, verbatim, "Really? You're supposed to be using your money to help me." That is how entitled she is. Like, oh my God. At that point, she had just received $660,000, while her child, who's a full-time student with 2 jobs and no car, isn't important enough to use the money they earn from their job to get a haircut. Okay, gosh, what do I say here? OP, I don't want this to come off as victim blaming here at all, but you need a reality check. You need a reality check yesterday. What your mom is doing to you is immoral, illegal, abusive, and literally life-ruining. She's bleeding you of all your money and controlling you with finances, and she literally stole $160,000 from you. And your response is to keep living with her? To loan her more money? I mean, I don't want to be harsh on you, OP, because my guess is that you've been financially abused and manipulated your entire life, so you kind of think this is normal. But girl, come on, you are 24 years old. You are living with an abuser. You need to immediately, right now, right this second, move out of the house. Move in with a friend, get a roommate. There is no excuse for you to not move out at this point. And like, yeah, I know that you don't have a lot of money, so moving out can be really difficult, but I guarantee you'll have more money if you move out than you will if you stay home and keep giving money to your mom. Like, you said that she forced you to go to the bank to withdraw $20K. She can't force you to go to the bank. You're an adult. You're a 24-year-old woman. So again, I want to be super, super clear. I'm not blaming OP. I'm just saying, OP, you have to take steps to protect yourself. You can't just keep allowing this behavior to happen to you. You can't just keep allowing your mom to abuse you. You have to remove yourself from the situation. So step number 1, move out. Step number 2, get a lawyer. Step number 3, go to the cops. What your mom did was insurance fraud, and if you take the legal route, there's a clear way to get your money back. Because your mom is never, ever going to give you that money willingly. Our next Reddit post is from Overstuffed Cheese. I was at a restaurant earlier today, and little kittens kept approaching me and other customers because they were used to being given food there. Anyway, I noticed a child who kept chasing the kittens and trying to step on their tails. I told him to leave the kittens alone, and he did for 5 whole minutes. Then he went back to stepping on them. I told him again to stop what he was doing and to leave the cats alone. A few minutes later, I look to my side and I see the man at the table next to me looking at me and talking agitatedly. I look behind me, but there's no one there, so I point to myself and raise my eyebrows in a "Are you talking to me, man?" gesture. He nods and says, "Yes, you. Who are you to talk to my child that way?" That's when I notice that he's with the kid from earlier. Well, your child was stepping on kittens. He wasn't doing anything. Your child was stepping on kittens, and I told him to stop so they don't scratch him. And by the way, they were trying to scratch him. You shouldn't have yelled at my son. And your son shouldn't step on kittens. Maybe try raising him correctly before you start teaching other people's kids how to behave. Anyway, the man and his 9 other kids, at least I assume they were his, kept glaring at me until they left. So F you, male Karen. Our next Reddit post is from White Wolf. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and I was in a major car accident in January of 2021. Ironically, I'd been taking my 36-year-old boyfriend to the emergency room because he had bleeding ulcers and ended up getting admitted to the hospital that night. This was still when they were enforcing COVID rules, so I was booted out of the hospital at about 3 in the morning. When I left, it was snowing, and not thinking, I hopped up on the freeway, which wasn't a good idea. I had been driving a lifted Jeep Cherokee with mud terrain tires. Not the best ever for snowstorm driving. Getting off the freeway to go home, my brakes locked up, and I went into a light pole head first at about 60 miles per hour. My Jeep didn't have airbags. That was dumb. Needless to say, my car was totaled, and I had to be extracted from the car by the fire department. This whole time, I'd been blacking out and losing consciousness, and I still get random flashbacks of the event, and I don't have all my memories from that night or several months after the accident. I got sent to the nearest trauma center, which was the same hospital I'd just left. The nurses felt pretty bad about kicking me out. I ended up with a moderate to severe traumatic brain injury. My skull was broken under my left eye, and I had hairline fractures on my skull on the left side. I also had bruising on my ears and black eyes. I'd also cut open the inside of my mouth and had multiple lacerations all over my face. Apparently, I broke my driver's side window with my face. I'd broken and bruised some ribs, I had hairline fractures in my spine, I broke my right wrist, my right knee, and my left foot, which required 2 surgeries and still need approximately 3 more. Needless to say, I was not doing great. I had recently gotten divorced the previous year, and I think that my entitled parents decided that my accident was my boyfriend's fault. I had to stay in the hospital for 12 days. During this time, the mild family drama exploded into a severe family inferno. As I got closer to being released, all I wanted to do was go home to my boyfriend and our kids. He had 2 previously and I had 1. My entitled mother decided that that wasn't what she wanted. On the phone, me and my mom sound almost identical. The whole time that I was in the hospital, she had been getting on the phone and impersonating me to my apartment complex management, even going as far as calling the cops to get my boyfriend and his 2 kids removed from my apartment. They weren't on my leash yet. My entitled mother also forged my signature on hospital paperwork and made up a story about how my boyfriend was abusive to me. As a result, she got him banned from seeing me at the hospital. Again, she forged my signature and wrote a letter stating that I didn't want to see him. The whole time, I was still suffering from the effects of my traumatic brain injury, and I was delirious from the combination of pain medications and brain fog from my head injury. My entitled mother even had the locks changed on my apartment without my consent. When I was finally released from the hospital, I was in a wheelchair because of my broken foot that had just had 2 plates and 10 screws surgically put into it to hold it together, and an ankle to hip brace on my other leg from my knee being broken. I requested to go home to my apartment, but again, my entitled mother played it that I couldn't go home because I had a 2nd-story apartment and I couldn't take care of myself. So she took me to her place, against my will, an hour away from home because my entitled mother wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to let my boyfriend come back into my apartment. I spent almost a whole miserable month there. My entitled mother refused to take me home, even after I got crutches and was able to bear some weight. Initially, my parents refused to even get me crutches because they didn't want me to have more mobility. Eventually, it got to the point where I had a friend come and pick me up from my parents' house so I could go home because they kept refusing to let me go. As I gained mental clarity, I was taken off the intense pain medication. I was able to start slowly rectifying the situations that my entitled mother made a huge mess of in my life, but I'm still trying to recover in some areas. I didn't find out until much later when medical bills started coming in that my entitled mother had called my boyfriend's health insurance company, impersonating me, and had me removed from his insurance. It took months of calling and badgering and footwork on my part to get the situation figured out, and to have the insurance pay for what they were supposed to pay for. It almost caused me to go bankrupt. At the same time, my entitled mother signed me up for minimal health insurance coverage through the state. I had no idea that I was enrolled in it until I got a bill later stating that I owed back fees. Needless to say, I eventually completely cut both my mother and my father out of my life after I found out how much they tried to control my life and how much they messed my life up. I ended up getting protection orders after they tried to break into my house, stalked me, and sent family and friends over to harass me. This whole incident was the straw that broke the camel's back. There was quite a bit of retaliation on their side that threw my life into a total tailspin ever since, but I'm sticking to my guns and not backing down. OP, You said they retaliated against you, which sent your life into a tailspin, but how is them retaliating against you any better or worse than them showing you their version of love? Because when they were caring for you, which I'm going to put in air quotes, they were still putting your life into a tailspin. OP, I think your best course of action here, honestly, is to file criminal charges against them because what they did was definitely illegal. It's also the most surefire way to get them to stop because if they have a criminal record, or even better, if they're in jail, then they're very limited in what kind of damage they can do to you. Also, down in the comments, people were asking, wait, what about OP's kid? And apparently, OP's boyfriend watched her kid throughout this entire ordeal. Which means that not only did OP's parents basically kidnap her, but they also abandoned their grandchild. OP, you gotta change your name, move out of state, freeze your credit, change all your passwords. What your parents actually did here is nutso. You know, the crazy thing is, I can't decide what's worse. Getting into a terrible car accident where you break multiple bones and get a traumatic brain injury, or having your parents systematically destroy every single aspect of your life by impersonating you and undermining you, which also includes abandoning your child to someone else. Our next Reddit post is from Deleted. My mom had me at 14, so my grandma raised me. She had my brother 2 years later when she was 16, and then got pregnant again when I was 15. My grandma kicked her out, but she kept me and my brother since she was the one that raised us, while my mom partied and slept around. I'm 22 now and making $16,000 a month. Wow, OP. I haven't heard from her since she left. Absolutely nothing. After 7 years of radio silence, my mom showed up and she's demanding that I start college funds for her 4 kids. No way! That's also the condition she set up if my brother and I want to see our siblings. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where a spoiled brat eats a live crab at a pet store. Our next Reddit post is from Mergruni. For context, I work at a mom-and-pop pet store in the eastern US, and while my expertise is in aquatics, I try to be a jack of all trades. The day that this happened was rather uneventful up until this point. Until entitled kid and entitled mom entered the store. My store was pretty modest, so it was fairly easy to see customers come in and out, especially in the fish department. So I got a good first look at these magnificent creatures. A 40-something-year-old woman talking on her cell phone, her hair obviously dyed blonde, and an outfit practically screaming midlife crisis while her child was in tow. The kid must have been 7 or 8, playing on his Switch, his shirt covered in what looked like a mixture of pizza sauce, soda, and plenty of mystery stains. At first, things were pretty normal. The kid originally not caring about anything in the store, while the mom was getting enraged at him for not paying attention, though that changed rather fast. The two of them were near the ferrets when the mom took the kid's Switch, immediately causing a reaction of screaming and pouting before being distracted by some of the fish over in my department. The first thing the kid did was head over to the small assortment of hippo tangs that we had, practically pressing his stained, covered face against the glass as he yelled out, "Dory!" as loud as he could. For context, hippo tangs are the same type of fish that Dory is from Finding Nemo. The mom hailed me down from my algae scrubbing, and this started the encounter. I said, "Hey there, how's your night going? Need help with something?" The mom started our encounter with a roll of the eyes before pointing to the tang and demanding a price with a simple but rude, "How much for this thing?" I told her the price was $160. It was a good-sized tang. Of course, she scoffed, but what came next was a bit more worrying. The mom pulled out $30 from her purse and placed it on the desk that we used to bag fish, saying in an aggravated tone, "That's all you're getting. Bag him." Things start to go poorly from here. It's worth noting that it was 9:15 p.m. at this point, the store having closed 15 minutes ago, though we make it a policy not to ask customers to leave until 9:30. I asked her, "Do you have a saltwater tank?" She did not take this well. She screamed, "That's none of your effing business. Now bag my fish, you cocky little turd." I simply refused and slid her $30 back towards her before she slid it back, now more pissed off. "I'm gonna get you fired if you don't bag my fish right now." At this, the kid was getting pissed at the interaction, screaming like a banshee about how he wanted the Tang, still referring to it as Dory, and beginning to stomp his feet in a tantrum. Soon enough, I was asking them to leave. So, this is where I messed up. I should have called the cops at this point, knowing that she wasn't going to leave without a fight. The kid was down on the floor at this point, pounding his fist to the floor as snot dripped down his face and as the mom tried to guilt me. Sorry, sweetie, this guy doesn't want you to have the fish. He's perfectly fine with you having no fish friend to make you happy. At this point, she turned back up to me. Do you see what you did, you stupid idiot? You're breaking my angel's heart because you're being too much of a... being too much of a JEW to sell me the fish. Internally, I was laughing. This kind of situation happened now and again, but the anti-Semitism is a new one. I had figured everything was starting to resolve at this point, though I was mistaken. The kid flipped out. You know how some opera singers can break glass with their voice? This kid would have a knack for something like that. He was screaming as loud as humanly possible at this point, as he managed to reach into a tank. At last, my manager had made his way out of the office and was watching what was going on. The kid had grabbed a piece of live rock, accidentally grabbing a long-spined urchin. Angry screaming turned right into wails of pain as he pulled a rock out of the tank, a poor little pom-pom crab in tow. At this point, I was less focused on the kid and more focused on making sure my manager was calling 911, which he did. When I turned around, I saw something that still gives me nightmares to this day. The kid had been clutching his hand while his mother tried to help him, with something hanging out of his mouth. The poor little pom-pom crab had been crushed by the kid. The kid had shoved it into his mouth and was chomping down on it, leaving a little claw hanging out of his mouth. The next 2 minutes were a strange combination of astonishment and panic. Me telling the kid not to move his hands since he would break the spines of the urchin, while the mom began hitting me with her purse, screaming that I hurt her kid. I said, "Your kid shoved his hand into a tank with toxic animals and did this to himself. Calm down and leave him alone, so when the paramedics get here, they can get the spines out." How dare you? You expect me to let my angel suffer? If you just sold me the stupid fish, this would have never happened. I said, your kid reached into the tank and ate the crab. What the F did you teach this kid? Don't you ever tell me how to raise my angel. He had the right to eat that crab. You took something from him, he took something from you. By the end of this interaction, the paramedics had arrived, restraining the kid and taking him to an ambulance as the police tried to sort things out. Unsurprisingly, the mom tried to pin everything on me, saying I threw the urchin at him. What the hell? And that he ate the crab in a panic. Equally unsurprisingly, we had the entire thing on CCTV, including the mom hitting me with her purse. Long story short, the mom was arrested for aggravated assault as apparently she had stuffed the rock into her bag to give it the extra punch. I didn't notice until the paramedics saw me that I was bleeding on my leg from the jagged live rock. After getting a statement, the cops left, and the mom and son were going off to wherever the hell the cops took them. And I got out of everything with 8 stitches and a $300 bonus from my boss for handling the situation without anyone getting seriously injured. From what I ended up hearing, the kid had actually got stung by the foxface's dorsal spines, and that sent him into a blind rage. The mom got a plea deal, and she ended up with a huge fine, some jail time, and some other stuff. Our next Reddit post is from Shy Girl Turned Sassy. My entitled aunt has an annoying habit to just storm into my room when I'm changing my clothes. The door would be closed, and if it wasn't locked, she would just let herself in. My protest that I might be in a state of undress fell on deaf ears, as did any insistence that she knock before entering, like a civilized human being. The following incidents happened when I was around 18. My aunt and her husband were over for a visit. I was in my room changing my clothes. My bedroom door has a small defect that it won't lock properly. So anytime it was closed, my dad, stepmom, and stepbrother would either knock or ask if they could come in. Not entitled aunt, of course. She considered herself above such frivolous courtesies. She would come into rooms as she saw fit, and mere mortals would just have to live with it. Unfortunately for her, this mere mortal had enough of her privacy being invaded. My top was off when I heard the door begin to creak open. I yelled, "I'm changing! Wait outside!" As expected, my aunt didn't listen and was about to stick her head in when I swiftly reached the door, pulled it back a little, and slammed it hard into my aunt's thick skull. Not hard enough to crack her skull, but enough to hurt. My aunt let out a howl that instantly brought a smile to my face. She went downstairs whining. I followed. She yelled at my dad about what I'd done. My dad and my uncle, my aunt's husband, were drinking at the time and were uncharacteristically chilled. My dad just looked at her, then looked at me and said something like, "Yeah, don't do that." My uncle just burst out laughing, as if his wife getting her head banged was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. Such dismissal of her grievances were too much to bear for my aunt. She demanded that they leave immediately. My uncle told her that he was in no condition to drive. Besides, he and my dad were going to watch a cricket match, so leaving was out of the question. My aunt dialed my cousin's number, believing wholeheartedly that her son would come to her aid. But judging from her end of the conversation, my cousin was out with his friends and wasn't going to drive all the way over to deal with her stupidity. And why wouldn't she just stop getting into unnecessary squabbles? My aunt had no options left. She just sat down on the couch while holding her head against the ice pack that my stepmom had brought for her. Her anger was boiling over, but was completely ignored by my happy dad and uncle. It was a lovely evening. Our next Reddit post is from Swan Petal Wisp. This happened at my grandparents' place last weekend, and I'm still annoyed. My 5-year-old cousin spilled a little juice on her dress. Totally normal. She's 5. Her hands are basically decorative at that age. I bent down and told her, "Hey, it's okay, we'll clean it up, no stress." Enter my cousin's friend's dad. He decides this is his moment to shine as the CEO of parenting and loudly goes, "What a stupid thing to say. That is why kids these days are soft. You need to be firm. They need consequences." Then I swear I'm not exaggerating. He turns to this tiny child who literally doesn't know this man and says, "You see what happens when you're careless? You ruin nice things." The room went silent, like sitcom record scratch silent. I just blinked at him and said, "Whoa, she's 5. And this man goes, "If she's old enough to make a mess, she's old enough to face discipline." Sir, she's old enough to drink from a cup shaped like a cartoon animal. Let's calm down. My aunt immediately swooped in like a protective mother hawk and basically told him, "You're out of line, leave." And this man actually left, muttering something about snowflake parenting, as he didn't just publicly bully a kindergarten over 3 drops of juice. My cousin looked up at me after he left and whispered, "That man needs a nap." Honestly, she understood the situation better than he did. So my daughter is 4, and for those of you who don't have kids and aren't super familiar with the 4 to 5 age group, to give you some context, my 4-year-old recently cried because I couldn't make trains drive in reverse. As in, she wanted to see the train that went by, and it passed us, and I said, "Sorry, it's gone." And she was like, "Make it come back." And I said, "Sorry, I can't do that." And she started crying. So that's the level of responsibility, personal responsibility and discipline that we're talking about in the 4 to 5 age group. Our next Reddit post is from Clear Medium. So I'm in college, and I finally got my own credit card this year. Nothing fancy, it just helps me manage my money without asking anyone for every little thing. I was honestly proud because it felt like a small grown-up milestone. Last weekend, my mom came with me to the mall to buy stuff for my younger cousin's birthday. We grab a gift, maybe some snacks, and leave. We get to the store and she picks a bunch of things. Not just a gift, like 3 outfits, shoes, a toy, and then randomly adds stuff for herself too. I quietly ask if we're staying in budget because I know how these trips go. She says, yes, don't worry." At checkout, the total comes way higher than I expected. She looks at the bill and then immediately looks at me like a solution just appeared. She goes, "Put it on your card." I tell her I can't because I'm on a tight student budget and I didn't plan for all this. She laughs like I'm joking. "Why do you even have a card if you can't use it for family stuff?" I say I can pay for the actual gift, but not everything else. That's literally what we came for. She gets annoyed right there in front of the cashier. "Wow, so you're counting money with your own mother now. I raised you and this is how you act?" I tried to stay calm and repeat that I'm happy to cover the gift, and that's it. Then she says the wildest thing. "Fine, give me the card. I'll keep it with me so I can use it when needed. You are clearly not responsible enough." Like, what? I tell her no. She starts doing that dramatic sigh thing and says to the cashier, "Kids these days are so selfish. They forget who paid for their whole life. We end up paying separately. She sulks the entire ride home and later tells my aunt that I refuse to help family, even though I literally paid for the gift that we came to buy. The funniest part is she didn't want help, she wanted control. The moment I said I have a boundary, suddenly my card becomes community property and my budget becomes a personal insult. So the thing about the mom's argument is her paying for everything when OP is a kid is literally required by law. It is her responsibility and obligation. Once a child becomes an adult, it's not their obligation to simply turn around and start paying back all that money. OP's mom is a real piece of work. Our next Reddit post is from Iridescent Apple Pie. I'm engaged to my fiance. I'm Asian and he's white. In my culture, we have what's called a bride price. It's an agreed upon amount of money by both parties the groom pays to the bride's parents or a sibling if the parents are deceased. In my culture, our weddings last 2 days, and it's long and tedious, so I've made it clear to my fiance from the beginning that we'd be having an American wedding instead, and he's fine with it. My sister thinks we're having a wedding in my culture, despite me telling her at least twice in the past that it'll be an American wedding. So all of my many siblings basically left the burden of taking care of our parents onto me not too long after I finished high school. My dad passed away over a decade ago, so it's just been my mom and me. My siblings neither extended a helping hand, nor barely helped even when my mom asked for them for just errands for her, and they always deferred it back to me. Even when my elderly mom had a stroke and needed 24/7 care, I told them I'll need help. They said they'll help, but they don't. Even my brother, who lived with us at the time, barely helped. My mom is in a nursing home now getting proper care as she developed dementia after her stroke. My mom, of course, cannot handle finance. My sister messaged me the other day and wedding planning came up. I reminded her that I won't be having a wedding in my culture because none of my siblings deserve the money. She told me she deserves the money because she helped take care of me when I was younger. In truth, she got married not too long after finishing high school and moved out of state to live with her husband. So she literally only helped my parents babysit me here and there until maybe I was 10 or not even 10. Y'all, my brain stalled and I couldn't think of where the audacity came from. And every time I think of it, I still can't wrap my mind around the entitlement. So now, wedding plans change and she's no longer invited and won't know any of my plans either. Our next Reddit post is from Unspicy Tuna. I went on a cruise over Thanksgiving. I paid an extra $600 for access to the adults-only spa for my husband and me for the week. Some entitled guy brought his kids into the spa. The guy was lying on a lounger sleeping or just ignoring his kid while the kid was jumping and squirming around. The kid looked to be somewhere between 5 and 7 years old and thankfully didn't say anything but was clearly bored and quite active and distracting. Shortly after I noticed the kid, the spa attendant came and nicely and quietly explained that the spa was for adults only and to please take the child out. The mom appeared out of nowhere, collected the child while saying, "Oh, honey, they don't want you in here, so now we all have to leave." I mean, really, even if the spa wasn't explicitly adults only, why on earth would you think a spa, a place of quiet relaxation, would be remotely of interest to a child? Especially since the ship was extremely child-friendly and had an arcade, and a kids zone, 2 water slides, and bumper cars. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where OP's family disowns him for 15 years over parking tickets. Our next Reddit post is from Brins. So, I'm a 36-year-old guy, and I got into some trouble 15 years ago. I take all the responsibility for this, and even to this day, I carry all the shame, guilt, and embarrassment for this. So, when I was 19, my ID was stolen and was being used in another state and created a situation where my driver's license was suspended nationwide. Somehow, any and all notifications from the other state never made it to me. I started doing all the necessary things I needed to do to try to fix the problem. However, I had a couple of tickets in my current state that I needed to pay, but couldn't because I needed to pay my rent and keep my apartment. Long story short, I was arrested and spent 2 weeks in jail. Not ideal, but I guess in the long run it worked out for the best by clearing the ticket in my home state. However, my family felt otherwise, and I was completely disowned because of this. I lost everything and everyone. The only reason I still had my apartment was because I had enough to cover the rent and the freelance work kept up. It took another 6 months, but I was finally able to get the other state to release my driver's license. I decided that since my family hated me, I didn't need them. So a year later, I changed my last name, phone number, and email. My social media is locked down so tight, you would think that I was hiding national security secrets. I was able to finish college and get settled into my career, and at this point, I'm happier than I've ever been. So 2 weeks ago, there was a knock on my door, and it was my mom and dad. Again, it had been 15 years, and I hadn't spoken to them, not one word. The only thing I could get out of my mouth was, "How did you find me, and what are you doing here?" My mom's response, $5,000 to a private investigator. Finally, a search of Facebook with just your first name found you, and the private investigator confirmed that it was you. I responded, "You didn't answer my second question. What are you doing here?" My mom said, "It's been 15 years. Looking at where you are, it seems you've learned your lesson and you're succeeding. You missed out on a lot of things." I ended with, "Yes, I have learned my lesson. One of them is don't think anyone will ever help you or be understanding, even your family. And yes, I did succeed. I did it entirely without you. Please leave and don't ever come back." I shut the door in their face, locked it, checked the back door, and closed all the curtains. I'm guessing they hung around for another 15 minutes knocking, demanding to be let in. I went back to bed, turned the fan on high, and went to sleep. I did do some research, and I missed out on a lot. I have nieces and nephews, brothers and sisters-in-law. But the truth is, I don't know any of them, and I don't think I need to. I live a very quiet life. I can count on 2 hands how many friends I actually have. A friend said that I may have taken it too far, that I should have given them a chance, and if I didn't like what they had to say, then I could have told them to go away. I was hoping that this was going to be the end of it, but now they've taken to stalking me. I'll be completely honest, they're harmless, but it's just a real pain in the butt. And also I've been messing with them and having some fun with the help of a friend. My friend now calls them fleas, and he'll check on me asking if I have fleas or not. It's kinda funny. If I say yes, then it's game on. The first night, he came over and we walked downtown to a really expensive restaurant that I knew that they were never going to go to. Another night, we went to an adult store. That was the best one. This past week was my days off, and I had a 5-day stretch, so I decided to go to the city for a few days. I'm walking distance to the Amtrak station, and they followed me. I kept my AirPods in the whole time, and I knew they were trying to talk to me, but I ignored them the entire time. People on the platform even told me that they were talking to me, and I said, "I know, but I don't want to deal with them." The train came, and I got on and left to watch. I loved it. It got to the point that I finally had to acknowledge them. They weren't going to go away, so we met at the park across from my street. I didn't hold anything back. I told them this was the one and only time I was going to talk to them. I then told them that as far as I was concerned, they were guilty of anything and everything, and all I was doing was hearing what they had to say before I walked away from them. I asked them why now, after 15 years, they're demanding to be back in my life, and why they made the decision they did to disown me. They told me that I ruined the family name and that the shame I brought to the family was horrible, and the only way to make things right was to get rid of me. They said that recently my name has been coming up in conversation and that family has grown with a lot of new people. That my brother and sister are asking questions about who's Brinley. I guess OP's name is Brinley, it's not exactly clear here. That I have a niece whom they think I would love to get along with, and the same for a nephew who was born last year, and now should be the time to fix things. They said that looking at my apartment and the life that I had, I must have learned my lesson about being a better person and managing my life better. I finally cut them off and told them that I couldn't stand to hear anymore. I was at the point that I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I told them that I did everything completely by myself. Nobody from my old life exists anymore. Not one person. That they just need to tell everyone the truth. That I was in jail for 2 weeks, and because of this, they made the decision to get rid of me. I told them that I did it all on my own, and that my one cousin, Jean, who's only a cousin by marriage, was the one who was there for me. Hence why I took her last name. I told them that to this day, I'm doing everything on my own and rely on nobody, and I don't need or want them in any way of my life. They made their decision and I'm making mine. I told them this would be the last time that we talk, and that I would be going to see a lawyer if there was anything that could be done to keep them away from me. and that if they continue to follow me around or show up at my apartment, I would have them arrested for trespassing. And I went back home and locked everything down, pulled the curtains, and I've been crying since. Disowning a family member over traffic tickets is a new level of insanity for this subreddit. The crazy thing is, they weren't even his traffic tickets. They were the mystery license thief's traffic tickets. My daughter's only 4, so she can't drive. But even if she got, 8 traffic tickets and didn't pay them and spent 2 weeks in jail, that definitely wouldn't be enough for me to disown her. That's just a crazy overreaction. And then all this stuff about learning his lesson? What lesson is there to learn? Be sure to pay off traffic tickets that a scammer identity thief gets in your name, otherwise there might be legal repercussions. Huh, that's the lesson? My guess is that they always wanted to get rid of OP and this was their opportunity, and now they're nearing retirement age and they need someone to take care of them. Our next Reddit post is from Just Miley. This just happened last year. I graduated from university. Nothing huge, just a small backyard thing with some friends and family. I got like $500 total in cash from people. Some cash, couple of gift cards, super appreciated. The next day, my aunt calls me and goes, "So, are you gonna share some of that money with Jordan?" Jordan is her 20-year-old son who dropped out of college last year and hasn't really been doing much. I laughed at first, thought she was messing around. She was dead serious. She said something like, "He's been struggling, and you're lucky to graduate. It'd be nice if you passed some of that along." I told her no, it was a gift for me. She got weird and said that I was acting brand new and hung up. Then she told my mom that I was selfish. My mom just said, "Then maybe your kid should graduate first." The whole thing was so weird. Haven't heard from Jordan either. Well, if Jordan is struggling, why doesn't the aunt give him some money? Why is it up to OP? Our next Reddit post is from Perfect Blood. Today, I visited Disney for the first time since I was 9. Super fun day. Lines longer than I remember, but maybe I was just excited back then. My friend and I discovered the single rider lanes and took advantage of that due to the shorter wait times, and it didn't matter to us to ride separately. As we were waiting in that line, a family of 4, mom, 2 daughters, and dad, walked through the middle of the line holding hands. Several people are disgruntled, asking what they're doing. Mom claims they forgot something on the ride. They make it to the part of the ride where single riders, fast pass riders, and the original line are all in a similar area. One of the ladies behind me screams, "What did you forget?" Everyone in the single rider lane is fuming, as we all realize she's just waiting to get on the ride with her kids. They get shuffled into the pre-ride movie area before my friend and I. We're shocked that no one brought it to the staff's attention. Meanwhile, all the single riders are trauma bonding over the lady's boldness and entitlement. So when my friend and I get shuffled into the pre-ride movie area, I tell one of the staff what the lady and her kids look like and what she did. He says that at this point, since they're already in the line to board the car, he can't do much. We make it to the car boarding line, and lo and behold, there's the lady and her 2 kids. I stop yet another employee and explain the situation. She says she'll let someone know, but walks in the opposite direction of the rider operators. Then, one of the kids runs up to a man directly behind my friend and I, pulls on his arm and says, "Come on, Dad." We turn around and the dad is behind us. He refused to join his family, probably because he heard everyone in the line complaining about what they did. So everyone starts complaining louder, the whole line. What a terrible example to set for your children. What makes them feel so entitled? Everyone is waiting the same, some people for hours. Why do they think they're special? Why lie to get what you want? The whole line is loudly speaking, so these people knew exactly what we think of them. The dad continues to hang back and let people get in front of him as he hangs his head in shame, and his family inches closer to the front of the line. I had enough at that point. I talked to the people in front of me and asked if I could go let the line operator know what happened, because I'll be damned if they're getting on this ride. I asked the people in front of me to let me warn the ride operators, and they were all happy to step aside. The mom was blocking the walkway because they're up next. I tap her on the side and say, "Excuse me," and stare her down. She slides over without a word. I then tell the ride operator, this lady and her 2 children cut the entire line using the single rider's line, claiming she forgot something. You can ask anyone behind me. The Karen gives me the most evil, disgusted, shocked glare. I walk back to where my friend was, and another woman goes up to the line operator to verify my story. The Disney mom was trying to say that both of us were lying. Then everyone in line starts yelling and telling the same story, determined not to let her or her kids on the ride. They were eventually escorted out the side door, and everyone in line clapped. Our next Reddit post is from More Try. We moved into a new build a few months ago. We just received a mail letter from a house that's behind ours. Here's the letter, word for word. Dear neighbor, congratulations on your new home. I live across the way from you in Sunflower. Although our homes are not very close to each other, I can see directly into your home from my living room and backyard. I can clearly see you as you walk around your kitchen and even when you get things from your refrigerator. While I'm happy for new neighbors, I would prefer not to have a view into your home when I'm in my living room and backyard. For your privacy, you may want to consider some blinds or curtains. I hope you enjoy your new home and neighborhood. Your neighbor, Carol. So let me get this right. We have to close our curtains so that you can have yours open? And you've been watching us in our home like a creep? F you, Carol. My curtains will be open, and I think some naked dancing in the kitchen is required. Our next Reddit post is from Spit Change. I live in a townhouse complex with paper-thin walls and a whole bunch of colorful personalities. One of them is my neighbor, a woman in her late 50s who wears tie-dye every day, insists she has a telepathic connection with crystals, and once told me that my aura was too digital. I'm usually sitting out front on my phone with my computer relaxing. I suppose that's why she feels I'm too digital, but her latest stunt truly took the cake. Last week, she knocked on my door holding a small potted plant in one hand and a printout of what looked like a hand-drawn diagram of a Wi-Fi signal in the other. She told me we needed to talk about my router. I was confused. She then explained that my Wi-Fi was disrupting the vibrational energy of her succulents. She pointed to the drawing, which honestly looked like a sad jellyfish, and said the signal beamed directly through our shared wall and bombarded her plants nonstop. According to her, the plants were spiritually wilting because they thought the Wi-Fi was sunlight, but it wasn't. The best part? Her plants were in a dark hallway with no natural light. She claimed that they had been fine until I got a new modem, and then gave me two options. Either turn off my Wi-Fi every night between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., apparently the plant rest hours, or I let her share my Wi-Fi and move the router into her unit so that she could regulate the signal properly. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She wasn't. She stormed off as I was laughing to her. I'm still currently waiting to see what comes of this. Down in the comments, someone suggests that OP change the name of his Wi-Fi to Plant Blaster 2000. Our next Reddit post is from Pip. So, when the Nintendo Switch 2 got released, I went in after work to pick it up. I had 4 days off to play, so yay! The employee knows me and asked me if I was there to pick up my Switch. I say yep, and she goes to the back to get it for me. As I'm waiting, an entitled mother walks in and asks the other employee for a Switch 2 for her kid. He tells her they're sold out, but she can pre-order for the next shipment in a couple of weeks. Nope, she wants one now. At this point, mine has come out and is getting bagged up. She looks at me when the employee passes me my bag and asks for it. I tell her, no, it's mine. She tells me it's for her son and he deserves it for getting all A's. Well, I've read a lot about these Karens, so I tell her that it's for my son and that he got an A+. So I walk out the door with my Switch. She follows me and we argue back and forth a bit. I'll mention that my allergies have been acting up. So as she starts another tirade to why her son needs my Switch 2 more than my son, I feel a build-up for a sneeze. Now, normally I sneeze into a tissue, but today she was pissing me off. I just wanted to go home and play on my new console. So I sneezed very forcefully all over her face, which was covered in my snot. I did feel a bit bad, so I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, this COVID is kicking my butt." The look on her face was priceless, and she gave me a pissed off look and stormed off. I hightailed it to my car and went home to set up and play some Mario Kart. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where OP's neighbor have been secretly using OP's pool. Our next Reddit post is from Robin with a Y. A few years ago, my husband and I purchased a house with a pool. Now, we're acquainted with most of our neighbors, but definitely not close friends with any of them. They all seem nice, but we all just don't have much in common other than where we live. The neighbors next door to the right is a family of 6. Twin daughters attending the local university, a high school-age son, and a young elementary school-age daughter, maybe 1st or 2nd grade, and then the parents. Now, normally, we open our pool in May and close it in October. But this year, our weather was off, and we had a very cool and very wet month of May, and then June went straight to 100-degree temperatures. So, because of this, we haven't had our pool opened yet this year. Normally, we go to the family lake house for a week during each of the 3 major holidays, but we didn't go for Memorial Day because there was flooding around the lake this year. Now, several times in June, the little girl next door has seen either my husband or myself outside, and she's asked us when we're going to open the pool. We first told her maybe later, but yesterday she asked, and I said we're probably just not going to open it this year, and she started crying. Now, we've never had any of the neighbors over to use our pools, so I didn't understand why she was crying over us not opening our pool. Well, I spoke with the neighbors on our left, and apparently our neighbors on the right have been having a small family party at our pool every 4th of July when we're gone. They've always cleaned up really well afterwards, and because we have scheduled pool maintenance and weekly yard service, occasionally things are moved around in our yard, and we never thought much about it. The neighbor on the left thought that we had given the other neighbors permission to use our pool. We did give them permission to retrieve any balls or toys that ended up in our yard, but never permission to use our pool, especially when we're not at home. We have a special latch on the gate, and my husband did show the neighbor how to open the gate to retrieve his kids' toys. So now my husband, who loves gadgets, is going to have several more cameras installed around the exterior of our house, covering the gate and pool area, and change the gate latch so that we can grant remote access for the pool service and yardmen. Down in the comments, we have this story from Sergeant Joe. I had this problem. When I left town, I put up a warning sign that stated the pool was being chemically treated and it was dangerous. Of course, I did no such thing. All I did was put up a sign. One day, I got a call from an emergency room because someone snuck into the pool and claimed they were injured by the chemicals. I told the doctor they were faking it, as the only thing I did was put up a sign. Our next Reddit post is from ARNs. I moved out of my parents' house last year. My parents have kept my childhood bedroom as it was, with all my old toys, belongings, clothes, etc., because I go home to visit most weekends and help around the house. This includes some collector edition Barbies and dolls that my dad bought for me when I was younger. I keep them in their boxes, stored on a high shelf. There's about 10 dolls, some of which are collector's items now because of their age and condition. I haven't thought about selling them because I just like keeping things my dad bought for me. I guess I have attachment to them because he worked in the US while we lived in Canada without him, and toys were given when he visited us. This past weekend, I was visiting my mom, and she brought some of her friends over. One particularly entitled friend, Jane, brought her 5-year-old granddaughter. I told my mom not to let the child up in my room after a bad experience with kids taking my belongings and breaking them. I stayed downstairs and worked in a room. Eventually, I heard Jane taking the granddaughter upstairs. I then heard them opening doors and talking. I didn't go upstairs until I heard her say something about dolls. I went upstairs and asked them both to leave my room. But Jane was already in my closet at this point, pointing at the dolls. Of course, she pointed at the boxes of Barbies. She pulled one off, showed it to her granddaughter, and told me she wanted to play with it. When I told her, no, it's in a box for a reason, she seemed irritated at me and handed the box back to me. She left my room, and the child started crying, saying she wanted to play with the dolls. I went through my things, found some of the dolls that I'd opened as a kid and played with, and offered them to her downstairs. But she kept insisting on the princess doll. They didn't go back upstairs, but it left me a little anxious now about my room. My mom is telling me to put a lock on my door because Jane visits often and tends to wander around. But I'm baffled that she would go into someone's house and think it's okay to touch their stuff. I'm from a South Asian background, by the way, and this tends to be the attitude of some of the older women. They don't understand collectible culture or sentimentality to gifts. They think they're able to do whatever they want or open whatever they want. Our next Reddit post is from UK. I'm a 38-year-old man, and I've been married to Mike, who's 35, for 3 years, together for 12 years. We're very quiet, nerdy, nature-loving guys, not into flashy displays or drama at all. This was at the tail end of the pandemic, and since the borders were partially open, we decided to road trip to Gibraltar and elope. The pandemic was a great excuse not to invite anyone to our wedding and just do what we wanted. When we told our lesbian friends, Di, who's 45, and Anne, who's 60, what we were doing, they decided on the spot that we were going to have a double wedding. And they immediately started taking over, suggesting a bunch of trashy, expensive things we didn't want. This is the story of how they attempted to ruin our wedding, but they only ruined theirs. 1. We initially decided that we'd get a rental car together and split it 4 ways, with Mike and Di splitting the driving. A month before the wedding, Di and Anne decided it'd be cheaper to take the train. Well, 6 trains, actually, across 3 countries. I immediately said no. And it turned out that Di didn't even have her driver's license, and she'd been driving illegally for years. Mike offered to do all the driving if they split the rental car with us. They declined because it was too expensive and took the train instead. Obviously, it went terribly for them. Trains were canceled, tickets were lost, and they missed out on the entire night in Gibraltar because they were stuck at a random train station in the Spanish countryside. Mike and I had a wonderful road trip and spent a magical night in an Airbnb in Cartagena on the way. Their train tickets cost more than half the rental car. 2. We initially agreed to get a really fancy Airbnb in Gibraltar with a hot tub and all that stuff. Split 4 ways, we could get something really nice. Well, Anne decided she wanted a real hotel and pulled out of the Airbnb plan. I found a gorgeous little 1-bedroom place for us with a hot tub and a view of the sea. Di and Anne forgot to book a real hotel and ended up in a freaking awful place by the ports, like a place for merchant sailors to crash while they're in port. It was on a busy roundabout opposite a Burger King. There was no bath, no balcony, and it was basic AF. It was more expensive than our lovely place. They got no sleep because of the drunk sailors and the traffic noise. They didn't even get any towels provided. 3. The night before the wedding, we met for dinner. They'd barely been in Gibraltar for 2 hours, whereas we'd been relaxing since the day before. At dinner, things were tense, but Di was really trying. At some point, she signaled to the restaurant host, and the lady came over with a super fancy VIP bucket with champagne on ice. The waitress popped the cork and gave it to Di, who handed it to Anne, saying, "Just like the one I gave you in New York, baby." It was clearly supposed to be a romantic moment. Anne refused the cork, and we all smiled nervously to try to smooth things over. The host poured 2 glasses of the champagne and gave the glasses to Di and Anne. Anne took a sip and immediately spat it out, announcing, "It's corked!" We all tried the champagne and told her that it was delicious. Anne insisted the champagne was corked and loudly announced they wouldn't be paying for it. The host was pissed, and I understood why when she told us that it was a 750-pound bottle. She threatened to call the police, so Di sheepishly paid for it. Anne sulked the rest of the night. I was so embarrassed, and our whole evening was spoiled. When we got back to our Airbnb to take a bubble bath and eat Hoffa cakes, I told Mike there was no way I was going to allow them to ruin another minute of our trip. But if they wanted to ruin theirs, that wasn't my problem. 4. The actual weddings went off okay, apart from the fact that they were still drunk from the night before. The registry office was nice, and I married the man of my dreams. Afterwards, we bought them brunch to soak up the booze, and faithfully walked them around the park, taking lovely photos of them. Di had her finger over the lens of every picture she took of us. When we were done, they suggested we all go to the pub and get wasted. As if. We dropped them off at the pub and went our separate ways. I was honest and just told them I want to be alone with my husband. They couldn't really argue with that. 5. The wedding dinner. Mike, Di, and I all wanted casual restaurant for the wedding dinner, but Anne insisted on a fine dining fish restaurant that didn't even serve dessert. I outright refused. I don't eat fish at all, and Anne was insisting on the fish restaurant, so we decided not to meet up. Anne also tried to convince us to chip in 200 pounds for a custom wedding cake to get delivered to the restaurant, but we all said hell no. Mike and I went to the best steakhouse in Gibraltar. I had a 1.2 kilo steak and an amazing cheesecake for dessert. We had a lovely time, and the waitstaff went out of their way to spoil us. Around 8 p.m., they messaged us, "Where are you?" And we ignored the message. As it turns out, Anne forgot to make reservations and the fish restaurant was fully booked. But they couldn't leave to go somewhere else because they had to wait for the cake to be delivered. They ended up taking the cake back to their awful hotel and eating it with their with their credit cards because they didn't even have cutlery and plates in their room. They got hammered that night on supermarket vodka. Mike and I had the perfect evening. We got a taxi home, smoked weed on our balcony, watched the stars, and kissed for hours. 6. The next day, Mike and I set out for a day of hiking in the UNESCO World Heritage Site National Park. It was the best day ever. Mike got robbed and bitten by a monkey, which was effing hilarious. We ate a full English breakfast in the Sky restaurant and explored St. Michael's Cave. We made unforgettable memories while Di and Anne fought, decided that it was Gibraltar's fault, and spontaneously decided to leave. They booked a beach resort up the coast somewhere in Spain and headed on foot to the train station. The trains were all messed up, and they got stranded somewhere in Spain with all their luggage, and it took them 14 hours to get to the resorts. They arrived at 11 p.m. and were checking out the next morning. Mike and I spent a few more nights enjoying our honeymoon and then road tripped home. We stayed in the same little place in Cartagena on the way back, and the host threw us a little surprise party. It was magical. Di and Anne got stranded again on the way home, lost half their luggage, and caught COVID. So, our friends ruined their wedding, but not ours. Honestly, they may have actually improved OP's wedding, because the one thing better than a perfect wedding is a good story. Our next Reddit post is from Dea Matias. We've got a good group of friends and we camp together every year for Labor Day. 7 adults, 4 kids, 3 cars. We pay extra for the third car and we're under the per person maximum per site. Reservations open up 11 months in advance. We book the same large site every year 11 months in advance. This is, hands down, the best site in the campground. Pull through for the camper, off by itself, huge space, set off from the road, facing the woods. It is an A-plus site. Some of the other sites are much smaller. I was the first to arrive at the campground at about 9 p.m. Friday night. Every site is full, except for one, and it isn't ours. It's the next site over, and it's a site that clearly cannot fit a 32-foot trailer. We kinda live in Methlahoma out here, and this trailer was probably made in the 80s, so I'm pretty nervous when I go up to knock on the door. I immediately drop my best Oklahoma accent and go full Southern lady. "I'm terribly sorry to bother y'all, but here's my reservation email. I think y'all are in my site." "Oh, no, this is the site that we booked." "Well, ma'am, would y'all mind if I looked at your reservation email? If they double booked us, we'll figure it out." "Oh, let me find the email." They close the door. I wait 10 minutes. They don't pop out. I go ahead and call the ranger. They'll be here in 30 minutes. I wait 10 more minutes and knock on their door again. "Were y'all able to find that email?" "Well, do we go to their website?" "No, it should be in your email." "Well, what do you want us to do? We have kids asleep in here." "Ma'am, my kids are asleep in my car, so I get it. We won't fit into the other site. If we can't get into this one, we won't have a space to sleep tonight." They still can't find the email. My friend finally pulls up with their trailer, and the ranger came right after. Magically, they somehow find the email. They're supposed to be on the tiny campsite. They're now appealing to the ranger. "Oh, we're supposed to leave tomorrow morning. Can't we just stay here? It's so much work to back in a trailer for just one night." "Okay, I can compromise. We'll find somewhere else tonight if you can be out by 7 a.m. tomorrow so that we can get in." "How about 11? That's checkout time." "Nope, this is our site. We'll be nice, but we've got a full day tomorrow, and we need to be set up by 8 a.m. "That's so early. We have kids, but I guess we can be out by then." The ranger sees right through the potential drama that would happen at 7 a.m. the next morning and says, "No, you need to go ahead and move tonight." "But we have sleeping kids." The ranger points to me. "So does she. You need to move." Much cussing and grumbling, but they finally move their RV. Takes them a solid 45 minutes to get slotted into that microscopic site. And here we are, Sunday afternoon, and their loud kids and their off-leash rat dogs are still in the site next door. The sites are fairly well spaced, so at least it's muted by the trees. Yesterday morning, one of the kids screams, "Why aren't we in the nice site anymore?" The mom then screams back, "Well, those people over there took our site." You should have booked earlier, my friends. Normally, we cook more food than we can eat and share with our neighbors. Nope, no steak for you. I think the ranger has definitely seen this rodeo before. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where an entitled mom tries to pimp out her 14-year-old daughter. Our next Reddit post is from Scaredy-Cat. I'm a 45-year-old woman and my mother is 71, and we have a difficult relationship. My mother was an old-school traditional wife. She was a homemaker, never did any work outside the house, had far more kids than what I think is healthy. 7 girls and 6 boys. She's originally from Guatemala and came to the US when she was 14. She married my father here, had her family here, and tried to make sure myself and my siblings had old school values, something she really failed at. Most of my siblings are as far from my mother as humanly possible. 2 of them sadly passed away. I'm the only one that stayed near to take care of my parents, and since Dad died, I've taken on my mother's bills so that she can live more easily. She's always been a dramatic headache, especially when it came to my marriage. She babied my husband and always took his side. I only wanted 1 kid, but my husband wanted as many as biologically possible. He told me he also only wanted 1 when we originally talked about marriage. My mother helped him mess with my birth control, so I got pregnant with my youngest. I don't regret my youngest daughter, but after she was born, I secretly had my tubes tied. My mother always berated me for being faulty since I only had 2 children. That's not even counting how she berated me for marrying at an older age. I married at 22. She married at 16. My husband was 49 when he died in a car crash recently. We shared 2 daughters, who are now 14 and 16. He was also having an affair with a girl since 2020. The girl was 24 when she died. Together, they had twin boys early this year who thankfully survived the crash. My daughters found out about the affair first when their father took them to the hospital to meet the babies and told the girls to keep it a secret from me. They didn't, and my husband became abusive towards them and myself. We were in the divorce process when he died. When my husband's affair came out, my mother blamed me. She said that it was because I was a working woman who didn't please her husband, that I didn't give him enough children, that I wasn't pretty anymore. I'm not going to say that I'm super attractive, but I think I look good for my age. I've kept my weight well enough, and I look relatively young for my actual age. But no, according to my dear mother, I wasn't good enough for my husband who needed a girl closer in age to our daughters than to him. She also was on the group of people angry at me when I refused to adopt my husband's affair children. Her newest form of crazy is she's trying to find husband for my daughters. What? Mainly focused on my eldest. This crazy plan started this week when my eldest came out to us. I had an idea that she was gay, and I'm happy she felt comfortable enough in this massive mess that we're in to still tell me and her sister. My daughter also decided to tell my mother about it. My mother just ended the call. Then she called me to scream about how confused and sick my daughter is. She sent me links to conversation camps, psychologists that claim homosexuality is a sickness, who are wackos in my opinion, political articles, etc. She even wanted to see about doing an exorcism. I told her to stop it, or she would be in no contact with my in-laws. She stopped for literally 24 hours. The next thing I get is a Facebook message from a man in his mid-20s asking if it was true that I was looking to marry out my 16-year-old daughters. I told him he was sick and blocked him. I got 6 more messages throughout the night. Then my mother called saying that she found husband prospects for my girls. My high school aged girls. Angry has been an understatement. She even gave some of these men my daughter's cell phone numbers. We're all getting new phone numbers tomorrow, and I had the girls put their social medias into private. I don't know what part of the brain is broken in my mother's brain. I had the girls block their grandmother and everything, and I'm stopping payments to anything that my mother needs. I know I need to call the cops. I just never thought that I would need to call the cops on my own mother. It's been only 2 weeks since I cut my in-laws. I'm just exhausted. Then OP posted a very long update, which isn't super interesting, so I'll just summarize it to say that OP reported this to the cops, and it seems like the cops are taking this seriously and are looking into a restraining order. Yo, I can't even tell what's crazier here. The grandmother who's trying to pimp out her 16-year-old daughters, or the guys who actually fall for it. What, is she just meeting random men on the bus stop and is like, hey, you looking for a 16-year-old girl? And the guy's like, sure, yeah, sign me up. What? Huh? Our next Reddit post is from Jabmaro. My very old dog was outside in our yard foaming at the mouth, gasping for air, and it was coming out the other end. This was right after he had incontinence in the house. I was crashing out because the vet said that he could die any day, so I'm thinking this is the end. I'm in my yard figuring out what to do, and I see in my peripheral vision some kid running up on us on my yard. This is not one of the neighborhood kids. He's from a party up the street. His mom said, "Hope it's okay if they play. My son is due for a doggy playdate." I physically put myself in between the child and my dog, and the child effing punched me in the stomach. It took everything in me not to physically retaliate to a child. Sorry, call me a bad person, I don't care. I respectfully restrained her child by the arm and marched him to his mom. She freaked out that I put your hands on my son. I ignored her because my dog was my only priority. Then the effing dad struts over to us and starts screaming in my face to never lay his hands on his kid again. His son just wanted to pet your dog. I was so overstimulated because the kid was screaming bloody murder, having a tantrum that he can't pet my dog. Meanwhile, my dog is having a tonic-clonic seizure, which is full shaking and unconscious. They suddenly got real quiet and finally backed off. I hear the mom tell her son, "The doggy isn't feeling well, we have to let him rest." Those parents are so effing lucky. I'm a healed person. I sat in my yard in the dark with my dog until my vet came to my house. My dog couldn't walk after everything that had just happened. He weighs nearly as much as I do, so I needed to help move him. My husband was away for work. That was on Wednesday, and we put my dog down on Friday. Thanks for reading this if you made it to the end. I just had to get this off my chest, since I can't seem to let it go. Even my 4-year-old daughter knows that you're supposed to ask for permission before petting a strange dog. So what's these parents' excuse? Our next Reddit post is from Chaymander. I am, unfortunately, the spawn of an entitled mother. And because of how my mom was, I decided to move out when I was 18. After a night out, I had just gotten back to a relative's house where I was staying for that week. I plugged in my dead phone. I turned it on, and it instantly blew up with texts and voicemails from my entitled mother. Each message got a little more hostile until she was threatening that she was going to call the cops to come get me. And she was going to kick me out of her house if I didn't answer her calls right that second. If you've ever called a phone that was turned off or dead, it's pretty easy to tell because it goes straight to voicemail instead of ringing. So I thought that it was ridiculous that she expected to somehow know she left those voicemails on my dead phone. I never called back. I was 18. She was treating me like a child, so I just ignored her for the rest of the night and thought about what I should do. I decided since she said that I was getting kicked out if I didn't answer her call, I should take her seriously and assume that I'm kicked out. So the next night, I go up there with some suitcases. I walk in the house and sit them down, and I'm immediately confronted about them. What are those for? I'm moving out. Then my mom starts fake sobbing. I just go to pack my stuff. I've seen her do this too many times to let her get her way. She realizes the fake crying isn't working on me, so she immediately drops the act. She follows me to my room, yelling and screaming, "You can't leave me, I'm your mother, you have to do what I say." I'm 18 now, I don't have to listen to you. Yes you do, little girl, I'm your mom. I just continue to pack my stuff. I'm just going to call such and such, your relative, and tell them not to let you stay with them. Let's see how you like being homeless. My mom called the relative and put it on speaker with this smug look on her face like she thought that she was a genius. My relative said, "Hello?"
OP is over here screaming at me and being really rude. She's trying to leave, and I know she's going to come over there. I don't want you to let her stay with you, so don't let her."
My relative just hung up, and I laughed. Then my mom started trying to hit me. I was defending myself by holding my hands in front of my face, blocking her. Eventually, I lightly shoved her away from me.
"I can't believe you would hit me like that. Where did I go wrong raising you?"
Ironic, isn't it? I'm still just ignoring her at this point. I get my dog's leash because I have everything I need for a few weeks packed up. I look around for my dog when I realize that my entitled mother grabbed her and ran into her room.
"No, you can't take everything from me. This is my dog now. I take care of her all day when you're at work, so she likes me better now."
I'd raised this dog from a puppy since I was 15. I knew that if I left without getting her, I'd likely never see her again. We screamed at each other about who really owned the dog. I told my entitled mother that I always hated her for taking everything from me for herself, that she was a terrible and selfish mother. My entitled mother got this look on her face like I was the worst person in the world for saying that to her. Then she laid her like 300-pound body down on top of my 15-pound little dog. The dog started yelping in fear, understandably.
"No, you can't have her. She's mine. You're the selfish one."
I don't remember exactly what happened next. All I know was that she got up after I said something, still holding on to my dog, and she called my dad.
She said, "She just came in here yelling at me and hitting me. I don't know what's wrong with her. Come home from work and stop her."
Dad said something that distracted her long enough to put my dog down, and my dog promptly ran to me. Within seconds, I've got her on the leash, luggage bags in hand, and I'm sprinting out the door. Bye, Felicia. Our next Reddit post is from Lord Pegasus. So I'm an 18-year-old girl, and I have a very fluffy, very adorable cat named Mochi. He's basically my little buddy, and he's got one of those Instagram accounts where I post his funny antics. So a lot of people in my neighborhood know about him, including this one mom, the entitled mother, who has a 6-year-old daughter who's super into cats. No biggie, right? One day, the entitled mom messages me on Instagram saying her daughter is absolutely obsessed with Mochi and asking if I could bring him to her daughter's birthday party the following weekend so the kids can play with him. I politely decline, explaining that Mochi doesn't do well in new environments and would likely hide or freak out around loud kids. The entitled mother's response?
"Well, can you loan him to us for the day?"
Yes, she literally wanted me to just hand over my cat as if he were a library book or something. She promised they'd take good care of him and even offered to pay me $20 for the inconvenience. I politely refuse again, saying that Mochi isn't up for loan, and I don't think that it would be safe or comfortable for him. The entitled mother immediately switches tactics, calling me selfish and accusing me of gatekeeping joy from her daughter.
She rants about how it's just one day and you owe it to the community
because I flaunt Mochi's photos online. Now I'm getting irritated. I told her that my cat isn't an accessory, and he's definitely not something I owe to the neighborhood. I assume that's the end of it, until the day of the party. I'm in my apartment when I hear a loud knock on the door. It's entitled mother and her daughter, with the girl holding a sparkly cat carrier. The entitled mother smiles and says,
"Oh, we came to pick up Mochi."
She acts as if we had agreed on this and just expected me to hand him over on demand. Completely stunned, I tell her, I never agreed to this, and I'm not giving you my cat. The entitled mother's smile drops instantly, and she launches into this loud, dramatic rant about how I'm ruining her daughter's special day, and that I shouldn't show off my cat if I don't want to share. Her daughter starts tearing up, and the entitled mother is giving me this accusing look, like I've just broken her kid's heart on purpose. My neighbor down the hall actually poked her head out to see what was going on, which was enough for the entitled mother to grab her daughter and storm off, yelling,
"I'll make sure everyone knows how selfish you are."
Later, I found out from mutual friends that she spread a story around the neighborhood that I baited her daughter with Mochi, only to withhold him out of spite. No one really believed her, but she still gives me the dirtiest looks anytime I pass her. Mochi, completely oblivious and unbothered, living his best life as usual. Our next Reddit post is from No Combination. This happened when I worked at a water park. The rules were very clear. children under 12 cannot go into the pools or onto slides and rides without an adult. The exemption was the family water playground where there were no pools or big slides. This mom left her kids, a 10-year-old boy, a 5-year-old girl, and a 3-year-old girl, alone in the pool while lying on a chair in the shade about 200 meters away. The boy had a pool noodle while the younger two were floating with vests. One of my colleagues pointed out to the mom that she has to be with them, to which the mom replied that in her case she doesn't need to because they're wearing vests and can't drown, because she herself is recovering from surgery and cannot be in the water. My colleague insisted that she get her kids out of the pool. Less than 10 minutes later, the kids were again in the pool. This time I told her she has to get them out, otherwise they would have to leave. She started arguing again that her case is an exemption because of her surgery, and the kids are safe in the vests. I told her, no, they're not safe. The idea of vests is not to leave toddlers alone in the water and that they could still drown. She got upset and called her husband, during which me and my colleague got her kids out of the pool and called our supervisor. When her husband arrived at the scene, he yelled at me about what his wife was supposed to do since she just had abdominal surgery, and that it was absurd to force her into the water. I said, maybe right now a water park is not the right destination for his wife to spend time with their kids. Also, why didn't he come and swim with the kids? They played the ableism card and threatened to sue us. I have a friend who works at a local television station who informed me that that family actually sent their case to be broadcast, which the TV station declined. The family also had their lawyer write to the park's manager, who in return just sent the terms of use, which were on display for the mom when she bought the ticket, where it clearly indicated that under no circumstances children under 12 can be alone in the water. The manager never heard back from them. The really sad thing about this story isn't so much the entitlement, it's that this mom cares so little about her kids that she's willing to risk them drowning just because she's lazy. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where a Karen tries to steal someone's dog. Our next Reddit post is from Anxious Doggo. So this just happened today, so I'm shaken up from it. I have a wonderful service dog named Frankie. She helps me with my anxiety and PTSD so that I can go into stores and shop. I have an ID for her that shows she belongs to me. So I'm shopping today looking for some clothes when I see this boy, the entitled kid, running under the clothing racks and through the aisle. This gives me anxiety, and Frankie alerts me by jumping on my leg. I reward her and we move on. The entitled kid runs right in front of us and spots Frankie. Puppy! He goes to pet Frankie, and I step in between him, putting my hand up to block him. I say, I'm sorry, sir, you can't pet her. She's working, see? I mentioned to Frankie's vest that clearly states, service dog, do not pet. The entitled kid starts crying and runs under the clothing racks. I try to calm myself down and I continue shopping. I then hear stomping feet coming into the aisle that I'm in, and I turn around to see the entitled mom coming towards me with entitled kid in tow. How dare you tell my little angel that he can't pet your dog? Let my son pet your dog now. I'm sorry, ma'am. My dog is working right now. Your son can't pet her. I don't care. The entitled mother then comes up to me and grabs Frankie's leash from me. Frankie had been trained to follow a stranger in case of medical emergencies, so she just goes with the woman. I shout to Frankie my emergency call, which means, come to my side right now. Frankie slips her harness and runs to me, and I pick up Frankie, crying now. How dare you! I'm going to call the police saying you stole that dog from me. The entitled mother then blocks me from leaving and calls the cops. The police arrive, and the entitled mother starts saying that Frankie is her service dog and I stole her. I start having a panic attack, and Frankie alerts me and lays on my chest to calm me down. The officer comes over and helps me calm down. When I come out of my panic attack, I explain what happened and showed the ID I have for Frankie and my ID to prove that it's me. Then, the entitled mother throws Frankie's harness away and starts running away. The officer grabs her and arrests her for pet theft, assault of an officer, and verbal harassment. Frankie's okay and I'm okay as well. I took my emergency medication and I'm doing better now. Our next Reddit post is from Monkey Mayhem. I'm a 47-year-old man and my daughter is 17. We live in Canada.
There are many outdoor skating rinks in our area, and we have a favorite one because there are team benches, sturdy boards, and it's zambonied by the city every hour, and it's just generally well kept. You can reserve an hour at a time on the sign-up sheet for $15, but it's free to skate as long as nobody has booked up that time. My daughter plays a very high level of competitive ice hockey, and she often reserves an hour or two and invites many of her teammates to this rink for fun so they can play casually. Around a week ago, my daughter, me, and 4 others from her team are about halfway through our reserved time. This group of 13 to 14-year-old boys that nobody else knows gets out of a vehicle and approaches the rink. They put their skates on and start skating while passing and shooting pucks and leaving their sticks lying around, all in the way of my daughter's game. I show them the clipboard with the sign-up sheet, which proves that my daughter paid for these 2 hours, and calmly ask them to clean up their gear and wait 30 minutes until the schedule is clear again. One kid, an entitled kid, looks at me and rolls his eyes while turning his back to me, and his group doesn't stop getting in our way. I tell the girls to start picking up the stuff the boys keep leaving around the rink and to simply just toss it over the boards onto the mats along the ice. The entitled kid who rolled his eyes earlier starts complaining at this point, and his dad and mom got out of their vehicle and ask what's wrong. The kid smirks at me and whines to his parents that he was trying to play hockey with his friends, but then a bunch of girls came and tried to bother them. I tried to show his parents the same clipboard, but the entitled father immediately took his kid's side and told me to leave and come back since he was here first, which is false, and that girls are too weak and fragile to play with boys. A few minutes later, a worker from the city comes by and shows the entitled father that we, in fact, are entitled to the rink for the next half hour, regardless of who arrived first since we paid for that specific time slot. The entitled mother suggested going to a different rink, but the entitled father said, "No, I'll get these girls to leave." My daughter skates over and even offers the boys to join her game, so at least they're not in each other's ways. But the entitled father and his kid keep spewing rhetoric about how young girls can't be good at male-dominated sports, and how they have it so easy since they don't allow contact in women's hockey, and therefore the girls should just go home. But the entitled kid and his friends really wanted to play, so he begrudgingly agreed, talking about how easy this was going to be. I sat down on one of the benches, and the entitled parents sat on the other one. What the entitled parents failed to realize is that A, these girls are all part of the same high competitive team, and B, since women's hockey doesn't use contact, girls have to rely on agility and puck control skills, whereas a major skill for men's hockey involves hitting to make plays. I guess this makes me an instigator, but I nudged my daughter and her teammates to go extra hard on them. Me and the entitled parents watched for half an hour as my daughter's team absolutely destroyed these kids in every aspect of the game. The entitled kid started to get really angry and frustrated, and he decided to do something really stupid. The next time my daughter had the puck, the entitled kid charged as fast as he could go and attempted to ram her into the boards. Instead, the entitled kid ended up slamming knee first into the door. He got up and immediately started screaming and crying about how it's not fair and yelling to his dad about wanting to go home. The entitled mother said something about "This is a public rink and we have a right to be here." But the trio left in the car after swearing and yelling at me, but a few of his friends stayed behind. My daughter's team and the remaining guys ended up splitting equal amounts of each group into 2 teams and kept playing together fine until the next reservation. Apparently, this kid and his dad have a history of getting in the way and blaming and complaining about women. Of the guys who stayed, they all mentioned that they're only friends with the entitled kid because the father is their house league coach and they don't share the same views about women's hockey. Our next Reddit post is from Novel Patient. I bought a small starter home during the housing market crash, completely by myself. I lived there for a better part of a decade before buying a larger home with my now husband. My parents really wanted to live in my old house because it was small and easy to maintain. They've had their house foreclosed in the past, so there is no way they'd be getting their own mortgage. Also, my dad is retired and my mom doesn't work. They wanted to rent from me for a discount using a 6-figure inheritance that my parents got. So we wrote up a lease explaining that as tenants, they would pay the taxes, the insurance, and an extra $350 a month. Basically, their rent would only go up if the taxes or insurance went up. We signed the lease, had it notarized, and that's how it's been for a while now. So, to be clear, I am not making a lot of money on this house. I recently told my parents that rent would increase by $3 effing because of a slight increase in insurance. My mother lost her mind, claiming that I'm a money-hungry B-word, that she was going to rip out everything she did, the garden and other cosmetic changes, that I owe her and I can't evict her because it's her house. She says she's not responsible for the insurance. The lease says otherwise. And insurance hasn't been raised in over a decade. And that I'm trying to make her pay my personal homeowner's insurance. She thinks that if she takes me to court, the court will give her my house. My father demanded the bills to see if I'm ripping them off. This man has zero balls. By the way, this house is within commuting distance from Manhattan, so a studio apartment around here is like $1,500 a month. This house, on the other hand, has a large yard for their dog. I could easily get $2,000 a month for this house. So I sent them copies of my taxes and insurance, proving that I wasn't actually scamming them. I told my mother to talk to a lawyer so they can slap them straight. I guess my father agreed with me because now she's divorcing my father. Our next Reddit post is from some English guy. This literally just happened, and I'm actually shaking with rage and adrenaline to the point that I'm having trouble typing, but writing this stuff down gets it out of my system. When I was diagnosed with my chronic pain condition, my doctor put me in touch with a couple of support groups based in my city. I became friends with a few members, and when one of them is having a flare-up, I, or someone else, will swing by and help out with chores and errands. Sometimes, when my condition flares up, the pain in the joints in my feet will cause the muscles to cramp, which causes the muscles to cramp harder, which, look, you're all smart folk. I don't need to tell you that this is not the greatest wake-up call in the world. After a bad night of this, I finally got to sleep at around 5:30 a.m. At 7:03 a.m., there was a loud banging on my door. Thinking it was maybe a postman with a parcel starting her rounds early, I grabbed some sweatpants and hobbled to the door. Upon opening the door, I find some estate rat-looking woman on my doorstep with 3 kids texting on her phone. She says, "Finally, I need you to look after my kids for a bit and then take them to school." She said all that without even looking up from her smartphone. Then she just turns around and starts walking off. I said, "Wait! Ugh, what? Who are you?" And I'm not kidding, I have never seen this woman before in my life. "For F's sake, I'm such and such's friend." Okay, but why are you trying to dump your kids on me at 7 in the morning? I don't know you or them. At this point, I'm genuinely starting to panic. "Look, I know you do this for such and such all the time, so just look after my effing kids." No. She had already started to walk off again, but she spun back around. "What the F? You look after such and such's kids all the time, so just effing look after mine, you effing twat." Still, no. I occasionally do favors for my friend, such and such, but I don't even know you. At this point, she starts screaming at me, so I say, "Now take your kids and F off, or I'm calling the cops." I close the door and take a deep breath, thinking everything is over, but of course it isn't. I hear hammering on my door and screeching. My door is half glass, so I start to worry that she's going to break it. I grab my phone from the dining room and open the door. She said, "Listen, you!" But she saw me on the phone, dialing. I said into the phone, "Hello? Police, please." At this point, the entitled mother just grabbed her kids and scurried off. So I made a cup of tea and came here to vent, which has actually helped. Our next Reddit post is from Couch Potato San. I'm a 19-year-old woman, and I'm a server at a restaurant with a bar in it. The bar side of the restaurant is, of course, 21 plus, and anyone who orders an alcoholic beverage is required to show the waiter their ID. The rest of the restaurant, however, is child-friendly. We were serving breakfast, and I was serving a table of 2. A young girl who looked about 8 or 9, and her entitled mother. However, this mom is more than entitled, as she'll be arrested by the end of the story. I go and take their drink orders after the hostess sits them down. The young girl gets an orange juice, while the mother gets a water and mimosa. I, of course, check the mom's ID and see that she was born in the early 80s, so she's good for her mimosa. I let the bartender know that I need a mimosa to serve, and I work on the orange juice for the child and the mother's water. Once I have all 3 drinks, I serve the table and take their meal orders. Everything seems to be going smoothly until I bring back their meals. As I bring back the plates, the mother screams at me, "You served my child alcohol!" I know for a fact that cannot be true, because I'm the one who made the juice and never even went behind the bar where the drinks are. Ma'am, you must be mistaken. I didn't put any alcohol in the juice, and I had my eyes on it until it reached her table. Well then, smell it! She handed me her child's glass, and it did smell like alcohol. I said, once again, I know that I did not put alcohol in your child's drink. Either someone did it while you weren't looking, or you did it yourself. But the juice didn't have any alcohol before it came to your table. The mom looked at me angrily and demanded to see my manager. I'm going to sue you for giving my child alcohol. Bring me your manager. I get the manager, and she gets both mine and the mom's side of the story. Security was even alerted because apparently the child had drunk a few sips of the alcohol. My manager, security, and I went and watched the security footage since both me and the mom swore that we didn't put alcohol in the juice. Not only did we discover that I was innocent, but we saw the mom, as soon as I placed the glasses down and left, drank half the child's juice and filled it back up with her mimosa. Then she instructed her child to drink some of it. The mother was arrested for giving her child alcohol and was given a lifetime ban from the restaurant. If she appears again, she'll be immediately arrested again. Not how I planned my work morning, but at least it was amusing to watch an entitled mother get what she deserved. So I assume the objective of the mother here was to, I guess, get a free meal. That seems like the most likely explanation. But the thing is, you don't actually have to poison your child to pull this scam. She could have just poured her drink into her kid's drink and then lie, but why add the unnecessary child alcohol poisoning into the mix? And if you think, what's the big deal? A couple of sips for an 8-year-old, it couldn't be that bad. Yes, it can. A kid who drinks alcohol can have seizures, go into a coma, and die. Our next Reddit post is from My Mom is entitled, I am a 20-year-old male and my cousin is a 19-year-old woman. Spanish was my first language. I have a third cousin in the Dominican Republic. They're not well off in that country, and my cousin's mom is a little neglectful. At this point, it feels like my mom cares more about my third cousin than she does about me, but whatever. My cousin does deserve some sympathy. She's a good kid who does well in school and wants to move to the US to go to nursing school. She can't, however, because she isn't a legal citizen. My mom decided that it would be the best plan for me to go to the Dominican Republic in June or July and marry my third cousin to make her a legal citizen. She brought this up to me a few years ago, but I thought that she was joking. Apparently, she wasn't, because recently she brought this plan up again, but she actually talked about how she already booked flights for DR and stuff. What the hell? I'm in a relationship already, and my mom literally told me that she doesn't give an F about my personal life. All she cares about is going to DR and forcing me to marry my cousin. Thankfully, I talked about the plan with my significant other and they're supportive. Basically, she wants me to marry her, stay married for a year, then we divorce amicably, and my mom pockets any money that's made from this, if any. When I tried to downright refuse this, I was met with screaming, physical anger, and threats to kick me out. I'm afraid to go to any family members because I don't know what's gonna happen. Well, OP, as someone who has married a non-citizen and has gone through that whole process, it's important to point out that this is a felony. It's like fraud or something. I forget what the actual crime is. But it's illegal and you could go to jail, so don't do this. That was r/entitled parents. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where an entitled Karen thinks that her 13-year-old babysitter is trying to seduce her husband. Our next Reddit post is from Art Plenty. When I was a teenager, I started babysitting for families in my church. Between the ages of 12 to 16, I babysat for over 30 families, and I was highly requested in that community. I knew everyone, and I attended the church since I was 4. Everyone knew me, and I knew everyone. We were very tight-knit. So I babysit for this one family that we'll call the Smiths. I knew the Smith family since I was 10, and they had kids that were younger than me. I was about 13 when this happened. I was babysitting for the Smiths, and everything was going well. They had a pool in their backyard, and the dad had told me to pack a bathing suit. He said, "The kids will probably beg you to swim with them, but you don't have to." So I was scheduled to babysit these kids for about 5 hours, and 4 hours in, the husband came home to take a work call, and then he would take over for the kids and my parents would come take me home. 20 minutes before the dad got home, the kids wanted to swim. I agree, and we all get ready. I had chosen a normal bathing suit for a 13-year-old, but I had a larger chest than other girls my age and the mom of these kids. So the dad comes home and asks if everything is going well. I tell him yes, and he says that he'll come find us after the work call. Then, sometime later, he comes back out and asks to take another call. He asked to take a picture to send to his wife to let her know that I'll watch the kids for longer since he had another call. Everything went well until the wife shows up. I'm helping to dry off the kids, help them shower and change as the wife gets ready to take over and the husband starts making dinner. I was wearing an oversized shirt, bringing the kids downstairs when the wife signals to me. She pulls me to the side and begins to shame me. She tells me that she won't pay me from 4 to 5:45 because I was dressing like a slut and attempting to stray her husband from her. That my choice of swimsuit was slutty and she should have known better not to trust me. That I was a whore and my boobs would get me nowhere in life and I was going to be, oh geez, R-worded dressed like that. I was flabbergasted because I was barely 13 at the time and I wasn't wearing a revealing swimsuit. I nod and profusely apologize because I wore this to a swimming pool once and I never had any problems and me and my best friend had matching swimsuits. I was sobbing hysterically as I took the money and sat on the porch waiting for my mom to pick me up. I heard yelling inside, and the dad came out to give me $50 and went back inside to yell at his wife inside the house some more. As it turns out, they filed for divorce because she was having an affair with another guy. She later revealed this information to another family that I babysat for, and they told me that the wife was insecure about her chest size. The dad was not a P-word, and his kids are doing great. This is classic projection. The cheater accuses everyone around her of being a cheater. Down in the comments, we have a similar story from Brandy Aiden Love. I babysat for a family when I was 14. The husband of this family was my dad's cousin. I called him Uncle Bobby. I would get up at 4 a.m. to walk down the street to their house, and Uncle Bobby left right after I arrived. The wife got home at 7:15 a.m., just in time for me to catch the bus to school. Since it was 4 a.m., I would wear my pajamas to their house, sleep on the couch until 6 a.m., unless one of the kids woke up and I had to be with them. Then I would change my clothes and get ready for school. My job was to fix the two little ones' breakfast and wake them up for when their mom got home. I'd say goodbye, the mom would feed the kids breakfast, then take them to daycare so she could sleep. I was paid like $20 a day. Everything was good until it wasn't. The mom came home one day and I was still in my pajamas because there was no school due to a water main leak. She flipped out on me. She said, "You're wearing that to seduce my husband." She fired me on the spot after doing this for them for almost a year. What was I wearing? It was a cotton pajama set that looked like a baseball uniform. The logo was Winnie the Pooh, and the back had the word P-O-O-H, but the double O's kind of looked like double O's for like a baseball jersey. But according to her, everyone knew that Bobby was a huge baseball fan, and this was my way of getting his attention. That made for some very awkward family events on that side of the family until I stopped going. It was only my stepfamily, so the only person who was disappointed was my grandpa. But still, my grandpa never let it go and continued to make comments to her until he passed away. You know, when you read a story like this, you just know it has to be real. Because if someone were sitting down trying to make up a story about entitled parents, you couldn't even invent this scenario. Saying that a 14-year-old girl is seducing a grown man with pajamas that has the word poo on the background because OO kind of looks like 00. It's literally too insane to make up. Our next Reddit post is from that goofy random kid. I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I live in a rather nice neighborhood. My neighbor, an entitled mother, has a large dog and a rather destructive son who's an entitled kid. I have a pretty good financial situation, and I live alone because I inherited my house. I have a pretty big yard compared to Karen's yard, which is almost half the size. I don't have a gate for my yard, leaving it open for pets or animals to come right in. I work from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., so I'm gone for a long while throughout the day. Karen is the type of person to do a lot of gardening, so she doesn't like having her entitled kid in her yard with all of her tools. One day, Karen asked me if I would allow her son to play in my yard while I was at work. It couldn't cause any harm, could it? I accepted, but I did tell her that her son would have to be gone by the time that I got back from work. And everything went well until I got my first cat. Keep in mind, the entitled kid would always bring his dog to my yard to play. I named my new cat Ginger. Ginger loved to bask out in the sun with the entitled kid and his dog. Until one day, I came home and Ginger wasn't outside. In fact, she was inside the house with a bite mark. I rushed her to the vet immediately, where she was treated and wore some kind of bandage wrap around her waist for the next week or so. I checked my cameras to see the entitled kid trying to move Ginger out of her general spot so that he could sit there, and Ginger swiped at him, scaring him off. It seemed that the entitled kid's dog did not take kindly to this, and the mark wasn't a bite mark, but a swipe from the dog. I presented this info to Karen, who denied it and said, "He's just a kid. Your cat is fine." I told her that neither her son nor her dog were allowed on my property again. She threw an absolute tantrum and told me that they should be allowed to use the yard when I was away. After all, you can't just let it go to waste. I then reassured her of my decision, to where I said, word for word, "Ma'am, you need to leave." OP, if you really want this Karen to learn her lesson, then my advice is to take her to small claims court. Between the vet bills and the video evidence of the wound, this should be an easy slam dunk case. Our next Reddit post is from Shoepex. This happened back when I was 13. I was hanging around a village park in the middle of a summer day with a mixed gender group of about 6 other 13-year-olds. Seemingly out of nowhere, this sweet little girl appeared, who we later found out to be 7 years old, and she starts chatting with us about her pet dog and schoolwork and stuff. We were completely confused and kept asking where her mother or father was, and she just kept saying, "I don't know. So anyways, my dog." This little girl started getting agitated, running about, trying to climb on trees and splash in a stream nearby. So we decided that we had to do something before she got hurt. A couple of the guys and girls decided to distract her by playing tag, treating her with kindness and running around the field with her. She was giggling and having fun. Meanwhile, one of the boys, Sam, called his mom who lived nearby to ask what the F we should do with this abandoned child. Just as Sam's mom was responding, we hear this almighty screech from the other side of the park. It was the entitled mother finally returning to collect her daughter. "Get the F off my little girl, you perverts!" We froze, like, what? We're 13, trying to play an innocent game with a lost kid in an open and public space while calling an adult for help. This adult woman continues to chew us out, focusing on Sam in particular because he had a buff frame and he looked far older than 13 years old. She started calling him all sorts of things. Disgusting, vile, inappropriate. Poor Sam was a sensitive guy, and he was almost in tears. She starts asking why we thought that it was appropriate to play tag with and speak to a little girl, and we were just bemused. We're kids ourselves, and we just wanted to protect her from getting hurt. Looking back at the situation, I understand that we should have called the cops immediately to protect us from lunatics like the entitled mother. But at the same time, we were kids and we didn't know what to do. Anyways, it turns out this woman lived on the other side of the park and had basically just let her kid wander out of the door, and it took her a good 10 minutes to even realize that she was missing. OP, I can't really say for sure what was going on inside that entitled woman's head, but my guess as to what's happening here is she realized her kid was gone, she panicked, and then she was feeling so insecure about her being a terrible parent that she lashed out at just whoever happened to be around her kid when she found them. It's not that you were doing anything wrong. Actually, you were doing everything right. But by lashing out at you and calling you perverts and disgusting or whatever, she was shifting the blame and getting rid of her own guilt and putting it onto you, which is just awful behavior. I'm not excusing what she did. I'm just saying that seems more logical. Yeah, it is possible that she's a nutso Karen who thinks that you were actual perverts. I don't know. I've read so many entitled parent stories, I still want to hope that people have some grain of goodness inside of them, so I try to come up with a rational explanation, but it is just entirely possible that she's just another nutso Karen because we read stories about them all the time. I guess we'll never know. Our next Reddit post is from Spooky Girl. A few years ago, I lived in a house that was a block away from a public park. It was a very large park, and I noticed 2 soccer games occurring when I left one Saturday to go to the grocery store. When I returned home about 45 minutes later, I noticed there was a truck parked beside my property. The occupants of that truck were on my property. There were 2 kids dressed in soccer uniforms, their mom and dad, and a large Doberman. The Doberman was laying on a picnic blanket, and the parents were setting up their family's picnic lunch. And the children were chasing each other all on my front lawn. I couldn't believe my eyes. I pulled my car into the driveway and walked over to the family, asking them what are they doing on my property. The entitled mother then snarked at me.
What does it look like? We're eating lunch.
I asked, why aren't you eating in the public park? It's like a block away. And she responded, it's more peaceful here. In complete shock, I said, this is private property. You need to leave now. The mother's response was,
go F yourself, you little B-word.
I was furious. I pay the mortgage, I do all the lawn work, and you think it's okay to trespass and tell me where to go on my property? So this was the easiest revenge ever. I walked right beside them to the outside tap, which was attached to my sprinkler system, and turned it on. The family started screaming and grabbed all their stuff as they ran to their truck. The mother and father screamed obscenities the whole time and said they were going to get me. Well, this is where revenge number 2 came in. I downloaded my security camera footage, which showed their license plate, and I brought it to my next door neighbor, who just so happened to be a cop who was working that day. The parents were charged with trespassing, and I had a smile on my face for the rest of the day. Down in the comments, we have a similar story from Venus Smurf. I used to never believe stories like this, until I moved into a home that butted up against a public beach. When I first moved in, I had people walking through my yard constantly. They'd use my hose to rinse themselves off, help themselves to my beach gear, and since I cleared the waist-tall weeds that covered the entire yard when I moved in, they would camp out in my backyard. I caught a couple of guys stealing an old grill that the previous owners had left, and when I came out, they said they were helping me take out the trash. After that, I installed a fence and cameras. While I was installing the fence, a girl I'd never met screamed at me for blocking her path to the beach. She insisted that I had to build a walkway wide enough for her to carry a cooler through. And when I didn't respond the way she wanted me to, she threw her yogurt at me and accused me of blocking her public access. Legally, I couldn't put a fence on the beach side of my property, so people were always coming into my yard to use the grass as a picnic area or use my outdoor shower. They'd get so offended when I tell them to leave. They'd rip out the plants on the edge of my property to make seats for themselves. And I finally reached the point where I would see people coming onto my property and just pull out the hose. I'd accidentally spray them until they left. All of that ended when I brought home a very large and very grumpy dog. The dog was always completely contained, but the trespassers didn't know that and always took off once she started barking. This happened when I was a kid, so I wasn't told about the lawsuit until I was older. However, I do remember the bratty kids and the entitled mother. My grandparents and I had season tickets to our local hockey team for years. We sat in the same seats with many other families who also had season tickets. The seats behind us went through several season ticket holders over the years. One season, the Beverly Hillbillies sat behind us. The family had 2 entitled kids who would run around the section just screaming. Mind you, we sat behind the goal and there was no protective net above the glass. Running around during play wasn't just rude, but also dangerous because of the pucks that frequently went above the glass. The kids would kick our seats and sometimes even our heads. They would get massive sodas and spill them half the time. The entitled mother didn't pay any attention to her monsters and also had little regard to our personal space. After her kids kicked our seats one too many times that night, my papa snapped and asked her to control her kids.
Don't tell me you had a parent. They aren't hurting anyone, you crotchety old man.
My grandfather said, really? Because they kicked my wife and my granddaughter's heads several times this season.
They've also spilled soda on my granddaughter's coat. This isn't a playground. They're just being kids. You can just ignore them. We brushed it off because the kids stopped for a while. My grandfather was a pretty big guy with a harsh voice. Then the entitled mother stood up and started messing with her coat, but because she was standing right behind my grandpa, it kept draping over his face, which pissed him off. My grandfather pushed the coat off his face, and the entitled mother lost her mind. You just groped me. He touched my breast. Throw him out. Oh, BS. My grandmother said, how could he even reach your breast? He's sitting in his seat, and you're standing a row above us. I felt it. Your husband is a pervert. The usher saw the whole thing and escorted her and her kids out. They didn't return for the rest of the season. My grandmother recently told me that the entitled mother sued my grandparents and the arena for assault and harassment. The entitled mother lost her case because there was no way that my grandfather could have reached her breast from his seat, and there were witnesses.
That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where an entitled mother gets herself tased. Our next Reddit post is from OK Interview. So this just happened last night, and I still can't believe someone would do this. I'm a 30-year-old guy and a paramedic. I've been in emergency medical services for the past 8 years, and I absolutely love my job. Last night, we were dispatched to a 75-year-old female who fell at her home. The patient stated that she tripped over her carpet and hit her head when she fell. We arrived on the scene and noticed that the home was a duplex with our patient's door on the right and her neighbor's door on the left. We made our way into the home and found her lying on the floor. The woman was awake and breathing. We started asking her the standard questions. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Do you remember the fall? Etc. She stated that she has a pounding headache and that she remembers walking to bed and then waking up on the floor. In my field, that's a pretty big red flag. We noticed that she's got a pretty good lump on the side of her head and a big bruise is starting to form already. Noticing the bruise, I asked her if she was on any blood thinners. She said that she was on blood thinners for a previous stroke that she had a few years ago. We urged her to let us take her to the hospital because there was a possibility that the fall could have caused a bleed in her brain, and she should really go to the hospital to get some scans done. She agrees and we begin to package her up. We applied a C-collar around her neck in case of any neck injuries. She denied having any neck or back pain, so we lifted her up and placed her into our stair chair. A stair chair is exactly what it sounds like. It's a chair with tracks that we use to carry patients up and down stairs. As we were leaving her house, her neighbor whipped her door open and started yelling about how she couldn't sleep with all the lights and noises outside. The sound of our stair chair apparently woke her up, and she was not happy about that. My lieutenant walked over to her and apologized and said that we were dealing with a medical emergency and we'd be leaving soon enough. The Karen neighbor then noticed that our patient was her neighbor, and that's when she started yelling about something totally different. The entitled neighbor started yelling, "You can't take her to the hospital. I have errands to run tomorrow, and she needs to watch my kids." My lieutenant again reiterated that we were here for a medical emergency and that her health is more important than Karen's errands. The entitled neighbor let out a loud huff and then slammed the door in his face. We thought that was the end of it. We were wrong. After a few minutes in the back of the ambulance, we told our lieutenant that he could take the engine crew back to the station and that we were going to be heading out in a few minutes. After we checked her vitals, got an IV going, and started giving her IV fluids, my partner got out the back and went up to the driver's seat. About 5 seconds later, the back doors of my ambulance fly open, and who do I see? The entitled neighbor, of course. Apparently, she just needed a few minutes to get dressed before coming back outside. I yell at her, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" She yells back, "I told you that she can't go to the hospital because she has to watch my kids tomorrow." She then starts trying to pull the cot out of the ambulance with our patient still on it. Luckily, she didn't know how to unlatch the cot and she couldn't get her out. Our patient says, "I can't watch your kids tomorrow because I fell and I might be having a stroke." The entitled neighbor yells back at her and says, "You're fine. You don't need to go to the hospital because you're not having a stroke."
My partner hears the commotion and goes to the back of the ambulance. He pulls the Karen off the cot, and I slam and lock the doors. You could tell that the entitled neighbor was about to become combative. It's important to know that whenever we have a call at night, either the police department or the sheriff's department also responds to our call. Because of where we were, it took a few minutes for the sheriff's department to show up on the scene, but he got there just in time. I couldn't hear much through the closed door, but I saw the officer get out of his cruiser with his taser drawn. My partner runs back up to the driver's seat and starts heading to the hospital. The last thing I saw through the back windows was the entitled neighbor stomping towards the officer and then her hitting the ground after being tased. It was super satisfying to watch. I was talking with the patient and asked what was that all about, and she said that the entitled neighbor would just drop her 3 young kids off at her house and then leave for several hours at a time with no notice. My patient had no idea that she was supposed to watch the kids at all because, again, the entitled neighbor never even gave her a heads up about any of these things. And then OP posted a small update. My contact at the hospital said the patient doesn't have a bleed. She does, however, have a really nasty looking bruise on her face from the blood thinners. This is incredibly common. Most likely, she'll be going home soon. There's no update on the neighbor, unfortunately. OP, I was just thinking it would be it would be really funny if, as you were driving away, your ambulance got a call over the radio. Emergency medical services needed. The patient has been tased and fell onto pavement. It'd be like, yeah, I know, I was just there, I saw it happen. Looked painful too. Also, how dumb is this lady? Because on top of being super entitled, why would you want someone who's possibly suffering a stroke to watch your kids? What if they drive the kids somewhere and they have a stroke while driving? Or what if she's cooking and has a stroke and sets the house on fire while the kids are in the house? Or, what if she just has a stroke and dies and then the 3 kids are locked inside of a house with a dead body screaming and traumatized? I mean, putting aside the fact that the Karen should care about the well-being of her neighbor. Obviously, she's a Karen, so she doesn't. But still, you care about your own kids, right? So wouldn't you want your babysitter to be healthy? Our next Reddit post is from Draco Barron. So this happened about 5 years ago while we were on a hiking trip in my country. For those who don't know, hikes are usually divided into tiers based on a person's endurance, speed, and capabilities. However, this hike only had 1 level due to a shortage in people and guides. So my best friend and I were asked to assist with the hike given that we're regulars and advanced hikers. Now, we were walking quite a distance on a narrow path that forced everyone into a single line. It was a downward sloping dirt path with scattered leaves and rocks, and with scattered streams of water making certain sections of the trail muddy and slippery. It wasn't a big issue for most of us, but we had 2 unruly new people with us, entitled mother and entitled Karen, who complained about the mud, plants, insects, and just about everything. We were tolerant of them, but that changed pretty quickly. We reached a rather difficult spot where the mud was very slippery. Tripping wouldn't kill you, but it would require a painful trip to the operating room for sure. So me, my best friend, and the guide situated ourselves at the beginning, middle, and end of the drop respectively to help people get across. I said to a girl hiker, "Okay, girl hiker, stand on my right foot and then grab my best friend's hand." My best friend and the guide give similar instructions, and we were in a position where the entitled kid is next. I'm supporting Girl Hiker 2. Girl Hiker 1 was with the guide, and Guy Hiker was helping them. The entitled kid said, "Mom, take a video of me doing this. I'm gonna sprint across." I said, "No, you won't. You'll stand on my right foot and then take that guy's hand." The entitled mom said, "You can't tell my kid what to do. Go on, Chief." Chief, translated from my native tongue, is a term that's similar to man of men, or that he's the strong man. I said, "No, if you do this and he slips, then we'll all be in danger, and I might not be able to catch him. Get the hell back." The entitled kid runs a bit upward and away from my reach, and on his 3rd step, he loses his footing and slips. He was now sliding between me and my best friend. While slipping, he grabs the leg of a girl hiker, pulling her down. Me and my best friend grab each of the girl's arms. "My baby! You bastards better not let my baby get hurt. Pull him up!" My best friend says, "Bitch, he caused this." "You swine! My baby is more important than all of you. Get him back to me." My friend is a devoted Muslim, and the swine insult seemed to target that because, in my language, calling someone a swine is not a common insult. I said, "Shut the hell up, you entitled donkey turd." I said to Girl Hiker 2, "Are you okay?" And for context, I know that calling someone an entitled donkey turd sounds stupid, but in my language, it's a pretty common insult. The Girl Hiker says, "I'm okay, but the kid is holding onto my leg and kicking, and I can't get a foothold." By now, the entire group is looking on in horror, and the mother is screaming like a banshee. Meanwhile, the guide grabbed a rope and tossed it to the kid. The kid would not let go of the girl's leg, forcing me and my best friend to start losing our footholds. My friend said, "You idiot! Grab the rope or we're all going down."
Don't you dare scream at him. This is all your fault. You and this trail. Only a swine like you would be this much of an idiot.
I said, "Will you shut the hell up already? Girl Hiker, I need to grab you by the shirt. Is that okay?"
Yes, just get me out of here.
I reached down, grabbed her shirt, and pulled her up just enough for my best friend to grab her bag and pull her up with me. We felt the dirt beneath us giving way. The dirt was slipping into the entitled kid's eyes as it was tumbling down onto him. He began to flail and scream, causing the mother to start screaming as well.
Don't worry, baby. Hold on. You idiots are hurting him.
I said, "Can you put a lid on it? God damn.
How dare a piece of garbage like you and the swine next to you talk to me and my baby like that?"
The guide moved himself a bit below me and my friend and had a strong foothold. At that moment, my friend and I pulled up as much as we could, and the guide grabbed the entitled kid and pulled him off. Once the entitled kid let go, this allowed us to pull up the Girl Hiker. At this point, I lost a lot of my footing, and I had to dig my hands into the dirt and spider move myself into a different position. At this point, the entitled mother ran over to the kid to check on him while cursing at all of us. She called us idiots and irresponsible, and she kept threatening to sue us. She called my friends swine and other explicit words. Now, what the entitled mother didn't account for is that both my and my best friend's mom were with us, and they saw all of this go down. My best friend's sister even recorded everything. My mom said, "Our kids saved your spoiled brat's butt, so one more word out of you and I'll..." At this point, my best friend's mom shoved the entitled mom into a tree trunk.
How dare you call my kid swine after he saved your kid's life? You racist, entitled B-word. I have half a mind to throw you off this ledge. Pieces of garbage like you are what's wrong with this country. Say one more word about my kid. I dare you.
The entitled mom and entitled kid visibly shrank at the entire group gathered around them, yelling and blaming her and her kid for what they did. Me and my best friend got to cleaning our boots and clothing from the dirt that slipped in. We just brushed off the dirt and continued the trail. The hiker girl started chatting with my friend, and I think he even got her number. The entitled mother and entitled kid were noticeably silent, and the guide issued them a ban from our group and the other groups that we usually collaborate with. And OP clarifies that the entitled kid was 29 years old. OP clarifies that this isn't uncommon in Lebanon due to the financial situation and the roles that mothers play in Lebanese society. As a result, a lot of people have never grown out of their mother's circle. And yeah, I have to admit that this is one of the worst cases I've ever encountered. Man, when I was reading this story, I was imagining the entitled kid being a kid because this is obviously stupid, reckless, and childish behavior. And there's like the really obvious concern, which is sprinting across a dangerous section of a hike is incredibly stupid because you could fall and potentially hurt yourself. But what makes it so much worse is the way OP described it was that he, his friend, and the guide were basically situated so that their feet were on the only safe footholds, and they were having other people step on their feet, which was a safe spot, and helping them get across. But like, imagine having a 29-year-old man sprint across the top of your feet while you're in the middle of a hike. At the bare minimum, that would be extremely painful. At the worst case scenario, he could break your foot or break your toe or cause some serious injury. Then he makes it to the other side and he has this cool video, but you're stuck with like a broken toe in the middle of a long hike. That's just super inconsiderate and dangerous. Like, I'm not really sure how much the top of your foot can handle, but I'd have to imagine a 29-year-old guy sprinting across the top of your foot. We're like in broken bone territory, right? Our next Reddit post is from Queen of Shipping. When I was 17, I worked as an intern at a jewelry store. I would basically just help customers find jewelry, pay for it, and maintain the register. One Friday night, I was anxious to close because I was going to stay after hours to repair a necklace of mine. It wasn't anything too remarkable to a normal person, just a silver chain with an ebony ring in the center. But the history that it had to my family is so important. The story goes that my great-great-great-grandfather, a French woodcarver, created the ebony ring with his own bare hands. Then he carved both his and my great-great-great-grandmother's initials into it. He used the necklace to propose to her. When he went off to war a few years later, he told her that if he didn't make it back, to tie the ring to her favorite silver chain so that he could always be near her heart. He never returned, and my great-great-great-great-grandmother kept her promise, and it's since become a family heirloom. But anyways, I was just closing up when an entitled parent and her actually decent child came in. Good evening, welcome to Paris Jewelers, how may I help you?
Cut the small talk. My daughter needs a perfect necklace for her bat mitzvah, and I want to see them now.
I'm slightly put off by her rude tone, but I assume that she's just stressed out and I go to help her. After looking through all of her best necklaces, she's still not satisfied.
No. Where's your good jewelry?
Ma'am, if these sections aren't to your liking, I'm sure I can help you find another.
I want that one.
I look to where she's pointing, and apparently she wants my necklace, which is clearly on my employee desk and not on the display cases. I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's not for sale. It's actually...
Don't lie. I want that necklace, so you're gonna hand it over.
No, that's a family heirloom. It belongs to my family. At this point, the entitled mother's daughter says, "Leave her alone, Mom. I can get another one." The mom just dismisses her with a wave of her hand. I'm about to argue some more, but then my boss walks in. "Is there a problem, ladies?"
Your little B-word of an employee won't give me the necklace I want. She threw it behind the desk just so I couldn't get it.
Mom, you know that's not what happened. Don't lie about...
Shush! You're just being hysterical because the girl is being so mean.
My boss looks at me, then back at the entitled mother and her daughter. He eventually turns to me. "Can you please show me the necklace in question?" I go and get my necklace and show it to him, and he turns back to the entitled mother. "Is this the necklace you wanted?"
Yes.
"Then I'm afraid you're mistaken. This necklace is, in fact, this young lady's property. Now, please leave or I'll escort you out personally." The entitled mother glares at me, but eventually grumbles and leaves. Before she takes off, however, the daughter says she needs to use the restroom. The mom tells her to hurry up before going to wait. The young girl then burst into tears, apologizing for her mom's behavior and sobbing about how embarrassed she is. My boss and I felt so bad for her that we gave her an inexpensive bracelet for free and said Mazel Tov for her. Poor girl, wherever you are, I hope that you're free from your mother and living your best life. That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
What's the most extreme way your parents kept things fair? My parents forced me and my sisters to physically experience each other's pain because they believed triplets should remain perfectly equal in all things, including suffering. Dad built torture devices in our basement designed to inflict precise amounts of pain to match whatever injury one of us sustained. Mom kept detailed logs of every scrape and bruise we'd experienced since birth to ensure the suffering was distributed equally. When Annabelle broke her arm falling off her bike at age 7, Dad held Jane and me down while Mom snapped wooden rulers against our forearms until we screamed at the same pitch as Annabelle had. When Jane needed dental surgery, Annabelle and I were strapped to chairs while Dad extracted one healthy tooth from each of us without anesthesia. Equal pain, equal bond, he'd chant while we sobbed. They homeschooled us after teachers started asking about our matching injuries, telling everyone we had a rare genetic condition that caused sympathetic wounds. They moved us to a rural property where the nearest neighbor was miles away, eliminating any chance of outside intervention. As we got older, the pain sharing became more sophisticated. Mom installed medical monitors to measure our pain responses and ensure they matched exactly. If I got food poisoning, my sisters were forced to drink Ipecac until they vomited the same number of times. When Annabelle got migraines, Jane and I had to stare into strobe lights while listening to deafening sounds until we collapsed. Our parents documented everything with photos and videos, proud of their innovative parenting that would guarantee we stayed bonded forever. They convinced us that without this shared suffering, we'd grow apart and die alone like the separated triplets in their fake case studies. We tried to escape when we turned 15. Jane had been secretly saving money from selling handmade jewelry online, and we planned to run away together. But our parents had installed trackers in our shoes and caught us at the bus station. The punishment was severe. They made us hold hot coals until our palms matched the blisters on Jane's hands from when they'd caught her. After that, they withdrew us from even online activities and monitored us constantly. We tried telling a delivery driver we needed help, but Mom intercepted and convinced him we were mentally ill triplets roommates who shared delusions. He left thinking he'd witnessed a sad medical condition. When we were 17, Annabelle got pregnant after our parents forced her to attend a religious youth camp to socialize normally for a week. She hid it for months, terrified of what the equality punishment would be. But when Mom found the pregnancy test, she wasn't angry about the pregnancy itself. She was excited about the challenge. This is the ultimate test of your bond, she said. All three of you will experience motherhood together. She started researching how to simulate every aspect of pregnancy on Jane and me, from morning sickness to weight gain. They force-fed us hormones that made us nauseated and gain weight. They attached weighted bags to our stomachs that grew heavier each month to match Annabelle's belly. When Annabelle felt the baby kick, they used electrical pulses to make our abdomen spasm. We begged them to let us leave, to get Annabelle proper prenatal care, but they said the local midwife who'd agreed to help was all we needed. This midwife was another extremist who believed in alternative birth experiences and saw nothing wrong with our parents' plan for synchronized labor. Dad spent months constructing a machine that would replicate labor contractions using electrical muscle stimulation and hydraulic pressure. He tested it on animals first, making me watch as he forced pigs to experience simulated birth pains until they passed out. Mom interviewed dozens of mothers about their labor experiences, creating a minute-by-minute pain schedule she'd follow during Annabelle's delivery. They cleared out the garage and set up 3 medical beds side by side, one for Annabelle to actually give birth, and 2 equipped with Dad's torture devices for Jane and me. 3 days ago, Annabelle went into labor. Our parents' faces lit up with excitement as they herded us all toward the garage. "This is it, girls," Mom said. "The ultimate test of your bond." They strapped Jane and me onto our tables while the midwife tended to Annabelle. Dad connected electrodes all over our bodies and showed us the remote that would control our pain levels. "Remember," he said, "you need to dilate together, crown together, push together. Perfect synchronization, or we start over." Annabelle's first real contraction hit, and Dad pressed the button on his machine. The pain that shot through my abdomen was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. A crushing, twisting agony that made me scream until my throat burned. Through tears, I could see Jane convulsing on her table while Annabelle moaned through her actual contraction. Mom clapped her hands. "Perfect. That was beautifully synchronized." The contraction ended and we all gasped for air. Hours of agony passed with each contraction perfectly matched across all 3 of us. Then the midwife checked Annabelle, and her face went pale. "The baby is breech," she said. "We need to get her to a hospital for a C-section, or both mother and baby could die." Mom and Dad exchanged looks of horror, but not for the reason I expected. "A C-section?" Mom said. "But we don't have the equipment to perform surgery on all 3. Dad was already moving toward his tool cabinet. "We do have scalpels. If one gets cut open, they all get cut open." He pulled out 3 identical blades and handed 2 to Mom. "We'll have to do it ourselves. Equal cuts, equal depth, the only way to maintain balance." Dad's hand shook as he held the scalpel above my stomach, and I could see sweat dripping down his face while he tried to steady his grip. He'd cut up dead pigs and rabbits in the basement, but never actual human skin, and his fingers kept twitching like he was having second thoughts about slicing into his own daughter. Mom took her position next to Jane's table with her blade ready, while the midwife just stood there frozen between all 3 of us, watching Annabelle writhe and moan through another contraction. The midwife suddenly cleared her throat and said she needed to check Annabelle's dilation one more time before anybody did any cutting, because the baby's position might have changed. Dad paused with the scalpel still hovering over my skin, and I could feel the cold metal almost touching me, while he looked at the midwife with this confused expression, like he hadn't considered that the baby actually needed to survive this whole thing. The midwife bent down between Annabelle's legs to examine her, and that's when I felt the electrode on my shoulder starting to slip from all the sweat pouring off me. I shifted just a tiny bit to make it fall off completely, and the machine started beeping this loud alarm that made Dad curse and drop the scalpel onto the metal tray with a clatter. He rushed over to the machine, muttering about cheap adhesive while trying to stick the electrode back on my skin, but it wouldn't stay because I was so wet with sweat. Those few seconds while he fumbled with the wires gave me just enough time to catch the midwife's eye, and I mouthed the words, "She'll die," while nodding toward Annabelle, who was getting paler by the minute. The midwife's face went white, and I saw real fear flash across her eyes, like she was finally understanding that this wasn't just some alternative birthing experience, but actual torture that could kill my sister and her baby. She stood up fast and announced that Annabelle was losing too much blood internally, and the baby's heart rate was dropping to dangerous levels that meant they both could die if we didn't get to a hospital immediately. Mom's excited expression faltered, and she lowered her scalpel because even in her twisted mind, a dead grandchild wasn't part of the perfect equality plan she'd been dreaming about for months. Dad started arguing with Mom about whether they should continue or stop while the midwife leaned close to Annabelle, and I heard her whisper for her to scream louder to cover any other sounds that might happen. Annabelle let out this horrible wail that echoed off the garage walls, and I saw the midwife's hand moving slowly toward her pocket, where the outline of her phone was visible through the thin fabric. Dad got frustrated with their arguing and decided to restart the whole synchronization process by turning off the machine completely so he could recalibrate all the settings from scratch. The sudden quiet after all that electrical humming felt strange, and in that moment of silence, I twisted my wrist hard against the leather strap, using a trick I'd figured out during past punishments. My thumb bone made this sick popping sound as it slipped out of the joint and the pain shot up my arm, but I dislocated it enough times before to know how to do it quietly. Mom heard the crack though and whipped around to look at me with fury in her eyes before she slapped me hard across the face for trying to escape. The midwife yelled that the baby was coming out feet first, which meant Annabelle needed surgery right now, or they'd both die from complications. While everyone was focused on Annabelle's screaming, I spotted something under the medical tray near the midwife, and my heart nearly stopped when I realized it was her phone screen showing an active 911 call that had been running for 2 whole minutes already. The midwife kept talking loudly about medical terms like breech presentation and uterine rupture and fetal distress, making sure whoever was listening on the other end heard everything about 3 teenage girls being tortured in a garage. Dad finally got his machine working again and grabbed the control dial with this determined look on his face before cranking the power up higher than he'd ever set it before. The midwife seems to be playing a deeper game here than just going along with this nightmare. I wonder if she knew all along what she was walking into and came prepared. That hidden phone call running for 2 whole minutes while she loudly electricity shot through my body and Jane's at the same time, making us both scream so loud that our voices mixed with Annabelle's real labor cry cries into this horrible chorus of pain. Mom actually clapped her hands together and started taking notes in her journal about what she called the beautiful harmony of our shared suffering, while tears streamed down all our faces. The contractions kept coming faster now, and each time Dad would match them with electrical pulses that made my muscles seize up so hard I thought my bones might break from the tension. Jane was convulsing on her table, and I could see blood where the straps had cut into her wrists from all the thrashing, while Annabelle kept pushing, even though the baby was stuck in the wrong position. The midwife kept up her loud medical commentary about hemorrhaging and oxygen deprivation, while secretly making sure that phones stayed connected to emergency services without my parents noticing. Dad adjusted more dials on his machine, trying to perfect the synchronization between our screams like he was conducting some sick orchestra of his daughter's agony. Something cut through the pain, a sound that wasn't our screaming or the machine's humming. It started faint but grew louder, that wailing sound I'd only heard on TV shows, and Dad's hand froze on the control dial as his face went completely white. The sirens were getting closer, coming up our long driveway, and Dad dropped the scalpel he'd been holding so it clattered on the concrete floor. He started yelling at Mom to grab the cameras and hide the notebooks, but she was still bent over her journal writing about our synchronized breathing patterns. The midwife's face stayed calm while she moved toward the side door, and I heard the soft click of the lock turning. Cars screeched to a stop right outside the garage, and someone pounded on the main door so hard the whole wall shook. Dad grabbed the handles of my table and started pushing it toward the basement stairs, but Jane thrashed against her straps, making the wheels lock up. The garage door flew open, and a man in a sheriff's uniform burst in with 3 deputies behind him, all their hands hovering near their guns. Dad let go of my table and started talking fast about how this was a private medical procedure, and they had no right to be here without a warrant. Sheriff Allred took one look at me, and Jane strapped down with wires attached all over our bodies, and Annabelle bleeding on the birthing bed. He grabbed his radio and called for multiple ambulances while telling Dad to step away from the machines immediately. Dad's eyes went wild, and he lunged for the power switch to destroy everything, but a deputy tackled him hard into the concrete. Mom started screaming about our rare genetic condition that required synchronized experiences and how they were interrupting critical medical care. The midwife suddenly became the most helpful person in the room, telling the sheriff that Annabelle needed immediate transport for emergency surgery or she'd bleed out. She handed over her medical bag and mentioned quietly that she had recordings of everything the parents had planned to do to us. More people rushed into the garage, and paramedics started carefully pulling the electrodes off my skin, while another team worked on getting Annabelle stable enough to move. The lead paramedic's face got darker with each burn mark he found on my arms and chest, and he documented everything with a camera while removing the wires. They lifted Annabelle onto a stretcher first, with a midwife climbing into the ambulance beside her, now claiming she'd been forced to participate and was terrified for her own safety. Jane and I got loaded into a second ambulance, and through the back windows I could see Dad face down on the ground with his hands cuffed behind him, still shouting about his constitutional rights. The ride to the hospital felt like flying after years of never leaving our property, the trees and buildings rushing past the windows while the paramedic kept checking my vitals. At the hospital, everything moved so fast, with Annabelle getting wheeled straight to surgery, while Jane and I got taken to separate rooms in the emergency department. A doctor named Julia Abernathy took over Annabelle's case and promised she'd do everything possible to save both her and the baby. For the first time in our lives, we were in different rooms, Jane somewhere down the hall while nurses cleaned the burns on my skin and asked me questions I didn't know how to answer. They wanted to know my medical history, but all I could tell them was what Mom had written in her notebooks about our synchronized injuries. A nurse held my hand when I started shaking and told me I was safe now, that nobody would hurt me anymore, but I couldn't stop listening for Jane's voice through the walls. Hours passed with doctors coming in and out, taking pictures of every scar and burn, asking about the machines and the basement and how long this had been happening. I told them about the tooth extractions when we were 8 and the hot coals when we were 15, and they wrote everything down with these horrified looks they tried to hide. Someone brought me real food from the cafeteria, not the measured portions Mom always gave us to keep our weights identical, and I ate until my stomach hurt from being so full. Through the window I could see news vans pulling up outside and nurses whispering about the torture house story that was already spreading online. A social worker arrived and started explaining about protective custody and emergency housing, using words like trauma and recovery that felt too big for what had happened to us. She said they'd found dozens of hard drives at our house with years of videos showing everything our parents had done, evidence that would put them away for a long time. The sheriff came by to check on us and said Dad was in custody and Mom was evaluated at a psychiatric facility, that they couldn't hurt us anymore, but all I could think about was Annabelle in surgery and whether her baby would survive after everything Dad's machine had done during the labor. Dr. Abernathy finally came out after what felt like days to tell us the baby was alive but tiny, in the intensive care unit, and Annabelle had lost a lot of blood but would recover. The social worker showed up less than an hour later with a camera and a clipboard full of forms. Mariam Ahmed had kind eyes, but her hands shook when she saw the burns on my arms from the electrodes. She took pictures of every mark on my body while asking me to turn this way and that under the bright hospital lights. She wanted to know if there were more machines at the house that could hurt other kids, and I told her about the basement full of Dad's devices. She wrote down everything I said about the tooth pliers and the hot coal holders and the strobe light helmets he'd built over the years. A nurse brought in consent forms for Annabelle's surgery since we were all 18 now, and I had to be her emergency contact. My hand cramped trying to sign my name because I'd never signed anything official before. Dr. Abernathy came to explain that she'd do everything possible to save both Annabelle and the baby, but the surgery would be risky after everything Annabelle had been through. Mariam took Jane to a different room for her interview, while explaining that our statements had to be separate for legal reasons. Being apart from Jane felt wrong after 18 years of doing everything together, but I understood why they needed independent stories. I sat alone in my hospital room listening to the beeping machines and waiting for someone to tell me what would happen next. Sheriff Allred came back to update us that Dad was locked up at the county jail, and Mom was at the psychiatric hospital for evaluation. He said our house was now a crime scene with yellow tape everywhere, and asked if we had anywhere else to go. I couldn't answer because we'd never been anywhere else except that house. The sheriff said not to worry, and that social services would figure something out for us. Hours dragged by with nurses checking on me and bringing food I couldn't eat because my stomach was in knots worrying about Annabelle. Finally, Dr. Abernathy came out of surgery surgery looking tired but relieved. She said the baby was alive but tiny and needed intensive care, while Annabelle had lost a lot of blood but would make it. My legs gave out from relief, and a nurse caught me before I hit the floor and helped me into a chair. The next morning, a woman in a suit showed up saying she was Assistant District Attorney Sierra Valentine. She had a list of charges against our parents that included child abuse and torture and attempted murder. She explained each charge and what evidence they had from the house, including all of Mom's notebooks documenting years of torture. Sierra said the case was strong, with the videos and photos our parents had taken being the main evidence against them. A man named Hiram Ainsworth arrived to do what he called a crisis evaluation and found Jane hyperventilating in her room. He taught us breathing exercises to calm down and said we'd need lots of therapy, but first we had to feel safe. He gave us each a card with his number and said to call anytime we felt scared or confused about what was happening. The midwife was at the police station giving her statement, and the detective told us she admitted to knowing about the alternative birthing plans. She said she believed in natural birth experiences, but never expected our parents to try surgery on us. The prosecutor offered her a deal to testify against our parents in exchange for a lighter sentence since she'd called 911. Child Protective Services filed emergency paperwork to put us in protective custody, even though we were technically adults. They said our isolation and lack of basic life skills meant we needed protection while they found us somewhere safe to live. We got moved to a secure part of the hospital where visitors had to be approved, and security guards stood outside our doors. There's something oddly convenient about how the midwife transforms from accomplice to key witness the moment those sirens show up. She hands over recordings she just happened to make, claims she was forced. By afternoon, reporters were calling the hospital asking about the triplet torture case and trying to get interviews. Miriam explained we didn't have to talk to anyone from the media and helped us understand our rights. Hospital security started checking everyone who came to our floor and turned away 3 different news crews who tried to sneak in dressed as medical staff. The head nurse moved us to rooms without our names on the doors and gave us fake patient numbers to protect our privacy. I watched the news on the tiny hospital TV and saw our house on the screen with police cars everywhere. The reporter called it a house of horrors and said neighbors were shocked because they never knew we existed. They interviewed someone from the religious camp where Annabelle got pregnant, who said she seemed shy but normal. The news kept showing the same photo of our parents from their driver's licenses and calling them monsters. Miriam turned off the TV and said we didn't need to watch that stuff right now. She brought us books and puzzles to keep our minds busy while we waited to find out what would happen next. Jane started crying when she realized we'd never go back to that house, even though it was the only home we'd ever known. I held her hand while she sobbed about not knowing how to live in the real world. The therapist came back to check on us and said feeling lost was normal after what we'd been through. He promised things would get easier once we had time to adjust and learn how to be regular people. That night, I couldn't sleep thinking about Annabelle's baby fighting to survive in an incubator down the hall. The next morning, Miriam came to tell us Mom's bail hearing was happening that afternoon, and we could watch on a video link if we wanted. Jane grabbed my hand so tight it hurt while we watched Mom stand in front of the judge in an orange jumpsuit. She kept saying she needed to be released to take care of us since we couldn't function without her guidance. The prosecutor stood up and played the 911 call right there in the courtroom. Everyone heard the midwife describing 3 teenage girls being tortured, while Mom screamed in the background about maintaining equality. The judge's face got harder with each second of audio. He set bail at $2 million and ordered Mom to have 0 contact with us if she somehow made bail. Mom started crying and reaching toward the camera like she could touch us through the screen. 2 days later, Sheriff Allred came to tell us about what they found at the house. The crime scene techs had pulled dozens of hard drives from Dad's office containing every single torture session since we were babies. There were spreadsheets tracking pain levels and videos labeled with dates going back 17 years. The detective said in 30 years of police work he'd never seen such detailed documentation of abuse. Dad had even written reports analyzing which torture methods produced the most synchronized responses between us. They found the basement full of devices we didn't even know existed, things Dad had been planning to use as we got older. After a week in the hospital, they moved us to a supervised apartment building for young adults aging out of foster care. The place had staff at the front desk 24 hours a day, and someone checked on us every few hours. Jane stood at the window for an hour just watching people walk by on the sidewalk. We could leave whenever we wanted as long as we told the staff where we were going. The first time I walked to the corner store alone to buy milk, my hands shook the whole time. 4 days after moving in, Annabelle spiked a fever that hit 103 degrees. Dr. Abernathy rushed to adjust her antibiotics and run more tests while we sat by her bed taking turns putting cold washcloths on her forehead. The infection from her C-section had spread, and they had to open her back up to clean everything out. Jane held my hand so tight during the second surgery that we both had bruises. Dr. Abernathy finally came out to say Annabelle would be okay, but needed stronger antibiotics for at least 2 weeks. Sierra Valentine met with us once Annabelle was stable to explain what would happen with our parents' case. She said we could testify at a trial which might take a year to happen, or our parents could accept a plea deal and admit what they did. She warned us that trials meant reliving everything in front of strangers and being questioned by defense lawyers who would try to make us look like liars. Jane started shaking at the thought of seeing our parents again in court. During my first real therapy session with Hiram Ainsworth, he asked me to describe a normal day from before. When I told him about the morning pain checks where Mom would measure our pupils to make sure we all felt equally tired, he had to take a minute to compose himself. He helped me understand that the worst part wasn't even the physical pain, but how they made us believe we would literally die without it. For the first time in my life, I sat in his office for a whole hour without expecting to be hurt for being still. A letter came from the midwife's lawyer saying she wanted to apologize, and her medical board had suspended her license while they investigated. Miriam brought us the sealed envelope and said we could read it whenever we felt ready, or never at all. Jane wanted to burn it immediately, but I needed to keep it, maybe to read someday when I felt stronger. We put it in a drawer in our new apartment. Jane and I got into our first real fight about visiting the baby. She was terrified of reporters finding us at the hospital and taking pictures, but I desperately needed to see if the baby looked like Annabelle. We screamed at each other for 20 minutes before the apartment staff knocked to check on us. Finally, we agreed to visit at 2 in the morning when the NICU was quietest and reporters wouldn't be around. The digital forensics team sent Sierra Valentine a report confirming everything we'd told them. They found the tracking chips our parents had sewn into every pair of shoes we owned and the receivers that picked up our vital signs from monitors in our mattresses. The data showed they knew knew our heart rates, breathing patterns, and movement every second for the past 5 years. They even found software Dad wrote to alert them if any of us showed signs of independent thought based on our sleep patterns. Sierra warned us the defense would try to claim our parents were mentally ill and genuinely believed they were helping us stay bonded. She showed us examples of how they'd minimize everything, calling the torture devices misguided parenting tools, and saying the pain synchronization was based on real psychological theories they'd misunderstood. She prepared us for how they'd paint our parents as loving but confused rather than deliberately cruel. The next morning, Miriam called to say Annabelle could finally see her baby, and we rushed to the NICU together. The nurse led us through double doors to a room full of tiny beds with machines beeping everywhere. Annabelle's hands shook as she reached into the incubator to touch the smallest fingers I'd ever seen. The baby opened her eyes and looked right at Annabelle, who started crying so hard she couldn't speak. Jane and I stood on either side of her as she picked up the baby for the first time. The nurse showed her how to hold the tiny body against her chest for skin contact. Annabelle whispered that she wanted to name her Hope because that's what she gave us. We all cried watching her rock the baby back and forth. The nurse took pictures of us together and said Hope was getting stronger every day. Later that afternoon, Miriam met us in the hospital cafeteria with paperwork about victim compensation funds. She explained the state would pay for our therapy and living expenses while we recovered. The forms were confusing, but she helped us fill out every line. She said the money would start coming in about 6 weeks. The relief of not worrying about food or rent made my chest feel lighter. 2 days later, my phone started buzzing with messages from numbers I didn't recognize. Someone had leaked a video from our basement to the internet, and it was spreading everywhere. The messages called us liars and attention seekers and said we deserved what happened. Jane threw her phone against the wall when she saw the comments under the video. Sierra Valentine called within an hour saying she'd already filed emergency orders to remove it. She said whoever posted it would face charges for distributing evidence. The hospital security had to escort us out the back entrance because reporters were waiting at the front. That weekend, we went grocery shopping for the first time without supervision. Jane was pushing the cart while I read labels trying to figure out what normal people ate. We turned into the cereal aisle and Jane froze completely. A family with triplet toddlers was picking out cereal boxes, and the 3 kids looked exactly alike. Jane's breathing got fast and shallow, and she grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. I pulled her away from the family and helped her breathe into a paper bag from my pocket. We left our full cart in the middle of the store and went straight home. Jane didn't talk for the rest of the day. The next week, Hiram led a group session about finding our individual identities. He asked us each to say one thing we liked that our sisters didn't. The question made my stomach hurt because I'd never been allowed to like different things. Jane finally said she hated the color yellow even though Annabelle loved it. Annabelle admitted she didn't actually like reading, but pretended because I did. I said I'd always wanted short hair, but kept it long to match theirs. Hiram said these differences were normal and healthy, but it felt like betrayal. He gave us homework to find 3 more differences before next session. Sierra called that evening to say the DA was offering our parents a deal. Why does the midwife suddenly want to apologize now that her medical license is on the line? The timing feels awfully convenient for someone who watched this happen for years without doing anything. If they pleaded guilty and accepted psychiatric treatment, they'd get 25 years minimum. No trial meant we wouldn't have to testify, but also no chance of them getting out early. She said we had a week to decide if we wanted to accept or go to trial. The idea of facing them in court made me sick, but 25 years felt too short. A volunteer tutor named Margaret started coming to help me study for the GED. She brought practice books and showed me how to solve math problems I'd never seen before. Our parents had taught us to read and write, but nothing about science or history. Margaret was patient when I didn't know basic things like what Congress was. She said I was smart and just needed to catch up on what I'd missed. Studying felt like freedom even when the work was hard. Every page I understood was something my parents couldn't take away. Annabelle met with a family lawyer about protecting Hope from our parents. The lawyer explained that grandparents could sometimes claim rights to see grandchildren. She filed paperwork to terminate any rights before our parents could ask for them. The stack of legal documents was thick and full of words I didn't understand. Annabelle signed every page while Hope slept in her carrier. The lawyer said the court would likely approve it given the criminal charges. Sierra needed us to verify some evidence photos and brought a laptop to our apartment. She warned us the images would be hard to see but legally necessary. The first photo showed the torture devices in our basement and my hands started shaking. The second showed the charts Mom kept of our injuries over the years. By the third photo of the garage setup, Jane's eyes went blank and she stopped responding to questions. Sierra closed the laptop immediately and said 3 photos were enough for verification. She helped Jane come back to herself with grounding exercises Hiram had taught us. 3 weeks later, we sat in the courthouse for a pretrial hearing. Dad's lawyer argued he wasn't competent to stand trial because of his obsessive beliefs. The prosecutor showed the psychiatric evaluation proving Dad understood his actions caused harm. He told the psychiatrist he knew we felt pain, but thought it was necessary for our bond. Mom's lawyer tried the same argument about her mental state. The evaluation showed she'd kept detailed notes about which punishments worked best. The judge ruled they were both competent to stand trial and set a date for 2 months away. The prosecutor called us the next week to say the midwife wanted to make a deal. She sat across from us in a small conference room at the courthouse, her hands folded on the table. Sierra explained she'd agreed to testify against our parents and enter a supervision program for medical professionals. The midwife couldn't look at us while Sierra outlined the terms. She'd keep her license but could only practice under strict oversight for the next 10 years. Every birth she attended would be monitored by another professional. Jane's hands clenched into fists, but she stayed quiet. The midwife signed the cooperation agreement and left without saying a word to us. Sierra said her testimony would strengthen the case against our parents. 2 days later, Sierra asked if we wanted to give victim impact statements at sentencing. The thought of standing in court with our parents watching made my stomach turn. Jane said she couldn't do it either. Annabelle was still too weak from the infection to even consider it. Sierra suggested we could write statements instead. She said written statements were just as powerful, and the judge would read every word. I spent 3 nights working on mine at the kitchen table while Hope slept. The words came slowly at first. I wrote about the hot coals and the electrodes and the years of matching bruises. I wrote about believing we'd die without the pain. I wrote about Hope deserving better than what we got. Jane wrote hers in one long session, crying the whole time. Annabelle dictated hers to me because holding a pen still hurt her hands. We gave them to Sierra sealed in envelopes because we couldn't read each other's yet. The plea negotiations started the following week. Our parents' lawyers had seen all the evidence, including including the videos and the torture devices. Sierra said they knew a jury would convict on every charge. Dad's lawyer called first to discuss terms. Mom's followed an hour later. They wanted 20 years, but Sierra held firm at 25 minimum. The lawyers went back to their clients while we waited in Sierra's office. Hope fussed in her carrier and Annabelle bounced her gently. The phone rang after 2 hours. Both lawyers said their clients would accept the deal. 25 years minimum, no contact orders, and they'd waive their right to appeal. Sierra said the relief on our faces told her everything. The formal plea hearing happened 3 days later. We didn't have to go, but Sierra said we could if we wanted. Jane and I went while Annabelle stayed with Hope. Our parents stood in orange jumpsuits with their lawyers beside them. The judge read each charge and asked how they plead. Guilty, Dad said to each one. Mom did the same. The judge accepted the pleas and scheduled sentencing for the next month. As part of the agreement, the judge ordered all the video recordings destroyed after the appeal period ended. Only written transcripts would be kept for legal records. Sierra said this was unusual, but she'd pushed for it knowing those videos haunted us. The prosecutor's office would oversee the destruction personally. We'd get confirmation when it was done. Knowing those videos wouldn't exist forever made my chest feel less tight. The midwife's medical board hearing happened 2 weeks later. Sierra attended to present evidence of her involvement. The board suspended her license for 5 years and required ethics training before she could practice again. After that, she'd need supervision for another 5 years. It wasn't full justice, but it meant she couldn't hurt other families. Miriam visited us the next day with housing applications. She'd found a program for young adults transitioning from difficult situations. The subsidized vouchers would cover most of the rent on a 2-bedroom apartment. We could move in whenever we felt ready. The idea of choosing our own space felt impossible after years of being told where to go. Miriam helped us fill out the paperwork while Hope napped. She said the approval usually took a few weeks, but she'd expedite it given our situation. 3 weeks passed before Annabelle's follow-up appointment with Dr. Abernathy. The infection had cleared and her incision was healing well. The doctor cleared her for light activities like walking and carrying Hope for short periods. She said Hope was meeting all her developmental milestones and gaining weight perfectly. The baby was strong and healthy despite everything. Watching Hope grow gave us something to focus on besides the trial. We enrolled in GED classes at the community center the following week. The schedule was complicated because someone always needed to watch Hope. I took morning classes on Mondays and Wednesdays. Jane went Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. Annabelle would start evening classes once she was stronger. The instructor understood our situation without us having to explain much. She gave us extra workbooks to study at home and said we were catching up faster than she expected. The material was hard, but every lesson felt like freedom. 4 nights later, I woke up confused by sunlight streaming through the window. I'd slept through the whole night without nightmares for the first time since the garage. No dreams about electrodes or scalpels or mom's charts. Hope was still sleeping in her crib, and the apartment was quiet. The silence felt peaceful instead of threatening like it had at our parents' house. I made coffee and sat by the window watching people walk their dogs. Normal people doing normal things. Sheriff Allred called that afternoon to say he had something for us. He arrived carrying a manila envelope and a small locked box. Inside were our birth certificates and social security cards recovered from our parents' safe. He'd had to get a court order to retrieve them, but wanted us to have our own documents. The papers proved we existed as individual people, not just as parts of a matched set. Jane held her birth certificate like it might disappear. Annabelle traced her name with her finger. Having official proof of our own identities felt like reclaiming pieces of ourselves our parents had stolen. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for the next month, and Sierra asked if we wanted to submit victim impact statements. I spent 3 nights writing mine, crossing out sentences and starting over until I had 2 pages about how we deserve to live as separate people. Jane wrote hers in pencil first, then copied it in pen when she was sure every word was right. Annabelle dictated hers to me while nursing Hope because her hands still shook too much to write steadily. The courtroom was packed when the day came, and my legs felt weak walking to the podium. The prosecutor read my statement into the record while I sat between my sisters, gripping their hands as I heard my own words about the right to exist as individuals. The judge looked directly at us when she acknowledged our courage in breaking free and said the court recognized the severity of what we'd endured. 2 weeks later, Hiram scheduled us for separate therapy sessions to practice independence. Jane signed up for an art class at the community center that met Tuesday evenings while I stayed home with Hope. The first night she left, I kept checking the clock and fighting the urge to text her every 5 minutes. Annabelle paced the apartment until Jane walked through the door 2 hours later, carrying a canvas covered in bright paint. Hiram said the discomfort meant we were growing and learning to exist apart. Something feels calculated about how the midwife waited until now to cooperate, getting a lighter deal while the parents take full blame. Makes me wonder if she knew exactly when to flip sides for the best outcome. The permanent protective orders came through the following week with Sierra explaining every detail at her office. She showed us the specific penalties our parents would face if they tried any contact, including additional prison time. She wrote her direct cell number on 3 business cards and made us program it into our phones. The order covered mail, phone calls, social media, and third-party contact through other people. She said to call immediately if anything suspicious happened, day or night. 3 days later, a thick envelope arrived from the midwife's lawyer containing her written apology. We sat at the kitchen table staring at the sealed pages before Annabelle put it in a drawer unopened. Jane said maybe we'd read it someday when we were ready, but right now we needed to focus on moving forward. The envelope stayed in that drawer for months while we built our new lives. The reporters finally stopped calling after 2 months and we could go to the grocery store without people staring. The apartment complex manager helped us lock down our social media accounts with privacy settings, so only approved friends could see anything. We deleted most of the old photos and started fresh with new usernames that didn't connect to the case. Hope grew bigger every day and started smiling when she recognized our faces. I studied for my GED tests every morning while she napped, working through practice problems in the kitchen. The science test was first, and my hands were sweating when I sat down at the testing center computer. 3 hours later, I walked out knowing I'd passed and bought myself a coffee to celebrate. Jane started making jewelry again using supplies from the craft store, setting up a small workspace by the window. She opened an online shop with a name that had nothing to do with our past, and sold her first pair of earrings within a week. Every dollar went into a savings account she opened for Hope's future education. Annabelle found a young mother support group that met at the library Wednesday mornings. She was nervous the first time, but came back talking about a woman named Amy, who had a daughter Hope's age. After a few weeks, she was making plans to meet Amy at the park without the whole group. These new friends didn't know our history, and Annabelle wanted to keep it that way. The housing voucher approval came through 6 months after we'd applied, and we spent weeks looking at apartments. We found a 2-bedroom place 10 minutes from the community center with a small balcony and good locks. Annabelle would have her own room with Hope's crib, while Jane and I would share the other bedroom. We signed the lease ourselves and got the keys on a Thursday afternoon. Moving didn't take long since we didn't own much, but every box we carried felt like building something real. The first night in our new place, we ordered pizza and sat on the floor eating off paper plates. Hope crawled around exploring every corner while we planned where to put the secondhand couch we bought. Jane hung her newest jewelry pieces in the window to catch the light. 9 months had passed since that night in the garage when I realized we hadn't talked about our parents in over a week. We were sitting in our living room, which now had actual furniture, watching Hope stack blocks and knock them down. She laughed every time they fell, and we laughed with her. The scars on my arms had faded to thin white lines that I sometimes forgot were there. Jane was teaching herself to cook from library books, and Annabelle had started talking about maybe taking community college classes next year. We still went to therapy every week and probably would for years, but Hiram said we were making real progress. 1 year after that horrible night, we were different people than the ones who'd been strapped to those tables. Hope was walking now, taking shaky steps between us while we cheered. I'd passed 3 of my 4 GED tests and was studying for the last one. Jane's jewelry business had regular customers, and she'd saved almost $2,000. Annabelle had friends who invited her to playdates and birthday parties. We still had nightmares sometimes, and there were days when the trauma felt fresh and raw. Our parents were serving their sentences and would never be able to hurt us again. We weren't fully healed because that kind of damage doesn't just disappear, but we were free and safe and learning who we could become when pain wasn't the only thing connecting us. Alright, that's gonna do it for today. Thanks for letting me wonder alongside you. It's been really interesting sharing these moments together. Until we meet again. And hey, subscribe for more content like this.
My sister thought grief made me weak and vulnerable, so I showed her what it actually made me. My sister is a corrupt CPS worker. For as long as I can remember, she's abused her power to help her friends. Didn't matter if the home was neglectful or downright abusive. If the parent was someone she was on good terms with, she'd request a check off them, then turn a blind eye to whatever was going on and declare the home safe. It was really horrible, and about a year ago, I experienced it myself. I was a single mother to a 4-month-old baby, and my husband's funeral had only happened 2 weeks ago when my sister popped by for a wellness check. She had Claire, her infertile best friend, with her. They exchanged knowing looks at my door. I asked them what was going on and why they were here, and my sister told me it was just to make sure I'm not letting grief stop me from caring for my baby. She walked around the house noting down dishes in the sink and documented my daughter crying because her nappy, that I was about to change, was full. Claire even had the audacity to ask to hold my daughter. "I'll never have children of my own," she said in this sad, almost teary voice. They ended up leaving with my sister telling me she'll be back, saying she was sorry, but this house needed another inspection. Sure enough, a week later, I was feeding my daughter while holding my husband's photo when my sister appeared with Claire again. I asked her why Claire was here, and she told me she just ran into her, and because Claire just loved my baby so much and wanted to see her again, she figured she'd let her come with her. I remember being in literal tears talking to them. I had just played my husband and I's favorite song, but my sister documented my crying as emotional instability. Claire commented to my sister that surely developing around such grief wasn't healthy for a baby. My sister nodded and said she would note it down. They left again, this time making comments about how I should seriously consider giving my baby up. I remember wanting to scream, but I was so grief-stricken I could barely think. Next thing I knew, I found myself hearing my sister talk about Claire's baby plans during a family dinner. She was describing her new nursery with excitement. She mentioned the perfect pink walls and the butterfly mobile that played Mozart. Then she talked about the soft gray elephant rocker. My blood went cold. Those were my daughter's exact things. The pink she loved, the specific mobile, the elephant my husband bought before he died. That's when I snapped. I excused myself to the bathroom and stared at the mirror. I knew what I had to do. I went home and researched CPS protocols that very week. Then I called my sister's supervisor about conflicts of interest. I mentioned the self-assigned case and unauthorized visits with Claire. I gave specific dates and details. 3 weeks passed in silence. No visits, no calls. My sister missed 2 Sunday dinners. I started to think maybe something happened. Then my door crashed open one Tuesday. My sister and Claire stormed in screaming. My sister yelled at me that she had lost her job, that she couldn't take care of her husband anymore. Claire was in tears herself. Her eyes were black like her mascara had been smudged. She screamed at the same time as my sister, saying that she had been blacklisted from every adoption agency. Now she would never be able to have kids. They were both absolutely irate. But the thing was, as they ranted and their voices merged into one incoherent temper tantrum, I couldn't help it. A small smile formed on my face. That's when they saw my expression change. "You think this is funny?" they yelled basically in unison. I went to backtrack and tell them no, but before I even could, they looked at each other and suddenly bolted up the stairs towards my daughter's room. I ran after them as fast as I could. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline pushed me forward. They reached the nursery door before me and Claire grabbed the handle. I managed to push between them and block the door with my body. My sister tried to shove me aside, but I held firm. I could feel the door handle digging into my back. I told them to get out of my house immediately. My voice was stronger than I expected. Claire started screaming that I ruined her life, that I took away her only chance at being a mother. Her face was twisted with rage and desperation. My sister was yelling over her about how I destroyed her career, how her her husband Frank had a disability, and she was the only income. I kept my back against the door and reached for my phone. My hands were shaking, but I managed to unlock it. I told them I was calling 911 if they didn't leave. That seemed to snap them back to reality a bit. My sister grabbed Claire's arm and pulled her back. They both glared at me with pure hatred. The look in their eyes was terrifying. My sister said this wasn't over, that I'd regret what I did. Then they left, slamming the front door so hard a picture fell off the wall. It was my wedding photo. The glass cracked right across my husband's face. I immediately called the police to report the incident. My voice was shaking as I explained to the dispatcher. 2 officers came and took my statement. They were professional, but seemed skeptical at first. I explained everything about my sister's corruption and the attempted forced entry to my daughter's room. They said they'd file a report, but since they'd used a key and hadn't actually broken anything or committed a crime, there wasn't much they could do. I asked about a restraining order, but they said family disputes were complicated. They suggested I change my locks and install security cameras. One of them, an older officer with kind eyes, quietly told me to document everything and stay vigilant. After they left, I called a locksmith right away. While waiting for him, I checked on my daughter. She was still napping peacefully in her crib, completely unaware of the chaos. Her little chest rose and fell steadily. I sat in her room just watching her breathe, tears streaming down my face. The locksmith arrived within an hour and changed all my locks. He was efficient and didn't ask questions about why I needed it done so urgently. I also ordered security cameras online with next-day delivery, choosing a system that would send alerts to my phone. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise made me jump. I kept checking the doors and windows, testing the new locks. Around 3 a.m., I heard a car engine outside. My bedroom faced the street and the sound was unmistakable. I peeked through the curtains and saw my sister's blue Honda parked across the street. She was just sitting there, watching my house. The streetlight illuminated her face enough that I could see she was staring directly at my window. I took photos with my phone for evidence, making sure to get her license plate. After about an hour, she finally drove away. I stayed at the window for another 30 minutes, making sure she didn't come back. The next morning, I installed the security cameras myself. It took most of the day, but I got them covering every entrance. The instructions were complicated, but I was determined. I also called my mom to tell her what happened. At first, she laughed, thinking I was exaggerating. She didn't believe me at first, said there must be some misunderstanding, that my sister would never do something like that. I told her about the CPS visits and Claire's nursery plans. I explained how they'd tried to force their way into my daughter's room. Mom went quiet for a long time. I could hear her breathing on the other end. Then she said she'd talk to my sister. I begged her not to, told her it would only make things worse. But she insisted family problems should be solved within the family. She hung up before I could argue further, leaving me with a growing sense of dread about what would happen next. I should have known Mom would make things worse. She always had a blind spot when it came to my sister. 2 days later, my doorbell rang during breakfast. Through the peephole, I saw Mom standing there with my sister. My stomach dropped. I didn't open the door. I told them through the intercom to leave. Mom started crying, saying she just wanted us to talk things out. That family shouldn't fight like this. My sister stood behind her with this smug look. I could see it even through the fisheye lens. I told them I had nothing to say, and if they didn't leave, I'd call the police. Mom begged me to just let them in for 5 minutes, said she'd driven all this way. I stayed firm, and eventually they left, but I knew this was far from over. That afternoon, I got a call from my daughter's pediatrician's office. They said they needed to reschedule her appointment. I was confused because we didn't have one scheduled. The receptionist insisted we did, that someone had called to book it. She checked her notes and said my sister had called on my behalf. My blood ran cold. I told her to cancel it immediately and remove my sister from any authorized list. She seemed confused, but agreed. I also called my insurance company and put a note on my file that only I could make changes. The representative was helpful and added extra security questions. Then I called the daycare I'd been considering for when I returned to work. Sure enough, someone claiming to be me had called asking about their policies. They'd asked specific questions about pickup authorization and custody documentation. I explained the situation, and they promised to flag my file. The next few days were quiet, but I couldn't relax. I kept checking the cameras obsessively. Every car that drove by made me tense. I started keeping a journal of everything that happened, dates and times and details. My daughter seemed to sense my anxiety. She was fussier than usual, harder to get down for naps. I tried to keep our routine normal, but it was exhausting being hypervigilant. I moved her crib away from the window, started closing all the blinds at sunset, even ordered groceries online to avoid leaving the house. The delivery driver must have thought I was paranoid, the way I checked through the peephole before opening the door. Then Friday came. I was giving my daughter a bath when my phone started blowing up. Text after text from family members. My aunt, my cousins, even my dad's sister who lived 3 states away. They were all asking variations of the same thing. Was I okay? Did I need help? Was it true I was having a breakdown? I called my aunt first, my hands shaking as I dried them on a towel. She said my sister had called everyone, told them I was suffering from severe postpartum depression, that I was paranoid and delusional, that I'd accused her of trying to steal my baby and gotten her fired over nothing. My aunt said my sister sounded so concerned, so worried about me. She'd begged family members to check on me, to convince me to get help. I tried to explain the truth, but I could hear the doubt in my aunt's voice. She kept saying things like, grief can do strange things, issues, and there's no shame in needing help. I spent the next hour fielding calls, each one more frustrating than the last. My cousin Walter was the worst. He straight up told me I sounded crazy, that my sister would never do something like that maybe I should consider checking myself into somewhere for a while, for my daughter's sake. I hung up on him. By the time I got my daughter out of the bath and dressed, I had 17 missed calls. I turned off my phone. I couldn't deal with it anymore. But turning off my phone meant I missed the security camera alert. I only saw it later when I checked the app before bed. The footage showed my sister at my back door around 8 p.m. She was trying different keys in the lock. None worked thanks to the new locks, but she tried for almost 10 minutes. Then she disappeared from view. I checked the other cameras and found her at my basement window, pushing at it, testing it. My heart was racing as I watched her circle my house like a predator. I called 911 immediately, told them someone was trying to break into my house and I had video evidence. They dispatched a unit, but by the time they arrived, my sister was gone. The officers were the same ones from before. They watched the footage on my phone and agreed it was concerning. The older one said this was enough for a restraining order. He gave me the paperwork and explained the process, said to file it first thing Monday morning at the courthouse. He also suggested I stay somewhere else for the weekend, just to be safe. But where could I go? Most of my family thought I was crazy now. My husband's family lived across the country. I decided to just barricade myself in and wait for Monday. Saturday was hell. My sister showed up 3 different times. First at 7 a.m., ringing the doorbell nonstop. Then around noon, I caught her on camera trying to look through my mail slot. The third time was after dark. She brought Claire with her. They stood in my driveway talking and pointing at the house. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language was aggressive. Claire kept gesturing at the windows. At one point, my sister picked up a rock from my garden. I thought she was going to throw it, but Claire stopped her. They argued for a bit, then left. I saved all the footage to multiple places, emailed copies to myself. I even uploaded them to a cloud service I'd never used before, just to have backups. Sunday morning, my mom showed up alone. She looked tired, older somehow. I watched her on the camera for 5 minutes before she even rang the bell. She just stood there, looking at my house like she'd never seen it before. When she finally rang, I answered through the intercom. She asked if she could please come in, said she'd come alone, and promised my sister didn't know she was here. Something in her voice made me believe her. I let her in, but kept my daughter in her high chair where I could see her. Mom sat at my kitchen table and started crying. Real tears, not the manipulative kind. She said she'd found something, that she'd gone to my sister's house to talk to her. My sister wasn't home, but Frank was. He was confused about the whole situation. Didn't know my sister had lost her job. She'd been pretending to go to work every day. Mom found papers in their home office, adoption papers with Claire's name on them, but also bank statements showing large deposits from Claire to my sister's account. Payments dating back months, all marked as consultation fees. Mom pulled out her phone and showed me photos she'd taken of the documents. The adoption papers were partially filled out. In the section for the child's information, someone had started writing my daughter's name before crossing it out. There were printed emails between my sister and Claire discussing the plan. One mentioned waiting for the right opportunity. Another talked about building a case slowly. The most damning one was from Claire saying she'd pay double if my sister could make it happen before the baby turned 1. My mom was shaking as she showed me. She kept apologizing, saying she should have believed me, that she knew my sister could be difficult but never imagined this. I asked if she'd confronted my sister. She said no, she'd just taken the photos and left. She was scared of what my sister might do if she knew. I told Mom about the break-in attempts and showed her the security footage. Her face went white. She kept saying "my God" over and over. I explained about the restraining order I'd file Monday. Mom said she'd come with me, that she'd testify if needed. She also said Frank had seemed genuinely confused and upset, that maybe he could help too. We spent the next hour making a plan. Mom would go back and talk to Frank, try to get him on our side. I'd file the restraining order and contact a lawyer. We'd gather all the evidence and make sure my sister couldn't hurt anyone else. Mom hugged me before leaving, a real hug like when I was little. She promised she'd fix this, that she'd make it right. That night I actually slept a little. Having Mom on my side made me feel less alone, but I woke up at 4 a.m. to my phone ringing. It was Mom, hysterical. She said my sister had shown up at her house screaming, accused her of betraying her, of choosing me over her. Mom had locked herself in her bedroom and called me. I could hear my sister in the background, banging on the door, yelling about how Mom had ruined everything, how she'd been trying to help me by giving my daughter a better life, that I was too unstable to be a mother, that Claire would have been perfect. Mom was crying so hard I could barely understand her. I told her to hang up and call 911. She did, and I spent the next hour pacing my house, waiting to hear back. Finally, Mom texted that the police had come and my sister had left, but not before telling Mom she was dead to her, that she'd chosen wrong and would regret it. Mom was shaken but safe. She said the police took a report and suggested she might want a restraining order too. I told her to come to my house, but she said she needed some time, needed to process everything. I understood, but worried about her being alone. She promised to lock up tight and call if anything happened. I spent the rest of the night watching my security cameras and jumping at every shadow. My daughter woke up twice, probably sensing my anxiety. I held her close and promised I'd keep her safe, no matter what it took. Monday morning came and I was at the courthouse when it opened. Mom met me there looking exhausted but determined. We filed for the restraining order together. The clerk was helpful, walking us through the paperwork. I provided all the evidence, the security footage, the photos of the documents Mom found, the records of the fake appointments. The judge would review it and make a decision within a few days. We also stopped by a family lawyer's office. The consultation was expensive, but worth it. The lawyer, a woman named Dorothy, listened to our story with growing concern. She said we had a strong case for harassment and attempted kidnapping. She also mentioned my sister could face serious charges for her abuse of power as a CPS worker. We retained her services and she said she'd start working on it immediately. On the drive home, Mom told me about Frank. She'd called him that morning and he was devastated. He had no idea about any of it. My sister had been lying to him for months. He thought the money from Claire was from a promotion at work. He'd found more evidence after Mom left. Receipts for baby items hidden in the garage. A folder full of photos of my daughter that my sister had taken during her visits. Even a forged document trying to transfer my daughter's medical records. Frank said he was leaving my sister, that he couldn't believe he'd been married to someone capable of this. He offered to help however he could. Mom gave me his number and said he seemed genuine. I wasn't ready to talk to him yet, but appreciated the support. When we got back to my house, there was a package on my doorstep. No delivery truck in sight. I approached it carefully while Mom waited in the car. It was addressed to my daughter. No return address. I brought it inside and opened it carefully, half expecting something terrible. Inside was a baby doll, but not just any doll. It looked exactly like my daughter. Same hair color, same eyes, wearing an outfit identical to one she had. There was a note in Claire's handwriting. Since you stole my baby, I made my own. Enjoy your time with her while it lasts. My hands were shaking as I showed Mom. She immediately called the police. They came and took the doll and note as evidence, said it would help with the restraining order. The officer also mentioned this was escalating and to be extra careful. That afternoon, I got a call from an unknown number. Usually I don't answer those, but something made me pick up. It was a woman named Julia who said she used to work with my sister. She'd heard about my sister losing her job and wanted to reach out. She said my sister had tried to do something similar before. About 3 years ago, there was another single mom my sister had targeted, but that woman had moved states before anything happened. Julia said she'd always suspected something was off, but never had proof. She offered to write a statement about what she'd witnessed. I thanked her and gave her my lawyer's information. It felt like the pieces were coming together. More people were seeing the truth, but my sister wasn't done. That evening, I noticed a strange car parked down the street. It sat there for hours. I zoomed in with my camera and saw Claire in the driver's seat. She was just watching my house. I called the police, but she drove away before they arrived. An hour later, she was back. This pattern continued all night. She'd park, watch for a while, leave when I called the police, then return. The officers were getting frustrated, but said without the restraining order, there wasn't much they could do. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. My daughter could sense the tension. She was clingy and wouldn't let me put her down. I carried her everywhere, even to the bathroom. Tuesday brought a new horror. I woke up to find my garbage cans tipped over and trash spread across my lawn. But that wasn't the worst part. Mixed in with the garbage were photos. Dozens of photos of my husband, our wedding photos, vacation pictures, even intimate moments from our home, photos that had been in albums in my closet. I ran inside to check, and sure enough, the albums were gone. But I'd locked everything, changed all the locks. How did they get in? Then I remembered the basement window my sister had been testing. I ran downstairs and found it broken, glass on the floor. They'd come in while I slept, while my daughter slept. The violation made me physically sick. I threw up in the basement sink, my whole body shaking. The police came again. This time they took it very seriously. The broken window was clear evidence of breaking and entering. They dusted for fingerprints and took photos. One officer stayed with me while another canvassed the neighborhood. A neighbor, Aaron from 2 houses down, had security footage that caught 2 figures approaching my house around 3 a.m. You couldn't see faces clearly, but one was definitely my sister's build. The officers said this was enough to arrest them if they could find them. They put out a BOLO, be on the lookout, for both my sister and Claire. I spent the day cleaning up the photos, each one a stab to my heart. They'd even taken the last photo of my husband and me together, taken just a week before he died. Dorothy called with good news. The judge had expedited the restraining order based on the evidence. It would be served within 24 hours. She'd also filed criminal charges for harassment, stalking, breaking and entering, and attempted kidnapping. She said my sister and Claire were looking at serious jail time, but they had to find them first. Mom came over to stay with me. She helped me board up the basement window and clean up the rest of the mess. We installed extra locks on all the windows, motion sensor lights for the yard. Mom even bought an air horn to keep by the bed. We were preparing for a siege. That night, we took turns keeping watch. Mom insisted I get some sleep, but I could barely close my eyes. Wednesday morning, Frank called. His voice was rough, like he'd been crying. He said my sister had emptied their bank accounts, taken everything and disappeared. He'd come home from work to find their house ransacked. She'd taken her clothes, important documents, and all the cash they'd saved. Left him a note saying he'd chosen wrong by talking to Mom, that he'd regret betraying her. He was at the police station filing a report. He also mentioned finding something disturbing. My sister had a storage unit he didn't know about. He'd found the key and gone to check it. Inside were baby supplies, enough for years. Clothes in multiple sizes, toys, furniture, all pink, all matching the things in my daughter's nursery. There were also binders full of notes about my family, our routines, my husband's death, my daughter's medical information. She'd been planning this for longer than we thought. The police got a warrant for the storage unit, and Frank gave them the key. They found even more evidence there. Forged documents, fake IDs, even a wig that looked like my hair. The detective called to update me. He said they were taking this very seriously now. This wasn't just a family dispute. This was an organized conspiracy. They were working with other jurisdictions to track my sister and Claire down. He suggested I might want to stay somewhere else until they were caught. But where? Mom's house wasn't safe. Hotels felt too exposed. In the end, Frank offered his house. Said he was staying with his brother anyway. It felt weird, but Dorothy said it might be unexpected enough to work. So that afternoon, Mom and I packed up essentials and went to my sister's house. The irony wasn't lost on me. Being in my sister's space was surreal. Everything was so normal looking. Family photos on the walls, including ones of me, her wedding china in the cabinet. But then I'd notice things. A drawer full of my daughter's photos, a calendar with my daughter's doctor appointments marked, a notebook with custody strategies written on the cover. I couldn't bring myself to read it. We stayed in the guest room, pushing the dresser in front of the door each night. My daughter seemed calmer here, maybe because it was new. She actually slept through the night for the first time in days. I lay awake listening to every sound, but it was quiet. The calm felt wrong somehow, like the eye of a storm. Thursday passed without incident. No sightings, no break-ins, no creepy packages. The police called to say they'd tracked my sister's credit card to a gas station 2 towns over, but she was gone by the time they arrived. The trail was cold after that. Dorothy filed for emergency custody orders, just in case my sister tried to claim any rights to my daughter. She also started the process of getting a permanent protective order, one that would last years, not months. Mom and I spent the day going through my sister's house, looking for more evidence. We found receipts for the baby doll. Claire had commissioned it from an artist who made realistic dolls. It had cost $2,000. The order was placed 3 months ago, long before I'd reported my sister. Friday morning, everything changed. I woke up to my phone ringing. It was the daycare I'd contacted weeks ago. They said someone had just tried to pick up my daughter. I explained my daughter wasn't enrolled there. The director said she knew, but a woman claiming to be me had shown up with documentation. When they'd asked for ID, the woman had gotten agitated and left. They had her on security camera. It was Claire, wearing a wig and clothes similar to what I usually wore. The daycare had called the police and they were reviewing the footage. This meant they were still in town, still trying. The detective called an hour later. They'd gotten Claire. She was at a motel on the outskirts of town. She'd been arrested and was being questioned, but my sister wasn't with her. Claire wasn't talking, demanding a lawyer. The relief of Claire being caught was short-lived. That afternoon, as Mom was making lunch, I heard a noise from the garage. I grabbed the air horn and crept to the door. Through the window, I could see the garage door was open, and there was my sister, going through boxes, looking for something. I whispered to Mom to call 911 and stay with my daughter. Then I did something stupid. I confronted her, opened the door, and told her the police were coming. She spun around, her face twisted with rage. She screamed that I'd ruined everything, that she'd worked so hard to give my daughter a better life, that I was selfish and unstable and didn't deserve to be a mother. I kept my distance, the air horn ready. Asked her why she thought she had any right to my child. She laughed, but it was bitter and broken. Said I'd never understand what it was like to want something so badly and be denied. To watch unfit parents keep their kids while good people like Claire suffered. She'd just been trying to fix things, to make it right. I told her she was sick, that she needed help. That made her angrier. She started moving toward me and I blasted the air horn. The sound was deafening in the garage. She covered her ears and stumbled back. I kept blasting it, backing toward the door. She tried to grab me, but I dodged. We did this strange dance, me with the air horn, her trying to get close. Then I heard the sirens. Her face went white. She looked around wildly, then ran for her car, but the police were already pulling up. She tried to run on foot, but they caught her in the neighbor's yard. I watched them arrest her from the doorway. She kept screaming that I'd stolen her life, that I'd pay for this, that she'd never stop trying. The officers had to physically restrain her. One of them came to check on me, said I'd done good keeping her occupied, that the air horn gave me a thumbs up. An older woman I'd never met brought over cookies later, said she was proud of me for protecting my baby. The support felt good after weeks of feeling alone. That night, Dorothy called with updates. Both my sister and Claire were being held without bail. The charges were serious: conspiracy to commit kidnapping, breaking and entering, stalking, harassment, fraud, and more. Claire had broken down and confessed everything. She'd paid my sister $50,000 over 6 months. They'd planned to take my daughter and flee the state. Claire had a house ready in Arizona under a fake name. My sister had used her CPS access to create fake documentation showing I was unfit. The plan had been to use that to justify taking my daughter, then disappear. My husband's death had been the opportunity they'd waited for. They thought grief would make me weak, make me easier to break. The trial date was set for 3 months out. Dorothy said we had an airtight case, but I still worried. My sister had always been good at talking her way out of things. But then more people started coming forward. That woman Julia who'd called me, she had emails from my sister discussing placement strategies for kids whose parents were vulnerable. Another former coworker, Stephanie, said my sister had bragged about the
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best clips.
In today's video, I'm going to show you exactly how to add a live viewer count in OBS Studio so your audience can see how many people are watching your stream in real time. Whether you're streaming on Twitch or YouTube, adding a viewer count makes your stream look more professional and interactive. I'll walk you through everything step by step, from getting the correct URL to adding it inside OBS and positioning it perfectly on your screen. Make sure to don't forget to The first step is getting the correct viewer count URL from your streaming platform. If you're streaming on Twitch, head over to twitch.tv and log into your account. Click on your profile picture in the top right corner and go to your creator dashboard. Once you're inside stream information, look for the viewer count panel. On that panel, click the 3 dots in the top corner. From the drop-down menu, select Pop Out. This will open the viewer count in a separate browser window. Once it pops out, simply copy the URL from the address bar at the top of your browser. This is the link we'll paste into OBS. If you're streaming on YouTube, the process is slightly different because YouTube doesn't provide a direct pop-out viewer count link. Instead, you'll need to use a third-party service like StreamElements or Streamlabs. Log into your StreamElements or Streamlabs dashboard. Once you're inside, navigate to your Widgets section and find the viewer count widget. Add the widget to your overlay if you haven't already. After setting it up, the platform will generate a unique URL for that widget. Copy that unique URL located in the select browser. A new window will pop up asking you to name the source. Name it something clear, like viewer count, so you can easily identify it later.
Yo, what's going on guys? Hennis here. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to add a live YouTube subscriber count to your OBS stream. Now, I already have 2 tutorials on this channel on how to add your live YouTube subscriber count to OBS, but unfortunately, one of them is no longer supported. And while the other one does still work, this new method that I'm about to show you
Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to obtain a free YouTube API key to fetch your channel data. This is incredibly useful for streamers who want to display live likes, viewer counts, or create real-time subscriber goals for their broadcasts. First, navigate to the Google Cloud Console. I've linked that in the description below. From the top left corner, click on Select Project, then click New Project. Name your project whatever you like. There's no need to select an organization. Just click Create. Wait a moment for the project to be created. You'll see a status toast in the top right corner. You can either click Select Project right there, or use the project selector in the top top left corner to grab your newly created project. The first page you'll see is the APIs and Services dashboard. Look for the button at the top labeled Enable APIs and Services. With the plus icon and click it. You're now in the API library. Type YouTube into the search form and hit enter. In the results list, find YouTube Data API v3. Click it. And then click Enable. Congratulations. You now have the API enabled. There is just one last step to get our actual API key. In the top right corner, click the button that says Create Credential. Name your API credential. I'm going to leave mine as the default, and then make sure to check Public Data. This ensures you don't need to set up a complicated consent screen. Click Next and voila, you have your credential. Copy that API key and use it in whatever resources or tools you need. Click Done, and you are ready to go. If you ever forget your key, just access the Google Dev Console. Select your project and click Credentials in the left-hand menu. Under API keys, you'll see your key. Just click Show Key, and it will appear in a modal. That's it for today's video. Thank you for watching, and if you enjoyed this tutorial,
Hello everyone, today I want to show you the easiest way to list the YouTube live stream statistics in your live stream. You can show the viewers, views and likes in real time with just a simple subscribe to my channel, like, comment, the visual the browser source. For that, of course, we start with the doc type, basic HTML tag, and we need a head. And also we need a meta are set.
I got no love for the fake. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate. This, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. Make a statement. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no, I don't take shit. I don't ever slow up, no, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow
up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over